Chapter 1. The Wilderness, the Abandoned Factory. Mother, why? Lying in a pool of blood, Ian struggled to lift his gaze towards the figure of his mother looming above him. Mother, the people you instructed me to eliminate, I have killed them all. It was Ian. Is there anything else he has done wrong? No, you have done exceptionally well. The mother slowly crouched down, her hand reaching out to caress Ian's bloodied face, a benevolent smile gracing her lips. However, a strange smile flickered across her features. You have done exceedingly well. At such a tender age, in just a few short years, he had risen to become the chief of the Underworld's Assassination Guild. Had it not been for his troubled mind, reliant on her, he would not have had the opportunity to act. Is that so? Ian, sprawled on the blood-soaked ground, revealed a gentle smile. Even as a killer, he felt a twinge of emotion. It was a pity had this boy's growth been a touch slower, he would not have met such an early demise. Mother, I feel so cold. The loss of blood rendered Yi Yan's entire body icy. Fear not. Mother will always be by your side, the mother comforted him. When you open your eyes again, you will see Mother. So cold, so cold. Was this death? If Mother said he would open his eyes again, then he had not yet perished. He had merely succumbed to slumber. Gradually, Yi Yan's consciousness faded. He only felt himself enveloped in a warm, soothing ocean. Time lost all meaning, he heard a voice. He wished to open his eyes, but something seemed to restrain him. Help me. In a goblin's lair, within the birthing chamber. A beautiful elf screamed in agony. In the next moment, as a green creature slid from beneath her, the intense pain subsided slightly. In its wake came an overwhelming sense of weakness. The elf struggled to tear her body, gazing at the grotesque child before her, its ruby-like eyes filled with hatred and disdain. Were it not for their bond, she would never believe that this hideous creature, with green skin, sharp fangs, and repulsive features, was her offspring. She slowly extended her hand to rest upon the child's neck. Ultimately, her arm fell limply to her side. Were it not for her current state of weakness from childbirth, she would have relished the thought of strangling the child before her. As the elf harbored such thoughts, another hideous goblin offspring crept closer, grinning with malevolent intent, eager to savor the moment. That gaze was all too familiar to the elf. In an instant, terror coursed through her entire being. The elf yearned to flee, but her body refused to obey her commands. She was trapped, despairing. She closed her eyes, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Help! Save me! No, please! Hearing that unfamiliar yet comforting voice, he opened his blurry eyes to behold a stunning woman. When you open your eyes again, you will see Mother, echoed the voice of his mother from his past life in Yi Yan's mind. Was that truly Mother? Ian tilted his head, staring at the beautiful girl before him, with her pale red eyes, white hair, and elongated ears. However, before he could ponder further, the goblin offspring, born of the same ilk as he, lunged at his mother with remarkable speed. Are they seeking death? Almost instantaneously as the thought crossed his mind, Yi Yan's body sprang into action, lunging forward. Bang! He pinned the goblin child beneath him, which thrashed desperately in a futile struggle. With a grotesque sound, it squealed. In that moment, he felt weak, achingly so, whether in his current state or his physical form. Yet at the very least, subduing this hideous goblin offspring was not an insurmountable task. Squeal! As the goblin child emitted another shriek, Yi Yan, relying on the instincts of his past life as an assassin, seized a nearby stone and brought it crashing down upon the goblin's neck. Squeal, squeal! Bang! Blood spattered everywhere due to his weakened state. He could not achieve a single lethal blow. Reacting without hesitation, Yi Yan grasped the stone again and struck repeatedly at the goblin child beneath him. The goblin, it seemed, had already lost its breath after the initial strike. Moreover, being a mere infant, it was inherently frail. After a few desperate struggles, it ultimately succumbed, lifeless. At that moment, a voice resonated within Yi Yan's mind. Congratulations! You have, upon your birth, wielded lethal force against your own kind. You have committed the sin of slaying your kin. The sins you have wrought are now accumulating. Your infamy shall be etched across the stars. Commencing evaluation of your inherent qualities. Commencing assessment of your soul's strength. Validation complete. You have acquired the skill Devour. Congratulations on the demise of the Goblin child based on the effects of your skill Devour. You have gained 1 point in strength. As the voice faded, an overwhelming hunger engulfed Yi Yan. At that moment, he felt as though he had not eaten for 3 days, yearning for sustenance. Yet, this hunger did not deter him. After all, he had undergone rigorous training, even managing to eliminate his targets after enduring 7 days of starvation. What is this? Yi Yan tilted his head, swiftly dismissing the echoing voice in his mind, redirecting his gaze to the corner. Silver hair cascaded over her tattered clothing, her slightly elongated ears revealing her elven heritage, and those ruby-like eyes brimmed with fear and revulsion. Was this his mother? The first person he beheld upon opening his eyes, and this innate sense of familiarity. It compelled him to inquire, "Are you my mother?" Upon hearing the unexpected, raspy, and unpleasant voice that seemed to emerge from the depths of hell, the elf recoiled in terror, shrinking back into the corner, trembling. She dared not meet his gaze. In her peripheral vision, there was only resentment directed towards the goblin, towards Yi Yan. At that moment, Yi Yan was covered in blood, remnants of childbirth still clinging to him. Coupled with the grotesque visage of a goblin, with its characteristic green skin, elongated ears, and fearsome fangs, the elf's reaction did not seem to affect Yi Yan in the slightest. Yi Yan, caressing the umbilical cord that linked him to her, revealed a strange smile. "I am indeed your child." He felt an inexplicable bond arising from their shared bloodline. What an astonishing force it was. It turned out that mother had not forsaken him. What is this? This creature? Noticing the peculiar glint in Yi Yan's eyes, the petite elf curled up in fear, retreating further into the corner, gazing at the hideous child she had borne. Her gaze flickered towards the lifeless body of the child Yi Yan had slain. She was stunned into silence, though not truly foolish. Just moments ago, he had protected her from the other goblins. But why had he chosen to protect her? She could not comprehend. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence? With that thought, she hesitantly raised her head, only to find the other goblin offspring creeping closer, revealing their grotesque, repulsive smiles. That loathsome gaze seemed intent on devouring her whole. Dead for sure, despair washed over the petite elf in her current state. Weakened from childbirth, she had no strength to resist. Yet at that moment, the strange goblin child continued to stare at his bellis umbilical cord, grinning foolishly. Suddenly, a goblin infant stealthily approached Yi Yan, launching an attack. In that instant, the elf thought perhaps death would be preferable. Don't. Yet, instinctively, she found herself moving, reaching out to shield the peculiar goblin child with her own body. Bang! The fist landed upon the petite elf, but fortunately, the infant lacked strength. None of this harmed her significantly. However, a mouthful of blood escaped the petite elf's lips. Her already frail body deteriorated further. She could not fathom why her body moved on its own. Perhaps it was to repay a debt. Perhaps this child now represents her sole solace within this infernal nest. Mother. Suddenly enveloped in his mother's embrace, Yi Yan felt an overwhelming joy. It had been an eternity since she had last held him so. This warm sensation was precisely what Yi Yan had yearned for. To attain this, he would not hesitate to slay countless individuals, even annihilate the entirety of the world, if necessary, as long as mother remained by his side. However, tick-tock, drops of liquid began to fall, pulling him from his reverie of tenderness. Yi Yan glanced downward, and there it was. Blood? Whose was it? He slowly raised his gaze, his eyes widening in horror as he beheld his mother, blood trickling from her lips. How could this be? Was his mother injured? An unprecedented fury surged within him. Mother, wait! Yi Yan emitted a harsh sound, incomprehensible to the petite sprite. Yet, upon realizing that he was cradling a goblin, she instinctively loosened her grip. The sprite's face contorted in terror, her ruby-like eyes filled with confusion and disdain. She still. Yi Yan was oblivious to the meaning behind that gaze, for no one had ever taught him. From the moment of his birth, he had been subjected to the training of an assassin, erasing all superfluous emotions, transforming into a mere machine, programmed to obey commands and execute assassinations. The sole emotion instilled in him was to heed mother. His mother. Squeak. The goblin offspring chattered away, seemingly questioning why he chose to protect that woman. For reasons unknown, Yi Yin understood their words, as well as his mother's. Yet he cared not, nor did he need to. Squeak. Just as the goblins were about to utter something. Whoosh. Without hesitation, Yi Yin lunged forward. He granted the goblin offspring no time to react. Raising a hand, clutching a stone, he aimed for its vulnerable neck with a swift strike. Whoosh! The goblin's eyes widened in a desperate attempt to evade, but Yi Yin offered no chance. Upon the mysterious voice echoing, his strength had surged. This newfound power made it all the more effortless to crush the fragile skull before him. Bang! The stone came crashing down upon the goblin's head. The goblin offspring collapsed, writhing in agony. Yet, it was not enough once the hand was raised. It was imperative to claim the opponent's life for it to be deemed finished. This was a lesson imparted by his mother. Without pausing, Yi Yin swiftly mounted the goblin offspring, raining blows upon its head. Next, he struck at its heart, until the goblin offspring lay still, no longer struggling, until the sound of the world echoed forth. Congratulations, you have slain a goblin offspring. Due to the effect of your skill Devour, you have gained 1 point in speed. Yi Yin, with his thunderous method, swiftly dispatched one. This left all present goblin offspring in stunned silence. They were utterly bewildered, having never witnessed such a scene before. Even the goblins, notorious for their brutality, were taken aback. Even the nearby sprite stood speechless, astonished by Yi Yin's actions and strength. Could a newly born goblin offspring truly possess such power and speed? And that unyielding ferocity and decisiveness towards the enemy was something even seasoned adventurers could seldom achieve. If all of this is merely instinctual, then it is truly terrifying. And he, still regarded as her child, is engulfed by a complex swell of emotions within the elf's mind, should she feel fortunate or fearful. Yi Yin remained oblivious to the gaze of the little elf, rising from the ground and wiping the blood from his face. Gazi. At that moment, one of the goblin offspring reacted first, unleashing an angry cry directed at Yi Yin. In a flash, with enhanced speed, Yi Yin swiftly positioned himself behind the young goblin. As the goblin finally turned to react, it was already too late. Yi Yin, wielding a stone stained with blood, struck with ferocity at the vulnerable spot on the goblin's nape. A dull thud echoed. The combination of speed, augmented strength, and precise targeting at a weak point rendered Yi Yin's strike fatal. The voice of the world resonated. Congratulations, you have slain a goblin offspring. Due to the effect of your skill Devour, you have gained 1 point of strength. Strength surged once more within Yi Yin, yet he felt no change. Instead, the insatiable hunger that craved to consume everything grew ever stronger. But Yi Yin paid it no heed that moment. A singular thought consumed his mind. He must kill all these goblin offspring that sought to defile and harm his mother. None shall be spared. Gahzi, Gahzi. After witnessing the death of 2 of their own, the remaining goblin offspring finally reacted, voicing their furious roars towards Yi Yin. The chaotic rush ensued, transforming the lair into utter disarray. The women, having given birth, cowered in corners, trembling against the walls. They remained indifferent to the sight of their children slaughtering one another, consumed by resentment and rage, wishing only for the demise of these monsters. Even such thoughts could not quell the hatred burning in their hearts. As countless goblin offspring charged toward him, Yi Yin's gaze remained devoid of panic, filled instead with a chilling resolve, a suffocating intent to kill, fear. He had never known it, from the very moment of his birth. Such emotions had been eradicated. He was unaware of what fear truly was. Moreover, with his enhanced speed and power, combined with the techniques of a former master assassin, these newly born goblins stood no chance against him. Thud! Under Yi Yin's deft manipulation, the stone became a lethal weapon against the goblin offspring. Time and again, it struck precisely at the back of their heads. The voice of the world echoed ceaselessly in his mind. Gazi! The goblin offspring roared, desperately searching the now chaotic lair for Yi Yin's presence. Yet, as a former chief assassin of the Assassination Guild, Yin would not allow these inexperienced newborns to locate him. He glided among the Goblin offspring, waiting for the opportune moment to strike from behind point one by one. They fell, transformed into sustenance for Yin, devoured entirely. The voice of the world continued to resound in his consciousness. Congratulations, you have slain a Goblin offspring. Due to the effect of your skill Devour, you have gained 1 point of strength. Congratulations, you have slain a Goblin offspring. Due to the effect of your skill Devour, you have gained 1 point of speed. Congratulations, you have slain a Goblin offspring. Due to the effect of your skill Devour, you have gained 1 point of Constitution. Congratulations, you have slain a Goblin offspring. Due to the effect of your skill Devour, you have gained 1 point of strength. You have committed the crime of slaying your kin. The sins you have committed now accumulate. Your notoriety shall be forever etched across the starry sky. After the 10th kill, Yin found no further need to hide. At that moment, having undergone several enhancements, he had established a decisive gap between himself and these newly spawned Goblin offspring. Facing them, the encounter was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. Gazi, one of the Goblin offspring, witnessing its kin fall before its eyes, finally grasped the disparity in strength that it began to flee in panic, shifting from offense to defense. But the predator remained Yin. Some Goblin offspring even hid behind their mothers, attempting to use them as shields. No, please don't. The woman, upon seeing the terrifying Goblin offspring approach her slowly, was filled with despair as she pleaded. In Yin, she seemed to see the shadow of a mother. He halted in his tracks. The Goblin offspring behind the woman, perceiving Yin's pause, felt clever and began to cheer excitedly. Gazi. One Goblin offspring seized the woman's hair. The pain jolted the woman back to reality, and she recognized the danger before her. A Goblin in front and another behind her. Memories of recent nightmares surged forth, igniting an overwhelming hatred for goblins that filled her frail being, compelling her to cry out. Kill it, even if it means my death. The long-dried tears welled up, moistening her eyes, then streamed down her face, mingling with despair. Please kill me. End these beasts. The woman's desperate pleas resonated with the others present. Kill these monsters. Kill me. Each weak cry echoed through the foul air, reverberating in the stench-laden surroundings. In that moment, Yin seemed to embody the very hero these women longed for. Yet, unchanged was the deep-seated hatred for the Goblin race that lingered in their eyes. Though they uttered pleas and fragile calls for vengeance, not a flicker of emotion stirred within Yin's cold, green visage, met only by the mocking laughter of the Goblin offspring behind the woman. Gazi. The Goblin offspring gleefully tightened its grip on the woman's head, preventing her from escaping. It leaned forward, eager to see the once arrogant Goblin. Yet what met its gaze was a stone hurtling directly toward it. Whoosh! The stone flew forth, striking precisely at its head. Thud! In the next instant, the Goblin offspring that had hidden behind the woman was struck down, producing a sound akin to a tomato splattering on the ground. Thud! Blood erupted, blossoming like flowers in bloom. Its entire body collapsed, lifeless. Hoo! The woman stood frozen in place, her gaze fixed upon the peculiar Goblin pup, making a throwing motion. Her eyes betrayed a tumult of emotions: fear, surprise, trepidation, perhaps even resentment and rage, or perhaps all of these feelings coalesced. Yet, Yin found himself unable to comprehend such trivial sentiments. They remained an enigma to him. He paid no heed to the woman's stare. At that moment, the voice of the world resonated incessantly in Yin's mind. His strength surged, growing ever more formidable. Congratulations, in your nascent stage, you have slain dozens of your kind at a record-breaking pace. You have committed the heinous act of slaughtering your kin. Your sins begin to accumulate. Your guilt is gestating. Your transgressions are etched across the cosmos. Having achieved the impossible, you are now granted the exclusive skill of predation. As your lower skill of gluttony has been integrated into this unique ability, in this instant, Yin could distinctly perceive the changes within his body. It was not merely corporeal. Even those sensations he had previously only vaguely sensed now sharpened into clarity. The overwhelming hunger that had accompanied gluttony dissipated in an instant, replaced by an insatiable desire, emanating from the depths of his soul. to hunt and devour all. Meanwhile, on the other side, the elf, who had witnessed this massacre in its entirety, was utterly bewildered. Was this truly her child? He seemed like a demon from the abyss, and no, even demons would not commit such acts of kinslaughter while still in their infancy. The young elf was thoroughly confounded. Even in her ancient memories, she had never encountered anything of this nature. Why did this pup possess such power? As Yin, sensing the cessation of his bodily transformations, slowly opened his eyes, he noticed the last remaining goblin. Terror etched upon its face, staring at him. It appeared to be pleading for mercy, prostrating itself on the ground and repeatedly bowing its head, attempting to elicit compassion from Yin through such a humble display. However, it had chosen the wrong target in Yan's eyes. Once his assassination objective was confirmed, nothing could sway him until that target lay dead. Even if commanded to slay an innocent maiden, he would hesitate not for a moment. Such was the nature of this killing machine. This was the doctrine instilled in him by his mother. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Yin raised a stone, and as he brought it down, the goblin pup, buried in the ground, displayed a grotesque and triumphant grin upon its dirt-like, humble visage. Gah! The goblin pup screamed. In the next instant, it transformed into a shadowy form, the stone crashing down upon it without effect. Yin furrowed his brow as the goblin pup melded entirely into the darkness. When it re-emerged, it was still behind him. "Watch out," came his mother's voice as the goblin pup lunged from the shadows. Claws extended towards him. Bang! Almost simultaneously, Yin spun around and delivered a powerful strike to the pup's head. Splatter! The fragile skull burst apart under the weight of Yan's enhanced strength, which had undergone multiple augmentations. Even without his mother's warning, Yin would not resort to such clumsy methods of assassination that lacked even the semblance of killing intent. Bang! The headless goblin corpse collapsed, heralding the familiar voice of the world once more. The elf, witnessing Yin's counterattack, breathed a sigh of relief. Unmoved by the voice of the world, Yin's gaze fell upon the final goblin pup. Crack! At that moment, the ancient wooden door swung open, a beam of light piercing through to illuminate the dim, shadowy room. What was happening? Entering were two adult goblins, accompanied by another holding a staff. The moment the door opened, a pungent scent of blood assaulted their senses. Upon seeing the scene before them, they were rendered speechless. The room, once intended for birthing, had transformed into a mortuary, strewn with the corpses of their goblin offspring. Pools of blood converged into rivers, cascading downward. Initially, the goblin shaman presumed the birthing slaves were responsible, but upon casting his gaze upon the trembling women huddled in the corners, he swiftly dismissed that notion. Setting aside the agony that might have rendered these slaves powerless, the most critical factor was the curse he had instilled within them. They could never muster the strength to harm his precious goblin pups. Gah! At that moment, a shout drew their attention. In a hidden corner, two goblin pups still clung to life. Yet, something was amiss. The standing goblin pup now raised a bloodied stone against its sibling, who was slumped on the ground. "Stop!" the goblin shaman exclaimed, sensing the anomaly. The adult goblins beside him reacted immediately, springing into action. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yin hastened his movements. Yet, being but a pup, he was no match for the fully grown goblins. Just as the stone was about to descend, a hand struck down upon his, causing the stone to slip from his grasp. Another adult goblin lunged to seize his foot. In response, Yin leaped, evading the adult goblin's ambush. Simultaneously, he delivered a mid-air kick to the stone. Whoosh! The stone shot forth at an incredible speed towards the goblin pup. Bang! Gah! The stone pierced the pup's left eye, causing it to writhe in agony upon the ground. Gah gah gah! The adult goblin, attempting to seize Yin, stood frozen in shock at the pup's remarkable combat prowess. Was this truly a newly born creature? Even seasoned goblins would not be so adept. The strength, the speed, and the combat skill were astonishing. Yin landed and saw that the goblin pup had not perished. He hesitated not and rushed towards it. The adult goblin, witnessing this, reacted swiftly, raising its arm to grasp Yin. Whoosh! In an instant, a handful of sand was flung from Yin's palm. The advancing adult goblin was momentarily blinded by the sand, obscuring its vision. Then, bang, a stone struck precisely upon an adult goblin's eye. The adult goblin clutched its face, letting out a wretched scream. In that fleeting moment, Yin had already reached the goblin pup. Just as he was about to succeed, the previously silent goblin shaman made his move. The staff, which had been gathering power, was swung with force that a faint green light cascaded down upon the earth. Bang! Dusto, dusto, dusto! Countless vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring Yi Yin in mid-air, rendering him immobile. What is this? Yi Yin gazed at the vines binding him, filled with confusion. Where had these plants come from? Why were they moving and entwining around him? This defied all rational explanations, leaving Yi Yin bewildered. Shifting his gaze from the vines, he focused on the goblin shaman behind the adult goblins, who was still emanating a gentle green glow from his staff. How intriguing. Who was this? Well done. Upon witnessing Yi Yin bound, the adult goblin's face twisted into a lewd grin as it slowly approached him. Ha! A mere whelp dares to be so arrogant. I shall make you pay for the slaughter of your kin. Brandishing a wooden club, the adult goblin's countenance turned ferocious as it aimed to strike down the peculiar goblin cub before it. I will make you blind. Stop, please. In that moment, an elf suddenly lunged from the shadows, enveloping Yi Yin in its embrace and shutting its eyes. Initially struggling, Yi Yin froze upon feeling the warmth of his mother. The sensation was gentle, causing him to instinctively relax. Just as the club was about to descend, a loud shout halted the adult goblin. Cease at once. The club halted a mere 3 centimeters above the elf's head. The adult goblin glared back at the goblin shaman who had called out, irritation evident in its expression. Why do you stop me? This creature has slaughtered dozens of its own kind. The adult goblin's eyes burned with rage as it fixed its gaze on the goblin shaman, who remained unfazed. Even now, its left eye throbbed with pain that I have already informed the general. The goblin shaman stated coolly, casting a cursory glance at the inferior goblin before moving to the side of the dying goblin cub. This matter, and the fate of this cub, shall be determined by the general. With that, the goblin shaman disregarded the lower goblins, focusing solely on aiding the 2 remaining goblin cubs to recover from their injuries. Fortunately, it was merely the left eye that was blinded. Had it been off by even a fraction, the little one would have perished as for whether these mindless creatures would overlook the killing of the strange goblin cub. Their lack of intelligence did not equate to a disregard for their own lives. True to form, upon hearing the mention of the general, the adult goblin clenched its teeth and gripped the wooden club tighter, refraining from further aggression towards Yi Yin despite its simmering anger. The goblin general was the leader of their nest, a supreme being commanding thousands of goblins. Anyone who dared to defy his orders would find themselves at the mercy of his subordinates, even without the general's direct intervention. Furthermore, it harbored admiration and respect for the general. It was under his leadership that they had grown from a small goblin tribe to their current size. However, respect did not quell the fire of rage within. Suddenly, its gaze fell upon the elf, holding Yi Yin. The greed and lust in its eyes were unmistakable. Such a beautiful form. It was simply irresistible. How had it failed to notice this before? Since I cannot touch you now, I can at least defile your mother in front of you. As if sensing the ominous intent, the elf trembled slightly, rousing the entranced Yi Yin from his reverie. Upon realizing that someone was coveting his mother, a new wave of fury ignited within him. You dare? The adult goblin laughed heartily at Yi Yin's expression, cautiously glancing at the shaman behind it, noting the lack of reaction. Thus emboldened, it declared, I shall make you witness as your mother is ravaged by my. Suddenly, a stone whizzed past its head. Repeat that. Yi Yin managed to free one hand from the vines, though his body still hung suspended. You, scoundrel! Seeing the boy trapped yet still audaciously defiant provoked the adult goblin's wrath. In a fit of rage, it charged forward, fist raised, bang! In the next instant, its punch met only air. What? The goblin was taken aback, as Yin had already sidestepped to its side. Do not underestimate me. The goblin swung its other hand, but Yin deftly evaded as he sidestepped. He seized the adult goblin's arm. Twisting with force, and in a fluid motion, he spun, wrenching the adult goblin's arm along with him. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the adult goblin's arm was dislocated in under 3 exchanges. Agonizing pain coursed through the adult goblin's body, causing it to roll on the ground in distress. Cursed whelp. Another adult goblin, unable to bear the sight, stepped forward, brandishing a stone axe, poised to strike. Just then, a commanding voice rang out, halting its advance. Enough. The voice belonged to the general. A towering figure, significantly larger than the others, muscular and clad in armor, a scar etched across his face. He approached with an air of undeniable authority. General. Upon sighting the imposing goblin, the adult goblin immediately knelt, recounting Yian's brutality and savagery. General, you must do something about this. This child has slaughtered dozens of his kin since birth. He cannot be allowed to live. General, look at my eye. Enough. The general merely cast a disinterested glance at them, interrupting their grievances. You dare come to me complaining about being bested by a mere newborn? Goblin shaman, speak. Yes, the goblin shaman nodded, clarifying the events that had transpired. Upon hearing the full account, the general's gaze fell upon the small goblin protecting the elf. In an instant, a flicker of astonishment crossed his sharp eyes, and his expression shifted momentarily before being masked once more. And one noticed the change. Was you who killed the cubs? The general's gaze bore down on Yian, as if trying to extract the truth from him. Yian stood resolutely, shielding his mother, silent and tense, sensing the formidable strength of the goblin before him. Powerful enough that, even in his prime, he would need to tread carefully. Will you not speak? The general furrowed his brow slightly. Hey, insolent whelp, the general is asking you a question. The 2 adult goblins beside him began to jeer. Will you look down upon the general? How dare you remain silent before him? You are doomed. One adult goblin pointed menacingly at Yian, stepping forward to plead with the goblin general. General, this defiant goblin should be slain. Indeed, General. The one-eyed goblin looked at the general with eager anticipation. As long as you give the nod, I will not hesitate to eliminate this wretched child. However, the goblin general paid them no heed, his focus unwavering on Yian. Just then, the goblin shaman approached, interjecting, General, it is quite normal for a cub not to speak. They must first surpass the cub stage to reach maturity. It seemed that Yian's unusual demeanor had instinctively led them to overlook his status as a cub. The goblin general appeared to grasp the situation, nodding and understanding that in that case. He then uttered words that left the goblins in shock. We shall wait until it can speak before passing judgment. Upon hearing the general's decree, the goblins gaped in disbelief. Is this permissible? Is this truly our decisive general? Shouldn't he have executed this goblin on the spot? No matter how formidable it might be, it must not be spared. They lack for goblins in their nest. The goblin general shot a glance at the 2 adult goblins, inquiring, Do you have objections? Not at all. They dared not voice any objections, for their grievances were not directed at the general, but rather at Yian. The 2 goblins glared fiercely at Yian, biding their time until this fellow reached maturity. That point. They harbored malicious intent toward the adult goblins. Yian, however, exhibited no reaction in that moment. He pondered the probability of successfully killing the imposing goblin before him. Yet for some inexplicable reason, he felt a splitting pain in his head and a profound fatigue coursing through his body. Had he been poisoned? The goblin shaman hesitated momentarily before inquiring how to deal with the goblin offspring. The general glanced at Yian, who had just been born, consumed nothing, and had endured a massacre, barely holding on. After a brief silence, he declared, Everything is normal. Very well, replied the goblin shaman. Leading the 2 adult goblins out of the room, he issued a warning to the goblins stationed at the door, then shot a glance at Yian before following in the general's footsteps. It seemed that either they sensed no danger or Yian's body had finally reached its limit. He collapsed. After all, who could withstand such intense combat immediately after birth, especially without consuming anything? I won't let you die, Yian murmured in a daze, feeling a familiar warmth. Following his body's instinct, he bit down. The elf, cradling Yian, her eyes long dried from tears, welled up once more. Please don't die, don't leave me alone in this dim cave. The elf wept as she held the goblin infant. Meanwhile, General, the goblin shaman trailing behind the goblin general, voiced his confusion. Shouldn't we eliminate this aberration that attacked its kin upon birth? That the goblin shaman added cautiously, fearing the general's wrath. I'm not questioning your decision, but I believe we do not need such a goblin. Upon hearing the shaman's words, the goblin general halted, turning back to regard him. With righteous indignation, the goblin shaman spoke solemnly. I see potential in that lad. Potential. The goblin shaman expressed his bewilderment. Indeed, the general nodded, his gaze drifting toward a distant point in the forest, his eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. The potential to become a king. What? The goblin shaman gasped in astonishment. The potential to become a king. This meant that the child, upon birth, bore the seed of kingship, a special talent. The seed of kingship, an essential condition for anyone aspiring to reign. Only those possessing the seed of kingship could claim the right to become a king. Serving as the vanguard for kingship, countless goblin generals had longed for and spent centuries seeking this qualification, yet it had manifested in a mere newborn goblin. Should the other generals catch wind of this, the long quiet forest would undoubtedly erupt in chaos once more. Indeed, many races, particularly the humans, would likely devise means to eliminate that infant, for a race with a king and one without are worlds apart. The goblins had languished in their plight due to the absence of a king. The once glorious goblin empire had fallen into such despair. Yet, not all goblins yearn for the birth of a king. Many simply wish to become kings themselves. Contemplating this, the goblin shaman cast a cautious glance at the general, uncertain of his thoughts. Thus, it was clear what should and should not be said, wasn't it? I understand. The goblin shaman nodded slightly, hesitating before continuing. Then, what about the king? Before he could finish, a wave of chilling malice locked onto him, instantly swallowing his words. Without hesitation, he altered his query. Then, what shall we do about the elf who bore the offspring? Naturally, as the mother of the king, she should receive the utmost respect from our kind. However, the goblins had no concept of mother in the traditional sense. To them, females were merely vessels for reproduction. Moreover, goblins lacked the presence of females, relying on others for procreation. This was one of the reasons for the downfall of their great goblin empire, having offended too many races. Upon encountering goblins, the immediate instinct was to annihilate them. Not surprisingly, the goblin general showed no hesitation, a glint of cold resolution in his eyes as he declared, as a king, one does not require such a so-called mother. Yet, that lad seems quite dependent on her, desiring to protect that elf. Humph. The goblin general snorted, concluding that she must not be allowed to remain, that a king should have no weaknesses. However, the goblin pondered for a moment. There is no rush regarding this matter. Until the king possesses sufficient strength, the elf may be retained. Let her stay for now. After all, until that fellow sheds his infancy, he would require the elf to assume the role of a mother. Understood. The goblin bowed his head, his green visage betraying an unknown contemplation. The goblin general merely cast a glance at the shaman and then dismissed him. The elven maiden ultimately accepted the child who had instinctively protected her from the moment of birth, tending to Yi Yan's every need with utmost care. Subsequently, they were led to a chamber. Rather than a house, it resembled a prison, with iron bars crafted from metal confining one girl after another. The elongated structure was partitioned into square enclosures every 2 meters by walls. Goblins were stationed on both sides of the corridor, and upon their entry, these women had already been subjected to magic spells, an enchantment to prevent them from harming the goblin infants and to cloud their minds, ensuring they nurtured the offspring. Goblins had a remarkably short maturation cycle, transitioning from infancy to adulthood in merely 3 months. This rapid reproductive capability was one reason goblins proliferated across the continent. Akin to cockroaches, how peculiar! An elderly goblin shaman, staff in hand, observed the elf intently caring for the goblin infant, scratching his green head. Have I already cast the spell? Ah, never mind, I'm too exhausted. Once this is done, I'll indulge myself. As he spoke, the old goblin shaman leered through the iron gate, his gaze sweeping over the girls inside. Were it not for the general's insistence on restraining their actions toward freshly birthed females for the sake of the race's development, he would have pounced long ago. There would have been no need for such convoluted procedures. They could have simply copulated directly after birth, T times. They even engaged in procreation mid-labor. Witnessing the pained and struggling expressions of those females only fueled his excitement. However, since the general's arrival, everything had changed. Sigh, the old goblin lamented. How he longed for those days of yore. Regrettably, there's no turning back. Nevertheless, the arrival of the general has undeniably strengthened them significantly. The elder goblin cast a greedy glance at the elf who was nursing. What a pity! It shook its head and chose to depart. Little did it know, a pair of shadowy eyes were fixated on her. Time swiftly passed, and more than a month had gone by. Ian had grown considerably taller, compensating for the shortcomings of his newborn days. In the following days, the elf devoted herself to caring for Yin. She diligently performed all the clumsy tasks that a mother ought to undertake. As her child, Yin naturally reveled in this experience, savoring the blissful moments that were absent in his memory, until, at last, he regained the ability to move. Though his body was frail, his growth and recovery rate exceeded all expectations. There was even a mysterious force reshaping his physique. Additionally, there lingered before him an entity bearing the following details. Name, Yin, race, low-level goblin, stage, juvenile, strength, 19, speed, 20, constitution, 20, magic, 1, skills, shadow veil. Exclusive skill, predator, talent, breath concealment, linguistic proficiency, special talent, seed of kings. What could all of this signify? Come, call me mother, the elf murmured awkwardly to Yin in her arms. Ma. Ma. Yin clumsily imitated her call. Yes, it's mother. The elf wiped away a tear from her eye, and Yin could feel her hand growing colder. Mother, are you afraid? With this thought, Yin skillfully wriggled out of his mother's embrace and sat beside her. In this month, Yin had been steadily growing. The growth rate of goblins far surpasses that of ordinary beings. This is why goblins, despite facing hostility from nearly all races, manage to survive like cockroaches. High reproductive rates, rapid growth, and short maturation cycles all contribute to goblins being ubiquitous across the continent. However, it is noteworthy that he could sense his mother growing increasingly fearful with the passing of time. He could not fathom why. For instance, come out. A few goblins stood at the door, calling out to the woman residing opposite Yin and I don't want to. The woman seemed to understand what being taken away by these goblins entailed. She curled up in a corner, trembling, her vacant eyes repeating her denial. You have no say in this. Crack. The door swung open. Several adult goblins entered. The leading goblin stepped forward and seized the woman's hand. As if struck by terror or recalling a horrific memory. The woman thrashed wildly. No, please. I refuse to go to that hell. With a swift motion, she brandished a stone hidden behind her back and hurled it at the goblin. The goblin gripping her arm was struck hard. Damn it. Enraged by the injury to its hand, the goblin shouted, "You filthy wretch!" Slap. A resounding blow landed on the woman's face, leaving her cheeks swollen. The woman let out a pained scream. Yet, she did not cease her struggles. Instead, she fought back with renewed vigor. The goblin continued to slap her while taunting. Just enjoy it. Every goblin here will make you feel ecstasy beyond measure. Following this, the goblin loosened its lower garments, revealing a green sword. No, please, the woman begged desperately, but her pleas did nothing to halt the goblin's actions. No. The woman screamed in agony, yet this did not dissuade the goblin from proceeding. That moment, Yian's vision was obscured, and gentle hands covered his ears, preventing him from seeing or hearing what was happening to the woman. In truth, for Yian, whether it was those goblins or the women imprisoned, he felt no connection whatsoever. Even if they perished before him, he would not exhibit the slightest emotional change. As long as his mother remained by his side, he was content. However, why was his mother trembling? Why were tears welling in her eyes? Mother, what is wrong? Yian awkwardly poked his head out from the soft, white pillows, gazing at his weeping mother, turning his head in confusion. Whenever this occurred, his mother would always hold him close. This was the 10th time this month. The woman from earlier was the second to last here. Why, Ian did not understand what this signified. He only sensed that his mother seemed to be afraid. But what is fear? Why is she afraid? His mother had taught him that by observing others' expressions and behaviors, one could discern their current state. This was foundational for assassination. Only by comprehending all the emotions of the target and making judgments could one maximize the chances of success. For example, if a person displays a grimace, it signifies anger. In such cases, basic judgment often diminishes or even vanishes. For such individuals, one must lower their combat expectations to accurately predict the opponent's intentions. Yet, no one had ever told him what this feeling truly was. Yin could not comprehend. What's wrong? A nearby goblin, having overheard Yin, suddenly burst into laughter, of course, because soon you'll become our toy. Ha! The goblin leered, its gaze lecherously tracing the contours of the elf's body. How delightful! The elf, recalling unpleasant memories, released Yin, her eyes vacant and void of hope for the future. I don't want to. She clutched her knees, tears streaming down her face. Was she to be returned to that hell? No, she did not want that. And what was she doing? Acting as a mother to the goblin? How foolish. The elf buried her tear-streaked face deeply into her knees. The harsh, grating sounds echoed around her. She could not comprehend them. Yet somehow, hearing those noises brought her a sense of solace. Was she losing her sanity? Had she been abandoned? Why? Why had no one come to save her? Was this not a rhetorical question? She had long since been forsaken, and no one. Mother, you are crying. That moment, a small green hand awkwardly caressed her head, restoring her fraying spirit to calmness. So, she was not alone. Mother, please stop crying. Why? Ian gently nudged his mother with his tiny green hand. Mother, can you not cry? He did not understand why his mother wept. But seeing her tears caused a pang in his heart. He did not wish for her to see our wide in stark contrast, outside the iron door. The goblins reveled in the elf's expression of despair and suffering. Just enjoy it. The thought of soon being able to indulge in the elf's exquisite form filled them with anticipation. The adult goblins displayed lecherous grins that in a few days, your mother will belong to everyone. Ha! The proclamation made by the leading goblin incited a chorus of cheers among the assembled goblins. Indeed, among those goblins present, who had not yearned to savor the exquisite essence of that exceptional elf. It was merely due to the general's imposing authority that they refrained from abandoning their rationality and rushing forward. Otherwise, any female captured by them would swiftly be transformed into a mere frothy concoction, a fate worse than death. Let us proceed, the goblin leader declared, escorting a woman drenched in an enigmatic liquid out of the feeding chamber. Mother, what has happened to you? Despite Yi Yan's fervent calls, his mother remained unresponsive. Was it the fault of those creatures? If they had not come, his mother would not have ignored him. Why? Yi Yan's countenance darkened as he watched the departing goblins, mentally marking the chief among them. His mother wept, and her tears were provoked by that creature. Thus, if he were to eliminate that being, would his mother cease her lamentations? It was indeed their fault. Humph, remarked a nearby goblin, observing Yi Yan with evident displeasure. You find your days of enjoyment numbered. Upon hearing the words of the mature goblin, the elf's shoulders involuntarily trembled, and the light in her eyes dimmed further. Ian said nothing more, but grasped his mother's hand tightly. As night fell, silence enveloped the surroundings. With most of the inhabitants taken away, the guard's presence had grown thin. Only a few scattered goblins remained, engaged in training. Dealing with a spellbound elf required little manpower. Furthermore, this location lay deep within the goblin's lair, rendering escape for any slaves virtually impossible. Since the general had assumed command of this goblin nest, not a single slave had managed to flee. In the dimly lit corridor, an adult goblin marched forward, seething with rage. Damn it! It was just a female. What's the big deal? After all, they're all destined for the same fate. Did you break it? How infuriating! The goblin leader, responsible for seizing women during the day, cursed under his breath as he approached the guards. I'm here to take over. The guard goblin looked surprised upon seeing the goblin leader. What brings you here? Aren't you in charge of the 3rd patrol squad? Damn it, don't even mention it. The goblin leader replied with evident irritation, waving his hand dismissively. I don't know who filed that report, but they informed the general about my encounter with a female in the feeding chamber, and that cost me my position. The goblin leader clenched his fists, his expression twisted with fury. If he discovered who was responsible, he would ensure they faced severe consequences. Ha! The guard goblin erupted into laughter at the goblin leader's words. You really are something. You could have gone to the breeding chamber or even found a secluded spot to indulge yourself. But no, you had to do it right there. And now look, you've been reported. Ever since the goblin general took command, they could no longer act with impunity, at least not within the lair. There were rules, they said, country regulations, household rules, and lair guidelines. Such was the nature of a proper nest, or so it was said. Regardless, the goblin leader found it all incomprehensible. However, it mattered little. All that was required was to heed the general's commands. You understand nothing. I am not like those fools. If I wish to indulge, I shall. The goblin leader's arrogance was palpable, and he despised the feeling of being constrained. Recalling the times before the general's arrival, he remembered how liberating it had been. He could indulge with whomever he pleased. Even if things went awry, he could simply discard the broken ones and capture new ones. Ha ha! The guard goblin said, little further, handing a spear to the goblin leader. The next shift is yours at D. Oh, not defy the general's orders again. Next time, it may not just be a demotion. Get lost. The goblin leader took the spear. Waving his hand impatiently, I know what I'm doing, as the goblin departed, the goblin leader stood watch at the gate. Before long, he felt a familiar itch beneath him. Earlier, during the patrol, he could indulge in some wild fun. But now, there was no one to be found. Damn it! He glanced around, noting the absence of others. Initially, he considered sneaking in to deal with that elf quietly. However, recalling the general's instructions and the presence of other goblins inside, he realized they might inform on him. Moreover, the care of young females was expressly forbidden by the general. If discovered, his life would be forfeit. After a moment of internal struggle, a spark of inspiration struck the goblin leader. Had they not captured some self-proclaimed adventurers that morning? Most of them were under a spell, lacking any capacity for resistance. They were still sleeping in the slave quarters. The plan was to wait for them to awaken and extract whatever information they could. He instructed all to remain still in the goblin leader's eyes. These individuals held little more value than livestock. What could they possibly divulge? The males would be killed, and the females would be used. The most enticing part was that among those adventurers, there were indeed many striking females. Stealing one away for a little fun should pose no issue. Furthermore, the ones guarding those adventurers were his sworn brothers. As long as he played it right and returned them unscathed, all would be well. That it was indeed feasible. With hardly a moment's hesitation, the goblin unflinchingly departed from the guarded gate. But a brief instant. It returned, carrying with it a slumbering woman. The woman's figure was slender, her mouth obscured by a black cloth, clad in tight black pants and a matching shirt. Her blue hair cascaded like a waterfall over the furs beneath her, exuding an almost imperceptible sense of strength even in her sleep. The short sword at her waist glinted with a cold light under the moon's gaze, starkly contrasting with her tranquil demeanor. The night hung low like a vast expanse of black velvet, silently enveloping the entire sky. On the walls, antiquated oil lamps flickered in the gentle breeze, casting a soft yellow glow that illuminated the dim room with warm hues. Under the lamplight, the mottled marks on the walls and the shadows in the corners appeared strikingly vivid. Within the room, a peculiar scene unfolded. A white-haired elven girl cradled a goblin cub, which was notably shorter than her, its fluffy form appearing particularly diminutive in her embrace. The two rested together, entwined in slumber. The elven girl's skin gleamed like freshly fallen snow, radiating a faint luster in the light, her luminous eyes now closed. Long lashes casting delicate shadows upon her cheeks. Beneath the corners of her eyes lingered traces of tears, glimmering faintly under the illumination. In that moment, the goblin cub, Yin, quietly observed her, an array of complex emotions flickering in his gaze. He gently shifted, yearning to free himself from the elven girl's grasp, yet hesitated, fearing to disturb her dreams. Thus, he lay still, listening to her murmurs, a surge of inexplicable sentiment swelling within him. Leah, I don't want to learn attack magic. The elven girl whispered in her sleep, her voice soft and quivering, as if confiding her inner fears and anxieties to an unseen confidant. Curling up, She placed her thumb in her mouth, a droplet of glistening saliva trickling down her fingertip, sparkling in the light. Yin regarded her silently, his small eyes reflecting a tinge of intricate emotion that he yearned to break free but feared to disrupt her peaceful slumber. Leah, I wish to cast the magic that makes the flowers bloom again. The elven girl continued, her murmurs growing fainter, her breathing evening out as she slipped deeper into her dreams. Observing her serene visage, Yin felt an unexpected warmth envelop him, a smile gracing his lips. Mom, wait for me. I'll be back soon. In the next moment, Yin melded into the shadows, extracting himself from his mother's embrace. This peculiar ability he possessed, a skill known as shadow meld, came with numerous constraints. Firstly, the range of the teleportation was limited. Secondly, it could only be executed in the presence of shadows. Most importantly, it could only transport himself, rendering him incapable of carrying anything exceeding his own weight. He could not take his mother with him, which, while convenient, imposed significant limitations. Nevertheless, it was an exceedingly potent skill, particularly in Yin's hands. Utilizing shadow meld, he effortlessly slipped out of the confines of the room. The vigilance of the surroundings had waned considerably, as many had been taken away. Only a few scattered goblins patrolled the area. Drawing upon his previous life's experiences, Yin swiftly evaded the goblins' watch. This level of vigilance was nearly negligible for him. His sole focus now lay on one target, the goblin that had insulted his mother. Casting lewd glances her way, he vowed to kill. However, as he ventured forth, he discovered that his location was within an underground lair. The place he had occupied was but a small chamber within a much larger network of tunnels, akin to an expansive underground ant colony, with pathways intricately intertwined. Without a guide, one could easily become lost within. Yet for Yin, this posed no issue. Creaking and groaning, two goblins ambled down the dimly lit corridor, chewing on something that appeared to be human fingers. Haha, it's strange how there are so many adventurers around here lately. You wouldn't believe how many slaves have suddenly appeared in the lair, one goblin remarked. That's truly splendid. However, we must remain cautious, the other goblin replied solemnly. That bastard who specializes in hunting us seems to have made his way here. What? The first goblin's expression shifted to one of terror, as if under the influence of some formidable power. However, he quickly composed himself. What are we afraid of? We have the general on our side. Yet, despite his bravado, his voice quivered uncontrollably. If that guy dares to come, let him return empty-handed. Suddenly, a figure appeared above the goblins, descending upon them with lethal intent. In an instant, Yin executed a swift and clean kill, severing one goblin's head from its body. Almost simultaneously, the voice of the world resonated in Yin's mind. Congratulations, you have slain an adult goblin. Based on the effects of your skill predation, you have acquired the talent self-recovery from this goblin. Congratulations, you have slain an adult goblin. Based on the effects of your skill predation, you have gained 1 point in strength. What? As the second goblin reacted, raising its weapon, Yin was already beneath it. With a swift motion, he swept its legs out from under it, sending the goblin crashing down. Simultaneously, Yin's knee struck its throat, rendering it voiceless. That the quick strike to its wrist sent the weapon clattering to the ground. Without hesitation, Yin seized the goblin's weapon, delivering a clean blow that decapitated it without flourish, only efficiency. The voice of the world echoed anew. Congratulations, you have slain an adult goblin. Based on the effects of your skill predation, you have acquired the talent self-recovery from this goblin. Congratulations, you have slain an adult goblin. Based on the effects of your skill predation, you have gained 1 point in strength. Noticing the duplication of the self-recovery talent, it automatically consolidated into healing D. Ignoring the notification, Yin sheathed the weapon at his waist, deeming it fitting. Following the scent, he resumed his pursuit of the goblin. Along the way, he stumbled upon a gelatinous substance that appeared translucent. What is this? Yin pondered, holding it in his hand, unable to discern its purpose. It resembled jelly, yet possessed remarkable resilience, seemingly unsuited as a weapon. After a moment's contemplation, he discarded it. After stealthily eliminating several patrolling goblins, Yin soon located his target in a corner. A goblin was attempting to assault a woman who had already awakened and was resisting him. "Damn it! Why are you awake?" the goblin cursed vehemently. Did those shamans not say she wouldn't awaken until tomorrow? Yet it mattered little to him. The goblin's gaze fixated on the woman's form, his tongue flicking out in anticipation. Where did that fat woman's breast go? It is certain that nothing was overlooked previously. However, the time spent dragging it here has vanished without a trace. A lowly goblin, the Goblin King, of course, remains oblivious that in the human realm, there exists a significant weapon among women, compensating for innate deficiencies. According to the creator of this phenomenon, indeed, ample bosoms are the ultimate allure. Nevertheless, it matters not. The goblin's gaze fixates on the ample form of the plump maiden before him. As long as there is an opportunity for coupling, that is sufficient. Indeed, goblins are rather simple creatures. For them, the distinction among humans lies solely in the ability to engage or not. Those deemed suitable are judged by their appearance. The woman before him is undeniably exquisite, although in certain aspects she may be somewhat lacking. Yet, that is of no consequence. Gazing upon the grotesque and lascivious goblin approaching slowly, Karis, trembling in the corner, laments her unfortunate fate. Why must she endure such circumstances? A sorrowful wail escapes her lips that this moment. She is perplexed as to why she cannot muster even an ounce of strength that please, if only she could regain her state. She would escape this place that is not mere bravado. Her profession is that of a thief, and a highly skilled one at that. Boasting maximum stealth abilities, if granted the chance to recover, she would not be ensnared here. As for how she ended up captured, it is entirely the fault of those fools. They claimed that the oddly colored fruits, so visually appealing, could not possibly be toxic. Alas, upon consumption, they all promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. When she awoke, she found herself in this predicament that it to be that her remaining days will be spent here. No, that cannot be. She refuses to become a breeding vessel for these hideous creatures. Such a fate is unacceptable for a beauty as formidable, voluptuous, and unparalleled as she. Karis crossed her arms, despair etched upon her face as she watched the goblin approach. Someone, anyone, please save me. I implore you. Help me. As long as they are human, she would willingly offer herself in gratitude. The goblin grinned lewdly, its grotesque smile stretching across its face that is futile. It sneered, even if you scream until your throat is raw. No one will come to your rescue. It spoke. The goblin licked its lips, preparing to savor the delectable fruit before in that instant. A flash of a blade silently sliced through its neck. The goblin's lascivious grin froze upon its visage. With a resounding thud, its head and body separated, falling to the ground. The sound of the world's voice reverberated, heralding the demise of the goblin. Congratulations, you have slain an adult goblin. Based on the effect of your skill Devour, you have obtained the talent strength enhancement from the slain goblin. Congratulations, you have slain an adult goblin. Based on the effect of your skill Devour, you have gained 1 point in strength. Karis stared blankly at the goblin's head lying on the ground. What has transpired? Almost instantaneously, sensing the presence of another, she looked up to see Ian standing in the corner. Such stealthy technique had eluded her until now. It was truly remarkable. Moreover, this individual was but a mere goblin cub. Impossible. She, a thief with maxed out stealth skills, was renowned for her ability to conceal her presence. How could she be bested by a mere goblin offspring? Even in her weakened state, that should not be feasible. Such skill could not possibly be acquired by a newly spawned goblin for skills. Even if it possessed them, without any prior practice, mastery would be unattainable. Now she comprehends everything that must be that a top-tier adventurer from the Adventurers Guild, upon receiving a quest, disguised themselves as a goblin and infiltrated the lair to gather intelligence. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable how such advanced stealth techniques could manifest in a goblin cub. This is simply unfathomable, truly remarkable. To eradicate goblins, one would go so far as to masquerade as the very embodiment of ugliness, repulsiveness, and malice. Such selfless dedication is worthy of admiration that in that moment, Karis cast a gaze of respect and admiration towards Ian. Ian furrowed his brow. casting a curious glance at Karis. He had initially intended to slay the goblin and depart, but had been noticed as he contemplated the possibility of needing to eliminate her should she exhibit any suspicious behavior. He was taken aback by the peculiar gaze she directed at him. Truly strange. After a fleeting glance at Karis, Yen made no hesitation and turned to leave. Upon regaining her senses, Karis realized that this formidable individual intended to abandon her. A pitiful and helpless maiden. Is this the conduct of a decent person? Even if one does not offer assistance, at the very least, they ought to inquire about a fellow of their kind situated within a goblin den. Yet there was none of that. Wait, esteemed one, without hesitation, Karis called out to Yen. Hearing her voice, Yen halted, casting a puzzled look in her direction. Could I trouble you to escort me out? Karis clasped her arms, attempting to leverage her modest yet alluring figure to entice the esteemed individual. However, she soon realized that her bosom was not as ample as it once was. Where had her generous curves gone? Had they vanished when she was brought here by the goblins? That had cost her a fortune. To lose it just like that. Karis felt tears welling up, fully aware that her most effective charm offensive had been rendered useless. She had intended to employ her beauty to persuade the esteemed one to lead her to safety. If only she had such a guide, her journey would surely be expedited. Not to boast, but she often struggled with navigation. Yet, the one disguised as a goblin cub appeared to be oblivious to her pleas, continuing onward in his solitary pursuit. Would she truly be condemned to wander here for eternity? No, that could not be. Lost in thought, Karis instinctively grasped Yen's hand. In that instant, Yen's blade was poised at her throat. Esteemed one, I suddenly feel quite capable of walking on my own. Karis raised her hands, refraining from further movement, fearful that this formidable figure might end her life on a whim. How she wished to simply request assistance. Why must it be so arduous? Yen frowned slightly, observing that this peculiar individual exhibited no further signs of treachery, allowing the blade to lower. Seeing the weapon being sheathed, Karis exhaled with relief. Watching as Yen, devoid of hesitation, turned to depart, she felt a pang of disappointment. Uncertain of how long it would take her to return home. Sigh, she lamented, just then witnessing the esteemed one turn back. Esteemed one. Karis beamed, her face alight with joy. I knew you would not abandon a poor, helpless maiden. Yet, Yen disregarded her exuberance, drawing a dagger from his waist without a hint of concern. And just like that, he was departing. Karis's smile faltered, frozen upon her visage. Watching the goblin, now brandishing her precious dagger with a satisfied expression. She was left in shock. Was his intention merely to retrieve her dagger? Why? That was her family's treasure, the most valuable possession she owned. Karis felt a wave of despair wash over her, resigning herself to the notion that it would now serve as a ransom. Fortunately, there was still one at her home. However, Karis, the Great One, had taken note of this goblin cub. Yet Karis glanced around, not expecting to be rescued by a figure disguised as a goblin. Moreover, she had stumbled upon an enormous goblin nest. What a remarkable discovery! She wondered what rewards the Adventurers Guild would bestow upon her. However, for now, such matters were trivial. The paramount concern was to escape this place. She felt confident in her abilities, although her strength was somewhat diminished. She was, after all, a top-tier thief, but before that, she needed to regain her physical condition before returning to inform the Adventurers Guild. The thought of the rewards that this information would yield invigorated her. As for her companions who had been captured alongside her, what were they to her? Had they not been there, she would not have been captured. Ultimately, they were merely strangers who had accepted the same mission. They had no prior connection and were of no consequence. Furthermore, her stealth skills could only be utilized for herself. If she had someone accompanying her, it would only reveal to the goblins that she was present. She had no desire to carry a burden, nor could she afford to thus. She typically undertook missions alone. This time was merely an exception, leading to her capture. N01 is held accountable for the failures of others. Even those teammates with whom she frequently teamed up could betray, especially when it came to such temporary allies. So, she wished them good luck. With that, Karis's form gradually became transparent until she vanished completely, as if she had never existed. The skill, invisibility, had succeeded. As night fell, the lights flickered on. Just as Yin quietly departed, he quietly returned. He had concealed his large blade beneath the bed, a precaution against future troubles. The absence of a reliable weapon always left him uneasy. Previously, he had always kept his weapon close at hand. After arriving in this strange place, for reasons unknown, he found himself devoid of all weapons. Moreover, his body had shrunk considerably, and his skin had turned green. Having never experienced a normal life, Yin had spent his entire existence entrenched in training and assassination. Even now, he remained oblivious. His current predicament could be referred to as either a crossover or reincarnation. He had been reborn as a goblin. He assumed that all of this was merely an encounter with something extraordinary. I asked for the dagger. It was concealed on his person, hidden beneath his clothing. A seasoned assassin would never allow their weapons to be easily discovered. Thus, rather than wielding a cumbersome sword, Yi Yin preferred daggers, small, easily concealed weapons that facilitated his assassinations and infiltrations to this moment. The elf was still fast asleep, her silvery hair cascading over her delicate face. Her long eyelashes cast gentle shadows upon her fair skin, and her cherry-red lips were slightly puckered, resembling a slumbering maiden awaiting the arrival of love. Ian inhaled deeply. Confirming the absence of any bloodstains, he transformed into a shadow and nestled into his mother's embrace. "Good night," he murmured, as if speaking to himself or perhaps addressing someone else. Ian fell into a deep slumber. Since arriving here and being with his mother, he had not suffered from insomnia. Such days were ones he cherished and relished. Soon, he had drifted into a sound sleep. Meanwhile, the elf slowly opened her eyes, her ruby-like gaze reflecting the image of a fearsome goblin cub, her child. She needed only to extend her hand lightly upon his shoulder to end his life. Unaffected by any witchcraft, she could easily slay the goblin before her. Yet, she found herself unable to do so. That if she could have, she would have killed him on the very first night. What had he been doing just now? The elf, filled with confusion, once again succumbed to slumber. Who is it? The wretched creature. Early in the morning, Ian was roused by a cacophony of goblin shouts. Slowly, he opened his eyes to behold the pure white strands of hair cascading like a waterfall and the exquisite, youthful visage of his mother. "You're awake," Ian replied, resting his head on the elf's legs, seemingly attempting to force a smile from his green, unseemly face. However, he realized he could not manage it, resigned to expressing himself in a foreign, awkward and sharp tone, uttering an elvish, "Mother, good morning." Good morning. That a single tear slid down his mother's cheek, prompting Ian to gently wipe it away. "Mother, have you been crying?" "No," the elf choked, shaking her head while Ian intended to say something, but was abruptly interrupted by a jarring voice. Hey, don't ignore me." Upon hearing this, Ian frowned and turned to see 3 goblins standing outside the iron gate. 2 of them were the same as before, while the third was missing an EARDIS. "You who killed the goblin chief?" "Kill." Ian glanced at his mother. He prepared to rise and eliminate the goblins outside who disrupted his time with her. Just as he was about to leave his mother's lap, she held him down. "You're tired. Sleep." The one-eyed goblin, who had lost an eye to Ian, grew furious at Ian's disregard for him. "You little brat. How dare you ignore me? Do you think you can protect your mother like this?" "Ha ha." The one-eyed goblin laughed maniacally, his face contorted with rage. "Your mother is about to reach her cycle, and you are about to leave your childhood behind at that time." The one-eyed goblin leered, flicking its tongue. "Your mother will soon bear you other brothers at that time." Suddenly, a small stone whizzed past its cheek. Immediately, the one-eyed goblin was met with Yi Yan's icy gaze. "Damn it!" The one-eyed goblin roared. "Open the door! I will kill this little brat today." Clenching the iron bars, the one-eyed goblin's eyes bulged with fury, as if it intended to devour Yi Yan whole. Enough! At that moment, the goblin shaman, Shah, approached with a solemn demeanor. This matter had been thoroughly investigated. It was one of the females captured yesterday who had escaped. Instead of bullying a child here, you should be out capturing that female. But the one-eyed goblin was about to protest, but was immediately interrupted by the goblin shaman. "What? Are you questioning me?" "No, I am not." The one-eyed goblin gritted its teeth, lowering its head. Had it not been for the close relationship between this goblin and the general, would it have been afraid? How infuriating! What are we still doing here? The The goblin shaman, Shah, wore a serious expression. Why aren't you off searching? Yes, the three goblins nodded. We will go look. Watching the three goblins depart, the goblin shaman sighed. Before leaving, he cast a glance at Yen. He truly knew how to stir up trouble. Perhaps this was what it meant to be a king. The second goblin was displeased. What to be done? I'm not satisfied. Huh. You need not worry about that. In a few days, that elf will be sent to the breeding chamber. Given the peculiar disposition of that goblin cub, conflict is inevitable. Ate tea that time. The second goblin's lips curled into a smile. Regardless of what we do, we will not be held accountable for violating the rules set by the goblin general. Tea that time. We shall show no mercy and deal with that wretch directly. The one-eyed goblin suddenly had a realization. No, I want to cripple that peculiar goblin, severing its limbs. Goblin 2's eyes widened, revealing a sinister grin, and then let watch helplessly as we torment the mother it seeks to protect. Ah, yes. Upon hearing Goblin 2's suggestion, the one-eyed goblin's eyes sparkled with insatiable desire. Tea that moment. I will unleash my cruelty. Haha. Let us proceed. We shall seek out a few females to practice upon. Yes, I recall we previously captured quite a prize. Hee. Goblin 3 displayed a lewd smile as they made their way toward the breeding chamber. That night, just before sleep, Victoria Andemir, the elven maiden, gazed at Yen with her ruby-like eyes, brimming with anticipation. As if encouraging him to repeat her words. Vi. Victoria Andemir. Why? Yen clumsily recited his mother's name in broken Elvish. Indeed, yes, Victoria Andemir is mother's name. The elven maiden extended her long, delicate fingers, pointing to her own ruby-hued pupils. Speaking softly to a name, hearing his mother's words, Yen's heart soared. He had finally learned his mother's name. Victoria Andemir. Mother. This was the first time since his birth that Yen had known the name of the elven girl he called mother. Until now, she had merely been mother. Indeed, this is I, the name of mother, Victoria said gently, meticulously teaching Yen the Elvish language. Perhaps, deep within her heart, she yearned to escape this place and return to the Elven realm, to live alongside Yen in the land of elves. Hence she imparted the Elvish tongue to him. Although she understood the impossibility of such dreams, what if, in this dim, foul-smelling lair, if she were to relinquish even this small hope? She truly did not know what she would do. Why Yen remained unaware of his mother Victoria's thoughts to him. As long as he was with his mother, nothing else mattered. Yet, it seemed she did not relish their current surroundings. Though she did not voice it, how could Yen, her son, remain oblivious? What should he do? Promising was not that simple, was it? As long as they could escape this place. However, those green-skinned monsters outside seemed reluctant to let Mother go. What a pity. They must all be eliminated. Only then could they escape. Right? Assassination was his forte. Goblins mattered not. As long as they were living beings, there would always be a way to eradicate them. Night soon fell, and the oil lamps flickered to life. Gazing at his slumbering mother, Yen smiled faintly. Just as he was about to leave, in her dreams, Mother seemed to sense something that a pair of slender hands, fragile as if they could snap at any moment, tightly grasped Yen's hand. No, don't. In her sleep, Victoria murmured something. Don't do anything foolish. I am fine, Mother, Yen whispered softly, attempting to soothe her, but it was in vain. Mother's grip tightened further. Ultimately, Yen refrained from going out to confront that one-eyed goblin. Allowing it a few more days of life, he lay back down in Victoria's embrace. Mother, Aunt Child is so adorable. Can you give birth to a little one for Leah? In her dreams, Victoria's eyes glistened with tears as she spoke to herself. Mother, you said, what will Leah's future child be like? Humph, in our elven race. There are no ugly ones. Leah's child would undoubtedly be as beautiful as Leah herself. Moreover, even if it were not, it would still be Leah's child. I wonder where Leah's true love is. Yen. Nestled in Victoria's arms, felt joy listening to his mother's dreams. Mother likes beautiful children. Could it be that Mother is praising herself? How delightful! Yen remained oblivious to his own appearance and did not concern himself with it. What mattered most was his mother's perception of him. Previously, he had worried. Yet, it seemed that Mother was also reluctant to draw near him. Why was that? Embracing such doubts, Yen slipped into slumber in the narrow, cold room, deep within the lair, the occasional drip of water echoed. Days passed, and everything continued as usual. Victoria, as before, nibbled on dark bread, her hand resting gently on Yi Yan's head. The next moment, sensing something amiss, Yi Yan rose from Victoria's lap, instantly prepared for battle. Bang, bang, bang. Almost simultaneously, a knocking sound echoed from outside that a troop of goblins entered through the door. There was no need for words. It was evident they were there to take someone. As a horde of goblins surged into the room, Victoria's body trembled, fear washing over her like a tide. This day had finally arrived, countless unabashed gazes fixated upon her form. Ha! No need for me to elaborate. Come forth. The one-eyed goblin, leading the group, licked its lips, its expression lewd and depraved. My friends have been anticipating this for quite some time. You can join us and witness how we toy with your mother. Ha! The one-eyed goblin's words instantly provoked laughter from the others. They held a deep-seated hatred for this peculiar goblin whelp, especially since many of the deceased goblin offspring had been their own. Although their goblin kin did not place great importance on blood relations, it did not imply that their offspring could be slaughtered like pigs without consequence. Listening to their vile words and witnessing their grotesque visages, Yi Yan regarded them as if they were corpses. In truth, he was indifferent to insults directed at others, but he would never permit these goblins to demean his mother. Yi Yan attempted to confront them, only to be restrained by Victoria. Mother? Yi Yan turned, confusion etched upon his face as he looked at her. Good. Wait here. Victoria forced a smile through her terror-stricken countenance. Stay here. Mother will return shortly. Return? Upon hearing Victoria's words, the goblins erupted in laughter. You can maintain your composure now, but soon I will have you singing Conquered Beneath Me. The old goblin cackled heartily. But it's no problem to shoot a dozen or so. Old fool, say that again. Yi Yan's eyes widened, ready to charge and eliminate these monsters who insulted his mother. However, the old goblin paid no heed to Yi Yan's threat, instead mocking him. Oh, what's this? You wish to strike me. The old man, I must warn you, we are acting under the orders of the general. If you dare to obstruct us, do not blame us for disregarding kinship. With a thud, the old goblin struck the ground with its wooden staff. Wearing a serious expression, you truly believe you alone can oppose so many goblins, to challenge the entire lair. Your dear mother is protecting you. Beside him, the one-eyed goblin laughed mockingly at Yi Yan. Fear not. I shall take good care of your mother and relish her. The one-eyed goblin gloatingly gazed at Yi Yan. Unfortunately, Yi Yan remained with his head bowed, unable to see anything, nor did he wear that absurd expression. Victoria, who was walking ahead, glanced back at Yi Yan, and upon realizing he was doing nothing, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least this way, her child could survive. Over the course of these 3 months, Victoria had come to understand that this child was incredibly close to her, and he was very obedient, essentially doing whatever she asked of him. It could hardly be called closeness. It was more akin to dependence. She pondered the reason why. Perhaps it was because she was his mother. However, within the goblin kin, the concept of motherhood seemed to be absent. Remembering Yi Yan's previous actions, she found it impossible to regard him as an ordinary goblin. How peculiar! Perhaps it was the discovery of what could be termed a variant. This occurrence was happening right before her. Should it be deemed fortunate or unfortunate? She felt a profound fear. She knew that if she spoke, her child would rush to her aid. Such fear consumed her. But if that happened, he would perish. There was no way they could escape in this lair, filled with goblins. Not even a legendary S-rank adventurer would stand a chance. Given this reality, even if it meant sacrificing one, as long as her child could live, it would be acceptable. Yet, hey, what are you doing? The one-eyed goblin, noticing Victoria's slow pace, erupted in fury. Why aren't you moving faster? Damn it, you'll regret it. The one-eyed goblin licked its lips, its eyes narrowing. Filled with trepidation, Victoria shut her eyes and gradually quickened her pace. Despite her resolve, memories of that place made her legs tremble uncontrollably. Damn it, move faster. The goblin, eager to savor its meal, raised its hand to strike at the elf. Just then, whoosh, an arm sailed past Victoria and fell to the ground. Thud! blood splattered across the floor, and a piercing scream echoed through the cavern. Ah! The goblin clutched its hand, curling up on the ground in agonizing wails. Snap! Almost instantaneously, a flash of steel sliced through the air. The line of crimson appeared on the goblin's neck, and its cries were abruptly silenced. At that moment, a voice resonated in Yi Yan's mind. Congratulations, you have slain a goblin. Due to the effect of your skill predation, you have gained 1 point of strength that I will not allow you to take my mother away. Yi Yan declared, gripping his dagger, his expression frigid, radiating murderous intent. Are you out of your mind? The elder goblin beside him seethed with rage that it had long awaited the chance to relish the elf's flesh. A rare opportunity it had fought for with its very existence. There were countless goblins outside, lining up to enjoy the delicious elf. And now, this mere goblin pup had dared to interrupt. Since it had initiated the attack. The elder goblin wasted no time, channeling its magic into its staff, which began to emit a faint glow. Regret your actions, fire. Just as the elder goblin's staff was about to descend, a flash of steel appeared. The hand that held the staff floated helplessly in the air. Bang! The elder goblin, stunned by the severing of its arm, felt the excruciating pain too late. Before it could react, Yi Yan was upon it. Pressing down forcefully, he smashed the elder goblin's head into the ground. Crack! The sound of bones striking the earth resonated, and without heeding the mysterious voice, Yi Yan swiftly slashed the dagger across the elder goblin's neck. Congratulations, you have slain the elder goblin. Due to the effect of your skill predation, you have gained 1 point of magic. Congratulations, you have slain the elder goblin. Due to the effect of your skill predation, you have acquired the skill fireball Ephraim this goblin. In that instant, silence enveloped the scene. The goblin stared dumbfoundedly at Yi Yan, and in the briefest of moments, he had dispatched 2 adult goblins, one of whom was a battle-hardened elder capable of casting magic. What on earth was happening? No one shall take my mother from me. Yi Yan slowly rose to his feet, his expression icy. You scoundrel! The one-eyed goblin initially felt anger, but suddenly grasped the situation and burst into laughter. Ha! Violating the general's orders and killing your brethren. Oh, you think you can escape? Do you think you can survive? Attack! Capture this insolent wretch! Upon hearing the one-eyed goblin's command, the goblins behind it rushed forward with a creaking sound. In the eyes of the one-eyed goblin, Yi Yan was already as good as dead. After all, how could one solitary goblin possibly contend with all the goblins present? The one-eyed goblin's eyes widened in shock as it beheld the scene before it. This was impossible. As numerous goblins charged at Yi Yan, he retreated, only to vanish in the shadows. Where is he? The goblins looked around in astonishment, scanning for any sign of Yi Yan, yet finding no trace. No, they could not possibly find him. With physical attributes far exceeding those of the goblins, Yi Yan's speed was beyond their reach. Whoosh! A silver flash of the dagger darted through the dim cavern. A head flew into the air. Whoosh! Again and again. Each time Yi Yan's silhouette appeared, it heralded the demise of yet another goblin. Gradually, even the goblins, renowned for their cruelty, began to feel dread. They wished to flee. But with each step backward, death loomed ever closer. And then, death. Congratulations, you have slain a goblin. Due to the effect of your skill predation, you have gained 1 point of strength. Your strength has reached the limit for this stage. Countless notifications rang out as Yi Yan continued his hunt. Fear spread among the goblins. After all, no one wished to confront an enemy they could neither see nor touch in the blink of an eye. Dozens of goblins fell victim to Yi Yan's onslaught. An immeasurable power surged within him. Standing atop the pile of goblin corpses, listening to the world's echoes and feeling the surge of strength within his body. Yi Yan gradually closed his eyes. Congratulations, you have slain a goblin. Due to the effect of your skill predation, you have gained 1 point of speed. Your speed has reached the limit for this stage. Congratulations, you have slain a goblin. Due to the effect of your skill predation, you have gained 1 point of constitution. Your constitution has reached the limit for this stage. Congratulations, you have achieved the upper limits of strength. Constitution and speed for the juvenile stage at an extraordinary rate. The stars above are now consolidating your achievements. The sins of slaughtering your kin are likewise inscribed among the stars. Congratulations, you have acquired the special talent. extreme breakthrough. At this moment, Yian's status panel appeared as follows. Name, Yian race, low-level goblin stage. Juvenile strength, 30, stage limit reached. Speed, 30, stage limit reached. Constitution, 30, stage limit reached. Magic, 2 skills, Shadow Step. Fireball, exclusive skills, predation talents, breath concealment, language proficiency, self-heal D, strength enhancement D, speed enhancement D special talent. Seed of Kings, extreme breakthrough, reached the limit. Yian opened his eyes and flexed his hands. He could indeed sense an unseen force that was restraining him and limiting his power. However, he paid little heed to it. Slowly lowering his gaze, he fixated on the one-eyed goblin with icy, piercing eyes. How could this be? The one-eyed goblin was taken aback. Why was this creature, clearly still in its juvenile stage, so formidable? This was inconceivable. Yet the terrifying pressure emanating from Yian was unmistakable. He had only felt such a presence in the presence of a general. What was happening? Was he not merely a lowly goblin? Why did he exude the aura of a higher species? In that moment, the one-eyed goblin was drenched in cold sweat. Its innate instinct screamed that the goblin before was not to be trifled with. I did not intend this, the one-eyed goblin thought, as it pushed Victoria forward. Here, take her. She is all yours. At that moment, Victoria was bewildered, unable to comprehend how her child had grown so powerful. Mother, wait, it will be over soon, Yian declared in the tongue of the elves, and thus Victoria understood. Child, no. Victoria attempted to intervene, reaching for Yi, but if he continued his rampage, there would be no sanctuary for him within the goblin lair. If he was unwelcome here, there would be no hope for her child outside either. Goblins were despised by all races. Yet, it was futile that instant. Yian's mind was consumed with the singular desire to annihilate these goblins. In a flash, Yian vanished from view, only to reappear at the side of the one-eyed goblin. Please, spare me. It was all my fault. The one-eyed goblin, sensing Yian's overwhelming strength, was filled with dread as it knelt, begging for mercy. The thought of fighting Yian had completely fled its mind. However, such pleas fell on deaf ears. Just as Yian was about to strike down the goblin, a shadow suddenly materialized, intercepting his dagger. From the strength displayed, it was clear that this challenger far surpassed him. Without hesitation, Yian utilized the recoil from the clash to swiftly distance himself and attempted to mask his presence, retreating into the shadows. Yet, it was futile. In mere moments, he was locked onto. Indeed, there was no escape. Such tactics might work against lesser goblins lacking combat prowess, but they bore no weight against the goblin before him. Once a killer was discovered, vanishing became nearly impossible, hence the necessity for a lethal strike. Taking a deep breath, Yian relinquished his concealment, tensing every fiber of his being as he regarded the newcomer. The approaching goblin was clad in armor, wielding a silver greatsword, its gaze icy as it locked onto Yian. So, you're the peculiar juvenile that has been causing such a stir lately? Your strength is indeed formidable. The goblin knight smirked, eyeing Yian with interest. At your age, I was nowhere near your level of power. Perhaps only the general in his youth could rival you. The goblin knight, a high-ranking specimen among goblins, was akin to a direct knight under the general. Sir Knight, the one-eyed goblin exclaimed upon seeing the goblin knight. As if it had found salvation, It rushed forward, lamenting and accusing Yian of his brutality. Sir Knight, you have finally arrived. You cannot fathom how vile this creature is. Just look at how many of our brethren have perished, all at his hands. Before the one-eyed goblin could finish, its shadow began to writhe strangely. In the next moment, Yian emerged from it, dagger aimed at its throat. In a flash, the silver greatsword intercepted, producing a sharp clang. Oh, you intend to kill in my presence. The goblin knight narrowed his eyes, his tone ominous. Even if you are favored by the general, this is rather audacious. With a forceful swing of his sword, the knight unleashed a terrifying power that Yian was sent flying, crashing against the wall. Child, Victoria cried out in alarm, rushing to cast a healing spell upon him. Yian, just recovering, attempted to advance, but was held back by Victoria. No, you cannot defeat it, she pleaded, tears streaming down her face. After spending the past few months together, she had come to regard Yi Yin as her own child. The Goblin Knight was a high-ranking species among goblins. A direct knight under the general, far beyond the capabilities of Yi Yin, still a juvenile and a lowly goblin. Moreover, killing a high-ranking goblin was a grave offense. Mother, don't cry. The once ferocious Yi Yin felt a pang of sorrow upon seeing his mother's tears. He reached out with his bloodied hand to wipe away her tears, as his fingers brushed her cheek. Victoria trembled. Observing this, Yi Yin slowly lowered his green claws, only for them to be grasped tightly. Unaware of the shift in atmosphere, he continued to wipe her tears, perplexed as to why the more he wiped, the redder it became. Ha! Indeed. The Goblin Knight, seemingly understanding the elvish tongue, grinned at your current state. It is impossible for you to defeat me. So, while I am in a good mood, step aside from that elf. Today, she must be taken to the breeding chamber, for many goblins are waiting. Before the knight could finish his sentence, Yi Yin's figure appeared behind him. With a swift motion, the knight effortlessly blocked the attack, commenting, "Not bad. Your strength has certainly increased. What is the cause, I wonder?" As the Goblin Knight chuckled, he parried Yi Yin's relentless onslaught. "I mentioned that elf's fate." "Block." The knight grinned, sensing Yi Yin's rising power. "If you do not come to kill me soon, your mother will die. I will kill you." Upon uttering these words, Yi Yin fell silent, replaced by a flurry of attacks that descended upon the Goblin Knight like a tempest. Yet, each strike was effortlessly deflected by the knight. Hey, you should know better by now." The Goblin Knight wore a smug smile. "Such attacks are utterly futile against me." Unperturbed by the knight's provocation, Yi Yin intensified his assault, unleashing a torrent of strikes that began to unsettle the knight, who was taken aback. Is this creature limitless? He pondered. A mere juvenile, yet it possesses such strength, truly terrifying. But this is where it ends, and no matter how talented you are still an ant before us high-ranking goblins. In a swift motion, the Goblin Knight seized upon a flaw, thrusting directly at Yi Yin's heart. Fortunately, Yi Yin's dagger returned just in time to block the knight's strike. However, the overwhelming force sent Yi Yin crashing against the wall. In that instant, a flash of steel glinted from Yi Yin's hand, but the target was not the Goblin Knight. With a resounding explosion reminiscent of a bursting tomato, the knight turned in dismay to see the one-eyed goblin had been decapitated by a great blade, lying dead at his feet. What had transpired? Was the recent attack merely a ruse to divert his attention? Remarkably, he managed to slay a goblin right beneath its very nose. The goblin pup before him held immense potential. But what of it? Just at that moment, a terrifying surge of power emanated from Yi Yin's being, causing even the previously unflappable Goblin Knight to tremble in trepidation. What could this possibly mean? At that moment, the voice of the world resonated within Yi Yin, continuing unabated since he had vanquished the one-eyed goblin. "Congratulations on defeating the goblin. Based on the effect of your skill devour, you have gained 1 point of strength. Your strength has transcended its limits and begun to break through the restrictions of your race. Application in progress. Application failed. Application successful. Through your own might, you have crossed the threshold, evolving from the juvenile stage into the growth stage. Your upper limit has been enhanced. You have achieved a breakthrough in all 3 attributes. You shall receive additional rewards. Your rewards begin to accumulate. Relying on your own strength, you have surpassed the limits, and your attributes have been fortified. You have been granted the talent. Magical affinity. You have been granted the talent. Magical manipulation D, due to the unique talent effect of the Seed of Kings. Your growth path has undergone a slight deviation. Kaz, with this earth-shattering sound, the entire space seemed to quiver. Around Yi Yin, arcs of electricity danced like ethereal serpents, flashing with dazzling brilliance that made it impossible to gaze directly. Amidst the lightning, a torrent of immense magical energy surged forth, completely engulfing Yi Yin's form. This magical force was both powerful and enigmatic, concealing its true nature from scrutiny. Under the influence of this magic, Yi Yin's body underwent a remarkable transformation. The diminutive figure that he once was appeared to be infused with newfound vitality, rapidly growing in stature at a visible rate. From a mere height of less than 1 meter, he instantaneously shot up to an astonishing 1.4 meters. His physique became more streamlined, his green skin glistening with a smooth, delicate sheen under the electric light. The previously hunched back now stood tall and robust. As if capable of bearing the weight of the world, he stood firmly on the ground, head held high, chest out, exuding a formidable presence. The once chaotic fangs in his mouth had now aligned neatly. Appearing exceptionally sharp, this moment, Yi Yin had undergone a revolutionary transformation. Yet, at his core, he remained a goblin, his lengthy green ears symbolizing his lineage. However, they no longer appeared fearsome. Instead, they exuded a unique charm. Had he truly broken through? What on earth could this mean? The nearby goblins, witnessing Yi Yan's ascension to the growth stage, were left in utter shock, their eyes wide and faces paling. In truth, breaking into the growth stage was not particularly remarkable. It was merely a transition from the juvenile stage. Over time, most species would progress from youth to maturity. However, the mature stage was different. Not all goblins could attain it. Simply put, the mature stage is not a phase of growth, but rather a state of being. Although the growth stage is also a state, it is a relatively minor one, easily surpassed with development. Thus, entering the growth stage was hardly surprising, as all species could achieve it. Yet, the commotion was rather excessive, was it not? We experienced no such tumult upon our own ascension from the juvenile stage. I merely took a nap and awoke transformed. Nothing like his experience. Moreover, he stood upright. That was what truly astonished them. After all, lower-tier goblins typically slouched. The more rudimentary the goblin, the more pronounced the hunch. Yet here stood this goblin, chest out and head held high. This was the very visage of a high-ranking goblin. Previously, aside from his extraordinary combat prowess, he bore no resemblance to an advanced goblin. The other goblins were utterly perplexed by Yi Yan's transformation. Yet the goblin knight, standing nearby, was all too aware, observing the goblin before him. The knight narrowed his eyes. From the general's assessment and his own judgment, it was clear that this goblin was indeed a low-tier one. Yet, it was evident that the breakthrough he had achieved was not typical for such a creature. Even he did not possess such a remarkable presence. This commotion could only be attributed to the general, the pinnacle of goblins. Was this the reason the general found it intriguing enough to send him here? How curious! This pup, the goblin knight, did not intrude upon Yi Yan's breakthrough, but rather watched with great anticipation. Meanwhile, Victoria stood to the side, covering her mouth in astonishment, her eyes wide as she beheld the child undergoing such a transformation. Doubt filled her heart. Could this truly be her child? She discerned traces of Elven lineage within him. No, it was impossible. Nevertheless, even without a deep understanding of the goblin race, Victoria recognized that Yi Yan's breakthrough was undoubtedly extraordinary. In fact, when a species transitions through stages, particularly into the growth phase, it typically does not generate much commotion. Some beings may even simply sleep through the change, unless the individual in question possesses exceptional talent or surpasses others in their race during the breakthrough. Although she suspected her child was extraordinary, she understood that such breakthroughs typically bring noticeable evolutionary changes within the species. However, she had not anticipated such magnitude. It is worth noting that this was merely a transition from the juvenile to the growth stage. Even her sister, hailed as the greatest talent in the Elven realm, had not created such a stir. Her child seemed to surpass expectations. Rumbling, at this moment, the goblins within their nest remained oblivious to the fact that the skies outside had transformed. Rumble! The heavens echoed with deafening thunder, akin to a furious beast roaring, shaking the very souls of all. Dark clouds gathered swiftly like spilled ink, shrouding the sky in pitch blackness, as if foretelling an imminent event of great significance. The goblin general, who had already stepped outside, inhaled deeply. With a raised hand, a powerful aura erupted from within him, instantly suppressing the surrounding atmosphere. In an instant, the once rampaging dark clouds and thunder appeared to lose their direction, beginning to swirl and struggle in the air. Gradually, they diminished in strength, ultimately dispersing of their own accord. In the blink of an eye, the sky regained its clarity, sunlight pouring onto the earth as if nothing had transpired. "General," spoke the nearby goblin shaman, Shah, hesitantly. "Such a commotion may attract the attention of other factions. particularly with the human kingdom nearby and even the Adventurers Guild. What do you wish to convey? The general fixed his gaze into the distance. His voice grave. Should we consider relocating or perhaps advise the goblins below to exercise caution? The goblin shaman paused before continuing. Recently, there have been numerous reports of disappearances, prompting the Adventurers Guild to take action. Even the so-called Goblin Slayer has heard the disturbance and arrived at this vicinity's Adventurers Guild. At the mention of the Goblin Slayer, the general's expression changed noticeably, a flicker of recollection flashing in his eyes. However, this was swiftly suppressed, buried deep within, unnoticed by the other goblins. Furthermore, there were whispers of disturbances from the Elven kingdom as well that a battalion of pure-blood elves, led by a half-elf commander, is hastening towards our direction. Goblin Shaman Shah intends to utter a few more words, urging the general to maintain a low profile until the king matures. After all, too many races are fixated on them. The reason for their lack of genocidal actions is simply that their kin lacks any subversive power. For those unparalleled strong beings, or for the king, they pose no significant threat. However, with the king, everything changes, thus should know, the goblin general interjected, shaking his head and interrupting Goblin Shaman Shah. Everything should remain as it is. But Goblin Shaman hesitated, wishing to say more but was deterred by the general's gaze, ultimately nodding in resignation. Very well. Let us proceed to observe how that little one has grown. The goblin general cast a glance towards the distant town before swiftly returning to the cave. Goblin Shaman pondered what the general was truly thinking. The races did not entirely submit to the king. Humans did so, elves did so, and dragons also followed suit, let alone the goblins, who were the epitome of malevolence. Thus, the kinfolk could generally be categorized into three factions: those loyal to the king, the neutral, and those aspiring to become kings themselves. Those who are loyal to the king act with reckless audacity, disregarding the king's safety, even attracting the attention of the Adventurers Guild. Conversely, those who seek to usurp the king's throne have consistently shielded him, concealing his identity and paving the way for his growth. Alas, Goblin Shaman Shah sighed. Shaking his head as he entered the lair, he realized he could not rely on the general. Preparations must be made on his part as well. All efforts are ultimately for the sake of the king. In the Northwind Empire, within the Linxia territory ruled by humans, the tranquility of daily life was shattered by an unforeseen event. The sky, once bright and azure, suddenly darkened. It felt as though a colossal black shroud enveloped the realm, casting an oppressive atmosphere over everything. People paused from their labors, lifting their gazes towards the encroaching darkness, their faces etched with confusion and dread, as if they glimpsed an unknown terror lurking within that shadow. Among the crowd, some human warriors and wise sages bore expressions of complexity. They understood that this abrupt change in the sky signified the emergence of a particular individual breaking through. This manifestation could indicate the awakening of some formidable magical beast or another unknown entity. However, the scale of this phenomenon did not appear to correspond with a calamity-level monster. Yet, they knew that peace would likely elude this place in the future. Such a presence would certainly not be overlooked by the Empire. Powerful armies would be dispatched to neutralize the threat, for them. It would be prudent to avoid meddling in matters that do not concern them. Those with strength might as well accept a few commissions. If a war were to erupt, they would at least have the means to escape this moment within the Adventurers Guild. Ah, it seems another calamity-level monster is about to emerge, remarked Fiona, a woman adorned in a black mage's hat. As she gazed at the sky, her tone nonchalant, I wonder how much gold this hunt will yield. Dita, a brawny man, took a swig of his drink and laughed heartily. You lot are something else. Even if it is a calamity-level monster breaking through, it possesses the power to raise cities. We cannot afford to be careless. At the same time, Amy, with a pouting expression, solemnly warned the two laid-back individuals. Yes, Fiona and Dita nodded in agreement. However, judging by the scale of this occurrence, it hardly seemed like a formidable calamity. Really, Brother Morris, you ought to say something to them, Amy called out to a figure clad in full armor beside her. Yet, Morris appeared oblivious to her words. Lost in a daze, upon closer inspection, one could see that his entire body trembled, and his eyes widened beneath his helmet, filled with disbelief that, it really... No, it can't be. Even in the distant annals of history, goblins of such stature have only appeared once. The Goblin King. Yet, such beings were thought to have been exterminated by the various races long ago. How could it still exist? He finally responded. As if someone had called his name like a T that moment, his teammates gazed at him with concern. "What is the matter with you?" they inquired, noticing his distracted demeanor. "Nothing," Morris shook his head. "It's nothing." He turned his gaze back to the now normal sky. Has a breakthrough occurred? What manner of creature is breaking through? Shall we depart? Morris rose, offering no further explanation. Our objective is to slay the goblins. Upon hearing Morris's words, none of the others objected. They all stood up in agreement. "Hello, we are here to accept a quest." The young boy approached the front desk of the Adventurers Guild, holding out a task he had taken from the quest board. "Very well, please tell me your name and present your adventurer's badge. I am Ike, a novice adventurer, and our team is called the Demon Slayer Squad," Ike declared, producing a badge for the receptionist. "All right, I will register you now." The receptionist accepted the badge and noted down the rank of the squad and the task they had received. By the way, she added, "There's an additional optional task if you are interested. There are no penalties for refusing, but completing it will yield generous rewards." "Rewards?" Lisa, a girl standing behind Ike, inquired with curiosity. "Yes, someone has posted it outside. Any adventurer can take it on, and the reward is 100 gold coins. The group's eyes widened in astonishment. 1 gold coin is sufficient for a person's monthly expenses, and ordinary folk have never even seen gold coins. Indeed, Lisa gulped. "What is the task's objective?" "An elf. I'll take it." A young man named Xiaojing nodded without a hint of hesitation. After all, even if they were to fail, there were no penalties there's another task as well, though the reward is modest. "You can take it on too, as there are no penalties this moment." Ike was idly glancing around, disinterested in tasks involving finding or protecting individuals. He had become an adventurer for the thrill of adventure, not merely to seek out people. Suddenly, he spotted something that ignited his excitement. As he observed a group preparing to exit the building, Ike did not hesitate to call out to them. "Hey, wait a moment. Are you Morris?" Ike approached with enthusiasm. The legendary Goblin Slayer, who has slain no fewer than 10,000 goblins, rescuing countless maidens from their torment. Truly, truly amazing. "I am your fan." "Huh." The Goblin Slayer squad looked on in bewilderment, their minds reeling with questions. "What on earth is a fan? Do you need something?" Morris furrowed his brow. "I heard that goblins have suddenly increased in numbers here." Ike exclaimed excitedly. "Yes, I thought I might encounter my idol. And I could also accept a quest to slay goblins." "Sure." Amy, standing nearby, seemed lost in her memories. "So, what do you wish to say?" Morris had no time to listen to the boy ramble on, directly prompting him. "Let us team up?" Ike looked at Morris, his eyes gleaming with expectation. "No, I will not team up with you." Morris outright rejected him, offering some advice. "Even if I were to tell you not to go, you wouldn't listen, would you? So let me give you a few words of caution. I advise you not to underestimate goblins. If you maintain such a casual attitude, you may easily find yourself at a disadvantage." And furthermore, Morris stated, without a hint of hesitation, as he led the Goblin Slayer squad away. "What a ridiculous person. He truly believes himself to be something special, having merely dispatched a few goblins." Lisa pouted, her face a portrait of discontent. Exactly, echoed the other teammates, equally displeased with the Goblin Slayer's demeanor. What is there to boast about in slaying a few lowly monsters? Alas, such words stung, observing his proposal being dismissed. Yak did not display much disappointment, his gaze resolute as he looked at his comrades for reassurance. It was only natural for them to disregard their concerns. After all, they are the Goblin Slayers. Setting aside everything else, each of them possesses considerable strength. Yet, I firmly believe that once we enhance our own abilities, they will no longer belittle us. "All right," Yak suddenly exclaimed with renewed vigor, shouting, "Let us strive to slay more goblins. We must not allow them to look down upon us." "Yes," Lisa raised her small hand, her spirits lifted. "Good. After all, they are merely goblins." Yak felt a twinge of worry as he gazed at his seemingly carefree teammates. However, upon further reflection, How formidable could these low-level monsters truly be? He had already devised a strategy, as long as they avoided becoming overly aggressive and followed the goblins to their lair, only targeting those that were isolated or in small groups. It should pose no significant issue. They can manage this. It is a certainty. Deep within a goblin nest in a Shinyun forest, Yi Yin had undergone a transformation, feeling an abundance of strength coursing through his body. His fingers had shifted from 3 to 4, and the shape of his hand was increasingly resembling that of a human. Not only his hands, but even his entire physique was inching closer to that of a human being. Could it be due to the fact that his mother was an elf? However, the most crucial factor was the distinctly different power within him that IT felt as though he had ascended to a new level. At this moment, Yi Yin's status was as follows. Name, Yi Yin race. Low-level goblin special individual. Phase, growth stage strength, 35. Maximum increase from 30 to 100 speed, 35. Maximum increase from 30 to 100, constitution, 35. Maximum increase from 30 to 100, magic power, 10. Maximum increase from 30 to 100 skills, shadow step. Fireball E. Exclusive skill, predator talent, breath concealment, language proficiency, magical affinity, self-healing D, strength enhancement D, speed enhancement D, magic manipulation D. Special talent. Seed of Kings, limit breakthrough. Although the attribute panel showed no significant changes, the nature of this newfound power was perplexing. Could it be that the numbers on this panel were not simply additive but rather multiplicative? Yi Yin was uncertain. However, one thing was clear. He had become significantly more powerful. Gurgle, as Yi Yin completed his breakthrough. Silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the sound of goblins swallowing their saliva. Oh, what if he had shed his juvenile state? It was then that an unknown low-level goblin spoke up, shattering the silence. Even if he had escaped his juvenile phase, one must remember that the Goblin Knight Mu had already transcended to the growth stage years ago and was on the verge of maturity. Right, the low-level goblins were instantly filled with confidence upon hearing this. Kill him, they shouted, urging the Goblin Knight to slay this heinous goblin who had slaughtered his kin. The Goblin Knight Mu was called upon to eliminate this wretched child. One goblin cheered, inciting a chorus of voices from the others clamoring for Yi Yan's demise. And one relishes the notion of a monster mercilessly slaughtering its own kind. Even if the opponent is a goblin, it remains the same. After all, one can never anticipate when the other might turn on them as, how does one avoid such a fate? The answer is simple. Eliminate them. It could not be more straightforward. Hearing the words of the other goblins, the Goblin Knight waved his hand, silencing them. The high-ranking goblin commanded considerable respect among the low-level goblins. Soon, the cacophony of voices subsided. Not bad. This was no mere low-level goblin. The Goblin Knight clapped his hands, feigning calm despite his inner astonishment. He could not afford to lose face as a high-ranking goblin. He had not anticipated that this low-level goblin cub could achieve such feats. Yet, so what? Just as the low-level goblins had asserted, the Goblin Knight Mu believed that Yi Yin was no match for him. Even though he had surpassed his juvenile phase and reached the growth stage, he remained inferior to the Goblin Knight, a being of high goblin lineage. Suddenly, in the moment of contemplation for the Goblin Knight Mu, a figure appeared as if conjured from shadows. The speed was so astonishing that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, akin to a bolt of lightning slicing through the night sky, arriving instantly before the Goblin Knight. What? The Goblin Knight gasped in shock, his pupils dilating in disbelief. However, the distance had closed too rapidly for escape. He could only helplessly raise his hands in a futile attempt to block the impending assault. Thud! Bang! In the astonished eyes of the surrounding goblins, the high-ranking Goblin Knight was sent sprawling as if struck by a colossal hammer. Hurtling backward, his iron armor skidded across the ground, emitting a cacophony of sparks and shrill sounds. How could this be? As he spun through the air, the question echoed in the Goblin Knight Mu's mind. He could not comprehend how he, a noble specimen of high goblin, could be so easily vanquished. This adversary's strength and speed had escalated far beyond his expectations. Crash! The Goblin Knight slammed heavily against the cave wall. Boom! With his landing, the entire cavern trembled once more. That moment, a figure stealthily approached it. It was Yi Yin. his gaze icy and his form lithe, resembling a leopard stalking its prey. He hesitated not for an instant, charging forward with the intent to deliver a fatal blow to the High Goblin Knight. At this moment, the sound of the world resonated within his mind. You have activated Limit Breakthrough. Your strength and speed will see a significant increase of 50. Seizing the opportunity while the Goblin Knight's guard was down, Yin unleashed his full power, aiming for a swift execution of the Goblin Knight. After all, in Yian's eyes, the recently defeated Goblin Knight was riddled with vulnerabilities. As an assassin by nature, Yin would not let such a prime opportunity slip away. Almost at the moment the Goblin Knight collided with the wall, Yian's figure flashed before him like a specter. Whoosh! The dagger sliced through the air, accompanied by a sharp whistle, aimed directly at the Goblin Knight's throat. However, just as the dagger was about to make contact, an invisible force surged forth, halting the blade mere centimeters from the Goblin Knight's neck. Yin felt a jolt in his hand. The dagger could advance no further. What was happening? Yin was taken aback, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. At that moment, a deep and authoritative voice reverberated through the nest. Accompanying this voice were heavy footsteps, as if each step shook the very ground beneath them. Yin raised his head to behold a towering figure emerging from the depths of the lair. It was the Goblin General, the undisputed powerhouse of this nest. General. Upon witnessing the Goblin General's arrival, the low-level goblins erupted with joy, as though they had encountered a savior. They rushed forward, lamenting to the General about Yi Yan's misdeeds. "General, you have finally arrived," a low-level goblin exclaimed with palpable excitement. "You have no idea what this vile cub has done." "Indeed, indeed," another goblin echoed. "He has slain countless of our kin. He is nothing short of a demon." The lower-ranking goblins clamored vociferously against Yin, hoping to harness the general's might to bring about his execution. Enough, the Goblin General waved his hand. Almost simultaneously, a diminutive figure emerged from behind him. It was Yin, having detected a slight vulnerability in the Goblin General. Without a trace of hesitation, he lunged forward, launching a surprise attack. The glint of the blade flashed as it aimed for the Goblin General's neck. Clash, however, just as the blade was about to meet its mark, an invisible force materialized, akin to an intangible barrier, thwarting Yi Yan's assault. The blade collided with this unseen power, producing a sharp ding. Yi Yan felt an immense force surge through him. Propelling him backwards, he landed on the ground. Rolling several times before regaining his footing, he looked up at the Goblin General. Confusion etched in his eyes. By wise calculations, he had a chance to kill him. But what was this disparity in power? Could it be connected to the voice in his mind and his ability to swiftly regain strength? Suddenly, he recalled his skill of merging with shadows. Yes, a similar extraordinary ability. How peculiar. Did such power exist before? Oh, the general merely cast a fleeting glance at Yi Yan. With a gentle wave of his hand, he was sent stumbling back several meters before landing smoothly. Yi Yan understood that the exquisite opportunity he had just witnessed would not present itself again. Bold, audacious. At that moment, the multitude of goblins finally realized that the peculiar youngling had just attempted to assassinate their general. How presumptuous! Kill it! The goblins' faces twisted with malice as they encircled Yi Yan. Yet he felt no fear, and no matter how many lowly creatures surrounded him, they remained mere fodder, incapable of creating a tempest, just as the lesser goblins were about to strike. The general spoke calmly. "Halt." Then, under the astonished gaze of the goblins, he instructed the nearby goblin shaman, "Sha, take them away." "Yes," the goblin shaman Sha nodded. "Follow me." As the goblin shaman stepped forward, he noticed something amiss and turned back. Finding Yin unmoving, eyes filled with vigilance, shielding his mother behind him. "Rest assured, we shall not harm your mother." The goblin shaman glanced at Victoria, a fleeting desire glinting in his eyes. "As long as you come with me." Upon hearing the goblin shaman's words, Yin did not follow. "We will leave that moment." Yin felt a warmth in his hand. That was his mother, extending her delicate, fair hand to grasp his. Yin turned to find Victoria smiling at him. Despite her hand and body trembling in the presence of the Goblin General, she stood resolutely beside Yin, facing the scrutiny of the Goblin General together. her frail form unwavering. Mother, together. At her words, Yin suppressed his murderous intent, nodding numbly while gripping Victoria's hand more tightly. The goblin shaman merely cast a detached glance, saying nothing. Come with me. Thus, the goblin shaman Shah led Yin and Victoria to the second level, which lay beneath the fifth underground level where they currently resided, though Yin was loath to comply, even contemplating fleeing to slay these goblins. However, Victoria intervened, preventing him from escalating the situation further. If Yin continued to cause a ruckus, it could endanger him and her child, potentially leading to dire consequences. Victoria understood that this was the best possible outcome, even exceeding her expectations. Although Yin exhibited remarkable talent, the threat he posed had grown increasingly perilous. Goblins who disobeyed orders, regardless of their strength or potential, were akin to ticking time bombs. It was evident that in the eyes of these goblins, Yin was such a presence. This led Victoria to question the goblin general's intentions. He seemed overly lenient toward Yin. General, why do you spare that wretch? The surrounding lower-ranking goblins, though they held profound respect for their formidable general, were filled with confusion and dissatisfaction regarding his decision. After all, that fiend had slain their kin. How could he be so easily spared? Indeed, General, a voice rang out among the goblins, laced with indignation. Such a menace should be eradicated swiftly to prevent future calamity. The goblin knight Mu, standing aside, fixed his gaze sternly upon the general. The general slightly nodded, seemingly comprehending the unspoken sentiments. He then stepped forward, addressing the questioning goblin warriors with a fierce rebuke. Impudent! Do you dare to question the general's orders? His thunderous reprimand reverberated like thunder in the ears of all present. The lower-ranking goblins were momentarily stunned, gazing at Knight Mu in bewilderment, unable to fathom his sudden severity. A lower-ranking goblin began to speak, but suddenly, a flash of cold steel cut through the air. Blood spattered as the goblin's head fell from the sky, landing heavily on the ground with a dull thud. Thud! This scene left all the goblins in the room dumbfounded, exchanging glances as they recoiled a step back. The air thickened with the pungent scent of blood, sending chills down their spines. General! A goblin gasped in horror, its gaze darting toward the general behind Knight Mu, about to cry out. However, as it opened its mouth, another flash of sword light flickered. Another scream pierced the air as that goblin collapsed into a pool of blood. The goblin knight did not relent in the face of the lower goblin's wails and pleas for mercy. The blade in his hand gleamed ominously in the moonlight as he raised it high, his cold eyes scanning the trembling lower goblins. How dare you reproach the general? His voice was deep and severe, as if it had emerged from the depths of hell. Swish! The blade flashed again. And yet another goblin fell, its blood staining the ground. What? My lord knight, what has come over you? The lower-ranking goblins screamed in terror, bewildered as to why the knight had suddenly turned against them. They wished to resist, but the disparity in power rendered them utterly powerless. Before they could even grasp their swords, the goblin knight's blade descended once more, claiming their lives. The lower-ranking goblins could only hope that the lofty general would intervene to halt this carnage. Yet the general remained coldly observant, watching the unfolding chaos with indifference. You dare to meet the general's gaze? The goblin knight roared once more, raising his sword again. You dare to disregard the general? Another furious shout, and yet another goblin fell amidst the bloodshed. The room echoed with cries of despair as the goblin knight's blade whirled faster, each swing extinguishing a life. No, don't kill me. Damn it. You madman, I will fight you. However, these acts of defiance and cries of rage were rendered utterly impotent before the goblin knight. He had become a merciless machine of slaughter, relentlessly wielding his sword to reap lives. Only when no lower-ranking goblin remained standing did the goblin knight cease his relentless assault. He plunged the bloodied sword into the ground and bowed to the general, stating, "General, all have been slain." The goblin general slowly nodded, his face devoid of any expression, as if everything lay well within his control. His gaze shifted from the lifeless bodies to the goblin knight. In that instant, the knight felt an invisible pressure that caused him to break out in a cold sweat. He understood that the general's eyes were imbued with boundless authority and power, instilling in him an undeniable sense of caution and reverence. "Is everything here?" the general inquired in a measured tone. "Yes, General," the Goblin Knight replied with utmost respect. "Everything is here, and I can assure you no one has escaped," the general reiterated. "Indeed, not a single one has escaped," the Goblin Knight affirmed with certainty. The Goblin General nodded slowly, his gaze shifting away from the corpses back to the knight, intensifying the latter's anxiety. "Shall I take my own life?" A sudden wave of murderous intent emanated from the Goblin General. The knight felt neither fear nor resistance. Instead, he respectfully inquired, "Oh." Upon hearing the knight's words, the general regarded him with a discerning eye and replied coolly, "You do not wish to inquire why. I simply follow orders." Without questioning the reasons, the knight stated, "Is that so?" The general chuckled softly. What a fine disposition to follow orders without inquiry. "Then, let this remain a secret." "Understood," the knight nodded, his heart inexplicably relieved, realizing his response was correct. He was not unafraid of death. Rather, if the general desired his demise, there would be no escape for him. The Goblin General was indeed a formidable presence. Even in his mere standing, the knight could sense the overwhelming suppression stemming from bloodline. The general might not even need to lift a finger. This was an undeniable hierarchy. Aware of his hopelessness, the Goblin Knight thought it better to strive for a chance. He asked for why he refrained from questioning the powerful being before him. He simply did not wish for an early demise. He yearned to live, nothing more. After all, he had yet to fully savor the pleasures of exquisite food and treasures. Moreover, even without asking, he could infer from the general's demeanor and the underlying implications that the general intended to silence him. Who would have thought such legends held truth? Alas, he mused, but it was not his concern. Not all goblins were preoccupied with such matters. On his way back, he must indulge in some carnal fury. Yen and Victoria arrived before an unassuming cave. Despite its modest size, the cave exuded a peculiar warmth and tranquility. Inside, there were simple yet functional pieces of furniture, including a rough stone table and stools. Along with several soft animal skin cushions, in one corner of the cave, a pile of fresh fruit emanated an enticing aroma, tantalizing the senses. "From now on, you shall reside here." The Goblin Shaman's voice shattered the tranquility, carrying an undeniable authority. Yet it bore an unexpected respect towards the way. The Goblin Shaman seemed to recall something. Turning to Yen, "Do you not have a name?" "Yen," he replied nonchalantly, sensing no hostility from a goblin before him. Thus, he held nothing back. It was merely a name. However, his casual response rendered the goblins and elves present momentarily speechless. The Goblin Shaman's expression shifted to one of surprise upon hearing Yen's name. He cast a fleeting glance at Yen before his gaze settled on Victoria. The moment Yen uttered her name, Victoria's expression dimmed. Observing this, the Goblin Shaman chose not to comment. "Well, from this day forth, you have shed your childhood. You must venture forth and contribute to the nest. The Goblin Shaman rambled on, only to realize Yen was not listening. Instead, he grasped Victoria's hand, his eyes wandering restlessly. The Goblin Shaman felt a headache coming on. He understood that Yen was oblivious to everything and needed time to acclimate to this new life. Yet he was also aware that the rules and discipline within the nest could not be easily breached. Just as the Goblin Shaman was at a loss for what to do, a sudden inspiration struck him. If you go out on patrol or hunting, you could bring back many delightful things for your mother. He said in a tone reminiscent of coaxing a child. He hoped this temptation would spark Yen's interest in the outside world, encouraging him to engage more actively in the life of the nest. After all, how could the future king remain ignorant of his own domain? Watching the shaman speak to Yen in such a condescending manner, Victoria was left speechless. Who would fall for such a trick? Really, to her surprise, the previously disinterested Yen earnestly inquired, his eyes seemingly sparkling with curiosity. The Goblin Shaman recognized that his ploy had succeeded upon seeing Yen's expression. "Of course. You agree, right?" The Goblin Shaman glanced at Victoria, who nodded in affirmation. "Certainly," she replied. She was well aware that the Goblin Shaman was manipulating him to ensure Yen's compliance. Yet what choice did she have? Within the nest, goblins deemed to lack utility might face dire consequences. Thus, to prevent Yi Yan's demise, this was her only course of action or perhaps, she was merely unwilling to face her own demise. After all, if Yi Yan were to perish, so too would she. How selfish of her. Victoria chuckled wryly, nodding in agreement. Him hearing he could venture out to find things his mother cherished, Yi Yan nodded without hesitation. All right, I can join. With Yi Yan's agreement, the goblin shaman let out a sigh of relief, grateful that this would at least silence the other goblins. However, the shaman remained oblivious to the general's true intentions behind such protection. Was he fearful that the other goblins might not recognize Yi Yan's uniqueness? Then tomorrow, you shall join the patrol team. The goblin shaman decided after a brief hesitation that IT should pose no problem. Casting a glance at the future little king, the goblin shaman departed as nightfall deepened. It enveloped the world in a shroud of mystery, akin to a vast expanse of black satin descending gracefully. The moonlight streamed through the window's crevices, cascading into the room like a gentle waterfall, illuminating every inch of space. Dappled shadows danced upon the walls, adding an enigmatic hue to the tranquil night. Victoria sat by the bedside, her features bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight. Appearing exceptionally gentle, she gazed down at Yi Yan, who lay upon her lap, her eyes brimming with tenderness and affection, while Yi Yan curled up like a docile little creature, basking in his mother's warmth. His eyes, peering through the small gap between her bosom, curiously surveyed the world around him. Why, Yi Yan? Victoria whispered softly, her voice ethereal and distant, as if it emanated from the farthest reaches of the heavens. Yi Yan lifted his head, looking up at his mother, his eyes sparkling with bewilderment. Mother, are you calling for me? At this moment, the evolved Yi Yan's voice rang out, clear and youthful, akin to a celestial melody that evoked a profound desire to cherish him. Victoria smiled gently, nodding in acknowledgement, as she reached out to tenderly stroke the newly sprouted white strands of Yi Yan's hair, which felt soft and smooth, reminiscent of the finest silk. Her touch was gentle and warm, instilling an overwhelming sense of security and comfort in Yan.D. Oh, you like your name now? Victoria inquired softly, a hint of hesitation lacing her voice. Upon hearing his mother's words, Yan instantly broke into a radiant smile, his eyes curving into crescent shapes, revealing two adorable little canine teeth. I love it, he replied without a moment's doubt. Yes, long as the name given by mother. I adore it. Observing Yi Yan's innocent smile, a flicker of uncertainty crossed Victoria's eyes. Mother, what's wrong? Noticing his mother standing there, lost in thought, Yi Yan gently nudged her frail form with concern. Victoria regained her composure, slowly shaking her head with a smile. It's nothing, little Yin. I was merely pondering whether you would like it if I were to give you another true name. Why, Yi Yan's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement as he eagerly responded. Of course I would. A name for mother must be the best. Although Yi Yan was unaware of the significance of a true name or the purpose of having two names, in his mind, anything bestowed by his mother was cherished. Yes, that's so. Victoria revealed a smile unlike any she had ever worn before, radiant like that of an angel. Then mother must think carefully. Yi Yan reassured her. Take your time, mother. I'm in no rush. Good boy. Victoria gradually accustomed herself to her current life, growing used to having Yi Yan by her side. Mother will teach you the Elven language. All right, as dawn broke, the morning light filtered through the cracks of the goblin den, casting a mottled glow across a dimly lit room. The space was cluttered with an assortment of weapons, some battered and others rusted. Each weapon seemed to harbor untold stories. Choose your preferred weapon from here. The elder goblin called out to the gathering goblins, standing before a pile of arms. The crowd surged forward, eager to select a weapon that suited them. Among them, a goblin who had just shed its juvenile phase stared longingly at a massive axe, its eyes shimmering with desire. IT approached with determination, attempting to lift the axe, only to find it far too heavy. Resigned, it settled for a smaller axe next to the larger one. Witnessing this scene, a rather brutish-looking goblin could not contain its laughter. Striding forward, it effortlessly hoisted the large axe, garnering praise from the surrounding goblins. Creak, creak, Yi Yan surveyed the array of weapons and felt a pang of disappointment. Despite the variety, the overall quality was poor, with evident damage and a lack of maintenance, as if they had merely been scavenged. They paled in comparison to the dagger he had found, which he named Black Cut. However, it remained functional. Its entirely dark hue made it particularly suitable for assassination, and Yi Yan appreciated its exceptional sharpness. His discerning eye had not failed him. Yi Yan glanced around at the nearby weapons. Without hesitation, selecting a few lightweight ones, he secured several small knives to his thigh and hung a few daggers around his waist. Initially inclined to choose a bow, he reconsidered and ultimately abandoned the idea due to the poor condition of the bows, riddled with damage and in dire need of upkeep. It was likely that after a few uses, the string would snap. He concluded that throwing knives would yield greater damage. Having selected his weapons, Yi Yan refrained from taking any more. For someone like him, adept in the art of stealth, wielding larger weapons would only hinder his agility. However, he noted the presence of firearms. Approaching a shadowy corner, he picked up a handgun from the ground. With a swift motion, he disassembled the gun, discovering that its craftsmanship was rather rudimentary, and there were only 3 bullets left. It appeared the goblins were oblivious to the significance of these bullets. Among the array of handguns, only a few bullets remained. Quite lackluster, especially in such a world that Yi Yan sensed that, in a direct confrontation, as long as one could discern the gun's muzzle and time their movements to avoid the trigger, dodging ordinary handgun bullets would not pose a significant challenge. In essence, conventional firearms did not represent a threat to those with strength. Of course, a sniper rifle would present a different scenario. Regrettably, a glance around revealed no such weapon, and even if there were, the goblins likely lacked the awareness to recognize its value, carelessly discarding handguns aside. "Have you made your selection?" As if to remind him, the elder goblin cautioned Yi Yan gravely. "Those humans outside are quite cunning. You may want to take more weapons." Indeed, the other goblins were all armed with large swords and axes, while he stood there with only a dagger in one hand, leaving the other empty. "But it's sufficient," Yi Yan replied curtly, feeling no need to elaborate. Indeed, it was adequate for him. Just then, he heard the mocking voices of the goblins around him. For those goblins, it's all free for the taking. They were the goblins tasked with patrolling alongside him, their green faces marred by disdain for Yi. "Not if you take too much and end up dead. We'll have to carry your weapons back." One of the goblins jeered to the others. Indeed, the goblins behind chimed in, "Haha." They laughed unabashedly at Yi Yan, and in truth, those who knew of Yi Yan's strength had all been silenced. Leaving the rest unaware of his true capabilities, they only recognized that he had killed a juvenile goblin. Yet, how much combat prowess could a juvenile possess? Just because one could slay a youth did not mean they could defeat them. Besides, this was within their den, and Yi Yan was no longer the naive child he once was. Anyone daring to kill a goblin within the nest should be prepared to meet their own demise. As the goblins noticed Yi Yan's silence, they grew bolder. One even ventured to confront him. Just as it approached, stepping into Yi Yan's range for a potential attack, the elder goblin intervened. "Enough," the elder goblin's voice resonated. Glancing between the goblin and Yi Yan, "Have you forgotten the general's orders? No infighting." "Humph." The goblin, clearly displeased, sneered at Yan. "It seems certain goblins did not regard them as kin. Just wait until we're outside. You'll have your comeuppance for daring to harm my brother." The goblin brushed past Yan, threateningly. Yet, its intimidation held no sway over Yan. "Be careful out there," the elder goblin sighed, reflecting on how, had it not been for his old bones, those recently matured goblins would likely have met their end in the outskirts of the divine rhythm forest. It lamented, "Why must we play nursemaids to those humans?" Fiona appeared languid, casting an exasperated glare at the man clad in armor who strode ahead of her. Rather than fretting over the new adventurers, wouldn't it be more prudent to complete some quests? "All right, Amy," the priestess beside her offered a reassuring smile. "Did we not also come this way? If it weren't for Morris's meddlesome nature, we might not even be here. Yet, why did they not directly intervene during the Adventurers Guild meeting?" Little Gang behind them scratched his head, looking rather foolish. It seemed that the lad named Yak was still enamored with the leader. Surely, he was aware that newcomers to the guild instinctively looked down upon goblins. Those lowly creatures. Fiona, rarely shedding her lazy smile, let out a self-deprecating chuckle. How could such individuals heed the words of others? They arrogantly believe themselves infallible, convinced of their own genius. However, it is often the case that the more talented one is, the more prideful they tend to be. Fiona. Observing Fiona's despondent demeanor, Amy found herself momentarily at a loss for words to comfort her. Suddenly, Amy seemed to catch sight of something, and she couldn't help but wave her arms, calling out to a group of individuals not far off. Eli. Over here. Eli turned at the sound. Quickly spotting Amy in the distance, he approached with swift steps, a hint of reproach evident in his smile. Sister. Really, are you hunting goblins again? Amy chuckled as she patted her brother's shoulder. Do not underestimate goblins. Though small in stature, their attack power and speed are formidable. Huh. Eli burst into laughter at his sister's words, dismissing them entirely, for who was unaware that goblins are the most basic of monsters across the continent. Even a novice could easily dispatch them. What was so remarkable about goblins? Just then, a burly man named Keto approached. They're merely low-level monsters, he remarked. As soon as Keto finished speaking, his gaze fell upon Morris. He scrutinized Morris from head to toe before sneering. As a fellow silver adventurer, how could you stoop to hunting goblins? You bring shame upon us, silver adventurers. Morris displayed no sign of anger or resentment towards Keto's derision. He merely cast a calm glance at the man before replying, We have a mission to attend to, so we shall take our leave. With that, he turned and departed with Amy. Goodbye, little brother. Be careful. All right, sister. Eli thought to himself, utterly baffled by the concerns of these individuals beside him. The young sorceress Leto wore a disdainful expression. Ha ha ha! Keto laughed heartily, waving his hand. Come on, let's go slay some goblins for practice. Ha ha! Don't run, you ugly goblins, today marks your doom. A raucous laughter echoed through the forest's edge, resonating amongst the dense foliage, as if to ignite the entire woodland. Creak, creak! The dry twigs crunched beneath their feet, the sound urgent and tense. The band of adventurers clad in leather armor, weapons in hand, relentlessly pursued a few panicked goblins. These goblins, diminutive in stature, sported green skin that appeared particularly grotesque under the moonlight. They flailed their limbs, emitting piercing shrieks as they desperately fled. Such lowly creatures were utterly vexing. Keto swung his large blade, aiming a powerful strike at a slower goblin. However, the goblin seemed to possess an uncanny ability to sense danger, deftly rolling aside to evade the massive man's attack. Damn it! Keto's eyes widened with fury as he bellowed. Gripping the hilt of his sword, he seemed intent on eradicating the entire goblin species. We must pursue. We cannot let them escape, Keto shouted, brandishing his sword as he led his comrades onward. Yet Eli, recalling his sister's warning, hesitated. Captain Keto, goblins are cunning by nature. Perhaps we should exercise caution. What's with you? Why are you so timid? Keto shot Eli a disgruntled glare, his ire intensifying as he recalled his earlier words to Morris. They're just a few lowly goblins. What's there to be worried about? The team exchanged glances, sharing an unspoken reluctance, but they said nothing further. What should we do? The priest gripped his staff tightly. What's there to fear? They're merely a few goblins. Why hesitate? The sorceress nearby appeared nonchalant. We are a silver adventurer team. Indeed, for these seasoned adventurers, goblins posed little threat. As long as they approached with caution, there was little chance of error. They were no longer inexperienced novices when it came to slaying goblins. They were practically adept, having rarely encountered any missteps. After all, goblins were ubiquitous across the continent, categorized as the most basic of beginner monsters. Newcomers simply could not avoid them. Goblins were as prevalent as cockroaches, and in the wilderness, avoiding them was nearly impossible. Furthermore, they seldom heard of teams that had been defeated by goblins. Amidst a dense thicket, a green army lay concealed. Within the underbrush, pairs of long ears twitched slightly, emanating a faint green glow. Hidden beneath the foliage, they blended seamlessly into nature, radiating brilliance. Ha! Look at these foolish humans from the grass. A diminutive figure raised a pair of binoculars, its cunning eyes peering through the lenses, fixated intently on the humans nearby. These were goblins, a sly and warlike race. A mocking grin adorned his face as he envisioned the dawn of victory. Remember, kill all the males, spare the females for our enjoyment, and then eliminate them. All right. Ha. A band of goblins began dividing their spoils even before the battle had commenced. All right. The surrounding goblins echoed in agreement, their faces alight with greed and excitement. Ha. By the way, the goblin chief glanced at the silent Yen behind him. Suddenly, he recalled what his good friend Goblin Hay had told him. How about we visit the elves after we return? Elves? Sounds good. Upon hearing the mention of elves, a lewd grin spread across the goblins' faces. For any race, female elves were considered stunningly beautiful. Even before the birth of the Elven king, the Elven race had been traded as a commodity among various tribes due to their extraordinary beauty, which conformed to the aesthetic standards of many races. Consequently, female elves often fetched exorbitant prices. It was easy to imagine the allure elves held for these lowly goblins. But in our breeding chamber, where would we find an elf? The goblins scratched their heads, looking at Goblin Mang in confusion. Just because there are none in the breeding chamber doesn't mean there aren't elsewhere. Am I right? Goblin Mang remarked, glancing at Yen. Isn't there an elf in your quarters? Why not invite your brother for some enjoyment? Rest assured, we won't harm her, really. In that moment, the goblins cast envious, jealous, and greedy glances at Yen. Goblin Mang wore a smug expression. So what will you do now? Will you storm over in anger? Just as I planned, if you dare to act against me, I'll have 1,000 reasons to end you. Even with the pretext of the elf, he could conspire with the goblins around him to eliminate the audacious brat. Then he would relish in the spoils of that voluptuous elf. Gulp. It appeared that someone could no longer suppress the desires brewing within. He licked his parched lips, a low growl emanating from his throat. That goblin Li Fu. Before he could finish his words, a swift flash of bladed light cut through the I in an instant. Yan's figure blurred, the small knife in his hand slicing through the air like a bolt of lightning. The goblin barely had time to emit a cry before collapsing, blood splattering everywhere. What? The surrounding goblins exclaimed in shock, their disbelief palpable as they beheld the scene before them. Goblin Mang stood aside, internally ecstatic. He immediately stepped forward, adopting an indignant demeanor, pointing at Yen and vociferously accusing him. Killing a comrade is a grave sin. How could you do such a thing? Yen shot him a cold glance. A sardonic smile curling at the corners of his mouth, he surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the goblins harboring ill intentions toward his mother. I'll send you off to seek other elves. His voice was frigid and resolute, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. You dare, Goblin Mang bellowed, believing he stood on the moral high ground, hoping to use this opportunity to eliminate Yen. Yet he never anticipated Yan's audacity, completely disregarding him. You truly think that with a general protecting you, we would not dare to kill you? This is the outside world, not your cozy little nest. Before he could finish speaking, Yen moved, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he charged toward him. The goblin only had time to gasp before feeling a sharp pain in his chest. A keen knife had already pierced his heart. Who else wishes to test their luck? Goblin Mang's eyes gleamed with fervor, a smug grin spreading across his face as he reveled in joy. Kill them, he commanded, and the surrounding goblins responded in unison. Their eyes glinted with ferocity as they brandished swords, axes, and various weapons, lunging at Yen was well accustomed to such scenarios. His movements were agile, artfully evading the goblins' attacks while swiftly countering. Just as the goblins' blades were about to strike him, he vanished from sight. The goblins were momentarily stunned, searching frantically for Yan's figure. What? Over there, they cried out, their hearts brimming with terror and unease. However, while they were still seeking Yan, a sudden wave of excruciating pain surged from behind them. They turned in astonishment, only to see Yan materializing behind them. His knife plunged deep into their bodies. The goblins fell one by one, their lives swiftly ebbing away at Yan's hands. Meanwhile, the echoes of the world's voice resonated in his ears. Congratulations, you have slain a goblin. Based on the effect of your skill predation, you have gained 1 point of strength. Congratulations, you have slain a goblin. Based on the effect of your skill predation, you have gained 1 point of speed. Congratulations, you have slain a goblin. Based on the effect of your skill predation, you have gained 1 point of constitution. Congratulations, you have slain a goblin. Based on the effect of your skill predation, you have gained 1 point of strength. No, please. A piercing cry echoed through the dimly lit forest. Accompanied by a chorus of chilling wails, the goblins fell one after another, their blood staining the earth around them. Yet, even amid such carnage, they remained oblivious to the figure of Yin that instilled fear within them. Goblin Mang, witnessing his comrade's demise, was engulfed by panic and despair. He began to question whether these were truly the goblins he knew. Why was there such a vast chasm between them, despite being mere lowly goblins? How could this individual slaughter them with such ease? I was wrong. Finally, unable to bear the pressure within, Goblin Mang knelt to the ground. He whispered an apology to Yin, whose whereabouts were unknown, his voice trembling with fear and pleading. After a prolonged silence without a response, Goblin Mang assumed Yin had chosen to spare him. Elated at having escaped a dire fate, he chuckled to himself, contemplating how to report this to the general upon his return, urging the general to execute this detestable goblin. However, just as Goblin Mang reveled in his perceived fortune, a flash of bladed light suddenly appeared. He barely had time to register the blinding brightness before his grotesque expression was forever etched onto his green visage. Thud! A muffled sound echoed as Goblin Mang's body was cleaved in two, blood splattering. His eyes remained wide open, as if in disbelief that he had perished so easily. Yet, the harsh reality was that he had forever closed his eyes. The notification sounded. Congratulations, you have slain a goblin. Based on the effect of your skill predation, you have gained 1 point of strength. Congratulations, you have slain a goblin. Based on the effect of your skill predation, you have acquired the goblin's talent speed enhancement D. Your talent speed enhancement DOS duplicated and integrated. The process is complete. Your talent speed enhancement DOS been upgraded to speed enhancement C. Tap, tap, tap. Shortly after slaying that goblin, a series of footsteps reverberated in the AI. IT was a group of adventurers within the forest and cave. A party of 2 men and 2 women had arrived, tasked with hunting goblins. I am Lin Lin, a genius sorceress graduated from the Northern Sage Academy. With me here, you need not worry, the young sorceress proclaimed, patting her chest, her voice exuding undeniable confidence. However, the priestess Lisa standing beside her appeared somewhat anxious. Clutching a staff that towered over her, she furrowed her brow, but I still think we should exercise caution. The swordsman Ike strode forward, his eyes shimmering with fervor as he chuckled confidently. What is there to fear? They're merely a few goblins. Xiaojing nodded in agreement. We aspire to slay dragons. These goblins are just a piece of cake. Just then, someone shouted, "Look, goblins!" The group's attention immediately focused on the grotesque creatures not far off. Lisa was about to cast a blessing when Ike charged ahead with his sword. Humph! He grunted, swinging his sword directly at the goblins. Thud! Blood sprayed as a goblin's head tumbled to the ground. Ike turned back, his face radiant with triumph. Ha ha ha, see? They're nothing but trash. Creak! A shrill sound abruptly pierced the tranquil forest. Ike, still basking in his recent victory over a goblin, was suddenly met with a foul wind from behind. He spun around, only to see a vicious goblin, its eyes glinting with cunning, lunging at him ferociously. Duck! A clear female voice sliced through the air. Ike's heart raced. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly crouched down. Goddess of flame and war, hear the plea of your apostle, and reveal a glimpse of your divine miracle at this moment. Fireball spell. The incantation from the girl's lips resonated like a celestial melody in the air. As her spell concluded, a massive fireball coalesced, streaking across the sky like a shooting star, striking the oncoming goblin with precision. Bang! In the instant the fireball detonated, a tremendous shockwave engulfed the goblin, reducing the grotesque creature to ashes in mere moments. Hey, don't cast spells on your allies. AK rose from the ground, casting a displeased glance at the woman. Yet, she merely scoffed dismissively, paying no heed to his grievances. Did I not remind you? At that moment, danger loomed once more as a goblin stealthily approached Lisa, its eyes glinting with malevolence. A dagger raised high in its hand. Be careful. Little Gao timely discerned the peril. With a furious roar, he swung his massive axe, cleaving directly towards the goblin's head. Thud! The dull thump echoed as the goblin's skull was split open, blood splattering forth. Thank you. Lisa lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with gratitude. However, before her words could fully escape her lips, An arrow suddenly whizzed past her, aimed straight at little Gao. Thwack! The arrow struck true, piercing little Gao's left hand, crimson blood instantly staining his arm. He let out a piercing scream, his face contorted in agony. Ah! Lisa gasped, covering her mouth, her complexion drained of color. Why you wait? I'll treat you at once. Lisa hastily raised her staff, gathering her magical energy to heal little Gao. Damn it! Eike growled through clenched teeth. His gaze fixed fiercely upon the goblin, which was stealthily preparing to knock another arrow from behind. There's no way I shall let you have your way. Eike bellowed, charging at the cunning goblin like an enraged lion. Yet just as he was about to reach the goblin, a massive net suddenly erupted from the ground, ensnaring him in midair. The unexpected turn of events left Eike aghast, struggling desperately to free himself from the binding. But the net tightened inexorably, as if intent on choking the breath from him. What in the world is happening? He strained against his restraints, but to no avail. Whoosh! An arrow sliced through the air. Striking Ike's hand with brutal force, a jolt of pain coursed through him, causing him to lose his grip, his sword clattering to the ground. Ike groaned in torment, his face slick with cold sweat. Curse be! You hang on. The young sorceress, witnessing the dire situation, did not hesitate. She focused intently, channeling her magical power to assist A. However, just as she began to chant her spell, a hand stealthily approached from behind. Covering her mouth, the sorceress's eyes widened in terror, filled with fear and unease. She yearned to struggle, to scream, but that hand clamped down tightly, silencing her completely. Fear and helplessness overwhelmed her, tears streaming down her cheeks. Whoosh! A sharp dagger suddenly pierced through the woman's abdomen, instantly staining her garments with crimson. The sorceress let out a pained moan before collapsing to the ground. In the dimly lit cave, the feeble flames flickered, casting shadows upon the woman's face. The fabric that once shielded and showcased her delicate beauty was brutally torn away, revealing skin as white as jade, now marred with bright red blood. Creak, creak! The goblin's triumphant cackles pierced the serene atmosphere, their grotesque faces appearing even more terrifying in the flickering light. Victory dulled their caution, instinct driving them to indulge in their brutal breeding rituals. Tears silently streamed down the sorceress's cheeks, her lower body racked with indescribable agony, while her mind spiraled out of control, helplessly witnessing her former allies behold her humiliation and despair. Help me! She emitted a faint cry for rescue, her voice trembling and feeble. Kill me, she screamed inwardly. But no one responded. Nearby, Ike, ensnared in the net, beheld the scene, his heart swelling with rage and sorrow. Damn you beasts! I will slay you! He roared, gnashing his teeth as he bit through the bindings of the net, reclaiming his sword from the ground, ready to charge at the vile goblin. However, just as he was about to act, more goblins surged forth from the shadows. I will kill you all! He howled, but his voice was swiftly drowned out by the onslaught of goblins. How could this be? So many goblins! Lisa gazed in despair at the unfolding chaos, watching her companions being violated by goblins, witnessing trapped and immobile amidst the horde. Her legs weakened, nearly giving way beneath her. The goblins, having noticed her presence, emitted their ghastly sounds, advancing towards her. Am I to become a breeding vessel for these grotesque monsters? Her heart brimmed with dread and hopelessness. Whoosh! A flash of cold light pierced through, a knife wielded by a burly man. Run! He shouted, urgency and resolve resonating in his voice. The bravery of the man offered her a flicker of solace, but he was no deity, unable to withstand the entire goblin horde. Lisa hesitated. If she chose to flee, he might perish at the hands of these creatures. Go. At least one must escape. Aye. Lisa cast a glance back at the sorceress, whose legs trembled uncontrollably, her body filled with liquid, and without further delay, chose to flee. I have run away, she murmured softly, guilt and self-reproach flooding her heart. Abandoning her companions, fleeing alone, was such an act truly meaningful. Soon, the pursuing goblins pinned her to the ground. Perhaps this was her punishment. She shut her eyes, awaiting the inevitable. They ripped her garments apart, exposing her delicate, pristine skin, Yet, goblins are not creatures to show mercy. They act solely on their primal instincts. Extending their rough, green claws, they reach for her soft form. Lisa's terrified scream shattered the tranquility of the forest. She struggled to break free, but the goblin's coarse, powerful grip held her slender wrist firmly. She fought with all her might, yet was as futile as an ant attempting to shake a tree. Despair and terror enveloped Lisa. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld the grotesque visage of the goblin before her. Tears flowed uncontrollably. She was still a maiden, her body a divine gift. Was she truly to be defiled by such a loathsome creature? Just then, a chilling female voice resonated in her ear. "O divine being who commands the sacred fire, grant me the power to vanquish the world's unspeakable filth." Flame arrows. As her words fell, a searing blaze sliced through the darkness. Hurtling towards the goblin, the fiery arrow struck the goblin with ferocity, eliciting a wail as it was propelled backwards, crashing violently against the walled eye in swift succession. An armored figure darted past. Morris, with his sword in hand. He mercilessly plunged it into the goblin's chest. The goblin emitted a heart-wrenching scream before succumbing to death. Morris turned to Lisa, concern etched upon his face. "Are you unharmed?" Amy hurried forward, draping a garment over Lisa. Lisa's body trembled slightly. She stammered, "My friends are still inside. Those goblins are cunning. Fear not, we shall handle everything," Amy reassured, casting a steely gaze at the remaining roving goblins. "Dealing with these wretched goblins is our specialty." "Oh dear!" Suddenly, Amy tapped her forehead. "Have I uttered another curse?" She stuck out her tongue, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Nevertheless, she believed that the divine would surely forgive her. Lisa gazed at Amy, recognizing her as a kindred spirit, sharing the same name and mannerisms. Yet for reasons unknown, there was an unsettling feeling in the air. Die, all of you. Perish, Fiona roared madly, her voice echoing across the desolate battlefield, infused with an insatiable thirst for blood. Draped in a flowing black robe, her features were fierce, and her eyes glimmered with a cold, merciless light, reminiscent of a relentless reaper descending upon the earth. With her incantations, a series of magical circles began to materialize around her. They flickered with a myriad of colors, mysterious runes dancing in the air. These magical circles emanated powerful energy waves, causing the very ground to tremble. Soon after, a dazzling barrage of spells ensued. Fireballs, ice arrows, lightning, and more. They carved brilliant arcs through the air before crashing violently into the goblin horde. Under the relentless onslaught of magic, the goblins were reduced to bloody pulps, their screams rising in a cacophony. Creak, creak. As the sorceress continued her chanting, the radiance of the magical circles intensified, as if seeking to engulf the entire battlefield. In an instant, the goblins were nearly obliterated, with only a few stragglers lingering in a desperate fight for survival. However, these fleeing goblins were not destined to escape death. Morris, wielding his longsword, moved like the wind, swiftly charging at the fleeing goblins, dispatching them one by one beneath his blade. His movements were swift and precise, each strike finding its mark in the goblins' vital spots, leaving them no chance to retaliate. What followed was a gruesome massacre. Fiona and Morris joined forces, systematically slaying the remaining goblins, staining the entire battlefield a deep crimson. Though their bodies were splattered with blood, their eyes radiated cold determination, as if all of this were a matter of course. After the slaughter, the battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Only the whispering wind and the distant howls of beasts shattered this brief tranquility. Thud, thud, thud. Meanwhile, Dita gently tapped his fingers against the rough wall. In a fleeting moment, he sensed something unusual beneath his fingertips. I found it, he exclaimed quietly, then struck forcefully. The stones of the wall crumbled away, revealing a dark, gaping entrance. The cave exuded a damp, decaying odor, as if something lurked in the shadows, watching them. Dita leaned closer to the opening and discovered a few goblin pups huddled inside. They trembled, their eyes wide with terror and helplessness. Lisa looked upon this scene, a wave of inexplicable compassion swelling within her. She turned hesitantly to Fiona and inquired, "Must we truly slay them? They are so small." Amy cast a cold glance at the pups, her disdain unmistakable. And what of it? Goblins are an evil race, born with aggression and destructiveness. Morris interjected, if we do not eliminate them now, they will soon grow and breed into a tribe. And then we will be in trouble that moment. On the other side of the forest, when the Keto squad finally caught up to their target, they were instantaneously rendered speechless by the sight before them. As if an invisible force had frozen them in place, before them stood a slender, peculiar creature atop a pile of goblin corpses. While its visage bore some resemblance to humanity, its long green ears incessantly proclaimed its goblin identity. The ears shimmered with an eerie light under the sun, declaring its lineage to the world. The Keto squad stared in shock at the goblin standing over the remains, a surge of indescribable fear and unease swelling within them. What has transpired? Eli stammered, his eyes brimming with confusion and dread. Whatever had occurred felt utterly wrong. Captain, I believe that goblin is unusual. Should we? The priestess hesitated to speak, but Keto interrupted her. What are you afraid of? It's just a goblin. Keto shot a glare at the priestess, then turned his gaze toward the goblin corpses, a greedy expression spreading across his face. Look, the green ears of those goblins are still intact, which means there's treasure to be had. He licked his lips, as if envisioning the glimmering gold coins beckoning to him. Without hesitation, Keto lunged toward Yin. The other squad members exchanged glances, each reading the resignation in the other's eyes. However, since the captain had spoken, what could they do? Besides, they reasoned that it was merely a single goblin. There was no need for excessive caution, that if something went awry, they could simply flee. Surely, the creature before them could not defeat them in an instant. Right? It was impossible. Even the higher races could not dispatch them so easily. After all, they were silver-ranked adventurers, having hunted countless goblins and even participated in the slaying of calamity-level monsters. How could they possibly lose to the diminutive goblin before them? With such thoughts, the three followed closely behind their captain. Facing this most basic of loathsome creatures, Keto saw no reason to hold back, launching into a full-force strike. You repugnant beast, today marks your demise. Keto's coarse voice reverberated through the tranquil forest, causing the surrounding leaves to tremble and fall. His face contorted with fury, his eyes ablaze with rage, he grasped his large blade, which gleamed ominously, as if it could cleave through any obstruction. With a swift motion, he swung the blade toward the bizarre goblin. A razor-sharp arc of light sliced through the air, carrying with it an unparalleled, terrifying force aimed directly at the goblin. The surrounding flora appeared feeble in the face of this power, severed in twain, collapsing to the ground. Yet, just as the blade's light was about to reach the goblin, a miraculous scene unfolded. The goblin seemed to be enveloped in a shroud of darkness, its form rapidly turning as black as ink. Melding into the shadows of the forest that Keto's strike, upon making contact, felt as though it had struck nothingness, passing through without any resistance. The skill Shadow Veil had activated successfully, transforming the user into a shadowy figure that merged with the darkness. During this process, all physical attacks became nullified. What? Keto gasped in shock that a lowly goblin possessed a skill. Skills represented the pinnacle of artistry and talent. Just then, the goblin reappeared behind Keto, holding a sharp, obsidian dagger, stealthily aimed at his throat. Keto felt an icy chill run down his spine, his heart racing. What? He attempted to pivot and evade, but it was too late. The dagger was already perilously close to his skin. With a mere exertion, it could slice through his throat. Despair filled Keto's heart. Was he truly destined to perish at the hands of such a lowly goblin? At that moment, two voices rang out behind him. Holy Light Defense. Fireball! A flicker of joy surged within Jido as he beheld a faint barrier of light suddenly manifest before him, thwarting the dagger's assault. Almost immediately, a blazing orb of fire erupted from behind Jido. Hurtling towards the goblin with a fierce howl, a glint of cold calculation flashed in the goblin's eyes as it swiftly leaped onto Jido's back, using the momentum to vault into the air. The fireball swept beneath its feet, crashing to the ground and igniting a conflagration. The goblin executed a somersault in mid-air, landing deftly on the distant ground, quickly distancing itself from Jido and his companions. As it steadied itself, Its form morphed into an inky blackness, seamlessly melding into the surrounding shadows. Jido and his comrades were left in a momentary darkness, realizing that the goblin had vanished without a trace. "Thank you," Jido expressed his gratitude to his allies, recognizing that without them, he would have met his end moments ago. Everyone remained on high alert. Jido no longer took the lead, instead positioning himself at the front of the group as a shield. This goblin was indeed a unique entity, possessing skills. While they had encountered goblins with abilities before, few had displayed such mastery in their execution that it was a rare occurrence, to say the least. After all, goblins were inherently low-tier monsters. Cunning as they might be, their intelligence was limited. This was a widely accepted truth. However, it was evident that the goblin before them was different. Jido's brow furrowed in sudden tension as he scanned his surroundings. The previously erratic goblin had inexplicably disappeared from sight, instilling within him an inexplicable sense of unease. An unknown danger was stealthily encroaching. "Did you see that?" Jido asked in a low voice, tinged with apprehension. Where could that peculiar goblin have gone? His comrades began to search frantically, attempting to locate the vanished creature. Yet despite their relentless efforts, the goblin's presence eluded them. Could have already fled? An ally, Ailey, scratched his head, striving to provide a plausible explanation, though uncertainty laced his tone to be cautious. "It may still be nearby. I'll cast a spell to investigate," the young sorceress declared, gripping her staff tightly, prepared to unleash her divination magic to uncover the goblin's location. However, just as she was about to cast her spell, a shadow materialized abruptly behind her. The shadow moved with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible. In the next instant, a crescent-shaped slash fell upon the sorceress with tremendous force. Her expression froze at that moment. That I once witnessed an individual release a goblin pup, only for that pup to grow in mere years. Oh, you know what followed. Morris turned his gaze towards Lisa. What happened?" Lisa asked, swallowing nervously. It returned with a horde of goblins, annihilating the village that had shown it mercy. As he spoke, Morris drew his sword from his waist and, without hesitation, swung it towards a fleeing goblin pup. Swish! The sound of blood splattering echoed as the pup's shrieks reverberated through the cavern. Lisa, unable to bear it, shut her eyes tightly. Yet, Morris continued to swing his sword with unwavering resolve until the last pup fell into a pool of blood. After clearing the scene, Morris turned to Lisa and explained, "Goblins reproduce and mature at an astonishing rate, nearly tenfold that of humans. Given just a year and a half, they can breed again if we leave any survivors. They will inevitably return. Thus, the most effective strategy against goblins is to eradicate them completely, leaving no chance for future retaliation." Upon hearing Morris's words, Lisa fell silent for a moment, seemingly mourning the innocent lives lost. "But is there truly no kind goblin in this world?" she questioned. Morris paused, perhaps lost in thought or recalling a particular goblin. Surprisingly, he did not refute her, nodding slightly as he replied, "Perhaps there are. However, if there were truly benevolent goblins, they would not present themselves to humans. Only those that remain hidden from mankind could be deemed good goblins. As Morris's words fell, Fiona chanted an explosive spell akin to a meteor on the verge of detonation. Imbued with destructive power, a resounding boom followed, flames rapidly engulfing the cavern, illuminating it in a fierce blaze, as if a ferocious beast were voraciously consuming everything in its path. Rocks shattered, dust and debris swirled in the fiery glow, and the cavern walls trembled under the explosive force. "Fiona, are you insane?" Dita shouted, his face a mask of terror and fury. "If the cave collapses, we will all perish here." Yet, Fiona seemed oblivious to their cries. Her expression contorted with rage, her eyes gleaming with madness. Die. All of you. Perish, she roared, as if venting her every ounce of anger and hatred. Morris observed Fiona's frenzy with a weary sigh. They all understood that a deep-seated thorn resided in her heart, a hatred and pain she could not release. "Let us depart," Dita suggested, unwilling to linger in the impending collapse of the cavern. Otherwise, they might not even know how they met their demise. However, as he prepared to leave, he noticed the three still standing in place. "What's wrong?" Dita turned back, regarding them with confusion, that he still has breath. We can save him. Amy pointed at the fallen Ike. Really? Lisa's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope upon hearing Amy's words. Yes, we can still save him, Amy affirmed, her gaze shimmering with optimism. That's wonderful. Lisa wiped away her tears, relieved to know she was not facing this chaotic world alone. It was a blessing that they had not faced total annihilation. What about Morris? Wait, Morris's voice was calm and resolute as he slowly approached an old wooden crate nearby, marked by the passage of time. Lowering his gaze, he found a trembling goblin pup nestled in the corner of the crate. Its wide eyes filled with terror as it stared at him, its small body quaking incessantly. Morris regarded it with a cold smirk, softly uttering, "I once it better than you." This statement carried a hint of scorn and self-satisfaction, prompting speculation about Morris's past and whether he had endured similar trials. However, he was no longer the frail being he once was. He had become a master of his own fate. Creak! A piercing sound shattered the silence as the goblin pup emitted a plaintive cry, filled with boundless fear and despair, as if pleading for mercy. Yet Morris remained unmoved. He coldly scrutinized the goblin pup, devoid of any compassion or sympathy. Slowly, he drew his knife, its blade glinting ominously in the light. "Next time, choose a better lineage," he remarked, his voice laced with a chilling finality. With a swift motion, the blade cut through the air, and the pup's wails abruptly ceased as its body was cleaved in two. Blood splattering. Without hesitation, Morris dispatched it as if it were merely a trivial task. "Let us go." Morris sheathed his dagger and turned to leave. Lisa cast a glance behind her and hurriedly followed. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. The figures of the assassin squad vanished into the depths of the dense forest. In the profound silence, it felt as though even the wind held its breath. The bloodstains on the ground had yet to dry. Suddenly, a figure quietly emerged at the entrance of the cave. It was a goblin, its back laden with a full basket of fruits. Its face radiated satisfaction and joy, clearly having just completed a bountiful gathering expedition. However, the moment it stepped into the cave, the sight before it left it utterly stunned. The stench of blood assaulted its senses. Inside the cave lay a scene of utter devastation. Its kin were sprawled on the ground, bloodied and lifeless, a sight too horrific to behold. The goblin hatchling darted back and forth among the bodies of its fallen brethren, panic etched on its face. Its eyes instantly filled with rage and sorrow. Its shoulders quivered slightly, as if bearing an inexpressible agony. With a roar of fury, it emitted a sound filled with endless pain and wrath. That moment, the voice of the world echoed in the goblin's mind. Special individual detected, potential activated, awakening special talent. Evolution. That instant, a peculiar power surged from within it, and under its influence, its body began to undergo subtle transformations. Its muscles grew firmer, and its gaze sharpened. It was evolving, gradually transforming from an ordinary goblin into a more powerful and ferocious high-tier goblin. In truth, they had overlooked certain facts. Those who fell into the hands of goblins faced but two outcomes: death or mental collapse. Thus, they had never heard of the dangers posed by goblins. Of course, there was another scenario: concealment. Indeed, those who were captured by goblins and survived were predominantly women, that a minuscule fraction of them escaped mental breakdown. Yet their days spent under the goblins' control became an indelible nightmare. Consequently, no matter how elevated their status in the future, that shadow loomed over them. Such women undoubtedly held high positions later on, but they could never share their disgraceful experiences with others. Therefore, even to this day, many adventurers remain oblivious to the perils of goblins, deceived by their seemingly feeble strength. Naturally, the varying strengths of goblins in different regions also serve as significant variables. For instance, should they encounter a higher-tier goblin, they would no longer underestimate them. As for the general tier goblins, they were the stuff of nightmares. With a sharp crack, the bracelet in the hands of the sorceress shattered, the stone beads scattering across the ground with a clatter. What's wrong? Allies sensed something amiss and turned back, instantly taken aback. The sorceress stood frozen in place, her face marked by shock and terror. Ally had just begun to place a reassuring hand on her shoulder when, before he could finish his sentence, a geyser of blood erupted skyward. Immediately following, a head fell from the heavens. Crashing onto the ground, it was the sorceress's head. Her expression forever frozen in disbelief and despair. One of the stone beads fortuitously rolled to rest before her severed head. With a thud, the upper half of her body swayed a few times before collapsing helplessly to the ground. Blood gushed from her neck, staining the surrounding earth crimson. Ally's eyes widened, his complexion draining to a ghostly pallor, his expression contorted in horror, as if he were witnessing the most unfathomable scene of terror. His outstretched hand trembled uncontrollably, as if trying to grasp something that eluded his grasp. Throughout his life, he had never encountered such a bloody spectacle. Everything before him felt like a nightmare, rendering him incredulous. What is happening? The teammates nearby sensed the disturbance behind them and turned to look. When their gazes fell upon the gruesome scene, their eyes widened, fury surging within them. How could this be? They could scarcely believe that in an instant, a vibrant life had been extinguished. How could this happen? The priestess covered her mouth, her eyes fixated on the scattered stone beads. Memories of what transpired before they entered the forest flooded her mind. This is from my sister. Isn't it beautiful? The sorceress had beamed with an angelic smile, proudly showcasing the stone bracelet on her wrist. Once I return, I must buy a cake for my brother. Yet, she would never return. Indeed, I envy you, the priestess remarked with a pout, clearly displeased, and why brother has never prepared anything for me, his elder sister. That despicable. She raised her tiny fist. When I return, I shall give him a thorough scolding. Damn goblins. Jido roared in fury, his magical energy erupting instantaneously, forming a powerful whirlwind that sent leaves swirling into the air. The priestess rushed forward in an attempt to calm him. Captain, please calm down. However, Jido was consumed by rage, the barrier of magic he had conjured keeping the priestess at bay. Left with no choice, the priestess brandished her staff, hoping to provide him with protection through divine light. Yet, just as her staff was about to swing, death silently approached. A dark shadow emerged suddenly from behind the priestess, followed by a swift, lethal strike. The attack sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, carving a perfect arc that aimed for the priestess's life. The priestess had no time to react, helplessly watching the shadow draw near. When she felt a chill envelop her, it was already too late. That flash of blade glided past her. She lamented, realizing she would break her promise. She could not return to scold her brother. She felt a deep remorse. With a swift motion, the strike landed upon the priestess. Blood sprang forth. The divine light that had shielded her suddenly revealed a grotesque line of blood appearing at her neck. Seemingly sensing something, Ally and Jido turned back almost in unison. Witnessing the priestess's final moments, their hearts filled with shock and sorrow, unable to comprehend the reality before them. Run. The priestess's lips moved slightly, her voice barely articulating a single word before. PFF, blood gushed from the priestess's neck, sending her head soaring into the sky. When her head landed, her expression remained forever frozen in despair and terror. In that moment, both Ally and Jido stood in stunned silence, staring blankly at the priestess's lifeless body, their hearts overshadowed by boundless grief and rage. Blood stained the expressions of Ally and Jido, filled with fury and despair. Jido's roar echoed through the night, akin to a wounded beast, furious and hopeless. His eyes burned crimson, as if ablaze with unquenchable fire, fiercely fixated on the darkness ahead, as if longing to devour everything within it. Come out, you wretched monster. I shall slay you, he howled with all his might, his voice echoing with boundless wrath and hatred. Yet, all that responded were the whistling winds and the rustling of leaves. The surroundings were steeped in silence, as if the entire world had succumbed to slumber. Jido's roars reverberated in the desolate night, growing increasingly desolate and hopeless. Curse it! Curse it! Jido repeated thrice, his voice laden with endless pain and regret. Come out, come forth and kill me. He was acutely aware that the demise of his two companions was solely due to his obstinate insistence. Had he not been so resolute in entering this perilous realm, they would have never faced such a grim fate. Why? Kido could not comprehend how it had come to this. Had he truly erred? His comrades fell before him one after another, Yet he could not even catch a glimpse of their shadows. Was death imminent? Was he truly to perish? Perhaps it would be better to embrace death. Such thoughts flickered through Kido's mind. Even if he returned, he would be met with derision. What worth was there in a life that could not protect even its companions? Suddenly, a flash of steel cut through the air. Captain Wee! At that moment, Eli mustered the courage to lift his gaze, intending to counsel the captain to remain calm. However, upon raising his head, he was met with a horrifying sight. A crimson line silently appeared at the captain's throat. Resembling a red serpent, glaringly vivid against the night, that Eli's eyes widened in terror. He understood all too well what that mark signified, that it was the seal of death, a mark left by a monster. The expression on the severed head was frozen in a grimace of rage, its eyes wide open, unblinking in death. That moment, a dull thud resounded. The captain's head rolled from his shoulders. A warm, viscous liquid erupted, splattering Eli's face in crimson. He covered his mouth in disbelief, unable to fathom the gruesome scene before him. That Kido's body gradually collapsed, his blood flowing in a vivid stream against the night. Witnessing the demise of his companions one after another, Eli lost all sense of calm and reason. Without a second thought, he abandoned the bodies of his comrades and fled into the forest. Goblins? No, they were not goblins at all. They were monsters, cold-blooded, merciless beasts. It was impossible to win. With the strongest captain dead, only the weakest remained. How could he possibly survive? He wanted to escape, but he should never have left home in a fit of anger, ignoring his sister's advice. Had he stayed home, he would never have become an adventurer, and he would not be in this predicament. No, it was all the captain's fault. Had he listened from the beginning, they would never have encountered this monster. Li Jie and Shueji Wunti have died. That it was all his fault. Oh, please, do not kill me. That I do not want to die yet. Eli's desperate cries echoed in the night, pleading for mercy. Yet the only presence that could hear him was contemplating whether to eliminate him. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yin made his decision. Kill. Unbeknownst to Eli, from the instant he exposed his back to Yin, he was already dead. A swift flash of steel precisely severed Eli's throat. Accompanied by the sound of his head hitting the ground, the familiar voice of the world resonated in Yi Yan's mind. Congratulations, you have slain a human. You have gained a point in power attribute. Congratulations, you have slain a human. Due to your skill predation, you have acquired the human skill physical enhancement D. Yi Yan hung upside down from tree, gazing at the corpses below, his expression devoid of any emotional change. Despite their might, they were easily swayed by their emotions. If he had confronted these four head-on, he would have had no chance of victory, not even against the brawny man among them. Yet, what a pity. Yin was an assassin, a shadowy killer. He would never engage in direct combat without absolute certainty. This was his code of assassination. Never undertake a task without confidence that if he struck, it must be with complete assurance. Moreover, he had not intended to kill them. But it seemed these individuals sought to take his life upon seeing him. Had Yenner done something to provoke them? Ian tilted his head in confusion, murmuring to himself. He could not recall any interaction with them. Were they assassins like him? That would explain it. But it mattered little, since they harbored murderous intent. It was only natural to eliminate them all. This was a lesson taught by his mother. If one wished to kill, one must be prepared to be killed in turn. Ian descended from the tree and began to gather the spoils of battle. Soon, the adventurer's belongings were packed into a large bag, a bountiful harvest. Bringing these home would surely delight his mother. As for the belongings of the goblins, they were of no value, utterly worthless. Not long after Ian departed, a group of adventurers passed by. Fiona furrowed her brow, surveying the goblin corpses and the remains of Kido's team. What is this? How could this be? Could they have perished together? Fiona pondered, but as a silver-ranked adventurer, Kido should never have lost to mere goblins. Could it be the goblin team that had escaped? Observing the looted scene, Dita voiced his suspicion. Morris approached, examining the goblin corpses alongside Kido's team. No, based on the signs on their bodies. It was the work of a single individual, executed with precision and efficiency. Morris frowned, deep in thought. This was an exceptionally skilled assassination technique. Assassination technique? Dita stroked his chin, seemingly lost in contemplation. How could this be? Meanwhile, Amy stood frozen, her face pale as she stared at her brother's lifeless form. That. Fiona hesitated, uncertain of what words could comfort her. Boom! In the next instant, a terrifying surge of magic erupted from Amy. Damn it! Her once adorable face twisted in fury. I must kill that goblin. I better not let it find me. Otherwise, Amy raised her fist and struck the ground, venting her rage. I will make you regret ever existing in this world. Boom! The earth cracked and sank, clouds of dust swirling as the dust settled. A crater with a 1-meter radius was left where Amy's fist had struck. Fiona instinctively took 2 steps back at the sight. Yet upon closer inspection, it was indeed extraordinary. Such raw power was typically found in clerics serving deities. Not only were they rare, but they were also not meant for mere mortals. Even the martial artist Dita, witnessing this display of strength, couldn't help but twitch his lips. Sometimes, one truly could not discern who was the protected party in this scenario. I did not want to die. Run. Eli had no idea how long he had been running, nor how much time had passed. He simply kept fleeing till he was still alive, or had he died? But what lay on the ground? A corpse, his corpse. Eli beheld his own lifeless body. That moment, the voice of the world echoed in his mind. Your exclusive skill, soul projection, has been successfully activated. Your original body can no longer be used. Scanning nearby bodies. Damaged body detected. Commencing return at Suddenly, a powerful force pulled him in, drawing him towards the feeble body of the goblin that had been teetering on the brink of death. No, please don't. Ali cried out, and at that moment, a minuscule soul was consumed by him. In the next instant, when he rose, he had transformed into a goblin. Ali, upon hearing his sister's voice, he felt a surge of joy. But the sight of his goblin form left him no room for hesitation. He fled immediately. He feared for his life. Why, oh why, had this happened to him? Yin strode through a heap of goblin corpses. A heavy sack slung over his shoulder, his steps steady. Each footfall echoed with a dull thud as he traversed the remains. However, the stench of blood wafting from him attracted a number of greedy wolves. Their eyes gleaming with ferocity, drool dripping from their jaws, as they regarded Yi Yin as a sumptuous feast. Yet, for Yi Yin at that moment, these wolves were nothing more than a mere distraction, hardly worth his concern. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the goblin lair. There a group of diminutive, menacing goblins busily stood guard. Some wielded spears, while others hefted massive axes, their eyes betraying a mix of malice and cunning. Among them, several goblins formed a line, registering information with those known as goblin leaders, the higher-ranking goblins. Though they bore resemblance to their lesser kin, they stood a bit straighter, their intellect comparable to that of humans. They understood basic arithmetic sufficient for their needs, as they managed the lower goblins and coordinated various affairs. Some goblin leaders diligently recorded patrol reports. Others meticulously counted spoils, while others exchanged shells as rewards for the lesser goblins. At that hour, dusk had descended, casting the fading light of the setting sun upon the lair's entrance, bestowing an eerie beauty upon this land steeped in bloodshed and violence. A procession of goblins returned one after another. Some carrying prey, others burdened with packages, their faces alight with satisfaction and pride. The entire entrance buzzed with excitement, resembling a grand celebration. Some goblins might be described as affluent, adorned with the remnants of their hunts, embodying both savagery and greed. Yet this group of goblins presented themselves in a different light. They were no longer mere marauders, but resembled merchants returning laden with bounty. Among them, a few goblins trailed behind, dragging trembling women as if they were mere captured prey. The expressions on the women's faces varied. Some closed their eyes in despair. Others bit their lips in anguish, while a few emitted faint whimpers of sorrow, their sounds echoing hauntingly in the silent forest. Amidst this throng of goblins, one figure stood out conspicuously. Yin, burdened with a large sack, moving alone, not accompanied by women like the others, nor in the company of fellow goblins. His sack was heavy, seemingly filled with something of great importance, making his progress notably laborious. The other goblins cast him curious, puzzled, and even disdainful glances. What was up with that goblin? Why was he the only one to return alone? Surely he didn't intend to bring back something while the others frolicked about. Ah, now he remembered. This was the one who had slain so many young goblins. What? Was it really him? They realized he had been bullied and forced to carry such a heavy load. Oomph! Some goblins directed scornful looks at Yin. He had bullied them, killing so many of his own kind, yet they could not fathom why the leader had allowed him to live. Alas, the general's kindness was to blame, forgiving the ignorance of the young. Oomph! Some goblins even deliberately shoved a female slave towards Yin. The raven-haired woman collided directly with him. Her long, dark hair hung wildly over her shoulders, her tattered clothing exposing expanses of alabaster skin. Her complexion was extraordinarily pale, akin to exquisite jade under the moonlight, and her beauty was striking, reminiscent of a blossoming lily. An alluring aura emanated from her, as if she beckoned desire. Of course, facing such a blatant provocation, Yin easily sidestepped her. Were it not for the bird in his hands, he would have swiftly dispatched that goblin. Ha ha! What was this? Was he afraid of women? The leading goblin, Chow, guffawed derisively at Yi Yan's evasive maneuver. Clearly believing that Yi Yan had become flustered by the woman's beauty, he dragged the raven-haired woman towards the cave. She glanced back at Yi Yan with a coy smile. This individual was no ordinary goblin. Yi Yan had sensed something amiss the moment she lunged at him. Rather than being a mere collision, it felt as though she had deliberately seduced the goblin into the encounter. It was an intriguing power. Indeed, is he thinking about that woman? The goblins mocked Yi Yan, who remained transfixed on the woman entering the cave. What was he contemplating? After all, within the lair resided his elven mother. Ha 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 ha. Yi Yan disregarded the jeers of the goblins and moved closer. Just as he was about to step into the lair, an elder goblin leader called out to him. Hey, you goblin! Yi Yan initially intended to ignore him, but was intercepted by the guard goblins at the entrance. The goblin leader is calling for you. Noticing this, Yi Yan's brow furrowed slightly as he turned back. The goblin leader, Dong, had already rushed up to him. I was calling you just now. Why did you not stop? It seemed that his authority had been challenged, and the goblin leader was quite irate as a group of growing goblins watched the spectacle unfold. You called me? Yi Yan pointed to himself. Did you not hear? The goblin leader's frown deepened, his expression darkening. That I did not hear anyone call my name. Yi Yan retorted with a serious countenance, turning away in confusion. You, the goblin leader Dong, trembled with anger. About to raise his cane, in an instant, a wave of terrifying killing intent swept over him, enveloping Dong entirely. What is this? The goblin felt a surge of dread, such horrifying killing intent. His gaze fell on Yi Yan, who was now poised for battle. Should this goblin dare to make another move, his head would soon roll. You intend to kill me? The goblin leader, Dong, lowered his cane, feigning calm. Yet Yi Yan paid him no heed. Offering no further words, his gaze, chilling to the core, remained fixed on Dong, who was now too frightened to utter another word. However, this did not stop the goblins nearby from chiming in. Leader, do not fear this brat. Teach him a lesson. Show him why the sky is so high and the ground so thick. At this moment, the goblin leader, Dong, who was under Yi Yan's terrifying glare, only wished to silence the raucous lower goblins with a swift reprimand. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, this brat is aiming for my life, not yours. Switch places with me and see if you fare any better. And what's with this kid's overwhelming presence? I can even feel a suppression emanating from the depths of his bloodline. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This must be an illusion that IT is, after all, a high-ranking goblin. Aside from the general, they're only the superior breeds. Yet this fellow emerged from the lair of the lower goblins. How could he possibly be of the superior breed? Oh, if there is nothing else, then I shall take my leave. Yi Yan merely cast a fleeting glance at the goblin leader, Dong, before preparing to enter the nest, laden with a substantial bundle. Wait, however, after only a few steps, he was halted once more by the goblin leader, Dong, whose tone had softened slightly this time. What is it? Yi Yan turned back, irritation lacing his voice. You must surrender a portion of your spoils. The goblin leader pointed to the large sack on Yi Yan's back and stated he did not wish to converse with the formidable goblin before him. But rules are rules. He could not allow this little imp to disrupt the order. Otherwise, he would be the one facing punishment. These are mine. Yin furrowed his brow, gripping the package tighter. What do you mean, yours? A nearby lower goblin could no longer contain himself and shouted at Yin. The spoils belong to the nest, to the team. How could they be the property of a single goblin? Exactly. Who would have thought this little goblin could be so greedy? He should be wary of being discovered by his comrades for hoarding the spoils and facing isolation. Enough. The goblin leader took a deep breath. You must understand that any goblin returning from here is required to surrender half of their spoils. No exceptions can be made. This time, the goblin leader, Dong, was truly enraged. This audacious fellow dared to consume even what rightfully belonged to the goblin nest. How could this be tolerated? As for why he was unafraid, that was a jest. Behind him stood an entire goblin nest. Naturally, he felt emboldened. If this little imp dared to act recklessly, a single goblin's spit could drown him. And what of the goblins who accompanied you? Bring them here. I am eager to see how bold they are to dare hoard the nest possessions. The goblin leader Dong stood before the multitude of goblins, brimming with authority, pointing at Yin from the moral high ground of goblin ethics. They are dead. Upon being questioned, Yin replied succinctly. Dead. The goblin leader Dong's face froze at Yin's words. Dead. The other goblins gasped in shock, gazing at Yin, who appeared unscathed. Should they have encountered some powerful foe, a total annihilation could be understood. Yet, to have only a single goblin return, unharmed and bearing spoils, raised significant suspicion. An extraordinary anomaly. It was akin to someone returning to declare that a formidable dragon lay ahead, having claimed the lives of all who encountered it. How could you possibly have survived? How did they perish? The goblin leader Dong inquired tentatively. Was there something concealed? They're simply dead. Why? Yin answered directly. How did you survive? I'm stronger than they are. Do you expect me to believe you? Oh, Yin retorted coldly. Then you must also test whether I am indeed stronger than you. The chapter title is incorrect. I shall amend it tomorrow. The goblin leader Dong trembled, realizing the underlying implications of Yin's words. This fellow is far too arrogant. Wait, I shall certainly report this to the goblin general, who will pass judgment upon you. You must be colluding with humans. Otherwise, how could you remain alive while the others perished? Yin, uninterested in their prattle, cast a dispassionate glance at them and attempted to leave. Yet, the goblin leader Dong, accompanied by a throng of lower goblins, blocked Yin's path. Halt! Remain here or accompany me to the goblin general. Stand aside. Yin's tone was icy as he placed a hand on the dagger at his waist, ready to strike down the goblin at any moment. Return with me to see the general. The goblin leader Dong was resolute in his refusal to yield. He was determined not to allow this disaster, this traitor, to enter the nest. Enough is enough. This incessant obstruction from the goblin has thoroughly enraged Yin. Then perish. Sensing Yin's murderous intent, the goblin leader Dong's face paled as he retreated a few steps. What do you intend to do? As Yin drew closer, the goblin leader Dong panicked and shouted to the goblins behind him. What are you all doing? This goblin is defying goblin law. Seize this little imp. Ah, the numerous goblins finally realized the situation and rushed in, attempting to encircle Yin and subdue him. You seek death. Yin's expression turned cold as he drew his dagger. Just as he was about to act, a sharp, resonant voice rang out. Cease immediately. Lord Shaman, the goblins turned to see the goblin shaman, Shah, approaching them slowly. This goblin dares. I am already aware. Before the goblin leader Dong could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the goblin shaman. I will handle this matter. Then, to the astonishment of the goblin shaman unexpectedly allowed Yin to leave. Very well. You may return now. Shah addressed Yin without inquiring further. Yin nodded and happily departed with his bundle. The goblin crowd, hearing the shaman's words, instinctively parted to let him through. Perhaps they were merely afraid of Yin. Shaman Shah. You. The goblin leader Dong sought to voice his concerns, but was cut off by the goblin shaman. Rest assured, I have found no traces of curses or witchcraft upon him. But the goblin leader Dong appeared troubled. I know what you are worried about. The goblin shaman discerned his concerns. You fear, what if he is a willing traitor? Such apprehension is unwarranted. The goblin shaman, Shah, observed the goblin leader Dong and continued. Do you think our goblin clan would be accepted by other races? Well, the goblin leader Dong hesitated. What could he gain from betraying our goblin clan? The goblin leader Dong hesitated once more. You must understand that the disdain other races harbor for us runs deep. You truly believe they would ally with a single goblin? The goblin leader Dong nodded. Or do you think there are goblins willing to risk everything to betray their kin? It is utterly inconceivable. Upon hearing the goblin shaman's reasoning, the goblin leader Dong's eyes widened in realization. I see now. Furthermore, regarding Yian's matters, I shall take full responsibility. The goblin shaman, Sha, instructed the goblin leader Dong. Though he did not wish to create a special status for goblins, the current situation with Yian was simply not conducive to interactions with other goblins. Forcing it would only lead to unnecessary fatalities. The goblin leader Dong stood dumbfounded. He had not expected the goblin shaman, Sha, to utter such words. Remember, should he wish to enter the nest in the future, he may do so at any time without obstruction. With that, he disregarded the goblin leader Dong and departed. No, the goblin leader Dong attempted to protest, only to find that the goblin shaman, Sha, had already left. Curse be this, the goblin leader, Dong, muttered under his breath. How arrogant, relying solely on the general's favor to become so conceited. We are all high-ranking goblins. Why should I heed your commands? How infuriating at that moment. Within the goblin den, a dimly lit chamber exuded a markedly different atmosphere than previously observed. A goblin, Mo, was sprawled on the bed beside an enchanting and exquisite young woman. The goblin's eyes sparkled with hearts as he gazed fervently at the raven-haired beauty before him, tongue lolling out, utterly captivated. Master, please whip me. Oh, the raven-haired girl. No, she ought to be called Marika Ansulant. Had long shed her innocent guise, in its place was an unprecedented allure and chilling elegance, clad in a female demon-esque attire. Her outfit seemed meticulously selected from the depths of hell, exuding both wickedness and endless temptation. It is not impossible for this queen to strike you, but you must obediently follow my commands. Marika held tightly onto a whip, its leather glinting ominously under the light of the moonstone, as if it could devour all radiance. The subtle smile curved her lips, crafting a perfect arc, akin to a mischievous little demon toying with the world. Her once clear eyes now appeared deep and mesmerizing, seemingly concealing countless secrets and conspiracies that I will certainly obey. Please whip me to your heart's content. Mo, entranced, gazed up at Marika like a devoted puppy. Crack! Marika swiftly brandished the small black whip. Striking the goblin's rear, the soul-piercing attack sent Mo soaring with pleasure, the obsession in his eyes intensifying. Strike me, he implored eagerly, desperate to relive the experience. Very well, Marika replied with a disdainful look, gazing down at the filthy goblin. Now answer me. What was that goblin at the door carrying such a large bag? He's a demon, a beast. Upon the mention of Ian, Mo's excitement surged. Among those children, there was one of his own. Had it not been for the general's orders, he would have long since slain that wretch, ensuring the brat could not survive to this day. Oh, Marika's interest piqued at Mo's words that it was indeed rare to hear another goblin referred to as a demon. Could there be one that resembled her more closely? A slight smirk played on her lips. Intrigued, Hotel. Strike me. Marika cast a look of disgust at Mo, yet her disdain seemed only to heighten his excitement. Hurry, strike me. Crack! Without a moment's hesitation, Marika lashed the repugnant goblin once more. The sharp, grating sound erupted from the goblin below, deepening Marika's frown. Such lowly creatures were indeed distasteful to her. However, earlier outside the den, the strange goblin's voice had not been as grating as this. That goblin had slain dozens of goblin offspring as soon as it was born. Mo struggled to lift his head, seeking approval from Marika. Master, do you think it was born? Oh, Marika's eyes narrowed. Even they would not massacre the young. No, how could one possess such awareness at birth, let alone the decisiveness and strength to slay so many goblins in such a short span? If one were to think about it, that creature indeed resembled a demon more than she did. How fascinating, utterly fascinating. Previously, she had only come to investigate due to that peculiar phenomenon and the words of those old fools. Never expecting to stumble upon such unexpected findings. Strike me, Emo urged as Marika remained motionless. Continue speaking. Crack. The woman began to pace slowly, the whip in her hand swaying gently, producing a faint sound. The noise echoed within the chamber, resembling a bizarre melody that incited an involuntary tension. Her figure appeared even more mysterious and perilous in the dim light, evoking a desire to draw closer while simultaneously instilling fear. In the dark, damp depths of the Goblin lair on the lower level, a small yet relatively tidy room exuded an oppressive, suffocating atmosphere. In one corner stood a figure, Yin, his face adorned with a radiant smile, as if he had just completed an exhilarating task. That moment, Victoria, Yin's mother, stared wide-eyed in terror at the bag in her son's grasp. The bag was stained crimson with blood, a shocking sight. Her gaze inevitably fell upon Yin's face, once familiar yet now strangely foreign. You killed someone? Victoria's voice trembled. Indeed. Yin nodded without hesitation, pride and satisfaction lacing his tone. That I killed. Oh, so many people. Isn't that impressive? He raised the bloodied dagger in his hand, akin to a child showcasing a new toy, seemingly seeking his mother-esque praise. However, as she beheld Yin's brilliant smile and the blood dripping from the bag, an indescribable complexity welled within Victoria's heart. In that instant, she profoundly understood the undeniable truth. Her child was a goblin. This was a reality from which she could not escape. An ugly, wicked, chaotic lineage. Watching her mother stand frozen, eyes vacant, Yin tilted his head in confusion, approaching cautiously. Mother, what's wrong? Are you unwell? He reached out a hand, intending to touch Victoria. Crack! A sharp slap echoed as Victoria forcefully swatted Yi Yan's hand away. He was taken aback, observing the deep furrow in her brow, her ruby-like eyes ablaze with anger. Do not touch me. Victoria's voice quivered, her emotions teetering on the edge of instability. Why? Yin stared blankly at her, the fiery anger and pain reflected in her ruby eyes, striking a familiar chord within him. He vividly recalled how, when she had just given birth, she had looked at him with that very same expression, one filled with complex emotions he could not shake from his memory. Why did his mother gaze at him in such a manner? Confusion and unease filled his heart. Had he done something wrong? He racked his brain for any recent actions that might have provoked her fury, yet found none that warranted such wrath. Could this be his mother's way of expressing love? Suddenly, this possibility dawned on him. He recalled how his mother had behaved in the past, though her expressions were somewhat peculiar. They were nonetheless her unique way of showing affection. With this realization, Yi Yan's mood brightened, dispelling the earlier gloom. He understood that if this was how his mother preferred to express herself, he would fulfill her wishes. In the future, whenever he encountered those who displeased her, he would eliminate them and present their corpses before her. Surely, that would bring her joy. Such thoughts filled Yi Yan with a sense of exhilaration. He seemed to envision a series of scenes from the future, brimming with excitement and tension. Observing the fluctuating expressions on Yi Yan's face, Victoria found herself utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend what her child was truly thinking. Before her lay a package that had been opened, revealing an array of familiar items, equipment she recognized. She knew these belonged to the team known as the Jido Squad, though she had only encountered them once. The existence of the Silver Adventurer Squad was still hard to accept. Even among humans, they were certainly formidable, if not at the pinnacle of prowess. The captain possessed at least the strength of a seasoned warrior. Yet, such a team had been vanquished, annihilated by Yi Yan, who had only been adventuring for a few months. Noticing her mother's unwavering gaze fixed on the package, Yi Yan eagerly emptied its contents onto the ground. Displaying his achievements like a child seeking approval, the items cascaded forth like a waterfall, strewn across the floor. With a face full of pride, Yi Yan pointed to the scattered possessions and declared, "These are all for you, Mama. Take whatever you like." Witnessing Yi Yan's innocent smile, Victoria couldn't help but smile wryly to herself. What a dutiful child he was. However, at that moment, a sharp clang, clang, clang shattered the warm atmosphere. An object rolled out from among the scattered items, coming to rest at Victoria's feet. She looked down and froze. That it was an exquisite pocket watch, its golden casing shimmering in the glow of the moonstone. She recognized it as belonging to the young woman who was a priestess. After a brief hesitation, Victoria bent down to pick up the watch, gently opening it. Inside lay a faded photograph, quietly resting there. In the picture, two young girls embraced one another, their smiles radiant like blooming flowers. Below the image, a delicate inscription caught her eye. "Happy birthday." Upon seeing the photograph, her eyes glazed over, trembling as she muttered to herself. "Is it my fault? Is it all my fault?" Yin, witnessing his mother suddenly in tears, became alarmed. He hurried to her side, using his small hands to wipe away her tears. "Mama, what's wrong? Please don't cry." "Why?" Victoria choked out. "Why did they have to be killed? Because they wanted to kill Yenner." Yin, puzzled, touched his head and gazed at his mother in confusion. Just as he was about to speak, Victoria suddenly rushed over, her delicate hands carefully examining Yian's body. "What?" Her touch was gentle yet urgent, reminiscent of a mother concerned for her child returning from a skirmish. "Is someone trying to kill you? Are you all right?" Victoria's voice was laced with tension and worry. "Yes." How could she have forgotten? Her child was a goblin, regarded as a lowly, evil creature by humans, a race despised by the gods. Naturally, any adventurers encountering Yin would seek to slay him. Her child was merely retaliating. There was no right or wrong in this matter, just differing perspectives. Yet, she instinctively believed it was her child's fault. She felt like an inadequate mother, with guilt weighing heavily on her heart. Victoria held Yin even tighter. "No, Yenner is very strong." Why? Yin struggled to pull his head free from her embrace and patted his chest. "Mama, you don't want Yenner to kill, do you?" Hearing his words, Victoria furrowed her brow, lost in thought. "If Mama tells you not to kill, will you listen to me?" Victoria inquired tentatively, receiving a clear answer from Yin. "Of course, if Mama says not to kill, then I want to kill." Victoria stared blankly at her son, who assuredly patted his chest. "But what if those people want to kill you? It's fine. Yenner can run away. I'm really good at hide and seek. They want to find me." Looking at Yin, who seemed oblivious to the intricacies of morality and reason, he appeared to Victoria as a blank canvas. Whatever color he was stained with would define him. Victoria was at a loss for words, unsure of what to say or do. After all, this was her first experience as a mother. She wished to impart the wisdom of the world, the bonds of humanity, the tenets of morality, and the rules of law. Yet in this chaotic forest, within this grotesque lair, what significance did those lessons hold? Here, the law of the jungle reigned supreme. Only the strong survived. The mere fact that this goblin child regarded her as a mother was a rare miracle. Moreover, Victoria knew that asking him not to kill was cruel. After all, he was a goblin. The moment he appeared before humans, he would be hunted. Ask him not to kill was akin to removing the fangs of a wolf, rendering him a sheep at the mercy of humans. Victoria fell silent for a moment, her eyes glimmering with complex emotions, as if weighing a crucial decision in her heart. Finally, she gently parted her soft, pink lips, her voice clear and gentle. "Mama does not wish for you to kill recklessly." After a brief pause, under Yian's innocent gaze, she continued, "However, if someone seeks to kill you, Mama will not stop you. Mama hopes that before you take a life, you consider the reason behind it, not for the sake of killing alone, but to offer them a chance." "A chance?" Yin turned around, his eyes, reminiscent of glimmering rubies, sparkling with confusion. "Yes, a chance," Victoria replied softly, nodding slightly, her deep-set eyes revealing a hint of complex emotion. "This chance, you must evaluate for yourself." Though she could clearly delineate what warranted killing and what did not. Doing so would be tantamount to stripping Yi Yan of his agency. That would be an act of cruelty. Her child was not a puppet, and she did not wish for him to be one. Upon hearing his mother's words, Yi Yan's expression was one of perplexity. Hadn't she always explicitly told him what to kill and what not to kill? Nevertheless, since it was his mother's directive, he simply needed to obey. After all, that had been the case for over a decade. It was the same now. "All right," Yian nodded. "That I understand." This meant that he would eliminate anyone harboring malice toward him, but would refrain from harming those who posed no threat. Offering those without harmful intentions a chance? Upon hearing this, Victoria paused, hesitating before nodding. Suddenly, memories of her own mother flooded her mind. Mama, teaching children is truly a challenge. She found herself beginning to understand her own mother. Leah, you're wonderful. Here, as a little red flower as a reward. Victoria suddenly heard her mother's voice echoing in her ears to, "O green of life, hear my song," in the embrace of Mother Earth. Seeds awakened quietly, drawing from the sweet nectar of life. Victoria's melodious voice resonated. The dim cave reverberated with an air of mystery, as if a hidden power were stirring, deep within the cavern's darkness. A brilliant light suddenly flickered to life. Moments later, a vibrant flower, radiant and captivating, slowly emerged from the ground, illuminated by the glow. Wow! Yin stood in awe, mesmerized by this astonishing spectacle, his heart brimming with shock and curiosity. He recalled the peculiar goblin shaman who had once summoned vines from the earth, ensnaring him tightly. Truly remarkable. The flower bloomed even more beautifully in Victoria's hands, its petals layered and exuding a delicate fragrance. Victoria gently tucked the flower behind Yan's ear. "Here, this is a little white flower as a reward for you." Yan was momentarily taken aback. He touched the flower upon his head. His expression somewhat dazed. He had never envisioned receiving such a unique gift. "Do you not like it?" Victoria inquired with concern, noticing Yan's bewildered demeanor. She truly had nothing else to offer him. Yet this small white flower was the most exquisite bloom she could find. "No." Yan suddenly snapped back to reality, a faint blush appearing on his green face. He clutched the flower tightly, as if fearing its disappearance. Yan cherished it. This was the first gift he had ever received from his mother. His voice trembled, yet his eyes sparkled with joy upon hearing Yi Yan's words. A warm current surged within Victoria's heart. "Yes, indeed," she replied, saying nothing further. However, witnessing Yi Yan's elation, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of shame over her earlier actions. The child was still so young. What did he truly understand about good and evil? Moreover, having been born within the goblin's lair, amidst a forest where the weak were preyed upon by the strong, what could he possibly know? If someone sought to harm him, of course, he would retaliate. Such moments. Isn't it a mother's duty to guide her child properly? The petite elven mother raised her tiny fist, rallying herself for the task ahead. She was resolute in her commitment to educate her child well. In that moment, the young elven mother made a vow. "Mother, do you like flowers?" "I do." Then Yen would venture out and bring back an abundance of flowers for his mother. Indeed, little Yen is truly remarkable. Victoria's voice dwindled, eventually fading into slumber. Thus, an elf and a goblin nestled together in the dim lair, surrounded by dampness and the stench of decay. Yet Victoria felt as though she were in paradise. Hidden within the distant mountains was a goblin lair, unfathomably deep. This lair was constructed of massive stones and rugged timber, exuding an ancient and weathered appearance. At the pinnacle of the lair stood an imposing castle, as if guarding the very earth itself. Surrounding the castle was a vibrant spectacle of blooming flowers, a riot of colors and fragrances filling the air. These blossoms appeared particularly incongruous within the goblin lair. Yet they harmoniously melded into this world that it was hard to fathom that such a vibrant locale could exist within the dark, oppressive goblin lair. This place was, in fact, the residence of the goblin general. At that moment, within the lofty chambers of the castle, the goblin general sat upon the ground, perusing a hefty tome. His gaze was deep and penetrating, as if he could see through all things. "I hear you had a dispute with the goblin Long Dong." The goblin general suddenly spoke, his voice low and resonant. The goblin shaman standing nearby answered dutifully, "Yes, my lord general." "Oh, pray, enlighten me," the goblin general urged. "Of course, my lord general." The goblin shaman nodded, then detailed the unfolding events. After listening to the shaman's account, the goblin general fell silent for a moment. He then set down the book, his penetrating gaze fixed intently upon the goblin shaman. The oppressive force emanating from his eyes left the shaman breathless. Not meddle in Yi Yan's affairs any further. The goblin general's tone bore an unmistakable authority, but the goblin shaman hesitated, seemingly wishing to say more. "What? Do you no longer heed my words?" The Goblin General regarded the shaman with a sardonic smile that I dare not. The Goblin shaman felt an unusual tension from the general, cold sweat trickling down his brow. And he refrained from speaking further. Very well. Let us depart. Yes. The Goblin General's eyes were like stars in the dark night, deep and luminous, gazing into the distance. Old friend, you have finally arrived, he whispered softly. A hint of barely perceptible excitement in his voice. Shao Tian, at that moment, a melodious voice echoed in the cavern, akin to the delightful sound of a stream in a valley. As the voice resonated. A voluptuous woman emerged slowly from the shadows of the dim room. Her face, however, was marred by grotesque scars, rendering her visage quite fearsome. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could still glimpse a trace of her once exquisite beauty through the distorted scars. This beauty seemed frozen in the abyss of time, evoking a profound sense of regret. The Goblin General turned to gaze at Elena, his eyes softening with tenderness. He frowned slightly and murmured, I told you not to venture out casually. Elena smiled, seemingly unfazed by his admonition. She playfully beckoned with her finger, mischief sparkling in her eyes, and asked softly, Shao Tian, would you like to join? The Goblin General shook his head, a weary smile gracing his lips. Only you would dare to call me that. His tone held no reproach, instead revealing a hint of affection. I in this goblin lair. Who could have imagined that the formidable Goblin General, feared by countless foes, could be so affectionately addressed by a woman? What was even more astonishing was that the Goblin General's wife was a human woman, her beauty irrevocably shattered. Elena puffed out her cheeks and looked at the Goblin General. Her expression adorably mischievous. If one could overlook the grotesque scars adorning her face, she might easily be mistaken for a playful young maiden. The Goblin General gazed at her, a flicker of warmth shining in his eyes. He nodded and gently said, Come. Thus, within the dim cavern, an extraordinary battle erupted, tumultuous and grand, as rivers flowed into the sea, endlessly surging. Before long, the entire cave was permeated with the pungent odor of seafood. After the fierce skirmish, Elena lay quietly in the Goblin General's broad and sturdy embrace. Are you worried about something? Her eyes shimmered faintly in the dim candlelight as she softly inquired, her tone laced with deep concern for her husband. The Goblin General gently shook his head, his gaze seemingly transcending time and space, lost in the distant past. It is simply that an old friend has finally come. Elena frowned slightly, perplexed by his words. After a moment of contemplation, a possible name sprang to mind, and her face blossomed into a radiant smile that it shall see. The Goblin General nodded, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. He lowered his gaze to his wife in his arms, his voice tender. What do you think? Shall we go see? Elena gently shook her head, a resolute yet relieved expression crossing her face. What is there to see? I've already died that day. The current me belongs to you. As she spoke, she nestled her head into her husband's embrace, her face radiant with happiness. Moreover, in Shao Xi's eyes, I have long since perished. The dead must appear as the dead. Thus, even in parting, it shall not be sorrowful. Indeed, you are mine. The Goblin General held Elena close, something glimmering in his eyes. You are mine, and I can only be yours. Therefore, before I depart from this world, promise me you shall not leave my side. Elena lifted her gaze to meet her husband's eyes, filled with happiness and reliance, akin to a little bird nestled snugly in the Goblin General's embrace. Her voice soft yet unwavering, I shall never leave before your departure. Therefore, do not leave this world too soon. Upon hearing Elena's words, the Goblin General unusually chose not to respond. Instead, he quietly embraced his wife, savoring the rhythm of her breath and heartbeat. Night deepened. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon the bed. Their breaths gradually steadied, as if they had melted into the tranquility of the night. The first rays of dawn seeped through the cracks in the curtains, illuminating Yian's bedside and heralding the arrival of a new day. The air was suffused with a delicate aroma of freshly baked bread, prepared by Victoria herself for his breakfast. Seated at the dining table, Yian hastily consumed his meal. Rising, he straightened his clothes in preparation for his departure. Turning to glance at the kitchen, he observed Victoria busily tidying up the table. The sunlight glinted off her silver hair. rendering it strikingly radiant. "Mother, I'm heading out." Yin waved goodbye. Victoria looked up, her gaze imbued with concern and reluctance. "Be careful, and run if you encounter danger." Victoria nodded gently in response to her son's farewell. Yin acknowledged her with a nod before stepping out the door. Victoria gazed at his receding figure, a wave of loneliness and worry swelling within her. He must return, she thought. When will he come back? A self-deprecating smile crossed Victoria's lips as she retreated into the room. She was acutely aware that her son and she were of entirely different natures. Yet, she continued to love him as if he were her own flesh and blood. Silently, she prayed for his safe return. However, just as she turned to re-enter her room, a sharp dagger was suddenly thrust against her neck. Her eyes widened in terror as she beheld a strange woman behind her. "Don't move," the woman commanded coldly, her eyes brimming with murderous intent and cruelty. Victoria's heart raced violently. She felt the chilling embrace of death closing in. Paralyzed with fear, she could only watch as the woman approached her menacingly. "Otherwise, I'll kill you," the woman threatened, her voice laced with ferocity and determination. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner elsewhere, Yin found himself once again assigned to a goblin reconnaissance squad. Unlike previous times filled with mockery and derision, he was met with an unusual silence from his peers. The goblins in the squad engaged in their own conversations, treating Yin's presence as a triviality in their mission. He listened attentively, striving to comprehend the dynamics of this new environment. Gradually, their dialogues painted a vivid picture in his mind. It turned out they resided within a vast goblin lair, a colossal structure that loomed over a desolate expanse. Surrounding it were numerous smaller lairs, akin to satellites orbiting a grander body. The purpose of these goblin squads was to scout and obscure the vision of adventurers. They would lay traps along the paths where adventurers might tread or deliberately create noises to divert their attention. In doing so, adventurers often found themselves ensnared by these petty tricks, overlooking the true objective, the imposing goblin lair. Additionally, the goblin squads had another vital task. To lower the vigilance of adventurers, they would occasionally fabricate illusions, leading adventurers to believe that goblins were insignificant beings, thus relaxing their guard. Yet, Yin perceived that the cunning and shrewdness of these goblins were far more complex than they appeared. He understood the necessity of maintaining constant vigilance and not to underestimate them. Concurrently, he began to contemplate how to seize this opportunity to delve deeper into the goblin's operational patterns and strategies, so he could effectively eliminate those who threatened his mother that moment. On the outskirts of the Shinyun forest, a group of adventurers tread softly over fallen leaves, carefully navigating through the dense underbrush. Their eyes sparkled with curiosity and a thirst for exploration, as if every leaf and branch concealed untold mysteries. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, dappling the ground with intricate patterns of light and shadow. The adventurers followed these patterns, occasionally bending down to inspect traces on the ground, or gazing up at the nests nestled among the branches, hoping to uncover goblin tracks in every detail. However, curiously, after much time had passed, they had yet to catch sight of a single goblin. This absence began to evoke feelings of confusion and disappointment among them. "How is it possible that we haven't encountered a single goblin yet?" a young adventurer exclaimed, his face etched with dissatisfaction and anxiety, clearly disheartened by the lack of progress in their quest. Others echoed his sentiments, their spirits dampening. After all, their purpose was to seek out goblins to hone their skills and courage. They had even accepted a task with the intention of fulfilling it. Yet now, with not even a shadow of a goblin in sight, doubts about their luck and abilities began to creep in. Just then, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, producing a soft, rustling sound. The adventurers immediately became alert, scanning their surroundings for any crucial clues they might miss. They gripped their weapons tightly, prepared to confront any imminent danger. That moment, a goblin perched in the trees let out a derisive laugh, its sharp voice piercing the air like a needle. Waved a short stick at the goblins behind it, shouting, "Let us show these foolish humans our might." "Oh no, we've encountered goblins," someone in the adventurers' party whispered in alarm. A hint of fear in their voice, tension surged among the group. They knew these goblins, though diminutive, were cunning and ruthless adversary. That moment, A young woman in the group caught sight of the goblin's fierce demeanor, her face turning pale as her legs quaked. Terrified, she turned on her heel and fled, disappearing into the depths of the forest. "Hey, hey, hey!" a man shouted in disbelief, his expression one of shock and helplessness. He had not anticipated that before the battle had even commenced, their ranks would be diminished. Regret washed over him. He wished he had been more discerning in choosing his companions during their formation. But it was too late for regrets now. He gritted his teeth, steeling himself for the impending battle. That traitor, the knight cursed angrily, raising his long sword with a determined glint in his eyes. "Let us charge out together." The group rallied, spirits lifted as they brandished their weapons, ready to engage the goblins in a fierce confrontation. The air resonated with battle cries as swords clashed, creating a cacophony of chaos. As for Ian, he had taken refuge early, observing the clash between the two factions from his concealed position. Deep within the goblin lair, in a dimly lit chamber on the second level, Victoria was intently focused on a figure seated across from her, Chris. Chris, possessing exceptional stealth abilities, had attained the status of a silver adventurer, renowned within the Linxia territory and the small town of Linxia. Legend spoke of his elusive prowess, overshadowing even those of mithril-tier adventurers. Yet, what intrigued Victoria was how such an individual had come to be captured at that moment. Chris's face bore a hint of excitement. His eyes sparkled with a peculiar light as he recounted his harrowing experiences to Victoria. "So, you're saying you were saved by a rather unique goblin?" Victoria covered her small mouth, her voice laced with astonishment and curiosity. However, Chris nodded vigorously, her face radiating an indescribable joy. "Da-da." She gently caressed her cheek, a faint blush adorning her complexion. Even now, she could still feel the warmth and sense of security bestowed upon her by that goblin, and I never expected that such selfless beings could exist in this world. Chris's voice brimmed with admiration and respect. He was truly remarkable, willing to transform himself into an ugly, filthy goblin just to gather intelligence. Listening to the young girl's description, a ripple of emotion stirred within Victoria. "May I inquire when this incident occurred?" she asked tentatively. Chris pondered for a moment before responding. It seems it was the day before yesterday." The hint of uncertainty colored her tone, yet that moment had been indelibly etched in her heart. "To express my gratitude to that esteemed individual, I even gifted him a dagger." As Chris spoke, she sketched the shape of the dagger in the dirt. Gazing at the simple lines, an image of Ian surfaced in Victoria's mind. She recalled that day when Ian returned home with an additional dagger, and her confusion gradually dissipated. Now, she could be certain that the goblin who saved Chris was none other than her own child. Ian. She had not anticipated that her seemingly indifferent child would possess such a kind-hearted side. The thought brightened Victoria's mood instantaneously, akin to receiving praise from her mother for a good deed. "Is this what it feels like to be a mother?" Victoria mused. "You know, the strength of that esteemed individual is truly beyond imagination." Chris excitedly remarked to Victoria, her eyes sparkling with admiration and envy for that mysterious figure. "Do you have any idea how formidable he is?" Victoria nodded. With a mere flick, he dispatched that goblin to... Victoria smiled and nodded. "And his stealth abilities are astonishingly powerful." Chris squinted at Victoria, who wore a beaming smile, and questioned, "Why do I feel like you're even happier than I am?" Victoria touched the corners of her mouth, realizing it had curved upward. Is it? Embarrassed by her own display, she lowered her head shyly. Chris sighed. "I had initially hoped to accompany the esteemed individual on an outing. However, he was far too aloof, completely ignoring me." Hearing this, Victoria couldn't help but burst into laughter. Puffed. Upon hearing Chris refer to her child as the esteemed individual, Victoria couldn't suppress her mirth. "What are you laughing at?" Chris felt that the elf was mocking her, and the evidence was indisputable. How infuriating. "Nothing," Victoria covered her mouth. Chuckling, "I meant no offense at him." The magnanimous Chris decided to forgive the little elven girl for her playful jest. "By the way," Chris suddenly recalled something. "Let me take you out. My stealth skills are quite impressive." Upon hearing Chris's words, Victoria was momentarily taken aback. She lowered her gaze slightly, as if grappling with an internal conflict. After a brief silence, she finally lifted her head, gently shaking it, and stated with unwavering resolve, You can manage on your own, but if you bring me along, we will undoubtedly not make it out. Chris furrowed her brow upon hearing this. Victoria was correct. Chris's stealth abilities only worked for herself. An elf without such skills would be akin to a target within the Goblin lair. It was utterly impossible to escape. Otherwise, she wouldn't still be at the Silver Adventurer stage. Rest assured, I am perfectly fine here. Victoria seemed to have sensed the worries plaguing Chris, and she softly added. However, Chris could not bring herself to trust her words. She understood all too well that elves were highly coveted and envied in the human world, especially in this brutal, desire-driven goblin lair. Even among humans, many coveted elves, desiring them for various reasons. Other races also regarded elves as symbols of strength. It was said that in ancient times, elves were traded like rare commodities among various tribes. This situation persisted until the emergence of the Elven King, leading to a deep-seated distrust of other races among elves, who often resided within elven realms, shunning outsiders. Only a few young elves ventured out. Other rational races were similarly cautious, let alone in a den of lowly creatures like goblins, who acted on primal instincts. Chris's mind conjured up disturbing images. She could already envision elves in compromising situations with those goblins. Yet, as Chris surveyed the cave before her, she found no evidence of such occurrences. Still, she refused to believe that goblins could suppress their baser instincts. For a goblin to control its urges was akin to a human abstaining from food for 7 days. Contemplating this and recalling the glimmering gold, Chris tightened her grip on Victoria's hand, her eyes shining with determination. Trust me, I can lead you out. Victoria felt the warmth and strength radiating from Chris's hand, stirring a profound sense of emotion within her. Since her capture in this lightless realm, she had been constantly yearning for an escape, believing that her companions would not abandon her and would surely come to rescue her. Yet, this wait had stretched into a year. Initially, she thought her life would be spent in despair within this dark lair, living in a state worse than death, until a ray of light illuminated her bleak existence. The birth of her first child. However, despite Chris's resolute and determined words, Victoria remained unmoved. She shook her head, her bright eyes gleaming with unwavering conviction. No, I cannot leave. Although her voice was soft, it was filled with determination. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she continued, Not only do I not wish to burden you, but, before she could finish, Chris urgently interjected, Are you concerned about your child? Her face revealed a sense of urgency, as if she sought to rouse Victoria from her dreamlike state. You must realize that as merely a goblin. Chris's voice was filled with anger and disbelief, attempting to awaken the elf before her, who seemed lost in an illusory world. You should know this, Chris continued, her tone heavy with helplessness and sorrow. Goblins possess no concept of motherhood. In their eyes, females are merely tools for reproduction, toys for gratification. Even the mother who bore them is regarded the same way. Chris's words struck Victoria like a heavy blow, causing her body to tremble slightly. This was precisely her fear. Ultimately, to consider the gobbler child was merely her own delusion. Perhaps the goblin merely sought to toy with her. Who? Corey's found herself momentarily breathless, realizing that her words had been rather extreme. Yet, she understood that this was the only way to awaken Victoria. Perhaps that was indeed the case. Victoria inhaled deeply, her gaze betraying a myriad of complex emotions. After a brief silence, she continued, Regardless of the circumstances, I choose to trust my child. She could not simply resign herself to fate, especially in the face of Yi Yan's ignorance. Having accepted him, she felt compelled to fulfill all her responsibilities as a mother, no matter the challenges that lay ahead, or even if her choice proved to be a grave mistake. Still, she yearned to press on and discover the truth that It was her child in this desolate place, who had bestowed upon her a glimmer of hope. How could she simply applaud and depart? Observing this, Corey's refrained from saying more, fully aware of the determination of the elven maiden. Very well, she nodded in understanding, then resolutely declared, However, Miss Victoria, rest assured, I shall bring the adventurers to rescue you. She knew all too well that such a vast goblin nest was intolerable to the Adventurers Guild and the nation alike. There was a seriousness and conviction in Corey's tone. Victoria nodded gently, her heart heavy with helplessness and sorrow. She understood that a catastrophic blow was imminent, and no matter her efforts, she could not alter Yi Yan's fate. This was a war between races, a culmination of millennia of animosity between humans and other races against the goblins. I understand, Victoria murmured, her voice laced with profound fatigue and a sense of powerlessness. She realized that if she wished to survive, she might have to forsake her child. However, such a decision would undoubtedly be a source of immense torment and anguish for her. Witnessing the pain etched on Victoria's face, Corys felt a pang of empathy. Initially, she had taken on this task for a mere 100 gold coins, hoping to take a glance at the elven beauty before her. Yet now, she found herself unable to disregard the plight of this elven lady. Rubbing the back of her head in irritation, she prepared to leave, but halted at the last moment. "Wait!" Victoria suddenly called out to Corys. Stepping forward, she enveloped Corys in a tight embrace. Caught off guard by this unexpected gesture, Corys' cheeks flushed crimson as she stammered, "What are you doing, Miss Victoria?" Victoria offered no reply, clinging tightly to Corys. Then, she parted her lips slightly, uttering a complex and mystical elvish incantation. In the next moment, a golden light emanated from Victoria's mouth, merging with Corys' being. Corys felt a warm current flowing within her, as if a wondrous power was surging into her body, the blessing of the holy light. A boon from elves unable to affect malevolent creatures. Victoria gradually released her hold, a hint of serene satisfaction gracing her features. "I apologize for failing to meet your expectations," she spoke softly. "This is my token of gratitude. The blessing of the elves that bears no other purpose than to grant you a touch of good fortune, perhaps facilitating your escape from this nest." Upon hearing this, Corys' eyes sparkled with excitement. She grasped Victoria's hands, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. "Really? That's magnificent." "Thank you," Victoria smiled and shook her head, replying, "It's nothing. Take care. Now I must take my leave." Before departing, Corys cast a final glance at the elven maiden. With a sigh, she turned and exited. This was her choice, albeit one involving a peculiar goblin offspring. Such coincidences were indeed strange. With this perplexity in mind, Corys made her way out of the cave towards the exit. How terrifying! How terrifying! The girl's heart screamed in turmoil, as though an invisible hand had tightened around her heart, rendering her breathless. She ran with all her might, feeling that even the slightest hesitation would lead to being overtaken by that dreadful fear. Echoes of her brother and sister's calls reverberated in her mind, their familiar voices and faces seeming so close yet painfully out of reach. She had thought that she had matured, that she could face anything without fear. But when confronted with that repulsive creature, she chose to flee. In that moment of leaving the group, she had hesitated and felt fear. Ultimately, she chose to escape. But did she truly wish to be labeled the coward who betrayed her comrades? "Sister, look at what I drew." The boy held up a picture depicting his sister defeating a monster. Remembering the scene in her mind, the girl suddenly felt invigorated. No, she did not want that. She wished to confront challenges alongside her companions and to conquer her fears together. With this resolve, she abruptly halted, inhaled deeply, and turned to run back. She knew she could no longer avoid confronting her fears, nor allow them to control her. She must return to her comrades and face this daunting challenge together. Her heartbeat gradually steadied, and her steps grew more resolute. Unbeknownst to her, a peculiar goblin had set its gaze upon her and followed her back. As an assassin, he understood that his duty was to remain hidden, seeking the opportune moment to strike. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never engage his adversary head-on, only revealing his lethal skills when a decisive strike was warranted. Ian quietly concealed himself within the thicket. Observing the battlefield with dispassionate detachment, he watched the goblins and adventurers engaged in fierce combat, feeling not a shred of emotion to owe him. These goblins were merely obstacles in his path to fulfilling his mission. The battle raged with intensity. Despite being outnumbered, the adventurers struggled against the cunning and brutality of the goblins. Meanwhile, the goblins grew more emboldened with each skirmish, emitting excited, chittering sounds as they launched relentless assaults on the adventurers. The air was thick with the stench of blood, as if even the atmosphere trembled. A lone warrior faced a ferocious goblin, his eyes filled with determination and defiance. His sword was drenched in blood. Yet he paid it no mind, clutching it tightly as if it were his only lifeline. The goblin's stone axe lay shattered, yet it seemed unfazed, roaring fiercely as it lunged at the warrior. The man realized he had no retreat. He must fight with all his might. One by one, his comrades fell, their blood staining the earth and his vision. He did not wish to die. He truly did not want to perish. But fate seemed unkind. Just as despair began to envelop him, the goblin let out a piercing scream. The warrior looked up to see a flash of steel as the goblin's head was severed and sent flying. Stunned, the man could hardly believe his eyes. This goblin had been slain by another goblin. He widened his eyes, staring at the peculiar goblin dangling from a tree. This goblin appeared sturdier than the others, and dare he say, even somewhat handsome. A profound sense of crisis surged within the man's heart. The goblin before him was undeniably a far more formidable entity than any he had encountered previously. He yearned to flee, yet it felt as though some invisible force had ensnared his feet, rendering him immobile. Helplessly, he watched as the goblin descended slowly from the tree, drawing nearer. Congratulations, you have slain the goblin. Based on the effect of your skill Devour, you have gained 1 point of strength. Congratulations, you have slain the goblin. Based on the effect of your skill Devour, you have acquired the goblin's talent Beast Intuition D. The voice of the world echoed in Yi Yin's mind. He paid it no heed, coldly flicking his wrist to shake the blood from his dagger onto the ground. Casting one last glance at the man sprawled on the ground, he turned to leave without uttering a word. Stop! The man suddenly shouted, but instantly regretted his outburst. He could not comprehend why he had called out to this monster. Fear enveloped him, terror that his life might be snatched away by this creature, just as it had been from his companions. Nevertheless, he summoned his courage and inquired, Why? Why did you kill your kin, yet spare me? Countless questions swirled in his mind. However, before he could finish his sentence, his body succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed. In a haze of consciousness, he saw the girl rushing back. Run! The girl screamed, but it was already too late. Witnessing the scene before her, despair filled her heart. All her comrades had been mercilessly slain by the goblin. She wished to escape, yet her legs felt as heavy as lead. I want. The woman's voice was abruptly silenced as a flash of steel severed her head from her body. Congratulations, you have slain a human. Based on the effect of your skill Devour, you have gained 1 point of magical power. Congratulations, you have slain a human. Based on the effect of your skill Devour, you have acquired the human's talent Perception D. Yi Yin coldly wiped his dagger clean, glanced at the corpse on the ground, and turned to leave. There was no need for mercy towards those who sought to take his life. This notion had been instilled in him consistently throughout his existence. As for the man lying on the ground, still clinging to a thread of life, Yi Yin had initially intended to finish him off with a single strike. However, the words of his mother echoed in his mind, and ultimately he refrained from doing so. He turned away, stepping over the mountain of corpses, and returned alone to the goblin's lair. Another complete annihilation. Once again, he returned alone. This naturally incited the displeasure of the goblin leader. Donged, he stood at the center of the camp, his gaze sharp as a knife, piercing directly at Yi Yin. The surrounding goblins whispered among themselves, the atmosphere thick with tension, as if the very air had solidified. You alone returned alive. Dong's voice was low and frigid, each word seemingly squeezed through clenched teeth. Yi Yin nodded, his face betraying no hint of fear, his clear eyes brimming with confusion and incomprehension. What is it? Ew. Upon witnessing Yi Yin's innocent yet foolish gaze, Dong's finger quivered with rage. How dare this wretch think I wouldn't take action against him? The goblin leader's fury flared. Yi Yin turned, his ruby-like eyes glinting with icy malice, gripping his weapon tightly. What do you want? Dong, momentarily intimidated by Yi Yin's gaze and tone, found himself momentarily speechless. He glared at Yi Yin through gritted teeth, his inner fire only intensifying. Just then, a deep voice shattered the tense atmosphere. Follow me. The general wishes to meet you. The goblin clad in armor approached slowly, exuding an air of authority. He stood before Yi Yin, scrutinizing him with disdain. The goblin knight, Emo, could hardly believe that he had been bested by such a lowly goblin. What an embarrassment for the goblin knights. The other goblins gasped upon seeing the knight, astonished that the general would summon this particular goblin. Surely, this impudent creature had gone too far. This scene sparked discontent among some goblins. I suspect this goblin has ulterior motives. He always returns alone. Some watched with glee that I fear the general intends to interrogate him personally. Well, I have long suspected this little goblin was a traitor. How despicable. He dares to betray our goblin clan. Yet, in the face of the goblin knight's summons, Ian merely turned his head slightly, casting a dispassionate glance at the knight before turning to leave. As if he had not heard the command at all, that eye in his eyes. Nothing was more important than returning to his mother, A.S. for meeting the detestable figure. It was out of the question. You dare to disregard me, to defy the general's orders, the goblin knight bellowed. He could not fathom why this impudent creature dared to act so brazenly, showing him such blatant disrespect. The knight's fury reached its zenith as he charged Ian. Intent on bringing this insolent goblin to justice and escorting him back to face the general, he brandished his spear, thrusting it fiercely towards Ian. However, the Ian of now was not the same as before. Unfazed by the knight's assault, Ian did not even glance back. He simply extended his hand to intercept the knight's attack, grasping his wrist effortlessly. What? The goblin knight gasped in disbelief, straining to withdraw his hand. Yet, no matter how forcefully he tried, Ian remained unmoved, impervious to his efforts. Damn it! The goblin knight roared, his other hand lunging forward. In the face of this threat, Ian merely raised an eyebrow. His veins bulged as he summoned his strength. And with a powerful flick of his wrist, he sent the goblin knight hurtling through the air like a leaf caught in a tempest. Bang! After tracing a long arc through the air, the knight crashed heavily to the ground, producing a deafening impact. The earth beneath him cracked open, creating a deep fissure. This spectacle left the surrounding goblins dumbfounded, their eyes wide and jaws nearly touching the ground. These lowly goblins had never witnessed such a scene. Their notion of the esteemed goblin knights had been shattered. A mere lowly goblin had effortlessly sent one of their kind flying. This was a profound upheaval of their worldview. In their eyes, the high goblin knights were supreme beings, embodying strength and authority beyond their reach. Yet now, it seemed they were not as untouchable as they once believed. Damn it, the goblin knight's face twisted in fury. His green skin turning an even more vibrant shade of rage, he fixed his gaze on Yin. Filled with wrath and humiliation, he had never imagined he would embarrass himself before so many lowly goblins. "Curse you, little goblin!" the knight roared, his voice laced with murderous intent and fury. He could no longer concern himself with the general's orders that moment. His sole desire was to rip apart the insolent goblin that had dared to humiliate him. However, just as he prepared to charge at Yin to exact his revenge, a deep and solemn voice rang out. "Stand down." Perhaps out of respect, or perhaps out of fear, the goblin knight abruptly halted its advance. Turning back, it beheld a robust and imposing goblin general striding towards it with a slow, deliberate gait. The general emanated an air of authority that instilled an intangible sense of pressure among all the goblins present. Faced with this, the goblin knight grudgingly retracted its steps, casting a fierce glare at Yin. Little did it know, it had just narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Had the general not intervened in time, it would likely have met its demise at Yi Yan's hands. "General." The goblin knight tightly gripped its long sword, plunging it into the ground in a salute befitting a knight. Its eyes brimmed with reverence and loyalty. The goblin general acknowledged with a nod. He understood that the diminutive king before it would not heed the words of any other goblin. Hence it took the initiative to approach in retrospect. This was indeed a sagacious decision. The general moved deliberately until it stood before Yi Yan, lowering its gaze to regard this smaller figure. Yi Yan looked up at the general, his dagger clutched tightly in his hand. Knuckles blanching from the force of his grip. His body was tense, muscles coiled and ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. The two goblins, one large and one small, locked eyes in a charged silence. The air thick with tension. Each discerned something profound in the other's gaze. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew still. The other goblins surrounding them held their breath, afraid to make a sound. Just then, a gust of wind rustled the leaves, as if cheering for the impending confrontation. Ultimately, it was the goblin general who shattered the silence. "Follow me," With that, the general cast a fleeting glance at Yi Yin before proceeding on its way. Sensing something amiss, after a short distance, the general turned back to see Yi Yin standing alert, searching for any sign of vulnerability. Yet even with the general's back turned, Yi Yin could not detect a single flaw. This left him incredulous. He even sensed a piercing gaze directed at him, as if a set of eyes lurked behind the general. If you wish to spare your mother from harm, it would be wise to heed my words. With the general's declaration, the very space seemed to solidify with an invisible force. In an instant, Yi Yan's figure vanished like a wraith. His movements were so swift that even the air struggled to capture his trajectory. When he reappeared, he occupied the blind spot of the Goblin general, his dagger glinting ominously as it aimed for the general's heart. However, the perfect opportunity Yi Yin had painstakingly sought was thwarted before he could even register it. The general, without so much as a glance, casually waved a hand, effortlessly pinching Yi Yan's dagger between two fingers as though it were a mere twig. Oh! A flicker of surprise crossed the general's face as he lifted his gaze to meet Yi Yan's. Admiration sparkling in his deep-set eyes. Impressive. Your strength has evidently surged in such a short span that I will kill you, Yi Yin declared defiantly. The Goblin general chuckled lightly, turning his gaze back to Yi Yin, his eyes seemingly harboring an endless abyss that if you believe you can accomplish that, then by all means, do try. His tone dripped with confidence and provocation. But can you truly succeed? Do not make me repeat myself. Follow me, the Goblin general suddenly commanded, releasing his grip on Yi Yan's dagger. Boom! A tremendous force erupted, sending Yi Yin hurtling backward. He adjusted his position mid-air, crouching and rolling upon landing to dissipate most of the impact. Barely managing to mitigate the damage as he stood up, the Goblin general's ominous threat reverberated in his ears. If you wish to avoid trouble for your mother, then you will obediently follow, without hesitation. Yi Yin complied. The Goblin general cast a casual glance at him, a faint smile gracing his lips. I didn't expect another examination period. I feel as though I've aged a tad more. Outside the guild's entrance, sunlight streamed down, filling the air with a vibrant buzz that a woman stood quietly to the side, her lips curling into a delicate smile. Suddenly, a loud crash shattered the tranquil atmosphere as a foot forcefully kicked open the guild's doors. The resounding noise instantly drew the attention of all present. Following that, a cacophony of ear-piercing screams echoed from within the guild. I have returned. Those familiar with Callus had anticipated this scene and had already covered their ears to shield themselves from the impending clamor. However, some of the newcomers lacked such foresight. They grumbled in dissatisfaction, attempting to pinpoint the source of the ruckus. Turning to look, they beheld a young girl standing at the entrance. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, her eyes deep and captivating, clad in tight leather armor that accentuated her perfect figure. She exuded both valor and feminine grace, her presence akin to a striking landscape that captivated all gazes. The once disgruntled newcomers now found their previous complaints forgotten, their eyes wide with astonishment as they stared. The initial annoyance at the deafening screams melted away upon witnessing Callus, replaced by an overwhelming desire. They reached out, eager to engage with the beautiful rogue. Yet, they remained oblivious to Callus's temperament. With a subtle smile and a glint of coldness in her eyes, Callus vanished from their sight. In the next moment, those who dared to approach found themselves on the ground, limbs broken and shrieking in agony. Astonishingly, they had not even realized how they had fallen victim. Laughter erupted within the guild, a familiar occurrence. This had become a ritual of sorts. Each time Callus returned, some oblivious souls would attempt to flirt and subsequently face her ruthless retribution. Despite this, the newcomers continued to indulge in the spectacle, as if it were a rite of passage into the guild. Callus seemed accustomed to it all, merely administering a fitting lesson. Some newcomers struggled to rise from the floor, irritation etched on their faces as they contemplated retaliation, only to be halted by the seasoned adventurer, Timos, that I advise against seeking revenge. That girl is a silver adventurer. Huh. Upon hearing silver adventurer, the newcomers deflated like punctured balloons. You must be joking. She is so young. And yet a silver adventurer. They were well aware that silver adventurers stood as the backbone of the Adventurers Guild, a mark of maturity, Ordinary adventurers might never attain such a rank in their lifetimes. It represented a significant threshold, lying between iron and gold. And as for these bronze-tier novices, they were far from comparison. You need not measure yourself against her. Seeing the newcomer's despondence, Timo sighed and offered consolation. He, receiving such praise, Callus puffed her chest with pride, playfully admitting, "Indeed, you need not compare yourselves to me, for I am a genius adventurer." A throng of novice adventurers stood before a vain beauty, momentarily taken aback by her ostentatious demeanor. Shouldn't she adopt a more aloof disposition? One must grow accustomed to it. This girl is exceedingly self-absorbed and should not be indulged. Alas, where exactly did we get lost this time? The group exchanged glances, a hint of mockery evident in their expressions. Among the adventurers seated nearby, one jested. Perhaps she has been lost in her own little nest for ages and has only just emerged. This remark. Laughter erupted, as if it struck a humorous chord within the assembly. Ha ha ha. However, Caries, upon hearing their mirth, placed her hands on her hips, her brow furrowed in displeasure as she glared at them. What nonsense are you all spouting? This is truly outrageous. Her voice brimmed with indignation and resentment. I have come bearing crucial intelligence to share with you. Yet you dare to ridicule me. No sooner had she finished speaking than a man could not restrain his laughter. Oh, come now, little girl. Haven't you deceived us enough in the past? We shan't fall for your tricks again. This. Carrie's fury ignited, her eyes widening as she fixed her gaze upon the man. Retorting, this time, I am being entirely truthful. I wandered through the Goblin lair. Can you believe it? The moment her words left her lips, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. All eyes widened in disbelief, as if they could scarcely comprehend her declaration. The Goblin lair. That place is home to Goblin leaders. Organized goblins are far more formidable than their disorganized counterparts. Indeed, they belong to entirely different realms of existence. As for whether Caries would lie, there was no need. Nor would she dare to fabricate such a monumental falsehood. Though the girl may be a bit troublesome and prone to deceit, she would never jest about something so significant, the very least. They retained a modicum of trust in her. Just then, Jory, the guild president, rushed over, breathless, gripping Carrie's shoulders tightly, his eyes reflecting urgency and concern. Caries then recounted her experiences to the assembly, though she deliberately omitted any mention of Victoria. Her revelations sent shockwaves through the Adventurers Guild. The existence of the Underworld King and the Goblin lair left everyone in a state of stunned silence. They exchanged glances, their faces a canvas of disbelief. It was unfathomable that such a grave threat was lurking so close to them. Jory, voice trembling, inquired, "Is everything you said true? Does that Underworld King and those goblins truly exist?" Caries nodded, her gaze resolute and profound. "Yes, there are many goblins within, and they remain undetected. This alone speaks volumes. Without a superior goblin with high intelligence, such a feat would be impossible. Moreover, the goblins' methods are formidable. Otherwise, they could not command so many to obey them. Consider this. Goblins are creatures driven by instinct and possess low intelligence. Without a higher goblin orchestrating their actions, employing human knowledge to establish rules and constraints, they could not be so compliant. It is utterly inconceivable that they remain unaware even now." Jory and the others were rendered speechless by Carrie's words. They understood that this region was on the brink of chaos. In the dimly lit conference room, Jory furrowed his brow, his expression grave. The knowledge of such a lurking danger weighed heavily upon him. Without hesitation, he prepared to report to the neighboring nations, but then encountered a dilemma. Jory suddenly stood upright, his eyes wide as saucers, fixating intently on Caries. "What do you mean you don't know?" The atmosphere in the room tensed instantaneously, as if the very air had solidified. Caries felt a shiver run down her spine under Jory's piercing gaze. She swallowed hard, cautiously responding, "Because at the time I was taken, I was rather dazed." "You don't know?" Jory's brow knitted, impatience lacing his tone. "How could you not know? Were you not captured by goblins?" Yes, Caries nodded, recollecting that regrettable episode, her face flushing with embarrassment. Normally, she would have been picked clean, but how could she possibly admit to such a humiliating ordeal? However, when it knocked me out, I was in a haze and didn't clearly see where they took me. The escape was rather urgent, and I feared they would recapture me, leaving me no time to observe my surroundings. You all know when it comes to stealth and escape, I am second to none. No one dares claim the top spot, but my combat prowess Carrie's concluded, sticking out her tongue playfully, tapping her head with her fist. Her demeanor adorably mischievous. He indeed. Jory's fist connected with Carrie's head. Ouch, how rude. Carrie's huffed, storming out. Always hitting my head. I'm ignoring you. Ah. She nearly collided with a woman as she swung the door open. Carly, the vice president of the Adventurers Guild and Jory's assistant, exclaimed, Really, have you made little Carrie's angry again? What do you mean I made her angry? Jory retorted, frustration evident as he stroked his graying beard, wearing a forlorn expression. That girl is simply too thoughtless. Have you not grown accustomed to her antics after watching her grow up? Carly chuckled lightly, but her smile vanished as she placed tea before Jory. What's the situation? Sigh. Jory sighed heavily. Difficult, exceedingly difficult. If what Carrie's claims is true, then even if we mobilize every adventurer in this land, it may prove insufficient to shake that lair. His voice quavered slightly. How could this be? Carly gasped, covering her mouth, her complexion paling. Fear etched across her features. If Miss Carrie's intelligence is accurate, they would face an unprecedented challenge. The number of goblins within that lair could well be staggering, perhaps reaching into the tens of thousands. Even their strength, considerable as it may be on this land, seemed utterly insignificant in comparison. He could scarcely fathom the terrifying spectacle of tens of thousands of goblins. Even more alarming was the possibility of advanced goblins being birthed among them, or even the emergence of superior beings. These formidable entities could plunge them, the adventurers, into despair. You need not worry about that. Jory interrupted Carly's thoughts. Eliminating goblins is not solely our task. His expression darkened. At this juncture, I will report to the neighboring nations. Yes, he lifted his head, determination flickering his eyes as he addressed Carly beside him. Immediately notify everyone. Summon all adventurers. We must locate the goblin lair. We must determine where they are hiding, and if possible, ascertain the approximate number of goblins. Upon hearing this, Carly immediately nodded in agreement and swiftly turned to leave. As Jory's words echoed through the air, the entire Adventurers Guild became a hive of activity. Adventurers gathered in droves, preparing to embark on a quest to locate the goblin nest. Various commissions related to goblins were affixed to the mission board. At this moment, atop the goblin nest, on the stairs leading to the fortress, Yin looked up to behold the majestic castle towering within the mountains. Surrounding the castle was a vibrant spectacle of blooming flowers, a kaleidoscope of colors releasing an intoxicating fragrance. These blossoms stood out starkly within the goblin nest, yet they harmoniously blended into the scenery of this world. Soon, Yin, accompanied by the goblin general, reached the uppermost level. By the castle's grand entrance stood 2 goblin knights on guard. The area outside the castle was expansive, adorned with flower fields boasting a myriad of blooms. Sunlight stones littered the cave's ceiling, casting radiant beams upon the flowers below. That a gentle, refreshing aroma wafted through the it was truly unexpected to find such a place amidst the foul-smelling goblin nest. If only Mother were here. She would surely adore this place. Intrigued, Yin crouched down to pluck a flower. The goblin general beside him furrowed his brow, and when Yin reached for another, the general frowned again as Yin reached for yet another bloom. The goblin general could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, Enough? Yin looked up at the goblin general in confusion, yet his hands did not stop. He had already plucked the flower. The goblin general reminded him that the flowers did not belong to him. Yin gazed quizzically at the goblin general, and without a moment's hesitation, he plucked another bloom. These flowers were cultivated by others. The goblin general frowned again, cautioning him as Yin picked yet another flower. He looked at the goblin general, perplexed. These flowers were planted by that foolish woman. It's not as simple as you think. At this point, the goblin general's voice bore a hint of anger, though he still managed to keep his composure. Yin, seemingly oblivious, went on to pluck another flower. Just as he was about to take another, the goblin general could no longer hold back. With a swift punch, Yin was caught off guard, and a large bump appeared on his head. I told you not to pick them. The Goblin General raised his fist, his face contorted with fury. These flowers are the result of that foolish woman's hard work. If this kid keeps plucking them, what will become of them? You never said? Yin protested, clutching his head, indignant. If he could overpower the Goblin General, he would have long since dealt with him. How infuriating. He had done nothing wrong, yet was met with violence. Can't you understand what I'm saying? The Goblin General, holding his head, found it incomprehensible. Sometimes this child displayed a terrifying maturity, yet other times he was as clueless as a child without any common sense. Innocently frustrating. The meaning of your words? Yin turned his head, puzzled, his eyes bright and innocent. Why not just say it plainly? If you don't say it, how am I supposed to know? Yin pouted, clutching the flower to his chest, fearful that this detestable fellow might snatch it away. Observing Yin in this light, the Goblin General found himself at a loss for words. Oh, you like flowers? I do not, Yin replied without hesitation, shaking his head. Then why are you picking them? Mother likes them, Yin said, his gaze softening as he looked at the flower. If he brought it home, Mother would surely be pleased. Oh, is that so? Yin lowered his head to admire the flower, oblivious to the increasingly darkening expression of the Goblin General. Well then, if you wish to take those flowers, try to hit me. Really? I always keep my word. The Goblin General's expression turned serious as he crossed his arms, watching Yin intently. Just as the Goblin General pondered how to train Yin, he was taken aback when Yin flatly refused. I don't want to. You're far too strong for me to know. Is that so? The Goblin General chuckled lightly. Oh, you do have your fears. I simply do not engage in battles without certainty. Yin pouted, visibly displeased. All right, the Goblin General waved his hand. In the next moment, the Goblin Knight, previously referred to as Li, dashed forward. As long as you knock him down, it's fine. Lord General, this might not be appropriate, the Goblin Knightly protested. Though a smile adorned his face, clearly excited and eager, isn't this just bullying a goblin? Li had long wished to take down this audacious little brat. If not for the General's presence, he would have acted long ago, allowing this little miscreant to stand before him with such arrogance for this long. The Goblin General paid no heed to Li's arrogance. He turned his gaze towards Goblin Li, and a glimmer of intrigue flashed in his eyes. Immediately, a panel materialized before him. Name: Li Race, Goblin Knight Stage, Growth Strength, 66 Speed, 57 Constitution, 57 Magic, 5 Talent. Beast Instinct C. Such above-average stats are to be expected, as Goblin Li has been in the growth stage for 10 years. Having this level of strength is quite reasonable. However, it is likely that he will never surpass the growth stage in his lifetime. In contrast, Yin, who had just recently broken through the growth stage, appeared exceptionally unusual. Name: Yin Race, Low-level Special Goblin Stage, Growth Strength, 50, Cap raised from 30 to 100 Speed, 56, Cap raised from 30 to 100 Constitution, 43, Cap raised from 30 to 100 Magic, 12, Cap raised from 30 to 100 Skills, Shadow Veil. Fireball E. Exclusive Skill, Talent, Breath Concealment, Language Proficiency, Magic Affinity, Self-Healing C, Strength Enhancement C, Speed Enhancement C, Magic Manipulation D, Constitution Enhancement C, Beast Instinct C, Perception D. Special Talent. Seed of Kings, Limit Breakthrough. Could these extreme talents be a result of that exclusive skill? The Goblin General pondered over Yian's panel. Each time they ventured out, this child's panel data improved, which was quite intriguing. It is well known that ordinary creatures require extended periods of training to gradually enhance their panel strength and speed. For instance, for Goblin Li's strength to rise from 66 to 67, it would likely require not only daily hunting, but also the passage of time. At least a year, and this is at the 60 stage. The larger the numbers grow, the more time and effort needed for further improvements. This is also why the Goblin General believed Goblin Knight Li would never surpass the maturity stage. He is both lazy and lacks talent. The higher the talent, the quicker the improvement through training and time accumulation. Clearly, Goblin Knight Li lacks in this regard. This also highlights the irrationality in Yi Yan's rapid data enhancement that IT was too swift. In just a few days, he traversed a path that took others years. Furthermore, his initial stats surpassed those of others at birth, raising questions. What factors influence these outcomes? Is it that exclusive skill that remains unseen? But what are its triggering conditions? All right, you may begin. Without further contemplation, the Goblin General waved his hand, and Goblin Knight charged forward. All right, little brat, you're done for. Confronted by the approaching Goblin Knight, Yin exhibited not a trace of panic. In comparison, the Goblin General before him, shrouded in mystery, was evidently far more formidable than the Goblin Knight standing in his way. Why Yin took a step back, deftly evading the Knight's slashed "Ha-ha. Did you think you could escape?" The Goblin Knight bellowed, brandishing a dagger with his other hand, launching it towards Yin. With a swift motion, Yin raised his own dagger to deflect the incoming projectile while simultaneously lifting his other hand. In the next instant, flames coalesced in Yin's grasp, forming a massive fireball. Whoosh! The fireball hurtled forward with precision. Yet the Goblin Knight showed no intention of evasion against Yin's fiery onslaught. The fireball struck the Knight's armor with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! Flames erupted, scattering in all directions. Remarkably, the Goblin Knight did not even furrow his brow. The fireball merely left a faint scar upon his armor, having no discernible impact on him whatsoever. Ha! Useless, utterly useless, the Goblin Knight cackled. Charging towards Yi and it appeared that his armor rendered him immune to the majority of magical assaults. Magic is of no consequence to me, he proclaimed with a sinister grin, swinging his blade at Yin. In response, Yin raised his weapon to parry, yet the immense force propelled him backward. Utilizing this recoil, Yin distanced himself from the Goblin Knight, observing Yin suspended in midair, with no means of escape. The Goblin Knight lunged forward, intent on delivering a fatal blow. However, at the very moment he leapt, a fireball collided with his face. The Knight's armor, imbued with anti-magic properties, would not easily succumb. Yet, as the Goblin Knight sensed the impending danger, he instinctively tilted his head to the left. Crash! Whoosh! The fireball struck the Knight, accompanied by a dagger that had been concealed within the flames, grazing his cheek and leaving a faint trail of crimson blood. What is this? The Goblin Knight furiously touched the wound on his face, rage boiling within him. Had he not dodged in time, that dagger would have claimed his life. I was merely careless. It won't happen again. His face flushed with anger. He searched for Yin, eager to lock on his target, only to find Yin had vanished entirely from sight. The Goblin Knight was taken aback. How could this be? When had he lost track of him? Was the series of previous attacks merely a ruse to divert his gaze? Yet, even a brief distraction should not have resulted in complete disappearance. Where could he be? The Goblin Knight scanned his surroundings, desperate to find any trace of Yin, but to no avail. Could he have hidden himself? Impossible. There was nothing here to conceal one's self. Was it magic? No, he had not seen Yin chant any incantations, suggesting it was likely a skill. The observing Goblin General narrowed his eyes. While the Goblin Knight could not see, he perceived the situation clearly. Utilizing a blind spot in vision, Yin had moved rapidly to conceal himself. Following the Goblin Knight's line of sight, and with an aura of concealment aiding him, Yin had managed to render himself completely invisible. In such a scenario, even the general would struggle to detect him without employing skills of his own. Such mastery was not acquired overnight. Yet, it was indeed a skill befitting a goblin offspring, which prompted the general to furrow his brow. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the king is paramount. He represents the key to the goblin clan's resurgence. The hope for liberation from their cursed lineage. All else held no significance to the goblin general. The battle raged on. The Goblin Knight was now on the verge of despair. Show yourself, he roared into the empty space. His fury palpable. Hiding and lurking, what kind of skill is that? Have the audacity to face me in a duel. In the next moment, Yin emerged behind the Goblin Knight. Oh no! By the time the Goblin Knight sensed Yin's presence, it was too late. Was he truly to meet his end? Just as the dagger aimed for the Goblin Knight, the Goblin General intervened, effortlessly blocking Yin's strike with a single hand. This display of prowess highlighted the stark disparity in their abilities. Enough! You dare to attempt my life. Although the Goblin Knight was seething with rage, he also felt a sense of relief. This goblin was exceedingly peculiar. Humph! You will pay for this, in the face of the knight's furious outburst. Yin remained unfazed. Instead, pointing at the goblin knight, he turned to the goblin general and stated, "He is not dead yet." What? The goblin knight was incensed. This wretch truly sought to end him. How utterly despicable. When had he ever been so underestimated by a mere lowly goblin? "You insolent wretch!" Before the goblin knight could finish his tirade, Yian's figure vanished once more. When he reappeared, it was behind the goblin knight. The dark dagger poised at the knight's throat. What? The goblin knight gasped in shock, never having anticipated that this lowly goblin would dare defy the goblin general's command and attempt to slay him under the general's very nose. The dagger was now mere millimeters from his neck, and there was no time to evade. Just as the dagger was about to slice through the goblin knight's throat, Yin sensed something amiss. With a swift motion, he pivoted, narrowly avoiding the blade as it grazed the goblin knight's neck, leaving a shallow mark. The goblin general's eyes flickered with intrigue, astonished by Yi Yan's acute perception. Had he just sensed something extraordinary? Such remarkable awareness could indicate he was close to mastering aura perception. His talent was so formidable that even the goblin known for his unparalleled gifts over the past millennium would feel overshadowed. This was indeed the future king of the goblin lineage. The goblin knight, having returned from the brink of death, took a step back, maintaining a watchful gaze on Yin, wary of the possibility of him vanishing once more. Damn it! The goblin knight touched the wound on his neck, his face a mask of fury. "You wretch! I will kill you! Enough!" The goblin general barked, commanding him to withdraw. "Stand down," but the goblin knight's discontent was evident as he attempted to voice his grievances, only to be interrupted by the general. "Stand down." The general's gaze bore into the goblin knight, causing a chill to run down his spine. "Do not make me repeat myself." "Very well," the goblin knight relented. Unable to defy the general's orders, as he retreated, he cast a baleful glare at Yin. "You will pay for this," he thought, wiping the blood from his face as he exited the fortress. Unbeknownst to him, something had mingled with that blood. Why stop? As the goblin knight departed, the goblin general's attention returned to Yin, questioning, "Do you intend to kill him?" "Stop?" Yin turned, a look of confusion on his face. "Why should I stop? What is wrong with killing him?" His tone carried an air of inevitability, and his gaze was unwavering. Shouldn't a contest be deemed victorious only after determining the fate of the vanquished? "Then why should I hesitate?" "You." Faced with Yi Yan's warped ideology, the goblin general found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "He could slay me, just as I could slay him. That not the essence of a contest. If I do not eliminate him, I cannot survive. I do not wish to meet my end. Thus, killing him poses no moral dilemma. Does it? Is this your philosophy of survival?" The goblin general regarded Yin with a complex expression. Philosophy of survival? Yin turned in confusion to this annoying figure who spoke in such cryptic terms. What does that even mean? All I know is that to continue living, I must eliminate any threats to my existence. If I do not kill, I shall perish. This notion has been ingrained in me since childhood as a weapon of slaughter. It is the second rule I must obey and uphold, following only the dictates of Mother. It is also Mother's greatest masterpiece. Yet, because it was so flawless that even Mother feared it, I was cast aside. How utterly ridiculous. Upon hearing such age-inappropriate sentiment from Yin, the goblin general let out a heavy sigh. "You may leave," he added, as if dismissing a flower you've plucked. But I must not pluck any more flowers from the ground. You must come back every day." The goblin general cast a fleeting glance at Yin, the complexity in his gaze unmistakable. "I shall teach you the art of combat. I can." Yin retorted, incensed by the idea that this bothersome individual would instruct him. "Killing is simple. Congratulations to all. And happy Dragon Boat Festival. I am quite formidable," Yin proclaimed, puffing out his little chest with pride. "During my previous life S training, I honed every skill to perfection. Those instructors gazed at me with admiration, even shedding tears. However, I never saw them again after that. What you possess is an assassination technique, not true combat skills, merely a method of killing. Moreover, your assassination technique is far too perilous, forsaking all forms of defense." The goblin general sighed heavily. "Who taught you such reckless methods?" It is as though you do not value your own life. Alternatively, this style of combat resembles what the humans employ to train their death servants. Albeit with more refined techniques, mother. Ian lifted his head, chest puffed out with pride that if not for his mother, he would have starved in a corner long ago. Thus his life belonged wholly to her. Oh, the Goblin General narrowed his eyes, refraining from further comment. You must come by again. The Goblin General paused and reiterated. You must come by, no matter what I do not wish to. I've already stated that I can kill. Yi Yin resisted vehemently, not wanting to be associated with this insufferable individual. He longed to return home, to be with his mother. She must be so lonely in that dim, damp place that he needed to hurry back to accompany her. You cannot fight. The Goblin General frowned, correcting him that I can. You cannot. The two, one large and one small, stubbornly argued, on what grounds do you declare that I cannot? Hearing his mother's teachings being repeatedly dismissed, Yi Yin grew furious. He disregarded whether this bothersome figure could best him in combat. How dare you say, I cannot, just because I am stronger than you? The Goblin General wore a proud expression, his tone laced with certainty. Come, let us see if you can indeed try. Yi Yin clenched his teeth, filled with displeasure, casting aside all hesitation as he lunged at the irritating figure before him. Moments later, Yi Yin lay on the ground, gasping for breath, bruised and battered. I will surely kill you. Lying on the ground, Yi Yin fixed his clear ruby-red eyes upon the general, glaring fiercely at if you can manage it. Then do come and try. Whenever you wish to kill, I am ever ready to oblige. The Goblin General merely cast a dispassionate glance at Yi Yin before turning to leave. Before that, strive to grow stronger by any means necessary. Only then can you be worthy of the title of future Goblin King. After all, being a king is no simple task, particularly among goblins. That it is a path that pits you against all races. And it is a rebellion against the divine. No race will permit goblins to have their own king, nor can they allow that the diminutive king, hidden behind the wall. Elena smiled as she observed the Goblin General. The Goblin General nodded. How adorable! I never anticipated encountering such a charming goblin. Elena caressed her small belly, her eyelashes fluttering. If I too could become pregnant, would I not give birth to such an adorable little creature? The Goblin General glanced at Elena, a flicker of sadness passing through his eyes. Do not dwell on it too much. Elena nodded in agreement, looking at the Goblin General, and chose not to say anything further. Within the castle's training grounds, moonlight streamed through the cave atop the mountain, cascading down upon the prostrate form of Yi. He wiped the blood from his mouth, attempting to rise, with great effort. He leaned on a dagger for support, slowly getting to his feet. Yet crack! In the next moment, his legs buckled, and he fell back to the ground. The fatigue from the earlier battle surged forth all at once. Talent and limits must not be recklessly exploited. While enhancing fundamental physical strength, one must also contend with double burdens and exhaustion. Observing the nearby sunlight stones dimming indicated that night was approaching. The moonlight stones began to glow one by one. It was getting late. If I do not hurry back, Mother will be lonely and anxious. Ian forced his weary body to stand, but just as success seemed within reach. His legs gave way once more, sending him crashing to the ground. However, at that moment, he collapsed onto something soft. Unlike his mother's comforting scent, a delicate fragrance wafted into Yi Yan's nose as a woman caught him just before he fell. Really now, if you're injured, you should rest properly. Elena's voice was melodious. Little Tion, how could you be so harsh to a child? In the human realm, that would be considered child abuse. Elena puffed out her cheeks. Her eyes filled with reproach. It was then that Yen realized he had fallen into the ample bosom of Elena. Sister, who are you? Yen lifted his gaze to meet Elena's embrace. Oh, I am little Tion's wife. Elena smiled as she stroked her face, her expression faltering when she touched the scar upon it. I am sorry, dear sister. Am I very ugly? Did I frighten you? Ugly? Yen tilted his head, his innocent eyes brimming with confusion. Sister, are you ugly? In that instant, Elena was taken aback, her gaze fixed on Yi Yin in stunned silence. From his eyes, she could discern not a hint of deceit. Could it be that he truly believed this? Upon hearing such an unexpected response, Elena covered her mouth, bursting into laughter. Is it true? Am I ugly? It has been quite some time since she encountered someone whose thoughts are so utterly pure. No, akin to a goblin. Beauty and ugliness, good and evil, whether stemming from subjective or objective perspectives, nearly everyone tends to judge through the lens of their own reasoning. Yet, the little creature before her does not. In its eyes, it seems that good and evil, beauty and ugliness hold equal weight. What a remarkably innocent being. It is truly astonishing that such a little one possesses the qualities of a king. Well, Yin cast a curious glance at Elena, wishing to extricate himself from her embrace. I must take my leave. My mother is still waiting for me. No. Elena firmly blocked Yan's departure, and strangely, he found himself unable to exert any force. It felt as though he were being held in place by some unseen force. This peculiar sensation was something Yin had never encountered before. You are still injured. Let me help you heal before you go, Elena said, her deep violet eyes blinking at him. For a long time, Yin tilted his head slightly. Elena shook her head. Not long. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yin glanced at his injuries and nodded. That would be wonderful. Come, lie down. I shall assist you in your recovery. With that, Elena retrieved some bandages and medicinal supplies from a ring, alongside various bottles and jars. She sniffed the contents, confirming they were not poison, which brought Yin a sense of relief. Furthermore, he felt he could easily eliminate her should the need arise. Yet for some reason, he sensed something peculiar about Elena. Was it because she was, aside from his mother, the second person to approach him without a hint of malice? The people here, for reasons unknown, always seemed intent on his demise. While Elena attended to his wounds, she explained that healing magic generally accelerated cellular metabolism and that every spell came at a certain cost. Using healing magic during combat was often a last resort. But if time permitted and the injuries were not severe, it was better to rely on medicinal aids for recovery. But Yin nodded vacantly, indicating he had learned something new. He felt there was still much for him to absorb. For instance, could the healing magic Elena spoke of, which hastened recovery, also be applied to poisons to expedite their effects? If such a thing existed, that fellow wouldn't he stand a chance of escaping this place? Elena, observing Yan's thoughts, couldn't help but smile. How adorable he was. If only he were her child. As she pondered this, memories of events in the church chamber surfaced, dimming her gaze. The scars on her face throbbed faintly with pain. Nightfall in the territory of Linxia. Within Linxia town, this moment, outside the Adventurers Guild. Damn it! Where on earth is that wretched goblin? Amy cursed as she swung the door open. Don't let me catch you. I will make you regret ever existing in this world. With a sharp crack, the guild door swung open. In an instant, a spear suddenly lunged forward, aimed directly at Amy. What? Faced with the unexpected assault, Amy gasped in shock, realizing she had no time to evade. She clenched her teeth, her fist imbued with holy power coiling in preparation. Just in the nick of time, a large hand grasped the spear's shaft. Such rudeness towards a lady. Dita smiled as he regarded the newcomer at the door. None other than the golden-ranked adventurer, Kilu. Muscles taut and well-defined, he donned a set of black leather armor, a loose cloth band tightly cinched around his hips, accentuating his robust torso and flawless six-pack abs. Adorning his face were gold-rimmed glasses that exuded a mature allure. Kilu, what brings you back? Dita furrowed her brow. Naturally, the guild master summoned me. Kilu laughed heartily upon encountering his familiar companion. After all, significant events have transpired here. The guild master? Morris murmured. Ha ha ha. Uncle, it's good to see you again. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Morris wasted no time in drawing his greatsword, parrying the incoming strike. The clash resounded with a metallic clang. Maud, you have grown stronger, Morris remarked, gazing at the child who had been but waist-high in his memories not long ago. Indeed, Kilu chuckled. The relentless assaults had only worsened Amy's already foul mood. She raised her fist and swung it at Kilu. He grinned confidently, intending to catch her blow, but unexpectedly, someone yanked him back, causing him to stumble a few steps. The punch missed its mark, yet the golden light emanating from his fist struck the ground with tremendous force. Crack! The ground rapidly fissured, followed by a resounding boom as a sizable crater erupted. Gazing at the crater, Kalu swallowed hard, silently grateful he hadn't intercepted that blow. It would have surely left him gravely injured, if not dead. What manner of beast is this? A powerful cleric, a unique figure from the Church of Holy Light, stepped forth, revealing herself as a stunningly beautiful woman clad in revealing attire. It was she who had pulled Kalu back. Averting Amy's attack. Oh. Amy raised an eyebrow, her expression darkening. Have you heard of me? Of course. I've had the pleasure of hearing friends speak of you. The woman extended her hand. Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Xena. Amy glanced at her, then extended her hand, only to swiftly seize Xena's arm and execute an overhead throw, sending her crashing away. Ouch! How rude! It was only mid-air that Xena reacted, waving her staff, causing her form to become weightless. Hey, what on earth is happening? The commotion naturally attracted the attention of onlookers. Wait, could that possibly be the golden-ranked adventurer Kalu's team? Adventurers gathered quickly recognized Kalu's group. Oh, are they quite renowned? Indeed. An adventurer beside the newcomer, Drew, puffed out his chest. Legend has it they participated in a dragon hunt and successfully slayed a dragon. Drew gasped in astonishment upon hearing of their dragon-slaying exploits. His gaze toward Kalu and his companions now filled with reverence. After all, even a juvenile dragon could effortlessly obliterate their village, let alone a mature dragon, which could annihilate an entire region, and a fully grown dragon could even bring down a nation. The fact that these three had participated in such formidable hunts was simply astounding. And what about them? He pointed toward Morris and his group. To stand against a team that had slain dragons. They must also be formidable individuals. However, the old adventurer, upon glancing at Morris, was filled with disdain. Their greatest achievement is slaying goblins. Drew looked utterly baffled. Aren't goblins creatures that even novices can easily dispatch? Killing such beasts hardly qualifies as an accomplishment. Was there nothing more? Drew found it hard to believe that those who could stand against golden-ranked adventurers were merely goblin slayers. In an instant, Drew lost interest in Morris and his companions, even harboring a hint of disdain. How weak and fearful of death must one be to persistently hunt goblins? The same scenario unfolded repeatedly among the onlookers, with many disdainful gazes cast upon the members of Morris's team. As for Morris and his companions, they remained indifferent, having long since become accustomed to such scrutiny. In contrast, Cole and his associates were filled predominantly with admiration and longing. It is human nature to revere the strong. Feeling the weight of the crowd's awe, Cole instinctively puffed out his chest. His gaze fell upon Amy, and he extended an invitation. That strong girl. Would you care to join my team? Following Morris is simply a waste. Amy's forehead twitched with anger. Are you looking for trouble? Dita, don't interfere with me. If not for Dita's restraint, Amy would have lunged at him. Calm down, Amy. If it's illegal to kill in town, Observing Amy's furious demeanor, Cole scratched his head, perplexed that if you don't want to, then so be it. Should you change your mind, you're welcome to join any time. Seemingly overwhelmed by the crowd, Cole expressed a desire to leave. Just as he turned to depart, Morris called out to him, inquiring, "What significant matter are you referring to?" "I've been searching for a place to live and moving. Hence the delay. It's been a headache," Cole replied, nonchalantly. "Oh, I discovered a goblin lair," he shrugged, unconcerned. Honestly, how formidable can goblins truly be? With a light chuckle, Cole dismissed the notion, saying, "I've heard the guild leader summon several gold-ranked adventurers besides myself. To be frank, I could handle that so-called goblin lair alone. Why the need for so many?" "You underestimate the goblins," Morris interjected, slightly frowning in an attempt to offer a warning. After all, gold-ranked adventurers constituted the primary offensive force against the goblin lair. Yet Cole paid no heed. "Enough. I have no interest in the words of someone who's lingered in silver rank for so long. You may cower here. In a few days, you'll receive good news." Ha. Cole waved his hand, leading his two companions away. "Goodbye, Uncle." Mord waved farewell to Morris. Soon, the trio's figures vanished into the night. "Morris, should we pursue them?" Dita asked with concern. Their attitude, in the face of a goblin leader, could lead to significant trouble. "No," Morris replied slowly, shaking his head. "An amount of explanation would suffice. Those who haven't experienced it will never understand." Alas, Dita sighed in regret. Humph. Let them meet their ending tea that moment. Amy was still fuming over the earlier incident. Let's go. Morris entered the Adventurers Guild, with numerous matters still on his agenda. What exactly was this so-called Goblin lair? Could that individual truly be inside? If so, things could become quite complicated. Even he could not single-handedly conquer an entire lair. The sheer number of goblins within could easily overwhelm him, by the time Ian emerged from the Goblin General's castle. Night had fallen. As he descended the stairs and passed through the doorway, he was suddenly called out to, "Hey, it was the Goblin leader, Dong. You haven't taken your belongings? Don't let me dispose of them." Dong kicked at the large sack at his feet, which contained the spoils Ian had amassed that day, left behind his haste to leave the Goblin General's quarters. Originally, it should have been taken by the goblins. It remained untouched. Ian approached, casting a glance at Dong. What is it?" Dong flinched at Ian's gaze, instinctively taking a step back. "Nothing." Ian shook his head, retrieving the bag and exchanging it with the goblin still operating the shop. Just as Ian was about to re-enter the lair, a goblin with one ear missing, which had been lurking in the shadows, dashed out, attempting to follow him. "What kind of goblin are you?" But it was quickly intercepted by patrolling goblins. Gaga. The creature, seemingly unable to speak the goblin tongue, could only make incoherent sounds. It struggled to break free, but the two patrolling goblins easily overpowered it, pinning it to the ground. Ian merely cast a disinterested glance at it before turning away. Choosing not to engage, he was aware that the goblin had been trailing him, albeit its attempts at stealth were rather poor. Here, the trading goblin offered Ian a handful of shells. This was the so-called currency, which could be exchanged for various items, essentially goblin money. Ian had no intention of keeping these shells. Instead, he planned to use them to procure something for his mother. This, and this, all for me. Mom will surely love them. With these thoughts in mind, Ian accepted the fruits and food, which even included instant noodles. Quite a marvel. Since a small cave lacked cooking utensils, Ian opted to bring back several packets of noodles. As he approached the peculiar small barrel, the assisting goblin regarded him with a look of disbelief. What could possibly be appetizing about that? The goblin mused. Even Dong, who had lingered nearby, eyed Ian with suspicion. The thing was less tasty than the simple cakes on top. It would be better to exchange for some meat. Dong hesitated for a moment before cautioning, but yet Ian disregarded Dong's advice entirely. Meat was something he had brought before, but his mother seemed to dislike it. Thus, since then, Ian had refrained from bringing back any meat. After gathering the noodles and packing everything up, Ian passed by Dong, casually handing him a packet of pickled vegetable noodles. Dong, now holding the strange item, wore a bewildered expression. This thing had recently gained popularity among adventurers, yet he could not fathom what made it so desirable. Dry and unappetizing, the peculiar bag contained something with a distinct aroma, albeit one that was overly pungent. Goblins did not consume it, so he could not comprehend how humans managed to eat it. It would be wiser to gather more rations and seize them instead. Suddenly, a realization struck Dong. Those humans were likely trying to prevent goblins from obtaining food. No wonder the Goblin General urged them to learn to cultivate grains like humans. Truly, a prescient insight. Was a so-called arms factory based on the same principle? Dong found it too perplexing to contemplate further. Clutching the noodles, Dong intended to return them, only to discover that Yin had already walked far away. Damn it! Dong fumed, hopping up and down in frustration. Yet ultimately, he silently tucked the noodles away like a tea that moment. A patrol of goblins appeared behind him. This strange goblin seems not to belong to our lair. What should we do with this creature? Oh. Dong turned to look at the earless goblin pinned to the ground. Gah, gah. The earless goblin was indignant. Could it be a spy sent from another lair? Realizing this, Dong's face turned an even deeper shade of green. Humph. Did those foolish goblins truly believe they could infiltrate them so easily? However, the two patrolling goblins exchanged glances. Is it possible this is a new goblin born from our small lair? Upon hearing this, Dong fell silent for a moment before nodding. Take it to the general. Nothing escapes the watchful gaze of the Goblin General. Indeed, the earless goblin, pinned to the ground, struggled to lift its head, fixating its eyes on the direction where Yin had departed. How remarkable, how extraordinary. If only it could learn something from that goblin, Perhaps it could exact its revenge. Surely it could. All it needed was to forsake everything. No, perhaps it had nothing left to relinquish. INA days. It felt its body being dragged. Where were they taking it? Through the dimly lit corridor, Yin traversed a series of iron doors, thick and imposing as mountains. The air was filled with piercing and foul cries. The first and second levels housed the higher-ranking goblins. Just a note, those of the upper echelon. The general's confidants resided on the first and second floors, while the general himself occupied the topmost level of the castle. The true lair lay within a mountain. Below dwelled the lesser goblins, while the superior goblins resided above. Before long, Yin's figure hurriedly appeared at his doorstep. He dragged a hefty bag of goods, gently pushing open the door, and was greeted by a familiar and warm scent. "Mother, I'm back," Yin exclaimed, his voice brimming with indescribable joy as soon as he spoke. A figure emerged from the depths of the room. It was a petite yet remarkably ample white-haired elven girl. Yin's mother, Victoria, "You're back." Upon hearing the commotion, Victoria rushed out to welcome her child, only to see Yin's body swathed in bandages, stained with copious amounts of blood. Victoria panicked and hurriedly rushed to him. "Xiaoyan, what happened to you?" She examined Yin's body and, relieved to find no serious issues, let out a sigh of relief. The treatment of his injuries was quite adept, perhaps even superior to her own skills. "What transpired?" Victoria inquired. Thus, Yin recounted everything that had just occurred. Upon hearing this, Victoria was astonished. She had not anticipated the presence of a normal human woman in such a place, especially where the Goblin general resided. Such a personage must possess an extraordinary identity. Could she be Xiao Tian's wife? Perhaps she, like Yin, was the spouse of a special goblin? This goblin must be of significant importance to the Goblin general, hence the special privileges afforded to his woman. This would explain everything. That if only she could meet that woman, she would express her gratitude in person. Yet, what was the deal with that Goblin general? Was he specifically training Yin? Could it be that Yin had the potential to become the Goblin general? The Goblin general, among goblins, was an undeniable upper echelon, second only to goblin heroes, in existence that commanded millions of goblins. That it was truly uncertain whether to feel joy or apprehension. However, one thing was clear. The Goblin general seemingly harbored no malicious intent towards Yin. This alleviated Victoria's worries considerably. By the way, "Mother, this is a gift for you." Yin eagerly presented the items he had just acquired, observing the gleam of anticipation in Yin's eyes. Victoria imagined a pair of fluffy ears atop his head and a little tail wagging behind him. Puffed. Victoria's laughter echoed in the air, as melodious as chimes. "And why, child, is truly remarkable." She embraced Yin tightly, enveloping him in warmth. The soft, sweet scent enveloped him. Yin's head nestled deeply into her embrace, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort. Yet soon after, he was met with a sensation of suffocation, rendering him momentarily breathless. "What's wrong?" Victoria noticed Yin's face suddenly pale, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. She immediately released her grip. Huff, huff, huff. Freed from Victoria's warm embrace, Yin gasped for air, his long green ears tinged with a faint blush. "Xiaoyan, what happened to you?" Victoria anxiously shook Yin's shoulders, her voice laced with urgency. "Mother, I'm fine." After a moment, Yin took a deep breath, regaining his composure. Given the current situation, Victoria was well aware of what had transpired. She glanced down at her chest, realizing that indeed it was a bit ample. Perhaps she had not considered it thoroughly. But could this truly be her fault? A faint blush crept onto Victoria's delicate features as she pouted adorably, hands on her hips, adopting a reproachful demeanor towards Yin. "You silly child. If something was amiss, why didn't you tell your mother sooner?" Her tone was filled with concern and worry. Yin stood to the side, his head bowed, a youthful blush gracing his cheeks as he softly replied, "Because being with you, mother, always feels so comfortable and warm." His voice was imbued with innocence and affection. After all, the time Yin spent with his mother was limited. Why would he wish to push her away? Victoria was momentarily taken aback by his words. She had not anticipated Yin to express such sentiments. Rest assured, mother will always be with Xiaoyan. Really? Indeed. Mother, when have I ever deceived you? Well, I trust you, mother. Upon hearing this, Ian's face blossomed into a radiant smile. He clung tightly to Victoria, as if fearing she might vanish at any moment. Previously, each time, his mother had stealthily slipped away from his side. Would that no longer be the case? Gazing into Ian's trusting eyes, a wave of guilt surged within Victoria. She often pondered whether she truly deserved such unwavering trust from this child. Victoria was acutely aware of her identity and past, yet she was unwilling to let Ian in on those complexities. Just then, Victoria's gaze fell upon a mysterious object on the ground. It resembled a large bowl, yet it was not a bowl, adorned with various strange patterns and inscriptions. Curiously, she picked up the object, scrutinizing it closely. She had never encountered such a thing before, and her mind was filled with questions. Ian, noticing her curiosity, quickly explained, "Mother, this is instant noodles. It's a very convenient food that just needs hot water to prepare." Instant noodles? Victoria blinked, her little head brimming with question marks. She had never heard of such a food, let alone seen it. Oh, mother must be hungry. How about we have some instant noodles? Without waiting for her response, Ian busied himself. He skillfully tore open the instant noodle packaging, his fingers deftly gliding along the seal, as if performing a silent melody. Then he extracted a cup of noodles. Gently tearing open the seasoning packet, a rich aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing and mouth-watering. That why Ian smiled slightly, beckoning with his hand, igniting a blaze in his palm. With a gentle sweep, the flames danced towards the kettle, instantly boiling the cold water. Before long, the hot water was ready. Carefully, Ian poured the steaming water into the 2 cups of noodles, watching as the noodles softened and the fragrance intensified. "Mother, please wait a moment. In 3 minutes, we can eat." "Eat?" Victoria nodded in a daze, her sparkling ruby-like eyes blinking incessantly, clearly astonished by Ian's actions. She had never witnessed such an innovative method of food preparation, her heart brimming with curiosity and intrigue. Meanwhile, Ian silently counted down the seconds, eagerly anticipating the moment the noodles would be ready. At this moment, in the upper level of the Goblin lair, under the dim light, a group of Goblin knights gathered around a massive stone table, the aroma of alcohol filling the air, creating a spirited atmosphere. They engaged in lively discussions, relishing their rare moments of leisure. Damn it! A sudden coarse curse shattered the momentary tranquility. "You cannot fathom how I dealt with that little rascal." Bang! The Goblin knight forcefully slammed his goblet onto the table, a flush of crimson appearing on his green visage. Clearly, he had indulged in copious amounts of drink, reveling in his own tales of valor. "Ah, truly the Goblin strength," a diminutive Goblin knight nodded in agreement. While they bore no deep-seated animosity towards the Goblin named Yin, they certainly harbored no fondness either. In their eyes, that Goblin Yin was merely an inconsequential figure. "Young man, your vengeance has been avenged by brotherly." The Goblin proudly placed a hand on the shoulder of the one-eyed Goblin beside him. "That I sincerely thank you, dear brother." The glimmer of something unusual flickered in Goblin Hay's eyes. "Is that Goblin Yin still alive?" "Ah, oh." Goblin was momentarily taken aback by the question, anger flaring as he recalled the earlier confrontation with Yi. If that little fellow had faced him head-on, could he possibly lose? "What do you ask this for? Am I to slay a goblin in front of General? Rest assured that rascal is definitely incapacitated by now." Yes, I spoke out of turn," Goblin Hay replied humbly, though he felt rather disdainful within. It was truly pathetic for a higher-tier goblin to be unable to defeat a lower-tier goblin. However, Goblin chuckled, rubbing his hands together. "If you desire more, I would not mind resolving your troubles." Regardless, there was no way he would allow that little imp to survive. By the way, I heard he has an elf. He ought to enjoy himself thoroughly. Isn't that only natural? Goblin Hay produced several dozen shells, saying, "This is a down payment." After all, it was merely a matter of reselling for profit later. To be honest, making money from these fools is rather easy. All it requires is stockpiling different foods and weapons at various locations to reap substantial rewards. "Young man, be wise." Accepting the shells, Goblin laughed heartily. Yet in his moment of triumph, he remained oblivious to the imminent danger. With a sudden A jet of black blood erupted from his mouth. Goblin froze, raising his hand to observe the black blood trickling through his fingers. His eyes filled with terror and confusion. He had no idea when he had been poisoned, nor could he comprehend the origin of this venom. Goblin, what is wrong? A voice filled with concern and fear came from his companion nearby. However, Goblin could no longer hear. His vision gradually lost focus, and his body began to stiffen. With a resounding thud, Goblin's lifeless body crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Chaos and panic immediately ensued, as goblins screamed and scattered in all directions, as if the fallen corpse were some terrifying plague. Congratulations, you have slain the Goblin Knight. Based on the effect of your skill predation, you have acquired the Goblin's innate talent Primal Instinct C. Your Primal Instinct C has repeated and been reconstituted, granting you Primal Instinct B. Congratulations, you have slain a Goblin. Based on the effect of your skill predation, you have gained 2 points of strength. You have killed your superior race, earning 1 special evolution point at this moment. The voice of the world echoed in Yian's mind. The onset time is rather slow. Yian mused, feeling quite dissatisfied. Is it due to the Goblin's constitution far exceeding that of ordinary beings? It seems that administering the 2 types of poison was the correct choice. What is it? Xiao Yin, noticing Yian's unusual demeanor, Victoria inquired with concern at, nothing. Yian shook his head and smiled. Mom, it's ready to eat. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an as the pot lid was gently lifted. A wondrous aroma immediately wafted through the air, seemingly imbued with some magical quality, instantly capturing Victoria's attention. The fragrance was rich with the essence of meat, complemented by a light freshness of vegetables. Intertwined with an indescribable allure that beckoned one to explore further, a rumble echoed from Victoria's throat, the sound of her swallowing. Her eyes fixated on the bowl of instant noodles in Yian's hands, shimmering with a glint of desire. Upon noticing, Yian smiled slightly and presented the noodles before his mother. Here you go, Mom. Yian's voice was gentle and filled with confidence. Victoria blinked, a hint of skepticism flickering in her ruby-like eyes. She seemed hesitant to believe that such a simple process could yield delicious food. However, upon witnessing Yian's self-assured expression, her doubts gradually dissipated. She accepted the bowl of noodles he offered, cautiously taking a bite with a plastic fork. In that moment, a look of surprise illuminated her face. The extraordinary flavor exploded in her mouth, instantly captivating her with its deliciousness. Although the taste of the instant noodles was not particularly astonishing, it was certainly commendable that it possessed a unique texture and aroma that lingered on the palate. Moreover, one must acknowledge how simple and quick the preparation process had been done in just a few minutes. Such a delightful dish could be created. Victoria found herself lost in thought. If such cuisine were promoted widely, it would undoubtedly be beloved by numerous adventurers. It could serve not only as a means to satiate hunger, but also as a form of enjoyment and relaxation. Furthermore, this method of preparation required no professional chefs. Anyone could easily master it. With these thoughts, Victoria's heart brimmed with anticipation and curiosity. She wondered who had invented this marvelous dish. What changes and surprises would it bring to adventurers? Meanwhile, Yian simply sat quietly nearby, watching his mother relish the delicious instant noodles, his heart filled with satisfaction. Soon, Victoria had devoured the bowl of noodles completely at that moment. Within the castle, the Goblin General observed the goblin before him. A smile gracing his lips. Truly, heaven blesses my goblin kin. Although he had not desired this, from now on, you shall be called Xia. Goblin X I. In an instant, a surge of magic flowed into Goblin Xia's being. He felt a warm sensation enveloping him, an indescribable comfort, and to his astonishment, he discovered he could wield magic. From today forth, you shall remain by the side of that Goblin Yian. Yes, Goblin Xia replied earnestly. Tomorrow, I shall assign you a mission. The Goblin General waved his hand, instructing the knight to take Goblin Xia away. Watching Goblin Xia depart, the Goblin General's lips curled into a peculiar smile that it was time for the little king to be introduced to his grand design. Before Yin lay the exemplary performance of the past few days, which had earned him a bountiful reward. And no longer confined to the meager armory he had previously rifled through, he stepped into a brand new armory. Furnished with far superior equipment, the dimly lit space was illuminated by luminous stones, casting light upon rows of neatly arranged weapons. And as gaze wandered amid the array of arms. Suddenly, his eyes fixated on an inconspicuous corner, where a stash of black powder lay quietly, exuding a faint scent of sulfur. Yan's heart leaped with joy. This black powder was a rare treasure. While the explosive sound of gunpowder was indeed disadvantageous for assassination, if there were enough of it, entire mountains could be leveled. If he were to eliminate all the goblins he had encountered, would that not be considered assassination? Yin pondered, contemplating whether, with sufficient black powder prepared, he could assassinate that so-called Goblin general. Such thoughts flickered through his mind, though Yin silently noted the location. Intending to return for it when the opportunity arose, he continued to search through the armory and soon discovered a row of rifles. These firearms appeared rather crude, seemingly handcrafted, far removed from the polished weaponry produced on assembly lines in military factories. Yin picked up one of the rifles and examined it closely, finding the workmanship to be alarmingly poor. It was likely that it would jam after just a few shots, with the risk of bursting altogether, that he couldn't help but sigh. Such weapons would scarcely be effective on the battlefield. Setting the rifle down, Yan's gaze shifted to the bows and arrows nearby. Although these weapons looked antiquated, they were surprisingly well-preserved, the bow limbs resilient and the arrows sharp. He gently picked up a bow, testing its feel in his hands and finding it satisfactory. Yin had already made up his mind. He decided to temporarily abandon the seemingly formidable yet utterly unreliable rifles, opting instead for the bow and arrow as his new weapon. After all, in assassination, concealment and precision were paramount. This bow was well suited to his current needs. With a creaking sound, he turned to see a goblin emitting its characteristic call. It was his teammate for this mission. He wondered if they would survive until the patrol was over. However, it seemed they had encountered a goblin who did not speak goblin language. The creature stood vacantly before some bloodied weapons. Lost in thought, while Yin recalled the formidable individuals he had previously assassinated, their weapons lying right there today. As for why they were here, it was simply because their mother disapproved of selling them. Lord Yin, at that moment, a goblin wielding a staff rushed toward him. "Greetings, I am your teammate for this mission, Goblin Hero." The Goblin Hero extended a hand, but received no response from Yin, who merely cast a fleeting glance at him. His gaze settled on the approaching Goblin Captain, Chong Dong. Noticing this, the Goblin Hero awkwardly withdrew his hand, though he was aware that the captain was not one for idle chatter. He hadn't anticipated being afforded no opportunity to speak at all. The Goblin Hero sighed heavily. The road ahead was indeed fraught with challenges. "Well then, if you've acquired your weapons, follow me. As a senior goblin, will lead you as your captain. You should feel honored to be in my presence." The Goblin Captain, clad in black attire and sporting a crooked red tie of uncertain origin, declared with a smug expression. "Today our mission is one bestowed upon us by the general." A profound silence followed, thick with awkwardness, observing the unresponsive quartet of goblins before him. Goblin Captain Chong Dong ground his teeth in frustration. These wretched, lowly goblins clearly did not comprehend the greatness of the Goblin General. Nonetheless, he resolved to overlook their ignorance. "Today, I shall introduce you to the world, to our Goblin factory. You don't know. Killing is off the table." Goblin Captain Chong Dong's words were abruptly cut off by a massive goblin wielding a great sword. Instantly, the captain's demeanor darkened. "When did it become your place to interrupt my speech? I simply wish to kill." The large goblin stepped forward defiantly, showing no sign of backing down. This is troubling, thought Goblin Hero, observing the two goblins on the verge of conflict. He wished to intervene, but found himself lacking the strength to do so, placing his hopes on the other two goblins. Yet he noticed Yin watching them with an expression of cold indifference, devoid of any intention to engage. The other peculiar goblin remained fixated on the bloodied equipment, seemingly lost in its own thoughts. My goodness, Goblin Hero lamented internally. "Why has the general assembled us five together? Well, we are all goblins." He ventured forth to mediate the tension, but as soon as he opened his mouth, the two goblins barked in unison. "Be quiet." "Ah, this is unfortunate." Goblin hero retreated, initially intending to position himself behind Yin, but suddenly sensing danger, he halted beside him. Oh, Goblin Captain Chong Dong chuckled lightly at the towering figure before him. What a pity! Our mission today does not involve killing, that if you refuse to follow orders, you are free to leave. Upon hearing this, the large goblin turned without hesitation, ready to depart, only to be halted by Chong Dong's subsequent words. If you do not heed my commands, you shall leave the goblin lair, as per the general's directives. Is that so? The large goblin turned back, sharp-eyed, glaring at Chong Dong. Oh, you truly think I would lie about the general's intentions? Chong Dong's expression was one of disdain. How dare this lesser goblin question his words? Under normal circumstances, he would not deign to acknowledge such lowly creatures. Yet, this was the general's command, and he had no choice but to comply. Following Goblin Captain Chong Dong, they arrived at a goblin enclave. This place was distinct from the main lair. Upon entering, a wave of heat greeted them. Before them, goblins were engaged in forging weapons. Hey, you over there. Bring the iron, we're out. Then use the discarded swords. A goblin, adorned with a red bandana, darted through the searing lair, transporting weapon after weapon. This was the goblin armory, the very place responsible for weapon manufacturing. Whether in the main lair or the smaller ones, nearly all weapons were produced here, aside from those pilfered from unsuspecting adventurers. Goblin Captain Chong Dong spread his arms wide, addressing Yi Yin and the others. Well, what do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Yi Yin paid little mind to Chong Dong's words. His attention was drawn to a group of women captured by the goblins not far away, particularly one among them. In the goblin armory, a wave of scorching air enveloped them, as if they had stepped into a furnace. The surrounding stone walls glowed a fiery red, and at the center stood a massive forge. Flames roaring, illuminating the entire space. The stifling heat caused the goblins present to sweat profusely while Ian squinted against the sudden brightness, curiously surveying his surroundings. Goblin hero pondered deeply beside him. The large goblin surveyed the scene, a look of profound confusion in his eyes. His gravelly voice echoed through the cavern. Why must we squander our precious resources crafting these seemingly useless items? Isn't it faster and easier to seize weapons from those adventurers? The main lair is already filled with spoils from adventurers. Why expend effort manufacturing new ones? The large goblin voiced his bewilderment. Currently, many of the weapons looted from adventurers gather dust in their armory. We would be better off eliminating a few more humans, driving them from this forest. Chong Dong gently shook his head, his voice calm, yet resolute. The general has stated that we cannot always rely on others. Only by mastering the art of weapon manufacturing can we goblins truly become an independent race, no longer subjugated by others. Upon hearing this, the large goblin furrowed his brow even tighter. He seemed to struggle to grasp Chong Dong's intent, but nodded, temporarily accepting the explanation. Oh, Goblin hero suddenly realized the general wishes for us to break free from our dependence on the weapons of those adventurers. Moreover, most of the weapons we seize from adventurers are crafted for humans and are utterly unsuitable for us goblins. The general aims to create weapons uniquely tailored for us. Is that so? Goblin Chong Dong expressed his confusion. However, he did not refute the words of Goblin Xia, for this individual was, after all, named by the goblin general and possessed his own insights. Which was not surprising. Goblin Chong Dong, not one to be underestimated, recognized that those selected by the general to be present here were undoubtedly exceptional goblins. Ha ha! At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed through the cave. The crowd turned toward the sound to behold a robust goblin, wielding a colossal iron hammer, slowly approaching that a confident smile adorned its face, and pride gleamed in its eyes. You have guessed half correctly. A goblin brandishing a hammer approached with measured steps. Allow me to introduce you to the chief officer of the armory, Goblin Hammer. Goblin Chong Dong gestured toward the goblins behind him, including Ian. You can simply call me Brother Hammer. Goblin Hammer laughed heartily, his gaze sweeping over the goblins behind Chong Dong, ultimately resting on Yin. A flicker of confusion briefly crossing his eyes, he sensed an air of danger emanating from this lowly goblin. It was known that the current maturity phase was a world apart from the growth phase. And then there was the larger goblin, who, while not as intense as Yin, still exuded a hint of peril. The final peculiar goblin, lacking ears and sporting a gaping mouth, appeared utterly incredulous and carried a scent that Hammer found repugnant. As for the goblin holding a staff, Goblin Hammer subconsciously overlooked it. Though not weak, magic among goblins was indeed rare. It paled in comparison to the mature Goblin Hammer. Furthermore, amidst these oddities, it appeared exceedingly mundane. Such a combination is truly intriguing, and I wonder what the esteemed Goblin General intends to accomplish. A faint smile graced Goblin Hammer's lips. Goblin Changdong, taken aback by Goblin Hammer's demeanor, could only helplessly inquire, "What do you mean by half?" There's no rush. Having traveled such a long distance, let's take a moment to rest. Tomorrow, I shall introduce you to something grand. Prepare to have your expectations shattered." Goblin Hammer chuckled, waving his hand to summon Goblin Tai. "Tai, come here and escort them to their quarters for some rest." Of course, Goblin Tai hurried over, extending his hand with a smile. "Please follow me." "Wait, no." Just then, a series of piercing screams echoed from the entrance. Turning to look, they saw a group of women captured by the goblins. Bound together, their eyes filled with terror and despair. The goblins' lustful gazes devoured their forms, leaving the women pale with fear. Among them, a familiar figure caught Yin's attention. It was a woman clad in a blue gown. Her long hair cascading down her shoulders, her delicate features obscured by a thick layer of grime. Yet, through the contours, Yin easily recognized her. It was the woman who had gifted him a blade. Kelly C. What was she doing here? Had she been captured once more? It seemed she noticed Yin as well. Their eyes met, and a flicker of joy crossed Kelly C's gaze, though it was quickly masked by that ashen hue. Gradually, the captured girls were led deeper into the lair. Occasionally, one would attempt to escape, calling for help, even knowing that no one would come to their aid in such a place. Yet the instinct for survival compelled them to cry out. As for Yin, he regarded these pleas for mercy and cries for help with indifference. His eyes cold, he held no interest in their plight. The sounds of desperation and supplication were all too familiar to him. Having heard them countless times, rendering him numb to their cries, thus, during his assassinations, he adhered strictly to the principle of a single, lethal strike. Creak, creak. Suddenly, beside Yin, the earless goblin emitted a sharp, grating noise, charging toward the goblin holding the rope. Creak, creak. The earless goblin seemed to be shouting something, yet its chaotic screeches were incomprehensible to the other goblins. Naturally, no one paid it any mind. Damn it, do you wish to steal our spoils? How audacious. A goblin lunged forward, showing no mercy, and kicked the earless goblin in the abdomen. With a dull thud, the earless goblin was sent flying to the ground. Struggling to rise, the earless goblin faced further brutality as the attacking goblin showed no signs of relenting. Just as a foot was poised to stomp on its head, "Stop!" Goblin Changdong intervened, halting the lowly goblin. After all, the earless goblin was also one of his subordinates, one he had brought along. If he allowed this goblin to be bullied at will, how could he maintain his standing in the future? Humph! The lowly goblin, seeing Goblin Changdong's superior rank, snorted disdainfully and refused to relent. From now on, don't rush at women, attempting to snatch them away. These are our spoils. We enjoy them first. It is our right. Alternatively, you may wait until we tire of them. Ha ha! A chorus of goblins laughed, casting a scornful glance at the fallen earless goblin, just as they were about to depart. The earless goblin slowly rose, grasping the hand of the lowly goblin. Creak! Blood dripped from its trembling hand onto the lowly goblin's palm. Creak! You scoundrel! The lowly goblin fumed, enraged that this small goblin persistently attempted to seize what was rightfully his. This was a challenge to his limits. With a resounding slap, he struck the earless goblin across the face, yet the grip remained unyielding, showing no sign of releasing. Ew. Goblin Changdong attempted to speak, but the lowly goblin cut him off. You clearly see that this fellow wishes to take our belongings. The general has stated that personal property is paramount. Even if I were to kill him now, you would not suffer any consequences. With that, the other lowly goblins moved forward, confronting Goblin Changdong. Faced with such a multitude of lowly goblins, even Goblin Changdong felt powerless. Slap, slap, bang, bang, bang. Each punch landed on the earless goblin's face. despite enduring a brutal beating. Its resolve to hold on never wavered. Its face swelled to the point of obscuring its features, eyes clouded and indistinguishable. Creak, creak. From its battered mouth came a cacophony of harsh sounds, reminiscent of a rusty, iron door creaking in the wind. It turned its gaze to the panicked women behind it, a hint of softness flickering in its eyes. It attempted to comfort them with its contorted expression, yet the sight only evoked further revulsion and hatred. Those women, witnessing the earless goblin's plight, felt their fear and disgust intertwining. Their gazes were filled with profound loathing for the goblins, as if they wished to rend him limb from limb. "You scoundrel!" A lowly goblin, seething with rage, unleashed a furious roar upon witnessing the scene. Brandishing his longsword, he aimed a ferocious strike at the earless goblin. The blade glimmered ominously, as if poised to cleave the earless goblin's head in twain. Yet at that perilous moment, the earless goblin revealed a faint smile of relief. He seemed to have transcended the fear of death, even anticipating the arrival of this very moment. Closing his eyes, he awaited the fatal blow. However, the anticipated strike never came, but a robust hand suddenly materialized before the earless goblin, firmly grasping the longsword. Its owner, a towering goblin, gazed intently at the earless goblin, a flicker of admiration gleaming in his eyes. "Though you are diminutive, little goblin, you possess a rare courage." Infuriated, the lowly goblin attempted to withdraw his blade, only to discover that no amount of exertion could budge it. The strength of this adversary was astonishing. "Release it." "Humph." The towering goblin responded with a disdainful grunt. "You foolish wretch, to direct your blade at your own kin. With such energy, you would do better to slay a few humans instead." "Huh." Unable to tolerate the reprimand from the towering goblin, the lowly goblin retorted, "Who are you to lecture me? Brothers, attack." With a roar, the lowly goblin charged at the towering goblin. Bang. Yet his strength appeared inconsequential in the face of the towering goblin. With a mere flick of his fist, the towering goblin sent the lowly goblin hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string, tracing a graceful arc before crashing heavily to the ground. Thud. The other goblins gulped audibly at the sight. They gazed at the formidable fist of the towering goblin, an inexplicable awe swelling within them. "You cannot do this. This creature has violated our rules and seeks to steal from us." Realizing they were outmatched, the goblins began to reason with the towering goblin. And what of it? But the towering goblin had no intention of indulging their so-called logic. The lowly goblin widened his eyes in disbelief. "What? You do not employ any cunning. Just give him a woman. You have plenty." "No." The lowly goblin attempted to interject, but was interrupted. "What is it?" The towering goblin shot a fierce glare at the lowly goblins. Then they beheld goblins such as Yen and Chong Dong stepping forward, aligning themselves behind the towering goblin. "Damn it, we shall fight you." Thus, after a seemingly amicable exchange with the towering goblin, they procured a girl of about 13 or 14 years old for the earless goblin. In their words, she was a diminutive prize, not particularly amusing to play with. Wait. However, just as the lowly goblins were about to leave, the previously silent goblin, named Tai, spoke up. "What is it, Lord Tai?" Upon seeing Goblin Tai, the others quickly donned sycophantic smiles, eager to appease him. After all, Goblin Tai was the disciple of the formidable Brother Hammer. "Do you not see how many of us there are?" Goblin Tai chuckled. "One woman is hardly sufficient." Hearing Goblin Tai's words, the lowly goblins winced in pain. It appeared they were about to suffer significant losses. They dared to confront Chong Dong, banking on their numbers. But Goblin Tai was not one to mess with. He was not of this den. However, to challenge Goblin Tai would surely lead to dire consequences. "Ha! Lord Tai speaks wisely." The lowly goblins smiled outwardly, though inwardly they had cursed Goblin Tai countless times. If he had spoken sooner, they could have surrendered without delay, saving themselves the display of expressions. Even the dimmest among them could discern that they were being used as a litmus test by Goblin Tai to gauge the strength of those before him. Upon witnessing the goblins before him, Goblin Tai wasted no time and demanded 4 more women, all of notable beauty. Consequently, the number of women they had just acquired was halved. This left the lowly goblins feeling quite pained. How would they divide these few women among themselves? Of course, how long they could enjoy them depended on the women's resilience. Head out a group of lowly goblins wore lewd grins. Only the goblin who had been struck and was just rising from the ground. Goblin Boo wore a grim expression, his gaze fixated on the towering goblins, memorizing their features, thinking to himself, "My elder brother is a high-ranking goblin. This is his territory, and he will make them pay, due to the considerable distance from the main lair." Some of the laws of the general were rendered ineffective. Goblin Tai acquired 4 more women. Goblin Chong Dong, the towering goblin, Goblin Xia, Yin, and 1 goblin each. Heh, quite the arrangement. Goblin Chong Dong cradled a woman in his arms, leading the way into a chamber under Goblin Tai's guidance. Lying on the ground, the earless goblin gazed up at the ceiling, tears streaming down his face. He felt utterly useless, incapable of accomplishing anything. At that moment, a timid voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned to see a girl of about 13 or 14, gazing at him in fear. The girl wished to flee, but surrounded by malevolent goblins. Where could she escape? It was better to remain with this goblin, who had fought against the others for her sake. She sensed that this goblin was not entirely wicked. Creak. Indeed, he could not succumb. He must seek vengeance, even though he had no knowledge of the whereabouts of that strange goblin. In truth, to some, distinguishing one goblin from another was nearly impossible, just as one might struggle to identify a specific pig among 100. The same principle applied to goblins. Humans. They all appeared remarkably similar. Yet what did it matter? Moreover, if he fell, the girl before him would be at the mercy of those goblins. The earless goblin rose from the ground. Suddenly, his legs weakened, and just as he was about to collapse, the towering goblin intervened, catching him with precise timing. Be careful. Your wounds have yet to heal. Though the towering goblin appeared coarse, he was surprisingly gentle. Supporting the earless goblin with great care, Creak, the earless goblin, looked at the towering goblin and uttered a word of thanks. It seemed that not all goblins were malevolent after all. I cannot comprehend your words. But how peculiar you are, for you do not speak goblin tongue. The towering goblin laughed heartily, dismissing the matter entirely. Seeing this, the earless goblin let out a sigh of relief. Then his gaze fell upon the woman beside the towering goblin. Sensing his attention, the towering goblin inquired, "Is one not enough? Do you wish for this one as well?" The earless goblin stared at the woman, momentarily dazed. However, that very daze led the towering goblin to assume he did not want her. "Oh, if you do not want her, then she is of no use to keep." Without hesitation, the towering goblin drew his blade and severed the woman's head. The earless goblin's eyes widened in terror and fury. Slap! The woman's head fell from the air, her expression of fear forever frozen upon her visage. Truly revolting. One cannot fathom why these goblins capture these humans. The towering goblin's face was etched with disdain. They should all be slain, those humans who dare to invade our goblin territory. Do you not agree? With that, the towering goblin extended his hand, intending to rest it upon the shoulder of the earless goblin. Slap! Yet the earless goblin was fiercely struck aside. Creak! The earless goblin let out an enraged roar towards the elder goblin. What do you want?" The elder goblin innocently scratched his head, responding, "Why didn't you say so earlier? It's nothing of great consequence." Creak! The earless goblin realized he could not reason with this elder goblin. Grabbing the dazed girl, he turned and retreated to his chamber. Bang! The door slammed shut with a heavy thud. Observing the earless goblin's fury, the elder goblin scratched his head in bemusement. After all, it was merely a small human. Was he mistaken? No, he was not wrong. Had it not been for those humans, his brethren would not have perished. They should have been safe in their little burrow. But everything changed from that day forth. However, they had not harmed anyone. In the eyes of humans, their goblin kin were merely embodiments of evil. As if killing them was a demonstration of justice? Ridiculous. "This is your room." The goblin iron pointed to the chamber marked with 01. Yin nodded and stepped inside, just as he was about to close the door. A woman clad in a long dress trembled at the threshold, her head bowed low. Yin merely cast a fleeting glance at her, without a hint of hesitation, and firmly shut the door. The woman, Vidona, blinked her glistening eyes, unsure of what the goblin within was planning. Could she escape? Yet, surrounded by goblins, was her escape truly possible? All the guards had perished. She was but an ordinary church nun, skilled only in aiding and blessing. However, gazing at the tightly shut door, Vidona contemplated perhaps she could attempt to flee. Stealthily, she departed from the doorway and made her way toward the entrance of the burrow. Along the way, inexplicably, perhaps due to her good fortune, she encountered no goblins that, "Oh no, please, spare me. I can't take it anymore." At that moment, a heart-wrenching cry echoed from not far away. That voice was all too familiar. It belonged to her companion, one of the women taken by those lowly goblins. The sound emanated from a house devoid of light ahead. Gulp. Vidona swallowed hard. To escape, she must pass through the entrance. Cautiously, she approached, perhaps driven by curiosity or concern for her dear friend. She peered inside, and her entire being froze in shock. Within the room lay several corpses, their deaths gruesomely brutal, blood streaming from their 7 orifices, mingled with strange liquids. The scene was unspeakably horrific, rendering Vidona unrecognizable. And within the room, her only remaining friend was subjected to a horrific fate. Her friend's eyes, clouded and devoid of hope, gazed into the abyss of despair. Woo! At that moment, the woman seemed to see something, her eyes widening as she fixed her gaze on the doorway. Shouting. Yet, as her mouth was stuffed with something, her cries were stifled. Nevertheless, the commotion was sufficient to attract the attention of the goblins. This is bad. Vidona felt a surge of dread as goblins turned their gaze upon her. Without a moment's hesitation, she fled. Bang! Suddenly, a pair of hands reached out from behind, gripping her neck and lifting her off the ground in an instant. Huh! The goblin's laughter echoed through the dark corridor. Brimming with arrogance and lewdness, one hand tightly grasped Vidona's neck while the other pressed her frail shoulders against the wall. The triumphant smile spread across the goblin's face, his deep-set green eyes gleaming with lascivious intent. Who would have thought such a delightful surprise awaited, even during a trip to the restroom? The goblin's voice was low and hoarse, as if it were a demon's whisper from the depths of hell. He stared at Vidona, his eyes glinting with ravenous desire, as if he intended to consume her hold. I remember you. You are the woman who was taken away. A sinister grin crept upon the goblin's face. I never expected we would meet again so soon. What a twist of fate. Vidona's legs thrashed helplessly in the air, her eyes filled with terror and despair. She struggled against the goblin's grip. But his strength was insurmountable, rendering her efforts futile. Was she truly destined to perish here? Fear and hopelessness enveloped Vidona's heart. Memories of the atrocities committed by the goblins replayed vividly in her mind, the scenes of torment and humiliation. Perhaps dying now would be a form of release. Ha! Goblin Boo! Well done! At that moment, a horde of lowly goblins slowly emerged from the doorway, their eyes lewdly scanning Vidona's body as if she were an object for their indulgence. Hee, let me see this woman's body. Goblin Boo laughed heartily, reaching out to tear Vidona's garments. No, please. With a sudden burst of energy, Vidona kicked Goblin Boo squarely in the face. The strike was swift and powerful. Goblin Boo was caught off guard, stumbling backward nearly to the ground. Damn it! Goblin Boo cursed angrily, forcefully slamming Vidona against the wall. With a loud crash, her body collided violently with the surface, and blood erupted from her mouth. Cough, cough, cough. Vidona coughed painfully, her body severely battered. Can you handle it? Goblin Boo mocked a nearby goblin, sneering at the scene. Stung by the insult, Goblin Boo's fury ignited. How could he endure such humiliation? He bellowed, I'll show you just what Goblin Boo is capable of. With that, he turned toward Vidona, his eyes glinting with malice. As she beheld the approaching goblin, despair washed over Vidona. Was she truly to be ravaged and perish in this sunless cavern at the hands of these grotesque goblins? Her heart brimmed with dread and hopelessness, her thoughts swirling chaotically like scattered snowflakes. Such a future was more terrifying than death itself. She would rather face death than endure endless humiliation and torment here. With that thought, Vidona suddenly surged to her feet, summoning all her strength to hurl herself against the cold stone wall. However, just as she was about to collide, a powerful arm shot out, firmly grasping her shoulder. If you crash into the wall like that, you'll die. Goblin Boo's voice whispered in her ear, laced with wickedness and lewdness. Dying wouldn't be fun, would it? He drew closer, his eyes glimmering with greedy intent. Vidona's heart was flooded with despair. This moment, she found herself powerless even to seek death. Helplessly, she struggled, tears streaming down her cheeks, just as Goblin was about to tear her garments. A sudden roar rang out, halting him in his tracks. "What are you doing?" Goblin approached slowly, wielding a massive hammer, his face etched with anger as his gaze bore down on Goblin and Vidona. Startled, Goblin quickly explained, "We were just teaching this woman a lesson. She dared to attempt an escape. Truly, she knows not her own mortality." The goblins beside him echoed in agreement. "Rest assured, Lord Tai, I'll take her back to her room and lock her up." Goblin attempted to placate Goblin Tai's a need to trouble Lord Tai, he said, preparing to lead Vidona away. However, just as they were about to turn, Goblin Tai called out to them, "Wait a moment." A hint of suspicion laced his voice. "Aren't you that woman who belongs to Yin?" His gaze fell upon Vidona, his brow furrowed. "What are you doing here?" he inquired. That moment, Vidona was utterly terrified, trembling and unable to respond. Goblin Tai recalled the words of his leader, that Yin was a person one could not afford to offend. A thought struck him, and he resolved to take Vidona away. "I will take her," he said coldly. Goblin and the other goblins were taken aback, surprised by Goblin Tai's sudden intervention. "What? Do you have any objections?" Goblin Tai's gaze swept over them, his tone laced with a hint of menace. No. Goblin hastily shook his head, knowing full well they dared not voice any dissent. Cursed be it, they silently cursed in their hearts. That troublesome woman had escaped once again, yet under Goblin Tai's imposing presence. They could only watch helplessly as Vidona was taken away to that moment, within the goblin nest, in room 01. Yin slowly opened his eyes. "Come out." You cannot hide anything from the boss," with a faint smile. Carries emerged from the corner, raising her hands in a gesture of surrender. "To be honest, I am here to cause some disruption." As she spoke, she regarded Yin. Originally, her task was to traverse the entire nest and create a map. A task that would be excruciating for someone as directionally challenged as she was. However, within the Adventurers Guild, only he could navigate the goblin nest freely without being detected. To her surprise, she had encountered the boss here. Since he was present, he must be quite familiar with this place, which meant she wouldn't have to scour the nest entirely. Carries looked at Yin with eager anticipation, Yin met her gaze. And for a moment, silence lingered between them. Shouldn't someone say something? Carries thought awkwardly. Eventually, it was Carries who broke the silence. "So, boss, do you have any information or maps about this place?" "Of course." Carries, fearing Yin might refuse, immediately proposed, "If you help me, I am willing to give you half of the reward for my task." "Task? Reward." Yin turned his head, unsure what she was referring to. Just as he hesitated, Carries, thinking Yin was dissatisfied with the division, quickly added, "How about 60-40? You get 6, I get 4. Yin silently regarded her at 70-30. "That's the best I can do," Carries said, her face contorting in distress. Tears brimming in her eyes, Yin continued to watch her in silence. 80-20. "I truly cannot go any lower," Carries whimpered, her voice choked with emotion. "Task? Reward?" Yin remained perplexed by her words. However, it felt akin to the tasks his mother assigned him. Yet, weren't the objectives of tasks usually about killing? How could there be one involving map-making? Seeing that Yin finally spoke, Carries assumed he had acquiesced and promptly declared, "My task is to obtain the map of this place. If I can ascertain the defensive capabilities and security situation here, that would be even better. The reward for the task is 1,000 gold coins." Carries' face radiated excitement. That it is worth noting that 3 gold coins already represented a month's income for an ordinary person. 300 coins equated to 100 months, and she only needed to draw a map to earn such a bountiful reward. What an incredible deal. However, this task was only feasible for someone like Carries, who had honed her stealth to perfection. Gold coins? Yin was oblivious to the value of these 1,000 gold coins. Could one eat them? They held little use for goblins. Food was far more practical. Although good weapons would be another matter. As he contemplated this, Yin's gaze inadvertently fell upon the ring on Carries' hand. From that ring, he sensed a vague, mysterious aura, reminiscent of the enigmatic feeling within himself. Noticing Yian's gaze, Carries tightened her grip on the ring, fearing he might demand it. That won't do. It's a very precious spatial ring that can store 3 cubic meters of items. Out there. It's worth over 1,000 gold coins. Yian stared blankly at Carries, remaining silent. Yet his gaze exerted immense pressure on her, making her fear that this formidable figure might take offense and end her life. It was important to note that apart from her stealth, her combat abilities were woefully inadequate. She relied entirely on stealth for fighting, but this method would be ineffective against someone like Yian, who possessed similar capabilities. Indeed, once a thief exposes their shadow, they have already lost half the battle. Ultimately, Carries capitulated, extending the ring towards him. Here you go. Carries felt as if she might burst into tears. Each time she encountered this boss, she always ended up losing something. Woe is me. Why, with such prowess, did he still covet the belongings of a mere junior? Oh, how pitiful she felt. Fortunately, she had a matching set at home. However, it was still quite a loss. Once her task was completed and she returned, she was determined to extract a hefty sum from that old man. It would take no less than several thousand gold coins. Such were her thoughts that moment. Far away at the Adventurers Guild in the small town, President Jory sneezed. Who is cursing me? Yian accepted the ring, examining it with curiosity, following the mysterious aura. He infused it with magic. In the next moment, to his astonishment, the dagger in his hand disappeared. Yian's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never anticipated the existence of such a convenient item in this world. Now, how does one retrieve it? Without giving it much thought, Yian instinctively infused the ring with magic once more. In an instant, the dagger reappeared from the ring, only to vanish and reappear again. For a while, Yian was thoroughly entertained. However, it wasn't long before he began to feel fatigued. This item consumed stamina as well. Yian was not entirely sure. Nevertheless, it did not diminish his fondness for the ring. What a marvel of convenience. He recalled many new assassination techniques. Carries observed Yian's antics with bewilderment. Why does the boss behave like a child? Is this how all bosses act? Carries was perplexed. But she could certainly learn. If she could become strong like the boss, wouldn't that be splendid? Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a series of knocks interrupted Carries' daydreaming. Inside the room, Yian exchanged glances with Carries. She gestured to him with an expression that conveyed her understanding. She then activated her skill and became invisible. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked again to Yian. Are you asleep? A familiar voice came from behind the door. Yian tightened his grip on the dagger and opened the door. Standing at the threshold were Goblin and Vidona. I've brought your slave back, Goblin announced, pushing Vidona forward. Vidona appeared dazed. Her head bowed, her pupils vacant. Yian glanced at her and, without any reaction, replied, I do not have a slave. Goblin eyes narrowed slightly, implying that this woman was truly cast out. To my surprise, there exists such a thing within the realm of goblins. Nevertheless, it is permissible for him to indulge. Just as Yian was about to close the door, he suddenly sensed something and reached out. Seizing the hand that Vidona had extended, his other hand remained firmly grasping the dagger. Should the girl before him exhibit any sign of hostility, he would not hesitate to sever her head from her shoulders. However, unexpectedly, the hand that the girl offered was not an omen of attack. Noticing her trembling hand, Yian redirected his gaze towards her once more, and he observed tears cascading down Vidona's delicate, fair face. No, please don't, Vidona implored, extending her other hand to grasp Yian tightly. It was evident that she regarded him as her last lifeline. This sensation was remarkable. Never before had anyone treated him in such a manner. Hence Yian did not withdraw. Please, no, Vidona sobbed, fearing that if taken away, it would be an utter catastrophe. She would rather face a singular goblin than be surrounded by many. I beg you, save me. Yet in the face of Vidona's desperate plea, Yian remained unmoved and released her. From now on, I will comply with whatever you ask, Vidona said, one hand clutching her chest while the other pressed down on her skirt. A look of humiliation etched across her face, inciting a desire to torment her. However, to Yian, it was akin to playing the lute to a cow. Please no, Vidorna cried, her voice resolute. Even the goblin, named Khaleesi, who was hiding in the room, couldn't he help but feel a sense of dread at the decisiveness of the formidable figure. Nonetheless, Khaleesi understood. After all, the task assigned to Yen was to remain concealed within the lair. Should he encounter trouble while aiding Vidorna, it would be an endeavor in futility. As for the suffering, this world harbors many who are far worse off, and Khaleesi had witnessed countless tragedies. If one were to assist each individual in distress, one would never know when it might end. Observing the fabric of Vidorna's attire, it was clear she hailed from noble lineage that it was likely that entering the goblin lair was her most unfortunate experience. Khaleesi harbored disdain for these aristocrats, especially upon witnessing such behavior. The goblin named Tai, filled with curiosity, cast a glance at Yen, genuinely bewildered by this peculiar goblin who exhibited no lecherous tendencies. Recalling his mentor's words, Tai merely nodded, pondering that perhaps he had grown weary of such pursuits. After all, one would expect a figure of significance among the goblins to lack for women. Very well, I shall take her away, Tai exclaimed with a hearty laugh. However, just as he prepared to claim Vidorna, she evaded him, still in a dazed "No, please don't." Tears streamed down Vidorna's smooth cheeks. Had she known better, she would never have accepted the elf's task. She lamented her decision, wishing she had avoided the enchanting forest altogether, thus escaping the fearsome bandits and the loss of her escort. Without the presence of those lowly goblins, how could they have captured her? An elf. Upon hearing the familiar term escape her lips, Yen hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Wait, I will take her, he declared. Huh, Tai exclaimed in astonishment, still reeling from the sudden turn of events as Vidorna was pulled into the room by Yen, leaving him disoriented and alone. This is not. Tai attempted to voice his thoughts, but ultimately shook his head in resignation and turned to leave. Goblins, being lecherous, were easier to manipulate. Tai chuckled to himself as he entered a room, opening a door. Within the confines of the chamber sat an extraordinarily beautiful girl, clad in an opulent gown, appearing as if an angel had descended from the heavens, untouched by a speck of dust. Yet the light in her eyes was dim. Upon encountering Tai, her expression remained devoid of emotion. I have returned, my dear wife, Tai greeted with a gentle smile, quietly closing the door behind him. Meanwhile, within the room, Vidorna's eyes widened in astonishment as she stared at Yen. She had not anticipated that this goblin would suddenly pull her into this enclosed space. Confusion flooded her mind. Struggling to comprehend the unexpected turn of events, she noticed Yen's unwavering gaze fixed upon her. The sensation of being scrutinized made her feel profoundly uncomfortable. It was at that moment that realization dawned upon her, and she bit her lip in response to the epiphany. Gradually, she began to remove her garments. Indeed, goblins were all the same. As she disrobed, a faint flush crept across her face, and she lowered her gaze in modesty. This is my first time, she murmured, her voice tinged with nervousness. Your first time? Yen inquired, perplexed. What did that entail? And why was she suddenly undressing? Was it due to the heat? Yes, Vidorna seemed to perceive Yen's confusion and nodded. Her blush deepening, she softly added, So, please be gentle, gentle. Yen was utterly baffled by her words. The sole reason he had allowed her entry was her mention of elves, and it appeared that his mother was also involved. However, Yen's silence conveyed an entirely different message to Vidorna, prompting memories of illustrations in a book to surface. Her face flushed even more, just as she was about to reach for her undergarments. Khaleesi abruptly intervened. Wait, hold on. Khaleesi's voice interrupted their standoff, shattering the tense and awkward atmosphere. If you two are planning to do something, at least wait for me to leave. Khaleesi covered her eyes, her face flushed with embarrassment. Peeking through her fingers, she glanced back and forth between Vidorna and Yen, her eyes brimming with indignation. How shameless. How could they engage in such activities in front of an innocent girl who knows nothing of the world? Human, upon witnessing Khaleesi's sudden appearance, Vidorna was taken aback. She could hardly fathom why a human would be present in this place. Could they escape? Yet her elation was short-lived as Khaleesi waved her hand, bidding farewell. All right then, I'll take my leave. No, wait. Vidorna attempted to speak, wishing to escape with her, but Khaleesi interrupted her. However, I must remind you, miss, that the big guy may not mean what you think. With that, Khaleesi opened the door and vanished as if she had never existed. Not what he means, the big guy. A myriad of questions swirled in Vidorna's mind, that why Ian glanced at the time, not hesitating to speak. What did you mean when you mentioned receiving a task from the elves? Vidorna had not anticipated Yian's interest in this topic. Are you deceiving me? Observing Vidorna standing there. Speechless, Yian's brow furrowed, and the atmosphere grew colder. Of course not. As Yian appeared ready to lose his temper, Vidorna hastily explained, the reason I entered this forest was that I accepted a task issued by a team composed entirely of elves. Entirely composed of elves? Yian remained silent, prompting Vidorna to continue. The task was to find an elf named Victoria. Upon hearing his mother's name, Yian's icy gaze bore into Vidorna, sending shivers down her spine. Are you certain that is her name? Yes, yes. Vidorna nodded fervently. Seeing this, Yian said nothing further, merely stating, you may remain here. No one should intrude. With that, he exited the room. Were they searching for his mother? Did that imply they were her allies? If only I could convey the message to Mother, she would undoubtedly be elated. Snap! Bang! It was not until the door was firmly shut that Vidorna regained her senses. What was she doing? Whether in the illustrations or in tales, aren't goblins typically depicted as vile, filthy, and lecherous lowly creatures? Vidorna glanced down at herself, clad only in her undergarments, her pristine and voluptuous form eliciting a flicker of dissatisfaction and a tinge of melancholy within her. Was it truly the case that she possessed no allure? Suddenly, an idea struck Vidorna. Were there not numerous illustrations depicting goblins falling for elves? This implied that that particular goblin was enamored with elves. No wonder he reacted so strongly upon hearing about elves. Vidorna nodded to herself, having found a justification. Thus, the goblin's disinterest in her was not a reflection of her lack of charm. He merely preferred elves. However, why was it that most illustrations featured elves entwined with goblins? Clutching her garments to her chest, she stared at the door, suddenly realizing something. Could she escape? Just as she extended her hand, she recalled the recent revelation and withdrew it. Surrounded by goblins, how could she possibly escape alone? Vidorna let out a bitter smile. She cast a glance at the bed, reclined upon it, and reminisced about Yian's gaze. His eyes were unlike those of the goblins she had encountered before. There was no desire within them. Perhaps remaining here was the safest option for her. I could see that moment. Corys emerged from Yian's chamber, hesitating for a brief moment. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Right? Someone had requested him to deliver a message. How peculiar it was that amidst a goblin's lair, there were still messages to convey. Could it be that this place harbored individuals akin to the boss? Without further contemplation, Corys proceeded to room 03 as agreed. He gently knocked several times. Night fell. Yian had just exited the cave. To his surprise, he encountered those lowly goblins who had clashed with the eared goblin during the day. The leader among them was Goblin Boo. Upon spotting Yian, Goblin Boo greeted him with a broad smile. Ah, our esteemed guest. What brings you out at this late hour? As Goblin Boo reached out to pat Yian on the shoulder. Yian deftly evaded his touch. This prompted Goblin Boo to furrow his brow in annoyance. Did this individual look down upon him? Such was the arrogance of these high-ranking goblins, clenching his fists in frustration. Goblin Boo, however, was not the same as before. Where are you headed? We were just about to venture out for a hunt. Care to join us? Goblin Boo forcibly suppressed his anger, spreading his arms wide. I am quite formidable, you know. As he spoke, the shadow beneath Goblin Boo began to twist, and to Yian's astonishment, it rose from the ground. What do you think? This shadow can lurk within other shadows. Yian cast a curious glance at Goblin Boo. He then raised his gaze to the bright moon before observing the goblins behind Goblin Boo. In an instant, he made his judgment. Eliminating them all would be rather time-consuming. With that thought, Yian ignored Goblin Boo, who was proudly flaunting his newly acquired skill, and walked past him. As Yian brushed by, a glint of malice flashed in Goblin Boo's eyes. This individual was even more detestable than that persistent eared goblin. Previously, as a lowly goblin, he had always been subjected to disdain and scorn from others. Even the high-ranking goblins would not spare him a glance. Why was that? They were all goblins, so why did they regard him with such contempt? It was merely a matter of better birth. What skill did that entail? Yet, regardless of his resentment or efforts, he remained trapped within the confines of his race's limitations, destined to be a lowly goblin for all eternity. This meant that no matter how hard he tried, he could never surpass the high-ranking goblins. Such was the disparity of bloodlines. Until he acquired the skill of Shadow Clone, he had gained the power to stand toe-to-toe with those high-ranking goblins and attained an equivalent status. Those who had once looked down upon him now regarded him with admiration, and even the high-ranking goblins could no longer disregard him. In that moment, he finally understood the exhilarating sensation of occupying a high position. From then on, no one underestimated or ignored him. Even the lowly goblins were drawn to him involuntarily. This feeling was simply exquisite. Humans are drawn to strength. It is even more pronounced among beasts and monsters. Yet now, why did this young man dare to disregard him? Goblin Boo glared fiercely at Yin, who was about to depart. Wait. How about we go together? You should know, there are many adventurers lurking outside. Goblin Boo quickly donned a servile expression and followed closely behind with his team. That why Ian merely cast a fleeting glance at him, ignoring the goblins trailing at his side. They could serve as a shield. Let me tell you, I have no idea what is happening nearby, but there are adventurers everywhere. Goblin Boo chattered incessantly. Be why now, they had traversed quite a distance from the goblin's nest, sensing the opportune moment. Goblin Boo exchanged glances with the nearby goblins. Once the moment was right, he exclaimed, "Let us show this audacious little goblin who dares to steal our women just how formidable we are." In the next instant, the goblins surrounding Yi Yin surged forward. Yet, as they sought their moment, Yi Yin was doing the same. The little maneuvers along the way were all too clear to Yi Yin, who was well-versed in assassination and understood their behaviors. In a flash, he had slain the goblin before him and dashed towards Goblin Boo. What? Goblin Boo gasped in shock. He had not anticipated that this goblin, Yi Yin, would be so fierce. He had assumed that. Among the goblins, aside from the eared goblin, this one would be the easiest to deal with. Had he misjudged him? But what did it matter? Goblin Boo smiled faintly and took a step back. To kill me, you still lack the strength that in that instant, a shadow that had been concealed within Yi Yan's shadow suddenly emerged behind him, that a pitch-black dagger was poised at Yi Yan's neck. At this distance, even a high-ranking goblin in its growth phase would find it impossible to dodge. Just as Goblin Boo believed victory was within his grasp, he witnessed the ebony dagger descending towards Yi Yan's neck, only to see Yi Yan's form suddenly morph into a deep black, as if he had transformed into a shadow. The dagger, composed of shadows, passed right through him. What? Goblin Boo exclaimed in astonishment, and without hesitation. He summoned shadows to appear before him as a defense. However, as soon as Yin made contact with the shadow, his entire being merged into it. When he re-emerged, he had crossed the shadows and stood before Goblin Boo, a dark dagger shimmering with silver light in his grasp. No, Goblin Boo cried, attempting to flee. Yet it was too late. As Yin returned from the shadow state, the dagger was already aimed at Goblin Boo's neck. With a swift motion, the silver blade gleamed and blood splattered as Goblin Boo's head was severed from his body. In Yan's mind, the voice of the world resonated. Congratulations, you have slain a goblin. Based on the effects of your skill predation, you have gained 1 point of strength. Congratulations, you have slain a goblin. Based on the effects of your skill predation, you have acquired the goblin's skill shadow clone. With a thud, Goblin Boo's head fell, and the other goblins finally reacted. This individual had actually killed Goblin Boo, and in the blink of an eye. What manner of monster was this? It must be noted that the goblin possesses the skill of shadow duplication. Even an advanced goblin would find it quite challenging to eliminate him. Due to the peculiar nature of this skill, a moment's lapse in attention could very well result in a counterattack. You vile goblin, how dare you slay your own kin? The lower-tier goblins banded together, determined to seize the hat from Yi Yin. Everyone charge! In the face of the oncoming goblins, Yi Yin maintained a calm demeanor. His skills already at the ready, he saw no need to indulge these goblins in their antics. That's why Yi Yin tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand, which gleamed coldly under the moonlight. Here, goblins abound. At that moment, the voice of adventurers suddenly echoed through the air. Have they finally discovered us? Yi Yin glanced at the approaching adventurers before swiftly turning away. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and dodged backward. Cas! Bang! A bolt of lightning struck the very spot where Yin had just stood, leaving a small crater in its wake. He glanced back, taking note of the goblin that had unleashed the lightning, before turning to depart. Almost simultaneously, a figure closed in, pursuing Yi-N.I-S a goblin. Do not let them escape. A squad of adventurers charged towards Yi Yin and his companions. Observing this, Yi Yin hesitated not for a moment and chose to flee. Creak crack, seeing Yin run upon spotting humans. The lower-tier goblin bellowed, branding him a worthless coward. Then, with a cacophony of creaks, they confronted the adventurers, engaging in a fierce skirmish. The adventurers were formidable, yet the sheer number of lower-tier goblins was not to be underestimated. Among the adventurers was Arna, a skilled archer. Spotting Yin, she pursued him without a second thought. Damn it! A flicker of an unidentifiable emotion crossed Arna's eyes, ignoring the calls of her comrades behind her. She pressed on, and as Yin glanced back at her, he deliberately slowed his pace, enticing her deeper into the dense forest. Step forward, Arna shouted, her voice reverberating through the woods. Drawing her longbow, she unleashed a barrage of arrows upon Yin. Yet, like a specter, Yin deftly evaded each shot just as it was about to find its mark. Submit and perish. Arna roared, her tone powerful yet oddly composed. All her arrows veered away from Yi Yan's vital points. In the next moment, just as she prepared to launch another assault, she realized that Yi Yan had inexplicably vanished. Arna scanned her surroundings, but not a trace of him could be found. Do you wish to kill me? Suddenly, Yi Yan's voice emerged from behind her, causing her to shudder in fright. She turned to see him standing a short distance away, coldly fixated on her. Arna was taken aback to discover that this goblin could speak the language of humans. A wave of confusion washed over her. Could this goblin be an evolved variant? However, upon closer inspection, she discerned no signs of elevated status. Suddenly, a realization dawned on Arna. Could it be that this goblin is a unique individual? In every race, there are occasionally a few exceptional beings who differ from the norm in certain aspects. This goblin before her was evidently such a remarkable entity. This revelation made everything fall into place. Indeed, Arna replied coldly. Slaying monsters is the duty of adventurers, why Ian offered no response, instead maintaining his unwavering gaze upon her, as if scrutinizing something. Arna felt a chill creep over her as she involuntarily took a step back. Yet, Ian showed no intention of letting her off the hook. He continued, "What is it? Are you afraid?" Arna feigned calmness, retorting, "I am not afraid," but the tremor in her voice betrayed her why Ian disregarded her claim and pressed on. "I can see in your eyes that you harbor no intent to kill." Arna was momentarily taken aback by his words, unsure of how to respond, recalling her mother's teachings and the arrows that had intentionally missed their targets. Ian added, "Thus, I will not slay you." With that, he turned to leave, leaving Arna standing there, lost in thought. She watched Ian's figure gradually fade from sight until it vanished entirely. Arna felt as though her legs were weighed down with lead, rendering her unable to stand. She collapsed to the ground. Huff, huff, huff. Arna gasped for breath, her heart racing as though she had narrowly escaped death. She never anticipated that such a terrifying creature existed in this world. The momentary aura of lethal intent exhibited by Yi Yin nearly engulfed her, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. What on earth was that cursed attribute? Arna murmured to herself, her eyes filled with confusion and uncertainty. She lowered her gaze to her hands, a strange gleam flickering in her eyes. In the next instant, a voice resonated in her ear. "You have activated the skill identification, revealing the information of the individual Arna before your eyes." As the voice faded, a series of data materialized before her. Detailed information about herself. Name, Arna. Race, human. Stage, growth phase. Strength, 25. Speed, 30. Stamina, 20. Magic power, 30. Skills. Identification talent, magic proficiency. Arna gazed at these figures, a bitter sensation welling up within her. Although her stats surpassed those of the majority, they paled in comparison to Yi Yan's. That fellow's stats were nearly double hers. Name, Yin, race, low-tier goblin. Unique individual, stage, growth phase, strength, 56, limit increased from 30 to 100. Speed, 57, limit increased from 30 to 100. Stamina, 50, limit increased from 30 to 100. Magic power, 14, limit increased from 30 to 100. Evolution points, 1. Skills, Shadow Veil, Shadow Clone, Lightning Strike, Fireball. Exclusive skills, Talent, Breath Concealment, Language Proficiency, Magic Affinity, Self-Healing B, Strength Enhancement C, Speed Enhancement C, Magic Manipulation D, Stamina Enhancement C, Beast Instinct B, Perception D. Special Talent, King S Seed. Limit Breakthrough. It is important to note that the enhancement of numbers is not simply a matter of addition. Moreover, what are those extraordinary talents and skills all about? And what of that question mark? I have never heard of such a designation before. She furrowed her brow in contemplation, her mind filled with queries. What left her even more astounded was Ian's special talent known as King's Seed. She had neither witnessed nor heard of such a talent before. How bizarre! When did goblins come to possess such entities? Arna muttered to herself, her heart rife with unease and doubt. Meanwhile, among the adventurers, most lay incapacitated on the ground due to exhaustion or injuries. Only one, wielding a greatsword, stood. Der derivative of the remaining goblins had largely been dispatched. In this dire situation, the outcome was all but decided. The team members supported one another, each bearing the marks of battle, bloodied and battered. They gasped for breath, their faces etched with fatigue and relief. Crack! The lone remaining goblin roared, crackling bolts of lightning dancing upon its palm. In the face of the goblin's assault, Der tightened his grip on the longsword. Come at me. Swish! However, just as Del and the goblins were about to launch their assault, an arrow sliced through the air with precision, striking the goblin squarely in the heart. Creak! The goblin gazed in bewilderment at the arrow protruding from its chest, and with a resounding thud, it collapsed to the ground. What is this? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Who has come to our rescue? As they witnessed the demise of the last troublesome goblin, a collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Yet, Del alone furrowed his brow, remaining vigilant and scanning the surroundings for the archer. At the edge of the Shinyan forest, an announcement echoed. Congratulations on slaying the goblin. Due to your predation effect, you have gained 1 point of strength. Congratulations on slaying the goblin. Due to your predation effect, you have acquired the skill Thunder Strike from the deceased goblin. Ian stood silently atop a distant tree branch. Observing the unfolding events, he quietly lowered his bow, his expression revealing little emotion. Essentially, everything had transpired as he anticipated. He understood that this group, although less formidable than the previous one he encountered, was still barely sufficient to contend with the goblins. At the very least, they would not find themselves overwhelmed. Finding little excitement in the situation, Ian stowed away his bow. Just as he prepared to depart, a furious shout pierced the air. Here! Immediately after, a sharp flying dagger hurtled towards him. Ian swiftly evaded, gracefully leaping down from the tree and repositioning himself. However, he soon sensed an overwhelming aura of hostility locking onto him. Found you! A clear voice rang out. In the next moment, a figure charged toward Ian with astonishing speed. Ian's eyes narrowed, and he moved to intercept the oncoming figure. With a dull thud, Del was unexpectedly sent hurtling backward by Ian's strike, crashing heavily against a tree. How is this possible? Del lay on the ground. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Ian, and he felt as though a colossal boulder had struck his chest. The pain nearly unbearable. Even more shocking was the realization that this seemingly ordinary goblin possessed such immense strength. As he scrutinized Ian, he noticed that this goblin, while bearing the hallmark green skin and elongated ears, had a visage strikingly reminiscent of a human. Were it not for these obvious traits, he might have truly believed he was facing a formidable human warrior. Ian coldly regarded the fallen Del, devoid of any semblance of compassion. Captain, the situation is dire. Run! The remaining team members, filled with terror, cried out to their leader upon witnessing Ian's astounding prowess. It was evident that this enemy was far beyond what their captain could handle alone. In fact, even their entire team combined might struggle to overcome him. Ian's speed and strength were truly formidable. Even more astonishing was how he seemed to render himself nearly invisible, as if he were an invisible barrier. Could this truly be the legendary assassin? Only a master of stealth, rigorously trained in the art of assassination, could achieve such a feat, yet here stood a goblin. This reality left all present in a state of disbelief. No. Del struggled to rise from the ground, his gaze resolute and unwavering that I will not abandon my comrades. If I do so, how can I ever face the world again? With a fierce shout, Del charged at Yin, his sword raised high. However, in response to Del's assault, Yin chose not to evade, that he slowly raised his hand, effortlessly pinching Del's sword between his fingers. How is this even possible? Del's eyes widened in shock. Disbelief written all over his face, he attempted to withdraw his sword. But no matter how hard he tried, it remained immovable. Yin regarded Del with indifference, uninterested in engaging in idle chatter, since Del sought to end his life. Yin saw no reason to show mercy. With a swift motion, Yin lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick to Del's abdomen. Instantly, Del felt a tremendous force, as though struck by a heavy hammer. Sending him flying through the air, puffed, blood erupted from Del's mouth as his body arced through the air, crashing violently against several trees. A series of cracking sounds followed, as Del's body broke multiple bones upon impact, ultimately landing heavily on the ground. Having slain numerous goblins, Yin's stats had long surpassed those of most creatures in their growth phase, achieving an astonishing level of power. Even when faced with an entire team, he could easily handle them. How is this even possible? Del lay on the ground, eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Yin, but he knew the disparity in strength between them was vast. But he never imagined it would be quite so insurmountable. He could hardly fathom that a mere goblin could possess such formidable might. Yin coldly surveyed the fallen Del, his demeanor devoid of any compassion. Just as an impulse surged within him to eliminate the man before him, he suddenly recalled his mother's teachings. At that moment, Del shouted loudly towards Yin, "You wicked goblins, just wait and see." With resignation, Del proclaimed, "We adventurers have long been aware of your kind, and we will surely eradicate every last one of you." Upon hearing this, Yin's dagger trembled slightly in his grasp. He raised his head to regard Del, whose eyes shimmered with unwavering determination. "You intend to slay all goblins?" Yin turned away, pondering the goblins who had sinister designs against his mother, a flicker of disdain crossing his features. "Indeed," Del replied without hesitation. "We must also rescue those innocent souls who have been imprisoned." Hearing Del's words, Yin felt a pang of confusion. Could they actually rescue his mother? Yin fixated on Del intently. "In that case, do your utmost," he said after a moment's consideration, then sheathed his dagger and turned to leave. "If you fail to achieve what you just claimed, I will return to finish you off." As he watched Yin walk away, Del's mouth fell agape in disbelief. He had never expected to be spared. "Hey, what are you playing at?" Del shouted after him. "Are you letting me go just like that? Do you think I am pathetic? I swear, I will kill every last one of you despicable goblins." Yet no matter how vociferously Del shouted, Yin did not look back. "You had best be cautious. Among us goblins there exists a truly formidable individual." With those parting words, Yin vanished before their eyes, leaving Del standing in stunned silence, gazing in the direction of Yin's disappearance. There was something decidedly peculiar about that goblin. The large man lying on the ground murmured to himself, "Could he be provoking us? How infuriating!" Del seethed with indignation. He never imagined that one day he would be spared by a lowly goblin. It was a humiliation. He vowed to seek vengeance. A rustle of wind swept through the air, suddenly interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Del and his companions instantly went on high alert, the atmosphere thick with tension. Suddenly, a woman's voice broke the silence. "I am fine, everyone. Please do not panic." Suddenly, Alna parted the dense foliage and approached with measured steps. Her words, though calm, did little to ease the tension in the hearts of those present. The warriors in the ranks furrowed their brows, exchanging glances laced with confusion. The goblin they had encountered moments ago was conspicuously different from its kin. Its overwhelming strength was enough to instill fear, as if an invisible weight bore down upon their spirits. "That goblin is indeed rather peculiar," one warrior murmured. "Indeed, its power is truly terrifying." Just as the discussion among them intensified, a nearby young sorceress, Jasmine, suddenly interjected, her voice tinged with a mix of shyness and excitement. "Moreover, Have you all noticed that Goblin seems rather different from the others? The group fell silent, turning their gazes toward Jasmine. They beheld her hands stained with blood, yet she seemed unperturbed, cradling her face with an expression of curiosity sparkling in her eyes. That goblin didn't rush towards me like the others do when they see a beauty like myself, Jasmine declared with a hint of pride. Huh. The crowd collectively raised an eyebrow, a wave of disbelief washing over them. They inwardly criticized her. Isn't your focus rather strange? However, Jasmine appeared oblivious to their exasperation, growing more animated as she continued. And don't you think that Goblin is actually quite handsome? Handsome? The group exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to believe their ears. Well, if you ignore its green skin and long ears, Jasmine added with a smirk. The group was taken aback by Jasmine's bizarre perspective. Yet upon reflection, could it possibly be true? No. How could they let Jasmine influence their thoughts? From the moment they met her, she had always been intrigued by the oddest of things, even displaying a penchant for repulsive foods. She could indeed be considered the odd flower of their party, and yet her beauty was undeniable. They sighed, inwardly lamenting. This girl's thought process is truly peculiar. Nevertheless, pondering further, it was true that the goblin possessed qualities distinct from its counterparts. Its gaze seemed to convey a clarity and resolve that starkly contrasted with those goblins driven solely by lust and violence. The group fell into deep contemplation that we should return for now. Dell held his hands together, something flickering in his eyes. Regardless of that goblin's nature, we must relay the intelligence we have gathered to the expedition team. The group nodded in agreement. Jasmine, however, felt a twinge of regret as she followed suit. If the expedition team were to find out, that white-haired goblin would surely meet its demise. What a pity. After all, its adversary was none other than a golden tier adventurer who had participated in the dragon hunt. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yin, who had initially intended to return to the lair, noticed the slain goblin knight. A frown creased his brow. He had fought goblin knights before, and to be honest, in a direct confrontation. He wouldn't stand a chance against them. What kind of enemy could have brought about its death? There were no signs of battle in the vicinity, indicating that this creature must have escaped. Yin cast a cursory glance before intending to move on, but just as he did, the goblin knight seized his ankle. All dead, it gasped. Please, you must take this to the goblin general. The goblin knight clutched a crystal in its hand, and Yin, intrigued, accepted it. Upon receiving the crystal, the goblin knight displayed a look of bliss, then bowed its head and perished at why Yin lifted the crystal to the moonlight, yet could discern nothing of significance. Just then, an arrow whistled through the air. Sensing danger, Yin swiftly dodged and, with a series of leaps, vanished from sight. What was that? Not far off, a sharp-eared elven man furrowed his brow. Lowering his bow, he had let that goblin escape. No. The goblin had been able to sense his attack, which was indeed strange. An elf. It was no exaggeration to say that the forest was their domain. Here, they could blend their essence with the woods, even while striking. Yet that goblin had managed to detect him. Moreover, he sensed a familiar aura emanating from the creature. What had that goblin knight given to it? Something akin to a crystal, if he was not mistaken, likely a raw material for a memory stone. As its name suggests, a memory stone records the images of its surroundings, preserving them, naturally as a raw material for memory stones. It also possesses recording capabilities, albeit with a shorter storage duration compared to processed memory stones, refreshing weekly. What's the matter, Rimuru? An elven woman beside him inquired, noticing Rimuru's furrowed brow. Nothing, Rimuru shook his head. Given that peculiar goblin's speed, it was too late to pursue it now, and there was little necessity in doing so. That Rimuru's gaze fell upon a nearby group of adventurers gathered around campfire, boasting about their exploits from earlier that day. You won't believe how many goblins I slain today. Puffed. Since when did killing goblins become a point of bragging rights? Oh, how many did you kill? The man scoffed. I simply didn't encounter any. Why don't we just launch a direct assault instead of waiting for intel? Kuru proclaimed confidently, thumping his chest. Exactly. Enough. Morris cautioned the group, yet his words were met with derisive laughter from Kuru. Ha. Just sit back and watch how we eliminate the goblins. Ha. Hearing Kuru's remarks, the group erupted in laughter, mocking Morris and his companions. Despite the ridicule, Morris remained unfazed, accustomed to such treatment. You all, just as Amy was about to retort. Dita held her back, shaking her head. It's useless, Dita said, and seeing this, Amy clenched her teeth and sat down. She was determined to see what abilities these individuals possessed. However, when would they actually launch their attack? Taking so long to assault a goblin nest, would they need to prepare for a year and a half for the larger nest? Many adventurers were dissatisfied with the command of Edward. Didn't I tell you? Edward sighed. This goblin nest is unlike any other goblin lair. Humph. Kuru dismissed him, beckoning nearby captains to engage in hushed discussions. Night fell like ink, enveloping the land. A full moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow that adorned the darkened night like a poetic masterpiece. Amidst this tranquil darkness, a figure raced forth. Yen, having run for quite a while, finally came to a halt, gazing at the goblin lair before him. He hesitated, his foot poised to step forward. Turning back to the depths of the shadowy forest, he frowned. Was it merely an illusion? Scratching his head, Yen chose to disregard it and walk towards the goblin stronghold. At this moment, on the high branches several hundred meters away, a striking figure stood quietly in the night. A woman-esque silhouette was enchanting, resembling a rose blooming alone in the dark, exuding an aura of allure. She donned a stunning long gown, the hem swaying gently in the wind, like a splash of vibrant color amidst the shadows. The delicate wings behind her shimmered with a mysterious glow under the moonlight, as if imbued with infinite magic. This individual was Marika, the enigmatic woman who had previously stealthily infiltrated the goblin's lair. Her gaze was fixated intently on Yen below, the corners of her mouth curving into a captivating smile. A blend of curiosity and a hint of seduction. This little imp is truly remarkable, Marika mused to herself. Despite the considerable distance, Yen seemed to sense an unusual presence. This keen perception only deepened Marika's intrigue towards him. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes. In the next instant, her pupils transformed into a vivid crimson, a sign that she had activated her distant vision. Through the thick layers of earth, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. Beside Yen, she discerned a vague shadow. The shadow seemed to meld with the night, yet possessed a unique vitality. It flickered in and out of clarity, an astonishing sight indeed. What is that? In normal circumstances, it would be completely invisible. Were it not for that enigmatic entity, Marika would have long sought to engage with this little imp. Now it appeared she would need to wait a while longer, at least until she unraveled the mystery of that extraordinary thing. She had no intention of making contact. That entity exuded an aura of danger. How intriguing. However, this little one was off limits. Perhaps she could interact with someone else. With a smirk, Marika's gaze shifted towards the goblin-esque grand nest. As she scanned her surroundings, she seemed to spot something that Marika's eyes widened, momentarily stunned, before bursting into laughter. Who would have thought to encounter an acquaintance in such a place? When on earth did they return? Victoria rested her heavy chest on the table, propping her chin up, puffing her cheeks adorably, muttering anxiously about Yen. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Startled by the sound, Victoria jumped up from the table, joyfully exclaiming, "He's here! Little Yen, Mommy has been waiting for you for so long." Crack. Just as the words were on her lips, Victoria froze at the sight of the visitor. Her arms, poised for a warm embrace of Yen, awkwardly hung in the air. "Excuse me, who are you?" Victoria awkwardly withdrew her hands, her eyes widening in curiosity as she beheld a human woman. After all, it was quite unusual for a human woman to appear in such a place, especially at her doorstep. Elena covered her small mouth, revealing a hint of a gentle smile on her scarred face. "I truly apologize for the disappointment. It is I, not your child." "Oh, that's all right." Victoria waved her hand, cautiously glancing at the stunning woman before her. Upon seeing her face, she couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If only the woman's features were not marred, she would undoubtedly be breathtaking. Indeed, her beauty could rival that of the Elven kin. So, may I ask what brings you here? Perhaps you would like to come in for a while. Elena offered a warm smile, glancing inside. "Ah, please do come in," Victoria replied, momentarily stunned by the long absence of human company. So, who are you? Following Victoria into the cozy abode, Elena surveyed the mismatched surroundings and remarked with a gentle smile. You must have heard your son mention me. What? Victoria was perplexed. When did her child become acquainted with this woman? I bandaged the wounds on him. Upon hearing Elena's words, Victoria's smile blossomed as she grasped Elena's hand in gratitude, exclaiming, So it's you. My child has truly been in your care. Not at all. He is quite adorable, Elena replied, cradling her chin with tenderness in her gaze. Isn't he just precious? Victoria beamed with excitement at the praise of her child. So adorable that I almost wanted to adopt him myself. Ta-da. Victoria froze at Elena's words, unsure of how to respond. She had never considered that someone might take her child away. Was she too confident? If her child were truly taken from her, she wouldn't know what to do. Observing Victoria's shifting expressions from confidence to despondency, Elena couldn't help but chuckle softly. I was merely joking. Really? Truly? Victoria's eyes sparkled like a delighted puppy. Indeed, Elena assured her with a gentle gaze. You should have more faith in your child, just as he has always believed in you. It seemed as though her innermost thoughts had been laid bare, causing Victoria's pointed ears to droop. The woman before her spoke the truth. She had never fully trusted her child. What if he abandoned her? What if he turned out like the other goblins? She didn't understand, but she knew that as a mother, she must remain strong for her child. If realizing something profound, Victoria raised her small fist in determination. I will strive to be a good mother. How delightful, Elena thought, watching Victoria's spirited resolve. They exchanged many words, with Elena imparting wisdom on motherhood. Yet, curiously, they never mentioned names in that moment. Victoria finally realized that, I ask your name? My name. Elena's gaze fell, then swiftly shifted the topic. By the way, you seem to be in poor health. Oh, really? Victoria questioned, glancing at herself. Noticing her slightly rounded belly from a lack of exercise, she resolved to start a fitness regimen. No, Elena shook her head. Perhaps I was mistaken. How peculiar. She realized she couldn't quite see through this person. It felt as though this elf was not of this realm. Truly, it was strange. They conversed extensively until Elena finally took her leave. It was only then that Victoria realized she had never learned the woman's name. How rude of her! Victoria felt dejected, her pointed ears drooping. So, when might little Yin return? She pondered, seated on the floor, resting her chin on her hands, gazing longingly at the door. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the entrance to the second level of the Goblin lair, a colossal figure obstructed Yin's path. Step aside, Yin addressed the Goblin general before him. A hint of impatience in his tone. Oh, the Goblin general raised an eyebrow, recognizing the young king's familiar demeanor. A faint glow gathered in the Goblin general's eyes, and as a panel appeared before him, his expression subtly shifted, but soon he regained his composure. As expected, truly worthy of being a king, a barely perceptible smile crept across the Goblin general's lips. Seems you have something you haven't given me. Something? Yin furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling something. He pulled a crystal from his pocket and handed it to the Goblin general. Here, regardless, this peculiar object holds no value for him. Merely a strange stone capable of projecting images. The general took the recording crystal without a moment's hesitation and infused it with magic. In the next instant, a faint ripple spread through the surrounding space. Subsequently, a blue screen-like apparition emerged. On this screen was a valley. No, it would be more accurate to describe it as a mountain hollowed out from above. All around were steep rock walls, enclosing a spacious area. Within that expanse were small houses, and at the center stood an altar constructed from an array of various bones. Encircling the altar was a magical array etched in flowing blood. Are those repulsive insects? Upon witnessing the scene displayed before him, the Goblin general rarely exhibited a look of disgust. He had not anticipated that the filth of the Gate of Truth would manifest here. Casting a glance at Yin, who was fixated on the screen, the Goblin general added, "The Gate of Truth?" Hearing this unfamiliar term, Yin turned his head in confusion. What is that, and those grotesque patterns above? Previously, he had slain those who dared to deface such imagery. Indeed, the Goblin general affirmed, pointing at the figures clad in dark garb and donning white masks. The crimson gate inscribed upon their black cloaks served as an explanation. Their vile insects masquerading in the name of pursuing truth, committing heinous acts, and offering souls to dark deities in exchange for power. With this revelation, the Goblin general's disdain intensified. That it was the first time Yin had witnessed this creature display such a range of emotions. Generally, these cultists would be relentlessly hunted down upon discovery. All major races despised these individuals, since their sacrificial and murderous practices did not discriminate against humanity. Any being with blood and bones would fall prey. Yet, even so, some held a slightly lesser aversion to these cultists than to goblins. Goblins were prioritized for extermination, while cultists were deemed secondary. After all, in the eyes of certain individuals, cultists were not particularly fearsome. Oh, Yin nodded, indicating his lack of understanding. He was about to turn and leave, dismissing the matter, when the Goblin general called out to him. "Did I say you could leave?" The Goblin general retracted the recording crystal and regarded Yin with a scrutinizing gaze. "Did I not mention before? You must come to me every day from now on. Why should I heed your commands?" Yin took a step back, gripping his dagger tightly, his gaze sharp and unwavering. "Prepared for a fight, because I teach you combat skills for your own benefit. I told you. I don't need your instruction." Sigh, the Goblin general lamented, observing Yian's stubbornness. This fellow was utterly impervious to reason. If he continued with his current approach, one misstep could lead to an unavoidable confrontation. While some of the adversaries might be weak, seasoned warriors would clearly pose a significant challenge. Moreover, the Goblin general recognized that in a direct confrontation, Yian's combat skills were suitable only for the growth phase. They fell short during maturity. Suddenly, the Goblin general recalled the words of Goblin shaman Shah. "As long as you can injure me. This is for you." The Goblin general extended his hand, presenting what was initially intended for Elena, a seed, for Yin to seed. In an instant, Yian's figure vanished from sight. "Oh," observing Yian's sudden disappearance. The Goblin general smiled in appreciation. Truly clever. Recognizing that there was no chance of victory while under his watchful gaze, Yin acted decisively in that fleeting moment. Such decisive action was rare, even among seasoned experts. Witnessing this, the Goblin general felt a renewed sense of vigor. Meanwhile, in room 023 of the Goblin Nest's armory, a small girl cowered in the corner, tears welling in her eyes. Exuding an aura of vulnerability, she gazed at the fearsome goblin before her, its body marred by wounds and its face disfigured. Although this goblin had saved her, her parents had always warned her that goblins were malevolent creatures that devoured humans and had slaughtered many. Contemplating this, the girl's tears flowed freely. I'm still small. Not tasty at all. Can you wait for me to grow up? I won't eat you," rasped a hoarse, unpleasant voice. The girl was taken aback, raising her gaze to the goblin that spoke with human-like articulation, momentarily forgetting her tears in astonishment. "That why you can talk?" "Yes," the disfigured goblin nodded, reassuring her. "Rest assured, I won't harm you, nor will I allow anyone else to." "Really?" The girl wiped her tears. "I swear." The goblin raised its hand, mimicking an oath. That true." The girl slowly stood, only to stumble and fall to the ground when her legs became numb from crouching. "Are you all right?" The goblin stepped forward, but the girl waved her hand in protest. "No, don't touch me, you goblin monster." In an instant, the goblin's hand hovered in midair as it looked down at its own glowing green, slender, and grotesquely shaped hand, remaining silent. I'm not." Seeing the goblin's despondence, the girl quickly added, "I am Xiao Yu. Please, don't be angry." Deep within the ink-black nest, a silver flash of a blade streaked across the night sky like a meteor, illuminating everything in its vicinity. As the light flickered, it seemed to carry an endless chill, instilling a sense of dread. Time appeared to slow at that moment, the silver blade dancing amidst the darkness. Under the radiance of this light, everything within the nest became vividly clear, just as this figure was about to vanish into the shadows. A cold voice echoed through the air. "One day, I will kill you." Yian's voice reverberated throughout the cavernous nest. "Kill me." A deep, authoritative voice resonated within the nest. The Goblin general spread his hands, only to find that the seed he had held was now entirely absent. In its place was a faint scar adorning his palm. Though shallow, The scar emanated a strange aura, as if some power was quietly surging within it. The goblin general gazed down at the mark, a smile creeping onto his lips that, you've grown. His voice brimmed with pride and satisfaction, and that talent truly is remarkable. Undoubtedly the king. The goblin general murmured to himself. His eyes gleaming with unwavering determination, he understood that his choice had been correct. This king, upon whom he had placed his hopes, was steadily evolving and gaining strength. Yet at that moment, a sudden spurt of blood erupted from the goblin general's mouth. His complexion turned ashen, and his body wavered precariously. Time was running out. The goblin general wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a glint of resolve flashing in his eyes that he knew he could not fall here. There were more important matters to address. My body. Just hold on a bit longer. He gritted his teeth, enduring the discomfort. Even if it meant sacrificing his kin, he would ensure the king's growth, until he could stand alone. He could not perish. The goblin race should not remain perpetually oppressed. He lifted his head, gazing up at the luminous moonstone above the nest. The moonstone radiated a soft glow, as if whispering a tale. We are not mere ants destined to dwell in dark, damp nests. The goblin general extended his hand, seemingly attempting to grasp the luminous moon. Suddenly, a muffled sound echoed, as if something had shattered in the air. A trickle of fresh blood unexpectedly seeped from Yian's lips, as he leaned heavily against the wall with one hand. The other hand lay limply open, cradling 3 softly glowing seeds within his palm. He squinted slightly, fixating on the trio of seeds, and a faint smile graced his face. "Mother, you will surely be delighted," Yian murmured to himself. He then took a step forward, yet his body wavered as if it had lost control. In the next moment, he toppled forward, drawn by an invisible force, and fell into a gentle embrace. His cheek pressed against a warm, soft skin, and the familiar scent instantly flooded his nostrils. He lifted his head slightly, and before him appeared a familiar and tender visage. Elena. Scars adorned her face, yet they did not detract from her beauty or strength. "Oh dear, what has happened to you?" Elena's voice carried a note of concern and helplessness. She gently supported Yian, pressing him against her, allowing him to bask in the comforting warmth and safety she provided. Yian attempted to struggle to his feet, but Elena held him firmly. Enveloped in the embrace of the towering figure of his sister, he could scarcely breathe. Thankfully, Elena was not as reckless as Victoria, and she did not immediately pull him away. "I am truly sorry," Elena said, her tone laced with remorse. She carefully lifted Yian from her embrace, allowing him to lean against the wall. "Are you all right?" Elena inquired with genuine concern, her eyes filled with worry. "I'm fine." Yian managed to force a smile. "I just feel a bit dizzy. It's not a major issue. That's so. That is truly wonderful." Elena sighed in relief. Then, with practiced ease, she retrieved bandages and potions from the rings on her fingers, beginning to tend to Yian's wounds. "You are remarkable," Yian suddenly declared while resting on Elena's lap. The compliment caused Elena to pause in surprise. She looked up at him, her eyes shimmering with a complex array of emotions. "What makes you say that?" she asked softly. "You were fine before, but now." Elena's lips curled into a cryptic smile as she shook her head. "Is that so?" Yian's innocent gaze remained fixed on Elena. "Are you stronger than that fellow? Am I mistaken?" "Oh," Elena chuckled lightly. "What do you mean? Do you wish for me to eliminate him?" "No." Yian shook his head, his eyes filled with determination. "I will personally take his life." Upon hearing Yian's intent to kill Xiao Tian, a flicker of sorrow crossed Elena's eyes. Despise him?" Elena hesitated for a moment before asking. "Despise?" Yian turned to her, his clear eyes locked onto Elena. "I don't know." "Then why do you want to kill him?" "I don't know." Yian shook his head once more. Yes. Elena lowered her head. "If you wish to kill him, you must put in a great deal of effort. He is quite formidable." As she spoke, a bittersweet smile graced her lips, and a glimmer of nostalgia flickered in her eyes. "At the very least, he is much stronger than I am." She reached out, her golden eyes fixed on the moonstone upon the wall, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, a clatter echoed as something slipped from Elena's sleeve. Yian glanced down and saw it was a book. "How to Become a Qualified Mother." He began to read aloud, but Elena swiftly snatched it away. "What was that?" Yian asked. Noticing that Elena had turned her head away, her face obscured but her ears tinged with crimson, in nothing. Elena denied hurriedly, avoiding Ian's gaze. Do you have children? Yet, the oblivious Ian did not discern the emotions playing across her face. Eye-faced with Ian's piercing inquiry, Elena found herself momentarily at a loss for words that I have no children. Then why do you read such books? Ian questioned in confusion, as if puzzled by children reading anything other than schoolbooks. What benefit does it bring you? Why read something that seems meaningless? In Ian's eyes, such pursuits were mere distractions, a waste of time. He could not fathom why anyone would engage in such frivolities. After all, his life had been spent either in assassination training or within the realm of assassination itself. Entertainment, leisure, or even the simple pleasure of reading a book were luxuries he could scarcely afford. Yet, perhaps not understanding these things was a form of happiness. Because I wish to become a qualified mother, Elena stated resolutely, turning to face Ian with a serious expression. Can you be my child? Allow me the opportunity to be a competent mother. No. Without hesitation, Ian decisively rejected her. Ian already has his own mother. Is that so? Elena's head drooped in disappointment. That if you wish for a child, you could always have one, Ian remarked, feeling rejuvenated as he stood and jumped around, reveling in his restored health. Although his body felt peculiar since the enhancement, his recovery speed had significantly improved. He waved goodbye to Elena, saying, Well then, I shall take my leave. Elena replied with a gentle expression. Watching Ian depart, she touched her abdomen, her eyes brimming with an unusual emotion that I truly envy her. Elena sighed, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips as she murmured, Should I have one? Could she truly bring a child into this world? The thought darkened Elena's expression further. She caressed her abdomen, memories flooding back to her. She would never, ever forgive those who robbed her of the chance to become a mother. Goblins are disgusting and evil. Yet in Elena's eyes, some individuals were far more loathsome than goblins. To an unimaginable degree. Just as she was about to lose control, a pair of large hands rested gently upon her head. What are you thinking about now? Hearing the familiar voice, Elena turned and embraced Goblin, General Tion. Nothing, I was just thinking of you. That so? Goblin General Tion wrapped his broad arms around Elena's petite frame. Did you go see him? He studied Elena for a moment, as if grasping something in that brief instant. Elena nodded without a hint of hesitation. You shouldn't have gone. Do you intend to kill her? Elena gazed at Goblin General Tion, her voice tinged with emotion. She poses no threat. No. Goblin General Tion shook his head. Her existence is a danger to the king, that he will not permit it. He doesn't need to permit it. He will resent you. Elena's tone carried a note of pleading. She truly wished for the little king to harbor no resentment toward her beloved goblin. He loves his mother dearly. He is unlike other goblins, you know? I know. He is the king, naturally different from other goblins. No, you do not understand. Elena shook her head fervently, attempting to sway the goblin general's resolve. Are you certain he will follow the path you have laid out for him? Upon hearing Elena's words, the general fell into a brief silence. A glint of sharpness flickered in the goblin general's eyes. Regardless of whether he harbors resentment towards me or harbors intentions to kill me, when the time comes, I shall accept it all. Everything is for the sake of the goblin clan. But Elena struggled to articulate her thoughts, only to be enveloped in the goblin general's embrace. Please, don't say any more. For the first time, a hint of pleading laced the goblin general's tone. She was indeed the second woman to soften his heart. All right, Elena nodded, refraining from further comments. He had contemplated many things, yet he failed to consider himself. He thought of them instead. But what could be done? After all, she had fallen in love with him as he was. Mother, I am home. As Ian swung the door open, a figure lunged towards him. Years of vigilant training prompted Ian to react instantly. Just as he raised his dagger, the familiar scent and feeling made him lower his guard an instant. Xiao Yan, you have finally returned, Victoria exclaimed, her white hair dancing in the air as she embraced Yi Yan's petite frame. Let mother have a good look at you. Victoria blinked her ruby eyes, gazing at her beloved child. What happened to your injuries? Yi Yan replied candidly, recounting his encounter with the goblin general. This revelation only solidified Victoria's concerns, Was the Goblin general training her child as a future heir? In this world, strength is everything. It was merely a burden for her child. By the way, Ian suddenly remembered something and rummaged through his pocket, unsure of what to retrieve. This is from Mother. Ian opened his hand to reveal several seeds. What are these? Victoria looked at the seeds in Ian's palm, a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. Moon lotus seeds. How did Ian come by such rare seeds? Moon lotus? Ian tilted his head, a look of confusion on his face. Indeed, Victoria nodded. It is a beautiful flower, and its buds are said to carry strands of good fortune. It is a flower favored by the goddess of luck. Are they beautiful? Hearing her mother praise their beauty piqued Ian's interest. Would you like to see? Victoria inquired, glancing at Ian. Yes, but it takes a long time to grow. Why Ian wished to see what her mother deemed beautiful. It won't take long. Victoria shook her head. As long as the sprites put in some effort, it will suffice. Effort? Sprites. Ian was perplexed. What exactly were they? Victoria nodded, burying the seeds into the soil. She then closed her eyes, placing her hands over her chest, as if in prayer. Oh, sprites, please heed my request and awaken the life that lies dormant in the soil. As her chant resonated, the dimly lit room suddenly illuminated. Points of starlight converged from all directions, swirling around Victoria's form, accentuating her ethereal beauty, as if she were a vision from a dream. The starlight seemed to possess a life of its own, dancing and shimmering in the air, casting the entire room in a dreamlike splendor. So beautiful. Ian beamed at the sight of his mother, who resembled a fairy. The starlight encircled Victoria, gradually forming tiny luminous orbs. These orbs, seemingly imbued with life, began to leap and flit through the soil. Before long, the freshly buried seeds sprouted, unfurling tender green leaves. Soon after, small flower buds began to emerge amidst the foliage, ultimately through the sprite's diligent efforts. Beautiful moon lotuses blossomed, radiating their brilliance in the dim nest. Their petals emitted a soft glow, illuminating the entire room. In no time, a magnificent, glowing lotus bloomed alone within the shadowy confines. Wow! Ian gasped in astonishment at this miraculous scene. Well, how do you find it? Beautiful. Victoria slowly opened her eyes, reaching to pluck a moon lotus and placing it by Ian's ear. But it's beautiful. Ian gazed at Victoria with adoration. Mother, you are truly amazing. So, Xiaoyan, would you like to learn? Can I really learn? Ian pointed to himself, pondering if he could master such wondrous abilities. Of course. Victoria nodded without hesitation. My child, who shares my bloodline, will surely be able to learn. Yes, I want to learn. What I will teach you is not magic, but rather the art of sprite manipulation. Sprite manipulator? Precisely, it is something distinct from magic. A special technique that only a select few sprites can wield. What is this? Victoria exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise as she observed the swirling starlight around Yin. She had not expected her child to be favored by the sprites. This was beyond her imagination. After all, goblins are despised by all races, including sprites. I am just like Mother. Yin rejoiced, raising his hand as the sprites gathered in his palm, swirling around him. Victoria gently patted Yian's head. Her expression filled with pride. My child is truly gifted. Yin reveled his mother's long-awaited tender caress, a wave of indescribable peace and happiness washing over him. However, this tranquil moment did not last long. An unusual aura stealthily encroached, shattering the harmonious atmosphere. Yian's vigilance was acute. He sensed the change in his surroundings almost immediately. The cold glimmer passed through his eyes as he swiftly drew the small dagger he had prepared. With a flick of his wrist, the blade traced a graceful arc through the air, shooting towards the dark corner like an arrow released from its bow. The sharp sound of the flying dagger, slicing through the air, echoed in the night. The dagger cut through the darkness, aiming directly at the concealed target. Stop! Just as the dagger was about to strike its mark, a metallic clatter resonated. A shadow darted from the corner, intercepting the dagger's trajectory. Oh dear, is this your way of welcoming me? As the voice emerged, a captivating figure stepped forth from the shadows. Clad in a flowing black gown, she was tall and voluptuous, her slim waist accentuated by the taut fabric. outlining an enticing silhouette. Her long, black hair cascaded down to her ankles, while a delicate veil obscured much of her face, leaving only her alluring, enigmatic eyes visible, seemingly capable of perceiving all illusions. This individual was Marika. Her presence instilled an inexplicable pressure upon those present. "Who are you?" Victoria scrutinized Marika, her brows furrowed, as if recognizing the identity of the stranger. "From the demon clan?" Marika chuckled softly, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. "Oh, I did not expect a pure-blood elf to exist in such a place." Her voice dripped with mockery and derision, as if she were laughing at the absurdity and incredibility of this world. "Ha ha!" Malika suddenly erupted into laughter, her mirth resonating through the night sky, imbued with an indescribable sense of the bizarre and the insane. Truly, having lived long enough, one encounters all manner of occurrences. Clutching her stomach, she doubled over in laughter, as if she had witnessed something exceedingly ludicrous. Who would have thought that a pure-blooded elf could be captured? If those self-proclaimed noble elven aristocrats were to discover this, it would be fascinating to see their antiquated reactions. "What on earth are you doing here?" Victoria, taken aback by the woman's penetrating gaze that seemed to unravel her origins, instinctively took a step back, only to find herself moving forward as she noticed Yin behind her. "What am I doing?" Feeling the terrifying magical energy emanating from the other, Victoria's body trembled ceaselessly, yet she did not retreat an inch. "What are you doing?" Upon hearing Victoria's words, Malika let out a light chuckle. "Why, of course, in an instant." Yin extinguished his presence, identifying a flaw, and positioned himself behind Malika. The obsidian dagger gleamed with a chilling light, ruthlessly descending upon Malika. Such fervor! Yet, in the face of Yin's assault, Malika merely chuckled softly, raising her hand to reveal an eerie scythe. Dark, ominous gas wafted from the blade. Clash! The dagger met the scythe with a crisp sound. Boom! Immediately after, a formidable force surged forth, sending Yin flying. He barely managed to regain his footing after tumbling through the AI or die in just one exchange. Yin realized that the individual before him was not someone he could defeat through mere technique or sheer determination. Had it been earlier, he would have fled without hesitation. But at this moment, he had his mother to protect. Yin stepped forward. He absolutely could not allow anyone to harm his mother, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. This principle had been etched in his mind since he was 3 years old. "Oh, quite impressive," Malika remarked, intrigued as she observed this lad daring to advance after their skirmish. "Let me see just how strong you truly are." With that, Malika began to release her magical energy, channeling it into the scythe. Then, she swung it. Whoosh! In an instant, the dark blade transformed into countless sharp black rays, slicing towards Yin. Clang! The blades clashed, creating a dazzling spectacle in the night. Yin could feel the force behind the strike. He would die if he did not evade. "Do not harm my child." Victoria's voice thundered through the still air, her eyes shimmering with anger and determination. Around her, faint glimmers of light flickered like fireflies. Almost simultaneously, the ground beneath Malika began to writhe. Countless green vines erupted from the earth as if animated by life itself. They rapidly spread, ensnaring Malika's arms and legs tightly. Observing this scene, a smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Malika's mouth. She swung her scythe, the razor-sharp edge effortlessly tearing through the vines, as if slicing through fragile parchment. Yet, astonishingly, the severed vines did not perish. They seemed to possess life, absorbing the ambient magical energy, trembling slightly as they mended their broken forms, even growing thicker. Witnessing this, Malika's previously composed expression shifted to one of surprise. "Is this an Elven technique?" Elven techniques, powers only a select few among their kind could master, distinguish themselves from mere magic. If the essence of magic lay in wielding one's own magical energy to conjure miracles, then Elven techniques utilize the minuscule sprites to harness the magic present in the air to manifest wonders. But so what? With a deafening roar, a tremendous surge of magic erupted from within Malika. In the next moment, with a mere swing of her scythe, the robust vines were torn apart. Yet, Victoria and Yin were nowhere to be seen. Long before Victoria unleashed her Elven technique, Yin, aware of his disadvantage, had not hesitated to flee, cradling his mother in his arms. "Let go of me." Victoria's petite form was cradled in Yin's embrace. She could distinctly feel his heartbeat. "If you take me with you, you'll be discovered." No. Yin scanned the surroundings, his mind racing as he contemplated an escape route. "If we are to flee, let us do it together." Whoosh. Yin halted, turning to face the woman before him. Malika. Ah, how touching. Malika approached slowly, scythe in hand. That sprite was correct. If you were alone and concealed your presence with your unique abilities, I truly would not have been able to find you, that you're quite the peculiar goblin. Is it not true that goblins lack the concept of mothers? Why then, do you wish to protect your so-called mother? Ultimately, she merely gave birth to you. Malika scrutinized Yin, her gaze then drifting to Victoria's voluptuous yet youthful form. A knowing smile gracing her lips. "Oh, I see. Yes, it because her face appears so juvenile that you're planning to wait until your mother matures before indulging yourself? Quite clever, I must say." Malika flicked her tongue, displaying a seductive smile. "However, elves grow slowly. Even if you were to perish, you would not see that day. How about I keep you company instead?" With that, Malika tugged at her garments, revealing a snowy expanse of skin. You shameless hussy." Victoria, blushing fiercely in Yin's arms, chastised the woman before her, who shamelessly attempted to seduce her innocent child. To do so right in front of her was utterly brazen, initially intending to cover Yin's eyes. She refrained, realizing they were in the midst of battle. Thankfully, it appeared Yin remained unbewitched. Yin shook his head, which had been spinning slightly moments before, and gently set his mother down, preparing for combat. Malika's eyes narrowed. How astonishing that he had not succumbed to her allure. Could it be that this individual truly lacked desire? Or perhaps her charm was insufficient to fully unleash her innate talents? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Malika's expression gradually turned icy. "That wretched little brat, how dare you fail to appreciate my allure?" Whoosh! In a mere moment of hesitation, Yin had already positioned himself behind Malika. Whoosh! Time seemed to freeze in that instant. All sounds and motions suspended in silence. In that fleeting moment, Yin's silhouette traced a blurred path through the air. Almost in the blink of an eye, he had silently arrived behind Malika. Just as the dagger glimmered ominously, poised to deliver a fatal strike to Malika's neck, an eerie light flashed. Block! An ordinary-looking scythe appeared out of thin air, like a ghost, intercepting the dagger's path. The tremendous impact sent Yin's dagger flying, like a kite severed from its string, arcing through the air to embed itself behind Malika. The force of the recoil propelled Yin backward, as if struck by a massive hammer, sending him soaring through the air in a graceful arc toward a formidable wall. Just as Yin was about to collide with the wall, a melodious chant suddenly resonated. The voice was akin to a heavenly melody, ethereal and mysterious. Almost immediately, a remarkable sight unfolded as a colossal dandelion sprouted from the ground, its branches and leaves lush and verdant, as if a gift from nature. The dandelion's foliage unfurled, perfectly cushioning Yin's descent. Thanks to the dandelion's embrace, much of the force was dissipated, allowing Yin to gently touch down upon the ground. "Ha! Feudal! Is this truly the extent of your power?" Malika gazed down at the fallen Yin, erupting into laughter. Yet, just as she reveled in her triumph, a sudden spurt of crimson blood erupted from her mouth. Confused, she lowered her gaze, only to discover the tip of a dagger had pierced through her abdomen, blood trickling down along its blade. In shock, Malika raised her head, and there stood a shadow as dark as ink behind her, clutching the very dagger that had slipped from Yin's grasp. Its movements were swift and silent, as if it had long lingered in the darkness, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. There was not a trace of magical residue or incantation. Was this a skill? Malika stared at the shadow in astonishment, her mind swirling with questions that appeared to be a shadow technique. Such methods required contact with shadows to conceal oneself within another shadow. This meant that from the moment of their first encounter, the boy had hidden his shadow within hers. Upon reflection, he had been maneuvering in the darkness all along. Initially, she thought it was his way of masking his presence, a trait of an assassin. Little did she know, it was to obscure the fact that he had lost his own shadow, preventing her from discovering it. How amusing! Before Malika could hesitate, the shadow swiftly spun the dagger in its grasp, seemingly intent on obliterating her insides in that fleeting moment. "But sister, you have angered me," Malika murmured to herself, her voice laced with a chilling resolve. Suddenly, with a resounding boom, an unprecedented surge of magical power erupted from within her, violently blasting the shadow of Yi Yin away in an instant, sending it crashing against the wall. It then melded into the surrounding shadows, vanishing without a trace. Yet, Malika remained unfazed. Crack! Crack! The sound of misaligned bones echoed as Malika's body began to undergo a peculiar transformation. Her cells rapidly divided, and her wounds healed at a visibly astonishing rate. The injury inflicted by Yi Yin moments ago restored itself in the blink of an eye, as if she had never been harmed. In the face of absolute power, Malika slowly raised her hand, a more terrifying magical force beginning to coalesce there. The air around her seemed to be drawn in by this power, vibrating with a low hum. All means, techniques, and schemes were rendered futile. "This is futile," she stated coldly, her voice imbued with an undeniable authority. As her words fell, searing flames began to gather in her hand, gradually forming a colossal fireball. The temperature around surged abruptly, as if the very air had ignited. "Thus, perish," Malika declared, hurling the fireball towards Yi Yin. Boom! The terrifying flames surged towards him. What is this? Faced with an imminent inferno that nearly engulfed the entire area, Yi Yin had no time to escape its reach. "No!" Victoria cried out, enveloping Yi Yin in her embrace as myriad branches and vines erupted from the ground, shielding them both. They swiftly spread forth, racing toward the enormous fireball. However, these branches and vines were akin to moths drawn to a flame, igniting in an instant before they could reach the fiery onslaught. Was this how it would end? Yet, just as the fireball was about to strike Yi Yin, shadows suddenly interposed themselves before him. Boom! Almost in the next heartbeat, the horrific flames erupted, sending shockwaves that incinerated everything in their vicinity, billowing forth thick clouds of smoke. Is this how it ends? Malika arched an eyebrow, finding the situation rather dull. She had expected the little goblin before her to possess some hidden trump card for a comeback. After all, such scenarios frequently unfolded in tales. "No, that is not right," Malika frowned, sensing something amiss. Simultaneously, a coarse voice rang out. Hey, you think you could take us out, Goblin? Have you consulted us?" As the smoke cleared, rows of disciplined goblin knights stood resolutely in front of Yi Yin, their bodies forming a bastion against the fearsome magical assault. Leading them was none other than the goblin knight Mu, who had narrowly escaped death at Yi Yan's hands before. He had now transcended to maturity, his strength having undergone a dramatic enhancement, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. Malika observed the goblin knights with a flicker of disdain and contempt. "Do you believe you can withstand my power? No, not only will we withstand you, we shall slay you," the goblin knight Mu bellowed, his voice resonating with an unprecedented conviction. "What a shame to kill you. It would be best to take turns." The other goblin knights chimed in, their eyes glistening with lewd anticipation as they beheld the captivating woman before them, as if they could already glimpse the dawn of victory. Yet, faced with the goblin's lascivious expressions, Malika felt an unusual surge of pride. See? It was not her allure that was lacking. Rather, it was that peculiar goblin named Yi Yin. Soon enough, I shall have this woman kneeling before me. The goblin knight licked his lips, his gaze roving over Malika's voluptuous form, his lascivious intent unmistakable. Humph. Upon hearing such despicable goblins daring to be so brazen, Malika's expression darkened in an instant. You truly think you are capable of such a feat?" With those words, Malika slowly lifted her hand. Boom! A colossal surge of magical energy erupted from her. "Goddess of war and flame, heed the plea of your devoted follower, rain down fire and fury, and reduce your foes to ashes." As Malika's incantation resonated, flames began to manifest behind her. "Die," she commanded, unleashing a barrage of fireballs that soared towards the goblin knights like shooting stars. "Ha! Futile!" Faced with the searing fireballs, the Goblin Knights laughed heartily. Charging forward undeterred, disregarding the flames. Bang! As the flames struck the Goblin Knights, their armor shimmered with a faint glow, rendering the fireballs utterly ineffective. Useless, utterly useless. One of the Goblin Knights raised his great sword, swinging it towards Malika. Magic like this. Swish! The Goblin Knight's words were cut short as a streak of blade flashed across his neck, a line of blood appearing. Gush! In an instant, a fountain of blood erupted from his throat, and a goblin head soared into the air. Oh, Malika chuckled lightly, casually waving her eerie black scythe, causing another blood geyser to burst forth as yet another goblin head fell to the ground. So, you are so fragile. Witnessing two of their brethren fall in an instant, the remaining Goblin Knights' expressions twisted in rage, their fury surging within them. Kill her, they cried, undeterred by fear, charging recklessly towards her. Ha! The seductive laughter echoed throughout the goblin lair. In the face of the advancing Goblin Knights, Malika merely needed to lightly swing her scythe to effortlessly reap their lives. She then began to stride purposefully toward Yin, unfazed by the relentless onslaught of Goblin Knights attempting to bar her path. Kill! The Goblin Knights roared, as if there was something behind them that they were determined to protect with their lives, even if their deaths would not significantly hinder the advance of the figure before them. They harbored no doubts or hesitations. There were no grand war songs, only a fearless acceptance of death. In that moment, even Victoria was taken aback. She had not anticipated that these goblins would fight to the death, even if it was for a feudal cause. Yet, the very object of their protection remained oblivious to the fact that they were safeguarding him. Mother, let us hasten our departure. Faced with the resolute Goblin Knights, Yin merely cast a cursory glance, his ruby eyes betraying no hint of emotion, as he grasped Victoria's hand, intending to escape while the opportunity presented itself. Xiaoyan, Victoria was astonished that her child appeared utterly unmoved by the scene before him. Or perhaps he simply did not comprehend. What is the matter? Yin inquired, puzzled. They are all protecting you and risking their lives in the process. That so. Yin's gaze fell upon the Goblin Knights, who were relentlessly sacrificing themselves, his ruby-like eyes shimmering with innocent confusion. They are protecting me. Why? Why are they willing to shield me? Have I done or said anything to warrant such protection? From the moment he was born, Yin had never known what it meant to be defended. He had only ever known a life of killing or the path toward it. Even upon arriving here, nothing had changed. What, then, is the essence of protection? Why? Victoria found herself stumped by Yin's question. It was not that she did not know how to respond. Rather, she could not fathom why there existed such a stark contrast in his treatment of her compared to others. It seemed as though nothing mattered to him. Victoria understood that this was unacceptable, that a person cannot survive in isolation. Neither can goblins. It is inherent in all social creatures. She could not guarantee that she would always be by his side. Thus, companions, friends, and even lovers became especially vital. But if Yin continued to maintain such an extreme indifference toward everything, he would inevitably find himself alone, like a solitary goblin. That simply cannot be allowed. Mother, we must go. Noticing her lack of response, Yin swiftly lifted Victoria into his arms. The sudden action caught her off guard, and she was unable to react as he carried her away. Were these Goblin Knights truly unafraid of death? A glimmer of astonishment flashed in Marika's eyes. Typically, goblins are known for their cunning and cruelty, often disregarding the lives of their companions. Instances of them slaying one another were not unheard of. Yet, these goblins, even the higher-ranking ones, were continuously throwing themselves into danger for the sake of a mere lowly goblin. This piqued Marika's curiosity regarding Yian's identity even further. She licked her lips and quickened her pace. Die! The Goblin Knights charged forward, and with a flick of her weapon, Marika impatiently cleaved through them. What a nuisance, she remarked with a smirk, a glint of seriousness flashing in her eyes. You shall all perish now. With that, a surge of terrifying magical energy erupted, coalescing around her scythe, the dark aura billowing forth. She swung it in a wide arc reaper's waltz. In the next instant, a swirling blade of darkness emanated from Marika, expanding outward from her center. Anything that came into contact with the obsidian blade was swiftly severed, disintegrated, and met its demise. Not good. Sensing something amiss, Yin immediately descended with Victoria, narrowly avoiding the arc of the attack. Thud! 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 The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed, and Yin turned to see countless lower halves of goblin knights standing motionless on the ground, their upper bodies having been cleanly severed and fallen. All done. Marika stepped atop the corpses of the goblins, advancing slowly with a seductive smile. Are my little goblins ready? At that moment, a shadow suddenly emerged from the darkness beneath Marika's feet, wielding a fallen great sword and slashing toward her. I underestimated you, Marika chuckled lightly, her arm twisting. With a mere sweep of her scythe, she dispersed the shadowy doppelganger. Simultaneously, utilizing the scattered shadows projected onto the ground, Yin activated his skill, Shadow Step, and instantly appeared before Marika. What? Marika barely had time to react before Yin was upon her, his attack mere inches away. However, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Marika, with her vastly superior speed, evaded the strike. Swish! Yet the keen dagger still grazed Marika's face. What is this? Marika touched her face, staring at the blood on her hand, her fury igniting. You little brat, do you not know that a woman's face is her second life? She seethed, swinging her scythe toward Yin. Just as he was about to evade, he realized he could not move his feet. Looking down, he saw the blood on the ground seemingly possessing a life of its own, ensnaring his legs. What is this? Useless. You cannot escape. Marika chuckled lightly as she brought her strike down. Just as Yin believed he was about to meet his end, a shadow suddenly appeared before him. Intercepting the lethal blow, thud, blood splattered. Why Yin looked at the goblin knight, who had previously fought alongside him, standing protectively in front of him, his ruby eyes shimmering with something. Why? Indeed, why? A mouthful of blood erupted from the goblin knight's lips. He had initially intended to simply lie there and rest. Yet upon seeing this little one on the verge of death, he unconsciously rushed forward. Could this be the allure of a king? The goblin knight chuckled softly, forcing the words from his mouth. Run! In an instant, without hesitation, Victoria scooped up the dazed Yin, who was lost in thought, and fled. Seeing Yin successfully escape, the goblin knight roared in fury, his muscles bulging with rage. Come on! The voice of the world echoed within the goblin knight's mind. You activate the skill frenzy, your physical strength is greatly amplified, and your rationality is gradually fading. Oh, Marika chuckled lightly, observing the formidable goblin before her. Interesting, but I have no time to play with you. I will not allow you to pass. Blood filled the goblin knight's eyes as he roared in anger, swinging his silver sword. Can you do it? With that, Marika's dark scythe twirled in her hand, clashing against the long sword. Boom! The resulting tempest swept across the battlefield. Mother, why did that fellow block the attack? Yin, cradled in Victoria's arms, inquired with confusion. Because he is protecting you. Watching her child ponder, Victoria felt a wave of relief wash over her, her lips curling into a gentle smile. Her child was not the cold-hearted person she feared. He simply did not understand. Why protect me? Yin questioned, perplexed. He clearly wanted to capture Mother and kill me. I nearly ended his life. Perhaps many things have transpired. Victoria hesitated before continuing, regardless of whether they are human, goblin, or elf. All can change. Many things? Yin pondered. What difference does it make if many things have occurred? Can that truly bring about change? In Yin's understanding, once a target is established, it is a matter of either that person dying or he himself perishing. The concept of change is utterly non-existent. Perhaps the target may vary, but for Yin, such an occurrence has never transpired. Once an assassination target is identified, he will execute the task, irrespective of the process. The outcome remains unchanged. This is something you must ponder for yourself. Consider, why does he wish to protect you? As Victoria flees, she supplements and guides Yin. Does he harbor some ulterior motive? What impact does it have on himself? Speaking thus, Victoria reveals a gentle smile to Yin and says, Mother hopes that one day, Xiaoyan can save those he wishes to rescue, be they goblins, elves, or anyone else. Save? Yin queries. perplexed that, in his perspective, the notion of saving does not exist. What he knows is the relentless act of killing. He cannot even fathom why one would seek to save AS for Victoria. His mother, her actions seem instinctual, devoid of contemplation, to the extent that even now, Yin is unaware that he has already saved Victoria, protecting his mother, as long as you deem it good. What is good? That is for you to determine. Yin nodded, bewildered of course. It is permissible not to as she spoke. Victoria embraced Yi Yin tightly. Mother, what is happening? Xiao Yin, remember, regardless of what you do, prioritize your own life above all else. But Mother's command. Yi Yin attempted to say something, yet was interrupted by Victoria. You may disregard anything that endangers your own life. But, Yin must listen to Mother. Upon hearing Yian's obstinate words, Victoria's expression dimmed. You shall heed this, of course, Mother's command. Yi Yin consented without hesitation. Observing Yi Yan's immediate agreement, Victoria couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. What kind of life had he led before this moment to result in such a transformation? Until now, she had vaguely surmised something. She is not a fool. Yet what does it matter? Yin, Xiao Yin, will forever be her child, regardless of the changes in his soul. From the moment he opened his eyes and called her mother. That was the truth. Sometimes she pondered whether she truly had the right to be called the mother of this child. Mother, suddenly a powerful impact struck, a horrifying force that sent the fleeing Victoria hurtling backward. Mother! In her embrace. Yi Yan's eyes widened with concern as he gazed at her. I'm fine, Victoria reassured, forcing a smile despite the blood trickling from her mouth. With every ounce of strength, she positioned her body in front of the wall. Bang! Victoria collided with the wall and fainted. No, don't. Yin, cradled in Victoria's arms, descended to the ground, staring dazedly at his mother lying motionless. Mother! Yin trembled as he reached out, shaking his arm. Mother, are you all right? Gazing at the blood seeping from Victoria's lips as she lay on the ground, Yin became immobilized, lost in a trance. An unnameable fury surged within him. I could see this moment. His originally ruby-like eyes transformed into an abyssal black. An enchanting voice echoed, followed by the sound of footsteps. Tap, tap, tap. Do you truly believe you can escape? Marika sneered at the scene before her. Upon witnessing Victoria lying on the ground to protect a goblin, Marika laughed heartily. Does this creature truly see herself as a goblin's mother? Protecting a goblin? Marika clutched her stomach, utterly amused. Little brat. Before Marika could finish her taunt, Yin lunged forward. Clang! The clash of daggers and scythes erupted. You have activated the ultimate breakthrough. Your attributes will experience a significant enhancement for a brief period. The voice of the world echoed in Yian's mind that I will kill you. Yian glared at the one who harmed his mother. His teeth clenched in rage. There would be no forgiveness? Oh! Sensing the force exerted on her dagger, Marika's eyes flickered with surprise. Though she was not mistaken, this little goblin, still in its growth phase, possessed such strength and speed. Moreover, its combat techniques and array of skills were far beyond what a goblin could achieve in less than a year. Even a mutated individual would struggle to match in an instant. Marika's curiosity about the peculiar goblin intensified. Could this creature have the potential to become a general, a true superior species? Nevertheless, Marika chuckled lightly, exerting force through her scythe. Bang! In an instant, Yin was sent flying. This level of power is still too weak for me. Marika smirked, completely dismissing Yin at that moment. It is crucial to note that the disparity between her fully realized form and his growth stage is as vast as an abyss. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, Yin adjusted his position mid-air. As he landed, he dissipated his momentum, leaping and concealing himself in one fluid motion. In the blink of an eye, Yin vanished from Marika's sight. When he reappeared, he was already behind her, aiming for her head. Marika sensed the movement and raised her scythe to block. Just as she prepared to counterattack, she realized Yin had already evaded, unfazed by Yi Yan's sudden disappearance. Marika scanned her surroundings but found nothing. Clang! Just as she relaxed her guard, Yin reappeared, but it proved futile. Marika's reflexes were far superior. The clash of dagger and scythe sparked brightly, almost instantaneously, as Marika caught sight of Yen. He vanished again. Marika furrowed her brow. She had not anticipated the little goblin's ability to conceal its presence so adeptly. Whoosh! As she pondered, Yen reemerged, and Marika impatiently waved her hand to fend him off. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! A relentless barrage of strikes from all directions finally tested Marika's patience. Damn little goblin. Know your limits. Whoosh! Almost as she spoke, a shadow darted past. Fortunately, Marika reacted in time to dodge, yet her cheek was grazed, leaving a fresh wound. Damn little brat. Marika's anger surged, her magical power erupting. Utilizing her dispersed magic, she attempted to sense Yi Yan's location, but it was in vain. How can this be? Marika exclaimed in shock, as if awakening a fearsome monster. However, a bitter smile crossed her lips. Typically, when individuals lose their temper, they become mindless creatures solely focused on attacking. Yet this little one before her managed to maintain composure, employing exceptional skills to outmaneuver her. This was truly astonishing. No, perhaps it is simply the way this little creature expresses its fury. How terrifying indeed. Molly Ka felt a trickle of cold sweat form on her forehead. With a swift motion of her hand, a luminous sphere materialized, illuminating the den. She appeared to be searching for Yi Yan's presence within the dim confines of the lair. Hurry up! On the other side. The Goblin Knight Mu roared at his incompetent subordinates, trailing behind him, his battered body dragging along. Captain, given your injuries, it would be prudent to rest. One of the Goblin Knights expressed concern. Indeed, a chorus of Goblin Knights echoed. It's merely a lowly goblin. If it dies, it dies. If our captain were to perish, it would be a significant loss for the Goblin General. Their concern was not for the Goblin Knight Mu, but rather a reluctance to confront that terrifying woman. Even the most ferocious among them were struck with fear by her methods and power. Out of more than 200 Goblin Knights, only a handful remained. What do you know? Is this a mere matter of a low-level goblin? That woman has invaded our goblin den. Should anything happen, I wonder how you will explain it to the general. Even in death, I must ensure I hold out until the general returns, Mu admonished his subordinates. How infuriating these goblins were, as if he desired this. Yet if that little king were to perish before him, then they could forget about living. Since death was inevitable, it would be preferable to die honorably. Where on earth have you gone, General? The Goblin Knight Mu pondered, just as a blinding light appeared ahead. Upon their approach, they were immediately astonished by the scene before them. What is this? The remaining Goblin Knights halted, their faces etched with shock at the sight unfolding that it was a personal display belonging to Yi Yan. The lowly goblin in their eyes, they stood transfixed. The small figure darted through the pitch-black corners, attacking every blind spot of Molly Ka with an incomprehensible speed. Covered in blood, Goblin Knight Mu stared in a daze. Was this their king? With the strength of his growth phase, he found himself utterly helpless against an opponent he could not contend with during his maturity phase. It was truly formidable. After witnessing this scene, the Goblin Knights present ceased to underestimate the diminutive low-level goblin. Some even developed feelings of admiration and respect for Yi Yan, including Goblin Knight Mu. After all, even among goblins, strength was a fundamental trait. At this moment, Molly Ka had been cornered. Her body was riddled with numerous tiny cuts, dark blood oozing from them. As it dripped to the ground, it rotted the surrounding weeds. For Molly Ka, the wounds were secondary. The primary concern was the mysterious toxin gradually seeping into her body. This toxin was so potent that even detoxification magic proved ineffective. This meant that the poison coursing through her veins was one never before documented. Otherwise, detoxification magic would have worked. Though she manipulated her blood to slow the toxin's invasion, she understood that if this continued, she would perish die at the hands of a growth-phase goblin. At that moment, Molly Ka felt an exhilarating rush. It was as if she had discovered a new toy, her eyes fixed intently on Yi Yan. Then come forth. If she could not find him, she would simply overturn everything. Ha! Molly Ka laughed maniacally, her terrifying magic power beginning to surge outward. A searing fireball coalesced. Even larger than the previous one, the Goblin Knights were taken aback. They were resistant to magic, not immune. Even they could not withstand such overwhelming magical force. This female intended to obliterate everything here. This is bad. Yin sensed something amiss. He glanced at his mother, his expression darkening, his eyes locked on Amoli Ka, searching for a flaw, disrupt the magic, or perhaps deliver a fatal blow. At this moment, Yin lamented his inability to concoct an instant death poison. Otherwise, they would not have been in this predicament. Humph! At that instant, a deep, commanding grunt resonated. Suddenly, the massive fireball began to contract and then vanished entirely. It was as if nothing had transpired, yet the scorching air surrounding them bore witness to the fireball's existence. Faced with this turn of events, Moli Ka wore a bewildered expression. What was happening? When did my domain become infested with insects? Accompanied by a commanding voice, a tall goblin clad in armor slowly approached. This goblin was none other than the goblin General Tion. Insects? Moli Ka's face darkened at the goblin general's words. After all, being referred to as an insect by such a diminutive, filthy, and wicked goblin would ruffle anyone's feathers. Swoosh! Almost simultaneously, the goblin knights who had been pushed back followed suit. They advanced in unison, effectively blocking Moli Ka's escape route. Yet Moli Ka was entirely unconcerned. What a nuisance, just a clone. The goblin general squinted, perceiving something, his brow furrowing as he turned to the nearby goblin knights and scolded. Just a clone, and you all have struggled this long. You've lost so many comrades. What? The goblin knights were taken aback by the general's words. The female that had so easily slaughtered over 100 of their kin was merely a clone. If that was the case, how formidable must her true form be? The goblin knights bowed their heads in shame. Surpassing the maturity phase, could she be a being on par with the general? No way. Goblin Knight Mu hesitated. A clone could not maintain itself for such an extended period, and moreover his gaze fell upon the blood on Moli Ka. If it were just a clone, it would not bleed. Hey. Hearing the ludicrous discourse, Moli Ka sneered. Do not use your pitiful comprehension to dismiss what you cannot understand. As she spoke, her gaze swept over the goblin general, her lips curling into a smirk. Oh, I did not expect you to see through it. Quite impressive. You know quite a bit. Moli Ka paused for a moment, her eyes fixated on the goblin general, a seductive smile gracing her lips as she continued. Have you ventured into the human world? A mere clone, yet you speak so much. The goblin general frowned, showing no intention of drawing the massive sword from his back. Initially, he sensed a powerful aura emanating from her weapon, but now it seemed unnecessary. Was she merely stalling for her own demise? Indeed, if a parallel clone were to perish, the true form would suffer significant repercussions. The goblin general scanned his surroundings, and upon seeing the fallen elves, he began to grasp the situation. Upon hearing the goblin general's arrogant remarks, Moli Ka felt a wave of humiliation wash over her. You truly know so much. However, even as a clone, eliminating you all is more than sufficient. With that, Moli Ka charged at the goblin general, wielding her black sickle. The toxins coursing through her body did not significantly hinder her movements, at least while she was fueled by ample magic power. It was not enough to impede her. For at least a quarter of an hour, she was in no danger. Oh, the goblin general regarded Moli Ka's advance with a flicker of disdain in his eyes. He did not move, merely raising his colossal palm, which stood firm like a mountain, effortlessly blocking Moli Ka's assault. The black sickle, swung with all her might, collided against the goblin general's hand, but failed to budge him even an inch. How was this possible? Moli Ka's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated her attack being so easily thwarted. She had faced opponents akin to the goblin general before, yet never with such absurdity. Are you certain this is a goblin, a feeble and lowly creature of the abyss? The goblin general cast a scornful glance at Morika. I asked this all. Damn it, do not underestimate me. Enraged, Marika unleashed her magical power. Channeling it into the scythe, she wielded in the next instant. The scythe emanated a swirling black mist. The dark vapor, as if animated by some malevolent force, coalesced into several serpentine shadows that writhed toward the goblin general's hand. Oomph! At this sight, the goblin general let out a derisive snort. Immediately after, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. The tremendous force was too much for Marika to withstand. her body was flung backward, crashing violently against the wall. The impact shattered the wall, sending bricks flying in all directions. Blood erupted from Marika's mouth, a clear indication of her grievous injuries. Lying on the ground, she realized her life was hanging by a thread, with no escape in sight. Consequently, she concentrated her magical energy within, compressing it. Die! All of you! What a lunatic! The Goblin General muttered under his breath, just as he prepared to strike. Unexpectedly, Yen appeared before Marika, seemingly out of nowhere. Ew. Upon seeing Yen's sudden arrival, Marika's lips moved slightly, as if she wished to utter something. Yet, it was evident that Yen's dagger had already found its mark. With a swift motion, the dagger cleanly severed Marika's head from her body. The sound of the world echoed. Congratulations, you have slain an evil demon and received 10 points of magical power. Death, with each thrust of the dagger. He pierced Marika's lifeless form. Even though Yen was fully aware that the figure before him had already succumbed to death, the intense fury compelled him to continue stabbing the corpse. The Goblin Knights, witnessing this display of wrath, instinctively took several steps back, pondering to themselves never to provoke this young man again, lest they meet a similarly grim fate. With each thrust, blood stained Yen's silver hair, yet it could not tarnish the deep ebony of his eyes. Enough, at that moment. The Goblin General could no longer bear the sight and seized Yen's hand. Release me. Yen struggled to break free. But his strength was no match for the Goblin General. Observing Yen's desperation, the Goblin General furrowed his brow and spoke in a low voice, "That elf is not dead yet. However, if you persist in this manner, I cannot guarantee her fate." As he spoke, a fleeting glimmer of malice flickered in the depths of his eyes. Upon hearing that his mother was still alive, Yen immediately regained his composure and rushed to her side. "Mom!" He gently prodded her body, but to no avail. "Please wake up. Mom, that I've slain the wicked one, that why one to you awaken." Yen was perplexed. Until now, he had only known how to kill and had never saved anyone. What was he to do? Suddenly, he recalled the healing magic his mother had used on him before. Consequently, Yen closed his eyes and began to mimic the method his mother had taught him. Calling forth tiny stars flickered into existence, surrounding Yen. "General, should I?" The Goblin Shaman Shah, who had been standing beside the Goblin General, was about to speak when he was utterly taken aback by the extraordinary scene unfolding before him. "What is this? Is it magic?" "No. If it were magic, why couldn't I sense the flow of magical energy from this little king? Moreover, such a miraculous event could not possibly be executed by someone with less than 30 points of magical power. Why is this happening?" The Goblin Shaman was perplexed, and it was entirely understandable. After all, elves were rare and typically reluctant to venture out. Furthermore, those capable of casting elven spells were a minority even among elves. Thus, without prior knowledge, one would remain oblivious to the existence of elven incantations. What is that? The Goblin General was momentarily stunned. Why is this little king able to utilize elven incantations? Could it be? His gaze fell upon the fallen elf, a profound sense of astonishment swelling within him in a way. Just as Yen was about to cast the elven incantation, the Goblin General exchanged a glance with the Goblin Knights, signaling them to evacuate the remaining goblins. The Goblin Knight Mu understood immediately and led a group of goblins away. Some Goblin Knights wished to stay and watch, but under the oppressive aura emanating from the general, they silently retreated. The general's strength was unfathomable, far beyond their understanding. With the incantation activated, a gentle white light suddenly illuminated the surroundings. Beneath this radiant glow, vibrant flowers began to bloom upon the dark. Barren ground of the nest, devoid of any vegetation, as the light enveloped him. The Goblin General's eyes widened in astonishment. He realized that the internal injuries he had suffered were showing signs of improvement. "Little King, just how many surprises do you intend to bring me?" The Goblin General mused, his gaze fixed upon Yi. In that moment, the white light coalesced, revealing a diminutive figure with pointed ears, flowing hair, and a pair of delicate wings. She appeared before Yen, hands on her hips, exuding an air of pride as she proclaimed her greatness. "Behold, insignificant beings, and pay homage to the great elemental spirit. The first pillar of the seven, the radiant pillar, Yalius of the Andex Crown. However, her grand declaration received no response. "Mom, please wake up." Ian gently nudged his mother-esque body, but seeing no reaction, he let his green ears droop in disappointment. Hey, you! Yalius flapped her tiny wings and flew up to Ian, puffing out her cheeks as she reproached him. "You summoned me and yet ignored me. Who are you?" Yalius's crystalline eyes widened in shock. "You called me, and you still ask who I am?" She huffed, stamping her foot in midair, complaining, "If it weren't for the delightful scent emanating from you, I wouldn't even bother with you." Yalius, in her haughty demeanor, turned her head away. "Can you save my mother?" Ian gazed at the little creature before him with a look of hopeful longing. This immediately softened Yalius's demeanored eye. "I will take a look." How could she resist when he had such an enchanting fragrance? Yalius landed on Victoria's forehead. In the next moment, a gentle glow radiated from her, enveloping Victoria. In an instant, Yalius grasped the situation. "Your mother is fine. She merely needs a little rest." With that, Yalius appeared quite vexed, placing her hands on her hips as she began to scold in the future. "Don't summon me for such trivial matters. I'm very busy. You know, I have to groom my wings, tidy my hair, take baths, and listen to the prayers of those elves." It seemed she had found an outlet for her grievances as Yalius rambled on incessantly. However, Ian paid no mind to her words. All he heard was her assurance that his mother would be all right. Ian let out a sigh of relief, a warm smile gracing his face. Without further regard for Yalius, he lifted his mother and turned to leave. "You have no idea how busy I am." Yalius chattered endlessly by the time she realized it. Ian had already walked far away. How infuriating! Yalius pouted, angrily flapping her tiny legs in the air, grumbling, "What does he take me for? Having summoned someone, it is utterly despicable that they would choose to ignore me. Esteemed and noble elemental spirit of light." At this moment, the Goblin General approached, bowing deeply before the diminutive figure before him, a gesture of utmost respect. Should any other goblins witness this, their jaws would surely drop in astonishment, upon hearing the sound. Yalius turned around, his previously mischievous eyes now icy and unyielding. You know me." "Indeed," replied the Goblin General, nodding earnestly, not daring to underestimate the tiny creature before him. "Yes, Goblin, you seem to possess quite an impressive breadth of knowledge." Within the Goblin lair, in the armory, Ian stood sullenly beside Goblin Chief Dong and others. "You," began Goblin Chief Dong, wanting to voice something, but was promptly silenced by a single glance from Ian. What could possibly be troubling him? Goblin Chief Dong glanced at the other goblins for insight. Idea," yawned Goblin Hero, shaking his head. Last night he had intended to sneak a look around, and the first 2 levels had gone relatively smoothly. However, upon reaching the 3rd level, he encountered things he had never seen before, including some peculiar iron contraptions that were supposed to be doors. Goblin Hero sensed that there was a significant secret lurking within these walls, which made sense, for if there were nothing amiss, the Goblin General would not have brought them here. He cast a glance at the bandaged goblin with a missing ear beside him, paused in silence for a moment, and chose not to speak further. At that moment, the elder goblin clapped the bandaged goblin on the back, laughing heartily so. "How did you find that female?" Squeak. The bandaged goblin, startled by the sudden clap, jumped, and upon recognizing the elder goblin, began to angrily threaten with its disarrayed fangs. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The elder goblin scratched its head, unable to comprehend the words of the bandaged goblin, but that did not hinder its ability to guess. The elder goblin suddenly understood. "You are dissatisfied? Then just kill her." A glint of bloodthirstiness and malice flashed in the elder goblin's eyes. "Then we can simply catch another one." Squeak, squeak. Hearing the elder goblin's intent to kill the little one, the bandaged goblin immediately lunged at the elder goblin. However, the unscathed bandaged goblin was no match even for a low-ranking goblin, let alone the elder goblin. In the eyes of the elder goblin, the bandaged goblin's attacks were merely a playful jest. Are you playing with me? Good brother." The elder goblin's words only served to mock the bandaged goblin, inciting it to bite down on the elder goblin's hand in frustration, which the elder goblin found utterly amusing. "Oh dear," Goblin Chief Dong sighed, holding his head, perplexed as to why the esteemed general had taken a liking to the bandaged goblin. This creature was not only weak, but also had quite a temper. Truly, it was as useless as one could be. This place was the highest secret of the goblin lair. As for the other goblins, Goblin Chief Dong could understand. Reflecting on this, Goblin Chief Dong's gaze fell upon Yin. Where had this fellow disappeared till last night? Early this morning, goblins from within had come to complain about Yin, claiming that a goblin hunting squad had gone out with him and never returned. Upon hearing this, Goblin Chief Dong realized the fellow's team annihilation talent must have activated. Goblin Chief Dong managed to explain the situation to them, but his fists still ached from the effort. How frustrating. Ever since he became a recorder, he had not engaged in any fighting. It seemed those low-ranking goblins would not let this slide easily. The most troublesome aspect was that the goblin squad seemed to have several higher-ranking goblins among them. Contemplating the impending troubles, oh dear, Goblin Chief Dong glanced at Yin's grim expression and sighed. What a troublemaker! Had he known, he would have declined this leading task. At this moment, Goblin Chief Dong was filled with immense regret. What sins had he committed in his life to deserve this? Ha ha! Greetings, I am Goblin Yin. My master is quite busy, so I shall lead you all on a tour. Just then a goblin named Dean, bearing a silver hammer, approached with a hearty laugh that, I trust you all had a restful night. Silence enveloped the air. Seeing no goblins respond, Goblin Yin surveyed the group. One appeared to be jotting notes. Another wore a sullen expression. Two were engaged in play. And the leader, hey, why the long face? Goblin Yin silently complained. Ah. The Goblin Chief Dong, snapping back to reality, stepped forward and offered a courteous reply. We rested quite well. He paused, glancing back at the goblins, hesitating, approximately. Haha, it seems I have not provided sufficient hospitality. However, you must brace yourselves, you shall not be disappointed. Goblin Yin wasted no time and led the group into the depths of the armory. Passing through the stifling forge, Goblin Yin guided them down to the third level. There, they stopped before an iron wall. All right, wait here for a moment. Wait a moment? Goblin Chief Dong queried, eyeing the iron wall, surrounded by rocks, with the path they had come from behind. Where else could they go? Crack! Just as Goblin Chief Dong pondered, the iron wall astonishingly split open. What? Goblin Chief Dong exclaimed in disbelief. What? Goblin Hero echoed. Excitement evident on his face, they each posed their questions. What is this? Ha. This is known as a lift in the eastern continent, but a convenient device for moving up and down, Goblin Yin explained, ushering them onto the lift. Let us go. There are more delightful surprises ahead. More? Goblin Hero was thrilled, eagerly exploring the surroundings, as if to engrave the mysterious device into his memory. Indeed, Goblin Yin nodded proudly. Relishing the moment, he enjoyed witnessing the transformation of new arrivals from pride and astonishment to sheer shock, and ultimately to yearning. It allowed him to feel a sense of distinction from the other goblins. Our research achievements extend far beyond this. With that, Goblin Yin's gaze fell upon Yin. It was strange. Every time someone visited from the goblin lair, most would appear like rustic villagers, astonished and curious about these novel wonders. Yet, the goblin before him displayed none of that. He sensed no emotional fluctuations from him, which was quite peculiar. However, he was not in a hurry. This was merely the tip of the iceberg concerning the goblin armory. Goblin Yin was confident that after witnessing all their accomplishments, this goblin would not remain so composed. Crack, as the door closed. Goblin Yin pressed a button, and the next moment, the entire lift shook slightly and then began to descend rapidly to this moving downward. Goblin Chief Dong was astonished, while Goblin Hero pressed against the ground, trying to discern how it operated. Surely it didn't have feet beneath it. Indeed, it was likely descending about 30 meters. The goblins gasped in disbelief. Such an unassuming device, devoid of magical fluctuations, possessed such power. Indeed, Goblin Yin nodded proudly, then turned to Yin, only to find him still unperturbed. How could this be? He understood everything. This goblin must be putting on a brave front, recalling the weapons in the armory that could kill adult goblins without utilizing magic. Goblin Yin smiled faintly. He was determined to see whether, after witnessing all of that, this goblin could maintain his current indifference. However, What Goblin was unaware of was that in the eyes of Yin, these modern contrivances were all too clear. Humph. With this thought, Goblin let out a light chuckle. Crack! Soon, the iron door swung open, revealing a floor and walls entirely constructed of metal. How is this even possible? Goblin Xia gazed with curiosity at the steel walls before him, utterly astonished. Surrounding the walls, oil lamps hung incongruously, illuminating the pitch-black space to why Yin glanced around, showing no reaction. Were it not for that accursed old man, he would not have left his wounded state, just having returned to his mother's side. Wow, wow, wow. What is this place? A crisp and melodious voice emerged from Yian's shoulder. To his surprise, these grotesque goblins possessed such capabilities. Yelius perched on Yian's shoulder, swinging his little legs, his azure eyes blinking with curiosity as he observed everything. Little fellow, why are you silent? Yian shot a sidelong glance at Yelius, his gaze sweeping over the goblins present. He found nothing unusual in their eyes. This meant that these goblins could neither hear nor see the existence of the little sprite before them. Truly remarkable. Ever since he used his mother's so-called Elven incantation, the little sprite had been following him, chattering incessantly in his ear as if it had not conversed with anyone for centuries. Don't worry, little one. If sensing Yian's thoughts, Yelius puffed out his tiny chest, revealing his little fangs, and proclaimed with pride, "The great Yelius shall not be discovered by such lowly beings. Let us go." Goblin, observing Yin's unchanged expression, showed no hesitation and immediately led them towards their newly developed armory. Goblin was determined. How long could this fellow maintain such indifference? Soon, under Goblin Yin's guidance, they arrived at an iron door. Crack! As the door swung open, Yin was greeted by a familiar sound. Bang! 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 The rapid gunfire echoed throughout the spacious room. Could that be? Goblin Xia exclaimed in astonishment as he watched the goblins practicing their aim at targets, armed with firearms. Firearms? Weapons that could inflict damage without the use of magic, having flowed from the eastern continent to the western continent. However, those weapons often posed explosive risks and were notoriously unreliable. Yet the firearms before him functioned flawlessly, without misfires or explosions, capable of rapid fire. This was simply incredible. Ha! In terms from over there, this is what they call it. Pleased with the astonished goblins before him, Goblin beamed with satisfaction. However, we refer to this as a gun, a sophisticated product from the eastern continent. After enduring much hardship, we finally managed to create these marvels. With an air of pride, Goblin showcased their achievements to the other goblins. Truly impressive. Goblin Chong Dong sighed in admiration. May I give it a try? Goblin Xia, eyes gleaming with excitement, gazed at the exquisite firearms. Of course. Goblin was greatly pleased with Goblin Xia's enthusiasm and shock. He relished this feeling. Yet, the only thing that dampened his spirits was Yin, who maintained a stoic expression. Did this guy truly not understand? Did he not comprehend what this represented? How infuriating! Little fellow to why Yin paid no heed to Goblin Yin's unfriendly gaze at that moment. His ears were filled with Yelius's voice. What are those things? They seem quite intriguing. The great Yelius, having merely taken a short nap, was astonished at how much this world had changed, ignoring Yelius's incessant chatter. Yin approached the weapon rack. Various firearms were displayed before him. Handguns, submachine guns, rifles, and cannons, all far more refined than the items he had encountered in the Goblin Nest armory. Among them was even a sniper rifle, albeit appearing rather crude compared to the other firearms. How on earth did they manage this? Goblin Xiao's puzzled queries about the firearms occasionally reached Yian's ears, while Goblin Yin stood by, offering guidance. After a brief glance, Yian's attention returned to the rack. He then reached for the only sniper rifle on the shelf, handling it with disappointment. Unlike the other firearms, a sniper rifle demands high precision and craftsmanship. Even the slightest imperfection can drastically affect its accuracy. That a sniper rifle with poor accuracy is undoubtedly lethal. Hey. Just then, a shrill and unpleasant voice pierced the air from a distance. That item is a treasure here. Don't break it. If you do, you will be responsible. A group of goblins approached menacingly, clearly not friendly. Beside them, Goblin Chongdong and Goblin Xia set their firearms down, their expressions grave as they confronted the newcomers. What do you want? What do we want? The leading goblin, Gua, chuckled lightly, exuding arrogance, and of course, we are worried that you country bumpkins will damage the results of our hard work. Goblin Chongdong naturally did not believe Gua's words. His gaze fell upon the injured goblin behind them, and he suddenly understood. Haven't I explained to you before? Your goblin boo's disappearance has nothing to do with us. Explain? The goblin with the swollen head, Bao, was enraged upon hearing Goblin Chongdong's words. Is that how you explain things? If you wish to explain, then we shall have a proper discussion right now, as Bao rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Goblin Chongdong and the others. Goblin Yin stepped forward to intervene. What do you think you're doing? Are you looking to slaughter each other? Do you think I don't exist? Goblin Yin's words held weight, immediately calming the frenzied goblins. However, my dear brother Goblin Boo, Bao attempted to speak, but was silenced by a single glance from Goblin Yin. Suddenly, Goblin Gua had a realization. You misunderstand. Goblin Yin, we merely wish to challenge these goblins from the goblin nest. It is said that the goblins from the goblin nest are quite formidable. As Gua spoke, he turned his gaze toward Goblin Chongdong and the others. Thus, we wish to test our mettle. This, Goblin Yin hesitated. Sensing an opportunity, Goblin Gua continued. Perhaps they lack the courage, that bullying the goblins. Goblin Chongdong frowned. You are so familiar with the firearms here. Yet we are completely ignorant. Are you afraid? Gua taunted, a smirk playing on his lips. Fine. When had Goblin Chongdong ever been subjected to such mockery? He immediately agreed. All right then. Seeing this, Bao quickly jumped forward, licking his lips with a grin. I want to compete with that goblin. The gazes of the gathered goblins followed Bao's lead, landing on Yi Yin. Sure. Without hesitation, Yi Yin readily agreed. Bao laughed heartily. Don't say I'm bullying you. You can choose the competition, shooting, disassembly, or assembly. It's all up to you. Whatever. Why? Yi Yin examined the firearm in his hand, not even glancing at Bao. Furious, Bao stamped his foot beside him. You scoundrel! I will humiliate you thoroughly before killing you. In the face of Bao's provocation, Yi Yin remained unmoved. Little fellow, do you know how to handle these peculiar toys? Yelius gently landed on the back of Yi Yin's hand. Scrutinizing the firearm he held, from it, she sensed not a trace of magical energy, it propelled by the explosive force of gunpowder within. What an exquisite design! Goblin Bag sneered. Less of a contest, then. Shall we? The disassembly and reassembly of the firearm. Goblin Bag was no fool. He would naturally choose the option that guaranteed him 100% victory. For those unversed in shooting, the intricacies of disassembling and reassembling a gun posed the greatest challenge. Without a solid understanding of firearm mechanics, it was utterly impossible to assemble or disassemble a gun with precision. Hey, this isn't fair. Goblin Longdong was aware that Goblin Bag could not possibly be ignorant of this. You are all far too familiar with these matters, while we have barely scratched the surface. So, Goblin Bag chuckled lightly, waving his hand. Didn't I just give him the option? Of course, if he's frightened and wishes to back out. That's also permissible. With that, Goblin Bag cast a provocative glance at Yi Yin. What on earth is wrong with this hideous creature? Yerius, perched on Yi Yin's shoulder, puffed up his cheeks in anger. Little one, if you plead for the great Yerius, I might just share my winning tactics with you. In response to Yerius's comments, Yi Yin remained unfazed and turned to Goblin Bag, saying, All right, let us begin. Yi Yin. Goblin Longdong attempted to intervene, but was halted by Goblin Hero. What are you doing? Goblin Longdong glared at Goblin Hero, his voice laced with fury. Do you not perceive how confident Lord Yi Yin appears? Upon hearing Goblin Hero's words, Goblin Longdong scrutinized Yi Yin once more and remarked, When has this fellow ever been lacking in confidence? Goblin Hero fell silent, for Goblin Longdong's assertion seemed to hold merit. Oh, never mind that. Don't you find this amusing? Let us observe. If we lose, we lose. It's not as if we can die, right? Goblin Longdong conceded, finding some sense in this. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Yin and Goblin Bag had arrived at the workstation. Don't say I'm bullying you. Let's disassemble that handgun you just observed. Goblin Bag exuded confidence, believing he would not be bested by a novice in this regard. However, unbeknownst to him, Yi Yin was far from a novice. Having grown up handling such weapons, Yin was exceedingly well-versed in their mechanics. Now, let us begin. Goblin Bag, brimming with arrogance, picked up the gun, eager to witness Yi Yan's bewilderment. His astonishment. He glanced over and saw that Yi Yan had already disassembled half of the firearm. No, this is impossible. It hasn't even been a second since we began. How could he accomplish this? He must be cheating. But wait, if he were cheating, his companions would have noticed. Holding on to hope, he looked over, only to find his comrades equally stunned, their mouths agape, jaws nearly grazing the ground. Clap. The sound of Yin striking the table snapped the crowd from their stupor, simultaneously heralding the completion of his handgun disassembly. And he commenced reassembly. Goblin Longdong, witnessing this, felt a surge of delight. Truly worthy of being chosen by the general. This goblin is incredible. Likewise, Goblin Hero, observing Yi Yan's adept movements, was filled with excitement. Indeed, his suspicions were confirmed. Lord Yi Yan was truly formidable. How could he achieve such feats? Such fluidity of motion could only come from countless repetitions of practice. Truly, he is worthy of the title of king. Goblin Hero gazed at Yi Yan's seamless actions, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Hey, Goblin Bag, why are you standing there in a daze? Upon hearing Goblin Pot's voice, Goblin Bag snapped back to reality and hastily began disassembling the firearm. Yet, it was already too late. He understood, and they understood. That speed, given 100 attempts, he would stand no chance. Damn it. Anxiety, anger, and frustration swirl within him. In the next moment, under the gaze of many goblins, Goblin Bag decisively abandoned disassembly, raising his gun to bellow at Yi Yan. What the hell? Why are you so skilled? Bang. Almost simultaneously, a gunshot rang out. How could this be? Goblin Bag stood in shock, a blood hole appearing on his forehead. Then, with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, motionless, marking the end of Goblin Bag's life. Following the gunfire, the goblin's gazes fell upon Yi Yan, who held his smoking gun aloft. It was evident that Yi Yan had pulled the trigger. Congratulations, you have slain a goblin. Based on the effects of your skill Devour, you have gained 1 point of strength. Congratulations, you have slain a goblin. Based on the effects of your skill Devour, you have acquired the talent healing from this goblin. Your healing DOS been integrated into the talent healing C. Why did you do that? The goblins, regaining their composure, glared at the fallen Goblin Bag, their expressions filled with rage as they began to accuse Yi Yan. Did you not already win? Is this how you treat your fellow goblins? You, a monster who slaughters your own kin, deserve to be executed. Faced with their accusations, Yi Yan tilted his head in confusion. So, I killed him. What's wrong with that? The goblins gasped, bewildered by his logic. Who informed you that victory in a contest permits the death of the opponent? Ah, Yi Yan retorted in surprise. Isn't that common sense? Indeed, during his previous life in assassination training, the outcome for the loser in such contests was invariably death. However, this was not an assassination training facility, nor was it a black room. This moment. Yi Yan's words were undoubtedly a provocation to them. You scoundrel! The goblins were about to charge at him when Goblin Longdong intervened. Hey, what do you intend to do to my companion? What do you mean? Goblin Pot raised an eyebrow, unflinching. Your goblin killed mine. According to the general's rules, my killing him is entirely justified, though. In response, Goblin Longdong chuckled lightly. From my perspective, it appears your goblin intended to kill Yi Yan. And Yi Yan merely acted in self-defense when he fired. Are you blind? Did you not hear what he said just now? Goblin Pot seethed, his expression twisted with fury. At that moment, Goblin Silver, who had remained silent, stepped forward with a hearty laugh, attempting to ease the tension. All right, we are all goblins here. Before Goblin Silver could finish, the ground trembled violently. What is happening? The goblins were puzzled. That moment, red lights illuminated the surroundings, accompanied by a piercing alarm. Someone has invaded the lair. Outside the goblin lair, a group of adventurers armed with swords and guns stood ready before the blasted entrance of the cave. Brothers, let's charge. Kulu laughed heartily, waving his arm to rally everyone. Today, we shall seize this lair and show those fools. Honestly, a mere horde of goblins, and they're so cautious. What a bunch of weaklings. The adventurers surged forward into the goblin lair. Weapons drawn, charge, creak. Outside the entrance of the goblin lair, goblins occasionally darted out. Yet, the frail goblins were no match for the overwhelming strength of these seasoned adventurers. In no time, they were all slaughtered mercilessly. With a swift shot, Kulu pierced the goblin, leaving it riddled with holes, a sneer of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. He wondered why those people were so terrified of the goblins. Exactly! Maud flashed a confident grin, hefting his bloodied blade, his lips curling with self-assurance. With just these goblins, I believe our team can easily handle them. Meanwhile, on the other side, deep within the goblin lair's third level, in the true armory, a goblin hero gazed at the wondrous screen before him, puzzled and perplexed. Given the combat strength here, they could easily confront the attacking forces. The goblin, Silver, laughed heartily, waving his arms as the scene shifted. Of course, we want them to perceive our weakness. Only then will they let their guard down and venture deeper. Just watch. Silver the goblin revealed a cryptic smile. These arrogant adventurers will be buried here. At that moment, a disdainful voice interjected. You goblins truly disregard the lives of your comrades so easily? The elder goblin, irritated, brandished his great sword and strode toward the entrance. Hey, what are you doing? Goblin Chongdong called out to the elder goblin. What do you mean? The elder goblin turned back, his eyes filled with indescribable fury. I intend to eliminate every last intruder attempting to trespass here. Ignoring Goblin Chongdong's pleas, he turned away and approached the first level of the goblin lair. The goblin with a missing ear also wished to follow, but was halted by the goblin hero. What, you pathetic creature, do you seek death by tagging along? The goblin hero lifted the earless goblin with one hand. Creak, creak, creak. The earless goblin struggled vehemently, desperate to escape and warn the adventurers outside about the danger lurking here. They must flee immediately, or else those fools would surely perish. He could not bear to watch these humans die before him. In a fit of anger, the earless goblin lunged at the goblin hero. However, as if anticipating the attack, the goblin hero deftly dodged aside. Quite spirited, I see, but I cannot allow you to cause a disturbance. The goblin hero leaned closer to the earless goblin, whispering softly, if you wish to avoid calamity befalling the little girl in your room, it would be wise to remain silent. Upon hearing the goblin hero's veiled threat, the previously boisterous earless goblin froze. Observing this, the goblin hero slowly released the conflicted earless goblin, inwardly chuckling. The show is about to begin, and I will not allow you to ruin it. The king's growth demands the baptism of blood, and these circumstances are just perfect. Little one, the voice of Yelius echoed in Yien's ear. Do you not find those two goblins rather peculiar? Yelius pointed with his delicate finger at the earless goblin and the goblin hero, as well as the one who had just departed. Yelius's lips curled into a knowing smile. Yien, however, paid no heed to Yelius's remarks, his gaze sweeping across the goblins, all of whom were fixated on the large screen. He recalled his agreement with Colas. Since he had accepted the task reward, he ought to fulfill the mission for what would become of the goblin lair. That was of no concern to him, for Yin, the goblins coveting his mother, suddenly came to mind, particularly the ones standing before him, including the goblin knight who had blocked a blow for him. After a moment's hesitation, he pondered perhaps not all of them need perish. However, this realization did not alter Yin's resolution. Since he had taken on the task, he must see it through. With this thought in mind, Yin departed from the weapon training ground without a trace of hesitation. The goblin bow, who had been observing Yin, felt a surge of elation upon witnessing Yin's stealthy exit. If he couldn't kill him here, then surely, as long as something happened out of sight of the goblins, he would be in control. With this in mind, Goblin Bow wasted no time, rallying his comrades to follow in Yin's wake. Yet, just as they stepped outside and turned to find their target, Yin's figure vanished from their sight. How is this possible? Goblin Bow exclaimed in shock. It was merely a matter of changing direction. How could they lose him? What should we do? Lord Goblin Bow. One of his companions stammered. What to do? Goblin Bow clenched his teeth, seething with rage. What else but to search for him? Once found, we shall inform all the goblins. A fierce glint flashed in Goblin Bow's eyes. We will take revenge for Goblin Boo and Goblin Bow. I will ensure that these intruders learn that we, the goblins of other lairs, are not to be trifled with. Ha ha! As the adventurers advanced, slaying goblins along the way, they could not help but grumble about their commander. Edward, we should have attacked the goblin lair like this long ago. What are we waiting for? More intel. They're merely a bunch of goblins. Ha ha! Kill, kill! If they wiped out all the goblins, they would reap immense reward from the Adventurers Guild. Moreover, the more goblins they killed, the greater their rewards. Soon, he could buy his daughter the cake she adored. Kill. The bloodthirsty adventurers had lost their previous composure and failed to notice the dangers lurking beneath their feet. Crack! A depression formed in the ground as one stepped down. What was happening? The adventurer failed to pay attention, lifting his foot. However, at that very moment, the mechanism was triggered. In an instant, flames engulfed him. Ah! The trap did not ensnare just one man. Other adventurers fell victim to the same fate. In a heartbeat, flames consumed the adventurers ahead. Boom! The consecutive explosions swiftly claimed the lives of 30% of the adventurers. Damn it! Many seasoned adventurers quickly retreated from the blast radius, their expressions grave as they surveyed the devastation. What is that? Landmines? A few experienced adventurers recognized the device before them. Everyone be cautious. Those damn goblins have buried landmines underground. If you step on one and lift your foot, a massive explosion will follow. What? Hearing the veteran adventurer's words, the crowd gasped, teeth gritted in frustration. Where on earth had these goblins learned such tactics? What do we do? The adventurers exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. Knowing traps lay ahead, they could no longer foolishly charge forward. How about using magic to scout? A female mage tentatively suggested. That won't help. The veteran adventurer shook his head. What they employed is not a magical artifact, but a contraption utilizing gunpowder. How could this be? The female mage covered her mouth, unintentionally stepping back. In this situation, there was no feasible approach to advance. They must disarm the landmines ahead. Yet, should they proceed carelessly, they risked triggering an explosion. They had witnessed the previous blast. Few could withstand such an attack. Most of them had been summoned by Kalu, and Kalu and his group were the strongest present. In that moment, all eyes turned to Kalu and his companions. Humph. Noticing their gazes, Kalu snorted. Very well. Allow me to clear the path for you. With a sweeping gesture, Kalu unleashed the magic energy within him. Woohoo! Truly, a golden tier adventurer, a man said to have battled dragons. Upon hearing that Kalu was about to ascend, the adventurers were instantly ignited with fervor, ready to pave the way with their bodies. No. At that moment, Mode interjected, gripping Kalu with a look of concern. Even Uncle Kalu, in the face of such a multitude of landmines, would undoubtedly sustain injuries. Witnessing Mode's worry, Kalu laughed heartily. Nothing to fret about. As he spoke, the magical energy that had erupted from Kalu began to retract, enveloping his entire being, coursing through his veins. This is the framework? The crowd gasped in astonishment at Mode's current state. The framework is a hallmark of a warrior's ascent to strength. A manifestation of immense power. A warrior who has activated the framework possesses an unfathomable advantage over one who has not. Though I have not fully activated it yet, it is more than sufficient to withstand these bombs. Mode laughed boisterously, eager to charge forward, only to be halted by Xena. Xena sighed, questioning the necessity of such trouble. With that, she gracefully advanced, her long legs carrying her forward, under the gazes of the crowd. She closed her eyes, raised her staff, and began to chant the incantation, O Mother Earth, guardian of the land, I, your loyal apostle, beseech you at this moment to unveil the heavy soil. Boom! As Xena concluded her invocation, the ground trembled violently, surging forth. In a matter of moments, the buried landmines revealed themselves before the crowd. What is this? They stood in a stupor, unable to fathom how Xena had effortlessly resolved the issue that had plagued them. However, the mages among the adventurers were far from impressed. What seemed simple was, in reality, an insurmountable task for them. If they were to attempt this magic, they would undoubtedly fail to pinpoint all the landmines with the same precision as Miss Xena. Such mastery required formidable control over magical energy and an exceptionally high mental acuity. It was likely that Miss Xena had already begun constructing her mental domain to achieve this feat. Kalu's laughter shattered the previously silent atmosphere. With the landmines cleared, everyone surged forward. Kalu declared, his lips curling into a sinister smile. They would slay those cunning goblins and avenge their fallen brothers. Creak, 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 that in that very moment. Goblins emerged from the depths, charging toward them. Damn humans. The lead goblin, rushing to the battlefield, seethed with rage upon hearing Kalu's brazen declaration of extermination. How long would these humans continue to usurp my rightful domain? This time they would all be slaughtered. The lead goblin roared in defiance, speeding toward the site of battle. Meanwhile, in the goblin lair, 3 levels down, Ian shook off the pesky followers and strolled alone through the metallic corridor. Surveying his surroundings. For Ian, memorizing the paths traversed was an essential trait for an assassin, and not a particularly daunting task. Indeed, given ample time, he could sketch a map of a small city without issue. After all, failure to do so could mean death. Tap, tap, tap. Sensing something amiss, Ian immediately concealed his presence and took cover. His gaze fell upon a goblin wielding a large iron hammer not far away. Opposite him stood a human woman, clad in a black and white maid outfit, her expression impassive as she stood before the goblin hammer. Give this to that person. The goblin hammer retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to the woman. Understood. The maid accepted the note without a backward glance and departed. Observing her retreating figure, the goblin hammer's expression turned grave, followed by a sigh. Just as he was about to turn away, he suddenly felt a sensation as if someone had touched his shoulder. Instantly, the goblin hammer discerned something and offered a knowing smile, saying, "Oh, our little guest has wandered here. Did my apprentice fail to entertain you properly?" His voice echoed through the narrow corridor. "I could see this." Ian, hidden in the shadows, furrowed his brow. Had he been discovered, or was this mere bravado? "Ian, my lord." Upon hearing his name, Ian ceased his concealment and emerged slowly. Huh. The goblin hammer erupted into laughter upon seeing Ian. The general was indeed correct. You are quite the adept. I almost slipped past your notice. You cannot find me. Why? Ian interrupted, his gaze fixed intently on him. So, how did you discover me? Ian glanced around, finding no surveillance cameras. Ha ha. The goblin hammer chuckled, neither confirming nor denying, but instead gesturing invitingly. Might I invite you, little king, to converse with this old man? Little king. Ian questioned, his expression one of confusion. Oh, realizing something, the goblin hammer quickly amended. If that is the case, may I call you Lord Yin? Yin chose not to engage further in this line of conversation and accepted the invitation. Stepping into a room in an instant, a weapon at the center of the room captured Yin's attention. In the midst of the chamber stood an awe-inspiring anti-material sniper rifle. T loomed like a slumbering beast, patiently awaiting the moment of awakening. Under the light, the rifle's details unfolded with clarity. Its jet-black body, long and straight barrel, and every inch of metal polish to a mirror-like sheen, gleamed with a cold, hard luster. The patterns and lines on the body flowed gracefully, as if crafted by the hands of nature itself. The scope rested silently upon the rifle's body, resembling a profound eye, gazing intently at distant prey. In this hushed space, Yian's gaze was firmly ensnared by the sniper rifle. Noticing Yian's fascination, the goblin hammer smiled faintly. Please, do you like it, Lord Yian? I do, Yian replied without hesitation. Since arriving in this world, this was the most flawless mechanical creation he had ever encountered, its exquisite lines undoubtedly showcasing its advanced technological prowess. If you like it, I shall gift it to you. The goblin hammer spoke with a hint of regret, for this weapon was modeled after a sniper rifle template. Yet, given their current technology, it was impossible to replicate such a perfect anti-material sniper rifle. Their craftsmanship was, after all, far inferior to that of those from the eastern continent. Are there any conditions? Yian did not believe that anyone would gift him something without reason, especially someone stronger than himself. Ha! The goblin hammer laughed heartily at Yian's words. It cannot be termed a condition. Consider my following word to request, whether you comply or not. This rifle is yours. Speak. Yian took the sniper rifle, familiarizing himself with it for a moment before disassembling and reassembling it. His speed astonished even the goblin hammer, who had studied this weapon for years. This was their king, The goblin general had staked the future of their kind on him. The goblin hammer began to grasp the general's intentions. Click! As the assembly was completed, Yin raised his gaze to the goblin hammer, who appeared dazed. Speak.oh. The goblin hammer snapped back to reality. I hope, Lord Yin, that you can rescue that goblin who charged to the forefront. Yes, the goblin hammer spoke. A trace of desolation flickered in his eyes. In the following days, should Lord Yin witness the peril faced by the goblins you have endorsed, I earnestly hope you will come to their rescue. With this, the goblin hammer bowed deeply to Yin. Danger. Yin furrowed his brow slightly, uncertain of the precise nature of the threat the goblin hammer referred to. Yet he did not hesitate to nod in agreement, proclaiming, I shall accept this task. Indeed, is that so? The goblin hammer was pleasantly surprised by Yin's prompt acquiescence. After all, according to the general's words, the current Lord Yin had a particular disposition towards some goblins. And the goblin hammer found himself at a loss for words that he could not comprehend why their king sought to slay his own kin. Yet, if the general had spoken thus, what could he do? However, from a human perspective, he could grasp the situation that he was aware of goblins' inherent flaws, understanding why humans and other races harbored disdain towards them. Ultimately, it all boiled down to their own failings. But what of it? They merely wished to propagate and survive. Lord Yin, the goblin hammer, suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with melancholy. What is it? Yin raised his gaze towards the aging goblin before him. Do you believe our goblin way of life is truly flawed? To procreate through the plunder of females from other races? Perhaps we goblins are the only ones who resort to such methods. After all, we lack females among our kind to continue our lineage. We have no choice but to seize the females of other races. I can understand why those races despise us. But the goblin hammer's voice rose almost to a shout. Is it truly our fault? We only wish for our kin to thrive and endure. The goblin hammer lifted his gaze to Yin, his eyes brimming with an unspoken hope, as if seeking answers to a dilemma that had troubled him for over a decade. Yet, what he received in return was Yin's cold words. How could I possibly know? If it is wrong, then it is wrong. Must we ponder it so deeply? But it shouldn't be wrong. The goblin hammer hesitated, momentarily rendered confused by Yin's assertions. If it is wrong, then what can be done? If it can be changed, change it. If it cannot, then there is no recourse. Yin, utterly perplexed, regarded the goblin hammer's bewilderment in his eyes. Right was right, and wrong was wrong. What could be done about it? If the matter proved insurmountable, simply eliminate those who caused him distress. The goblin hammer slowly lowered his head, letting out a soft chuckle. Indeed, if it is wrong, then what can be done? Why is it that such a simple truth eludes my understanding? However, Yin glanced at the goblin hammer, who was now murmuring to himself as he stowed away his anti-material rifle into his storage ring. Choosing to disregard the goblin's musings, stepping outside, he looked around but found no sign of goblins. Have they departed? Yin pondered. Damn it. Goblin Pot's face twisted with rage, his expression grotesque. Where on earth has that wretched little imp scurried off to? Let him not fall into my grasp, or else. A flash of barely perceptible malice flickered in Goblin Pot's eyes. What you seek is all right here. Just then, Goblin Pot heard a familiar voice. Oh, is that so? Accompanying it was the voice of a human woman. Without hesitation, Goblin Pot concealed himself behind a wall, peering out that it was none other than Goblin Iron, and before him stood a human female. Goblin Pot blinked in disbelief. But then, they vanished. Both Goblin Iron and the woman had disappeared, as if everything that just transpired were but an illusion that, oh, what are you doing? Suddenly, Goblin Iron's voice echoed from behind. In the dimly lit corridor, the flickering oil lamps cast shadows upon the metallic walls, the reflected light glimmering on Goblin Iron's rust-stained armor. His gaze, as unyielding as iron, fixed intently upon Goblin Pot. What did you see? What? Goblin Pot felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. His voice trembled as he involuntarily stepped back. Forget it. Goblin Iron smiled faintly, a hint of resignation evident in his expression at this juncture. What good would it do to speak further? He let out a soft sigh, as if shedding the weight of the world. Just as Goblin Pot remained in a state of confusion, Goblin Iron suddenly moved. His figure flickered, the long sword unsheathed like a flash of lightning. slicing downwards with lethal intent. With a sickening squelch, blood splattered as one of Goblin Pot's arms was severed, falling helplessly to the ground. Goblin Pot screamed in agony, clutching his mangled limb, his face a mask of rage and terror. But he could not fathom why this once comrade, who had fought alongside them, would suddenly turn against him, intent on his demise. Had he not been prepared, that strike could have easily claimed his life. Why? Goblin Pot roared, his voice echoing through the corridor. Goblin Iron offered no response, merely smiling faintly. You witnessed that which you should not have seen. His words dripped with resolve and indifference. Just then, a shadow fell from above, accompanied by a swift, slicing attack aimed squarely at Goblin Pot. He barely had time to scream before his body was cleaved in twain, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the surrounding forest red. Witnessing Goblin Pot's gruesome end, a fleeting glimmer of sorrow crossed Goblin Iron's eyes, quickly replaced by an eerie calm. You make my job exceedingly difficult, he murmured, as if conversing with himself. That moment, a figure cloaked in black stepped from the shadows, gripping a pitch-black dagger still glistening with Goblin Pot's blood. She turned her gaze to Goblin Iron, a playful smile dancing at her lips. I thought you, traitor, would show pity for your fallen comrade. Kayleigh chuckled, her voice laced with mockery. Goblin Iron remained silent, standing as still as a statue. Seeing this, Kayleigh opted to say no more. She retrieved a small pouch from her pocket and tossed it casually to Goblin Iron. Here, for you. Goblin Iron caught the pouch, gratitude flickering in his eyes. Thank you, he murmured softly. That you're welcome. Kayleigh replied coolly, her interest in Goblin Iron waning. Initially, she had anticipated that the spy would be a figure of significance, only to discover he was merely a goblin. By his demeanor, he seemed to hold considerable sway here. However, that was of little consequence to her. Yet, why would this fellow require feminine supplies? Kayleigh had no inclination to linger, intending to depart with the intelligence she had gathered, only to realize she seemed to have lost her way. Woo woo woo. Kayleigh squatted in a corner, cradling her head in despair, uncertain of how long it would take to find her way out. That moment, Kayleigh's nostrils flared, catching a whiff of a familiar scent. It's the boss. In the goblin's lair, the upper layer of the den echoed with laughter. Ha! Kara's laughter reverberated through the dim caverns, imbued with exuberance and confidence. His blade sliced through the air like lightning, precisely piercing the chest of a goblin, swiftly extinguishing its life. O Kara, these feeble goblins posed no challenge whatsoever. He was like a tiger descending from the mountain, an unstoppable force. Moreover, each goblin slain yielded a reward of 1 silver coin. What a bountiful reward! One could only wonder what madness had overtaken the Adventurers Guild to offer such generous compensation. They had to seize the opportunity to slay as many goblins as possible before the nearby adventurers arrived. Kara, over here, over here! The melodic voice of the sorceress maiden, Anna, resounded, crisp and delightful. Upon hearing the familiar voice of his childhood companion, Kula turned to gaze in her direction. There stood Anna, not far away, a magic wand in hand, her face alight with excitement. Before her lay a number of goblins, ensnared by her enchantments. Kula nodded, his figure flashing as he swiftly approached Anna's side. With another strike, yet another goblin fell. Kula felt a surge of joy welling within him, contemplating a grand celebration upon their return, indulging in feasting and merriment. Creak! At that moment, a goblin charged towards Anna. Anna screamed in terror. The distance was far too short for her to chant a spell. Do not harm Anna! Suddenly, a rotund figure rushed forward, wielding a colossal axe, cleaving the goblin in two with a single blow. Well done! Kula exhaled in relief, witnessing Anna's rescue. Thank you. Anna expressed her gratitude to Shionda. No need for thanks. Protecting a sorceress is only right, Shionda replied, his face flushing at the sound of Anna's voice. He then laughed heartily, addressing Kula and Anna. Ha ha ha. Once we return, we must feast and celebrate. Yet Anna shook her head, smiling gently. I want to be able to join. I must return home to care for my younger brother. Shionda clapped her shoulder reassuringly. No worries. Let us dine with my money. We are all comrades here. Indeed, Kula wholeheartedly agreed. Both he and Shionda were orphans, Keeping a large sum of money served little purpose for them. Moreover, without Anna's family's assistance during their childhood, they might have perished in some alleyway from starvation. Kula gazed at Shionda and Anna, warmth flooding his heart. They had grown up together, weathering countless storms, their bond transcending mere blood ties. That one tea do. How about we all go back to my home for a meal? It wouldn't tea trouble Uncle and Aunt, would it? Kula and Shionda exchanged shy glances, both scratching their heads in bashfulness. Of course not. Anna clapped her hands, her face radiant with happiness. Mom and Dad will be thrilled to see you all. Oh, and Onley and Amling will be too. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed behind Anna. The figure moved with blinding speed, catching them off guard as it enveloped them in darkness. A furious roar erupted from within the shadow, followed by a cacophony of screams. Anna, Shionda cried out, attempting to rush to her aid, but was swatted away by a creature lurking within the shadow. The great goblin swung its blade at Anna, who stared in disbelief, her eyes wide. Her body was cleaved in two by the monster. Blood sprang forth. All prior thoughts dissolved into nothingness. Stop. A wristwatch clattered to the ground. No. Kula roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. He charged at the towering creature like an enraged lion, swinging his great sword with thunderous might, launching his fiercest assault. However, the great goblin stood as an immovable mountain, effortlessly blocking Kula's strikes, each collision resonating with deafening echoes. Yet his blows were easily thwarted by the beast. It painful. The great goblin regarded Kula coldly, a mocking smirk curling its lips. Am I not merely replicating what your kind has perpetually done to us goblins? Kula, seething with anger, wielded his sword, confusion and disbelief swirling within him. What wrongs have we committed? However, his inquiry only intensified the goblin's rage. What have you done? You dare ask me what you have done? Look at the corpses strewn upon the ground. Had you not invaded our home, would we goblins, along with you, have perished? No. Kula pondered the lifeless forms below. Had we not come, would they have lived? Would Anna still be here? In that fleeting moment of doubt, Kula hesitated. Oh, not let him deceive you. Just then, Xiongda's voice echoed in Kula's ears. Tears streamed down his face as he slowly rose. That we are humans, and he is a goblin. How can we be the same? Yes. Kula's heart was suddenly illuminated with clarity. I will slay you, avenging Anna, he bellowed, charging once more at the great goblin. Yet his strike was once again repelled. Kula swung his sword with reckless abandon, each attack infused with wrath and might. Yet before the great goblin, his strength seemed utterly insignificant. Die. The great goblin spat out the words coldly, swinging its blade towards Kula. Believing his end was nigh, Kula shut his eyes, bracing for the fatal moment. However, just as the blade was about to connect, a figure suddenly interposed itself before him. Shionda. Kula opened his eyes, heart filled with gratitude and sorrow, watching helplessly as Shionda was struck down by the great goblin's claw. Collapsing in a pool of blood, Shionda. Kula cried out in agony, unable to accept the harsh reality. Yet the great goblin remained unmoved, coldly stating, "Oh, how many can shield you?" Without a moment's hesitation, the great goblin swung its massive sword again. Just as it was about to end Kula's life, a thunderous spear thrust forth from the shadows, intercepting the goblin's attack. Ha ha ha. Kalu emerged with a broad grin. Finally, a proper goblin to deal with. He wielded his slender spear, each thrust brimming with power and finesse. Though the great goblin was formidable, Kalu's strikes began to wear down. You scoundrel, the great goblin roared, charging at Kalu, but its attacks were effortlessly parried. Humph! Kalu scoffed, the spear in his hand, darting forward like a dragon emerging from the in an instant. His sword carved a fierce arc through the air, hurtling towards the great goblin. The blow was ferocious, launching the massive goblin into the air, crashing heavily against the unforgiving rocks. The great goblin's body trembled as though struck by a boulder before it slumped to the ground, clutching its chest, blood seeping from the corners of its mouth. Its eyes filled with rage and defiance. The very man who had once vowed to annihilate them now stood before him, disdainfully looking down upon him. Memories of a tranquil past flooded the great goblin's mind, pain swelling within him. The once warm goblin lair lay in ruins, a river of blood staining the earth out of fierce anger ignited within him, blazing like fire, surging towards the heavens. The great goblin unleashed a thunderous roar, channeling all its strength into a final strike, the blade glinting ominously as it descended upon Kalu. Yet this attack, before Kalu, seemed but a child's play to be easily thwarted. The clash of spear and sword rang out, a crisp metallic sound as the great goblin's assault was effortlessly neutralized. "Why must you destroy our home?" The great goblin bellowed in despair, its voice laden with anguish. It sought to augment its strength. Yet no matter how fiercely it struggled, Kalu remained unyielding. Hearing the goblin's lament, Kalu erupted into laughter, his voice dripping with mockery and disdain out of course. "Because you are goblins." The great goblin stood stunned, taken aback by Kalu's bluntness and decisiveness. Its eyes widened in disbelief as it roared. "Just because of that? Is it merely because of this that you feel entitled to slaughter us without restraint? Is this reason not sufficient?" Kalu let out a cold laugh, his spear trembling once more. The elder goblin's body was hurled against the cavern wall as if tossed by a mighty wave, blood spewing from his mouth as he crumpled to the ground. It was then that he realized the vast chasm of strength that lay between him and Kalu. Yet the elder goblin did not yield. He slowly rose to his feet, his blood-red eyes wide open. His heart brimmed with resolute madness. "I shall kill you all, no matter the cost." His voice echoed through the cavern, laden with boundless fury and hatred. Deep within the dim lair, Kalu's mocking laughter rang out. "Ha ha! Alas, you are far too weak now, utterly powerless." Kalu's tone dripped with disdain, unabashedly reveling in his triumph. And no sooner had he spoken than he hesitated no longer, gripping his spear tightly, muscles taut, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the elder goblin before him. Yet at the moment the spear was about to pierce the elder goblin's flesh, the entire cavern seemed to tremble under the weight of an unseen force. Bang! A deafening gunshot erupted within the cave, as if the very air had been rent asunder. In swift succession, a bullet sped towards Kalu with an almost imperceptible velocity, as if it bore the wrath of thunder itself. Its power formidable. What? Kalu's pupils constricted in an instant. Instinctively sensing a perilous threat, he swiftly summoned a magical barrier, hoping to shield himself from the unexpected attack. However, to his astonishment, the seemingly impenetrable barrier crumbled before the bullet like fragile parchment. A surge of fear gripped Kalu. He desperately channeled his internal magic, striving to fortify the barrier's strength. But the bullet's speed was insurmountable. He could only watch in horror as the bullet struck the barrier, then pierced through it with astonishing force. Thud! The bullet, akin to a venomous serpent, swiftly traversed Kalu's shoulder, igniting a searing pain. He felt as though his shoulder had been torn asunder, blood gushing forth. How could this be? Kalu stared in disbelief, his eyes wide. He had activated his structure. Conventional firearms should never have been able to breach his body. Yet that bullet had effortlessly penetrated him. What on earth was happening? At that moment, a shadowy figure materialized abruptly before the elder goblin, moving with a ghostly silence. Its claws glimmered ominously, seemingly intent on seizing the injured elder goblin. Ilu's gaze, sharp as an eagle's, immediately detected this anomaly, and he sought to intervene. However, the recoil and injury from the sniper rifle rendered him immobile. In desperation, Kalu bellowed, duh." The instant the words left his lips, a radiant golden figure streaked across the night sky. Akin to lightning, hurtling towards Ian, the figure belonged to duh, a slight smile gracing his lips. Trying to flee? Not so easily. Yet Yian's reaction was swifter than anyone's. The glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he hurled the elder goblin forward, stepping onto a phantom, utilizing a skill to become a mere shadow, skillfully evading duh's assault. The elder goblin shrieked in surprise at Yian's sudden maneuver, his body tracing a parabolic arc before crashing heavily to the ground. What? Duh was taken aback by Yian's actions. What was this? It could be done this way. Trying to escape? Just then, a melodious female voice rang out. Subsequently, blazing fireballs descended from the heavens, illuminating the surrounding shadows. These fireballs streaked across the night like meteors, hurtling towards Yi and in the light of the fireballs, Yian's shadow gradually became discernible. The fireballs erupted around him, the intense heat forcing him to stagger backward. Shina approached with graceful strides, clad in form-fitting leather that accentuated her perfect silhouette. Her long hair flowed with the wind, exuding an enchanting fragrance. Yet in this moment her expression was cold as she regarded Yi Yin and the elder goblin. As though they were two hapless prey awaiting slaughter, Yin set down the elder goblin and rose to his feet, his eyes narrowing as he tensed every muscle, warily fixing his gaze upon the three before him. He could sense that their strength far surpassed his OWN in a direct confrontation. Yin recognized he had no chance of victory. As he contemplated using the elder goblin as bait, Kalu gasped, seemingly recognizing Yin. Kalu squinted, fixating intently on the large goblin, a look of realization dawning upon his face. White hair, sharp fangs, he murmured, as if confirming something. Then, his gaze shifted to Yi Yin, his voice tinged with a mixture of regret and recognition. "You are that goblin?" Kalu abruptly released his tight grip, a bloodied bullet sliding from his shoulder, staining his palm crimson. Yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, his fists clenched as he roared. "Since you have come, then leave your lives behind. Come on, watch as I slay you all." The elder goblin, witnessing this, was enraged, roaring as he attempted to charge at Kalu, only to be swiftly restrained by Yi Yan's outstretched hand. "Humph!" Kalu snorted coldly, a terrifying magic power slowly emanating from him. He cracked his wrist bones, his expression grave. "Fear not, none of you will escape. All units, prepare for orders." At that moment, a guttural voice echoed from the goblin ranks. Almost simultaneously, a fully armed goblin battalion surged forth from the depths of the lair. Armed with rifles, they quickly obstructed the adventurer's path. "Aim and prepare to fire." The goblin captain commanded, and all gun barrels were trained on the adventurers. The adventurers gasped in shock, some recognizing the rifles and screaming in panic. "What is that? It's a firearm." Someone trembled in response. "How can there be so many? These aren't from the eastern continent. Are they? Why are they here?" "Run." Amidst the chaos, Kalu reacted swiftly, fully aware of the firearm's potency. Without hesitation, he positioned himself in front of Shina, using his body to erect a protective barrier for her. "Open fire," the goblin captain ordered, and a cacophony of gunfire erupted instantaneously. Flames soared into the sky, illuminating the entire night. Bang, bang, bang. Under this barrage of gunfire, countless adventurers fell in an instant, their screams and wails intertwined, painting a harrowing tableau. Meanwhile, the surviving adventurers fled in terror, attempting to escape this hellish scene. Ilu shielded Shina, using his body to absorb the bullets. "Brother!" Imode swung his great sword, valiantly fending off the relentless hail of bullets. Sword light and bullets intertwined, producing a deafening clamor of metal clashing. However, the other adventurers lacked Imode's strength. The majority succumbed in this sudden onslaught. In the face of death, Shina's voice rang out. Clear and resolute. Under the protection of the stars, I summon the ancient source of magic. Light, gather in my palm, transform into an indomitable shield. Resist the raging winds, block the fierce flames, disregard frost and thunder. Magic shield, guard my heart. Impervious to all, no one may invade that in my name. By the power of magic, I construct an eternal wall to protect all that I hold dear. As the chant drew to a close, a gentle radiance blossomed from her hands, swiftly expanding to form a colossal magical barrier that enveloped the remaining adventurers tightly. Cole breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing this, yet a flicker of determination flashed in his eyes as he realized that only a handful of adventurers remained from the original hundreds. He turned to survey the surroundings, confirming no other threats lingered, before charging furiously towards the goblins. "You damned evil goblins, I shall slay you all." Cole understood that this attack had ended in utter failure. If he did not eliminate more goblins before returning, he would undoubtedly be ridiculed by others, perhaps even branded with a lifelong stain of disgrace. Such a fate was utterly unacceptable. Just then, a goblin, burdened with a massive hammer and a cannon slung over his shoulder. Emerged slowly from the chaos, he bared his toothy grin, unleashing a mocking laugh. "You humans truly underestimate us goblins." Goblin Tai laughed heartily, a cruel glint dancing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger, and the cannon's roar reverberated throughout the cavern. Kull was taken aback, quickly spinning around to shout at the surviving adventurers, "Run!" However, the cannon's might exceeded all expectations. In an instant, the ground trembled, as though the very nest itself quaked in response. When the dust settled, all that remained was a scene of devastation and the lifeless bodies of adventurers. The few surviving adventurers had already fled the scene in haste. Goblin Tai cast a triumphant glance at Yi Yin, tightly gripping the cannon. "What do you think? Are you going to give it to me?" Yi Yin, perplexed by Goblin Tai's arrogance, wore a look of confusion. "No way," Goblin Tai replied, instinctively shrinking back, fearful that Yi Yin might snatch it away. If he had not misjudged, the very weapon that had just struck down that golden tier adventurer was a treasure from their armory. A prototype sniper rifle. It was truly unexpected for the master to entrust him with such an item. Perhaps this fellow was the most crucial goblin in their ranks. Kill, with all the adventurers gone. Failing to pursue now would allow those damned humans to escape. Without a moment's hesitation, the big goblins surged forward, intent on chasing them down, only to be obstructed once more by Yi Yin. The already furious big goblin felt his anger flare as Yi Yin repeatedly blocked his path. "You! Why do you stop me? Do you have any idea how many goblins those damned humans have slain?" Yi Yin offered no reply, merely turning slowly to face the big goblin, his blood-red, gem-like eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity in the darkness. He regarded the big goblin as if he were merely an inconsequential prey. Ew. The big goblin was compelled to take a step back under that oppressive aura. Yet he soon recognized his own weakness and steadied himself, preparing to confront Yi Yin. "Why should I?" With that, Yi Yin's figure abruptly vanished from sight, leaving behind only an afterimage. The big goblin felt an icy chill wash over him, followed by searing pain in his chest. Looking down, he was horrified to see a dagger piercing through his torso, blood instantly staining his garments. The big goblin's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Yi Yin, unable to fathom that the very goblin who had just saved his life would ruthlessly turn against him. He opened his mouth to speak, but a torrent of blood erupted forth instead. Yi Yin withdrew the dagger, mere millimeters from the big goblin's heart. "Next time, if you dare to jeopardize my mission, there will be no mercy." Yi Yin wiped the blood from the dagger, a flicker of distaste flashing in his cold gaze. He despised those who acted recklessly, causing his tasks to fail, had that big goblin foolishly met his demise. The purpose of his presence here would have been rendered void. The thought sent a shiver down Yi Yin's spine. Death, at times, was indeed a blessing. Hence, failure was not an option. Oft, the big goblin spat out a mouthful of blood, his body weakening as he sank to one knee. Yet his gaze remained fixed upon Yi Yin. "Aha!" Goblin Tai glanced at the departing Yi Yin, a wry smile forming on his lips. How curious. Just as Goblin Tai reached out to comfort the big goblin, he was taken aback by the latter's unexpected admiration. "It's so impressive. So cool." "Huh." Hearing the big goblin's words, Goblin Tai's outstretched hand froze in midair, confusion washing over him. Was this fellow's mind not quite right? Did he not realize that just moments ago, someone had thrust a knife in his heart? No way. The big goblin slowly rose from the ground, his gaze filled with longing as he watched Yi Yin depart. "I must find him." "You?" Goblin Tai attempted to intervene, only to notice that the big goblin's wound had already stopped bleeding, and signs of recovery were evident. "What a monster!" Goblin Tai chuckled softly, clutching the bag in his hand, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. If only he could be like that, might he not be able to accompany Yi Yin as well? Kull spat out a mouthful of blood. "Kull, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Kull shook his head. How could he possibly be fine? He had just endured a direct hit from a rocket. Sheena looked on, her face filled with worry. Such force, even a warrior who had activated their structure would hesitate to face it head-on. Moreover, Kull had not fully activated his structure. He was merely on the verge of completion, still lagging behind true warriors who had completely activated their structures. "No, I'm fine." Kull waved his hand, the bones within his body cracking as they began to heal gradually. This was a remarkable recovery granted by the structure. Minor internal injuries would soon mend. It simply required a bit more time. What is most important now is to return and inform the others that he had severely underestimated those goblins, that we must return and tell them that those goblins possess weapons from the eastern continent. Upon hearing Cole's words, Sheena and Mord's expressions darkened. That it seemed that this goblin den extermination would be far more challenging than they had anticipated. They simply could not fathom how those goblins had acquired weapons from the eastern continent. Damn it, Mord cursed vehemently, filled with indignation. Those goblins not know how to fight us honorably. Crack! Hey, did you see those damned humans fleeing like dogs? Ha 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 ha! In an instant, jubilant cheers erupted from the shooting practice room on the third level of the goblin den. A goblin with a missing ear stared blankly at the fleeting image of Yi Yan on the screen, a fire igniting within. Oh cool, the goblin thought. If only he could be like him. Perhaps he wouldn't feel so useless. He could protect those he wished to safeguard and slay those damned goblins. Ha! The goblin knight's gaze shifted from the missing-eared goblin to the spot where Yi Yan's figure had vanished on the screen. His eyes brimming with admiration. Is that the king? Truly remarkable. This is merely a growth stage, yet he can contend with a human on the brink of achieving full form and nearly activating their structure. The goblin knight is filled with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the day when the king truly blossoms into his potential. Regardless of the cost, this is, after all, his life's mission in the dimly lit forest, where moonlight spills through the intricate lattice of leaves. A silvery glow dapples the ground. The tranquil air is punctuated only by the gentle rustle of the breeze brushing against the treetops and the occasional call of nocturnal birds in the distance. Yet, amidst this serene backdrop, a flickering flame stands out conspicuously. Illuminated by the firelight, a group of adventurers sits huddled around a roaring campfire. Suddenly, an irate voice shatters the stillness. What on earth is happening here? Edward rises, his gaze piercing as he surveys his companions. His face is etched with fury and confusion, his voice tinged with disappointment and reproach. The adventurers, caught in his scrutinizing glare, lower their heads, unable to meet his eyes. Their faces are smeared with dirt and blood, and their garments are tattered, clearly the remnants of a brutal battle. Kiru sits nearby, his expression impassive, yet his clenched fists betray the turmoil of anger, frustration, and humiliation within him. What else can we do? Hina mutters sulkily, her voice, though soft, rings clear in the stillness of the night. They're all dead, right? She continues, besides, we didn't come away completely empty-handed. Upon hearing Hina's words, Edward's rage flares that he stomps the ground, causing the entire campfire to tremble. Do you realize what this means? After our failed assault, the goblin lair is now fortified. How do we proceed from here? At that moment, an armored adventurer approaches slowly. I don't see this as entirely negative. If they hadn't attacked, forcing those goblins to reveal their weapons, we might never have known they were hiding arms from the eastern continent. In this scenario, an attack would have led to catastrophic losses. Before Morris could finish, an enraged voice erupted. What do you mean by that? Kula sprang to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fury, striding towards Morris and gripping the vibrant red scarf around his neck tightly. Are you implying that our fallen comrades died in vain? Kula's voice was a near roar. In the next instant, Kula felt a flash before his eyes, and then his body lost balance, toppling backward. Don't touch my scarf, Morris admonished, patting the scarf he cherished, his gaze icy and warning. He then turned to the others. This matter ends here. Our primary focus must remain on annihilating the goblin lair. We don't have the luxury of time, that we must eliminate that goblin who is fit to be king. Morris, what are you doing? The usually silent Kiru, witnessing Morris speak on his behalf, slowly lifted his gaze. Displeasure etched across his face. Are you pitying me? That is not my intention, Morris replied, shaking his head, unwilling to dwell on such trivial matters with this obstinate individual. Is it not? Kiru retorted, his teeth clenched. His disdain for Morris palpable. You clearly do. You take pride in this, don't you? Kiru continued to rage, while we, as adventurers, were forced to flee in disarray from the goblins. You must be feeling quite smug. Morris regarded Kiru with confusion. Unable to comprehend the source of his anger, he furrowed his brow, attempting to explain. I truly did not mean that, but Kiru was beyond hearing any explanations that you're undoubtedly thinking. Well, who told you not to heed my words? Now you're suffering the consequences. You must have had such thoughts. Kiru grew increasingly agitated that you're merely facing this one encounter with goblins. We endure them daily. I can see it's you, Kiru suddenly exclaimed, as if struck by a revelation. You deliberately sold us out, allowing us to suffer a fierce retaliation from the goblins, leading to our defeat this way. We would be compelled to heed your expertise in slaying goblins. Kiru's voice dripped with sarcasm and mockery. Yes, you're called the Goblin Slayer, correct? Bah, Kiru, brother. Mord, sensing Kiru's loss of composure, approached in an attempt to calm him. However, Kiru waved him away, sending him crashing to the ground. In that moment, Kiru was consumed by fury, his eyes bloodshot, glaring at Morris with a ferocious intensity. Morris, let me tell you, if it weren't for those deadweights, I would have obliterated those damned goblins long ago. Their weapons and artillery pose no threat to me, that I alone could cut through them. Deadweights, Kula recalled Anna's death, springing to his feet like an enraged beast. It's all your fault. Kula's bloodshot eyes bore into Kiru. What? Kiru was taken aback, never expecting to be accused by someone he had once saved. If you hadn't pushed us to attack, Anna would have died. They all perished because of you. Upon hearing Kula's words, Kiru's expression darkened, fury surging within him as he forcefully pinned Kula to the ground. Say that again. They died because of you. If it weren't for you, Anna would still be alive. Do you intend to kill me? Kula roared. If you're going to kill me, do it. Kula showed no fear. You bastard! Kiru's veins bulged as he prepared to crush Kula. Yet, just as he was about to strike, the Orca Queso intervened. Enough. Kula, do not say another word. That moment, Shionda shakily approached, placing a hand on Kula's head. Kula seemed to have been drained of all strength, cradling his head as he wept in despair. I see no hope left for survival. It's all the goblins' fault. Suddenly, Kula had an epiphany. It's all the goblins' fault. I will slay every last one of them. Kula's eyes blazed crimson. Seeing this, Shionda fell into silence. He too wished to eradicate the goblins. However, Shionda understood that it was impossible to eliminate all the goblins. Kiru, witnessing this, gradually regained his composure. Lifting his gaze to meet the scornful looks of the others, he seized a spear and plunged into the dark forest. Brother Kiru, where are you going? Mord's voice trembled with uncertainty and concern. Fearing Kiru might act irrationally in his fury, he glanced toward Hina, his eyes filled with inquiry. Hina nodded slightly. I apologize to everyone. It's fine. Go ahead, Morris replied with a nod. Brother Morris, once this is all over, we must have a proper duel. After apologizing to the group with a bow, Mord hastened to follow Kiru. Brother Kiru, wait for me. Morris watched with a faint smile, sensing that Mord's strength would soon surpass his own. A duel? If they both survive, it might not be out of the question. Why didn't you stop them earlier? Queso inquired, looking at Morris, because I knew he wouldn't be able to do it. Upon hearing the anticipated response, Queso narrowed his eyes that if he truly